as the sole invincible villain in the apocalyptic game. I was defeated by the protagonist and sent back to my hometown. Just when my own underlings mocked me for not being qualified to be their boss. I unexpectedly returned to the time before the apocalypse game began. Not only did I awaken a 4S grade talent, I also possessed the power to hyper-evolve animals. Even a critically injured little fire fox. I could turn it into a 9-tailed fox that manipulates all the flames in the world. A plain little green snake. I could turn it into a 9-colored python that devours everything. However, what I did not expect was that the protagonist had also been reborn and was getting stronger step by step. At this moment I returned to the time when the game King of Beasts had just launched and I couldn't wait to enter the game. Just when I thought I would awaken an S-grade talent for exploration as in my previous life, I unexpectedly awakened 3 S-grade talents. My S-grade talent for exploration was also upgraded to 3 S-grade. The 3 S-grade talents are unlimited contracts, no longer limited by level, allowing the contracting of countless beasts. I have insight capable of ignoring levels to extract all information of any beast. Final evolution unconditionally evolves your beast to its final form, possessing all abilities of the final form without changing its level. Beast equipment. You and your beast share a soul link. Activating the talent grants you equipment empowered by the beast's strength. I quickly composed myself, entered the game, and saw a lush forest. Seeing this, I cautiously made my way through the forest. At this moment, without a contracted beast, if discovered by a wild monster, I would be dead. Thus I wandered through the forest, occasionally using Eye of Insight to observe the wild beasts around. Just then I heard a faint sound from the bushes. After a brief thought, I decided to go and check. Gently parting the bushes, I found a thin white fox lying on the ground, powerless with a bloody wound. Seeing this, I activated Eye of Insight and detected its final form as a 9-tailed fox. With this in mind, I immediately decided to contract this little fire fox. The dying little fire fox, feeling the contract awaiting acceptance in its mind, was surprised for a moment but then accepted the contract to survive. With the contract established, the little fire fox's wound healed instantly and its eyes filled with respect. The next moment I activated another 3S grade talent, Final Evolution. The little fire fox was enveloped by a fiery red energy sphere, and even standing nearby one could feel the terrifying energy emanating from within. As the evolution ended, a 9-tailed fox appeared before me. Then, pointing to a few wild beasts nearby who were watching, I ordered the fox to demonstrate its power. The 9-tailed fox slowly stood up. The air around it immediately began to distort, bringing waves of high heat, and a fireball formed above the 9-tailed fox's head. The surrounding beasts were already scorched by the heat. But the power of the forming fireball remained undiminished. The fireball formed in an instant, smashed heavily onto the ground of the forest, bursting into dazzling flames. The earth shook violently, raising a cloud of dust, making it impossible for me to open my eyes. Seeing this, I looked at the 9-tailed fox in front of me with a shocked expression, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the strength of a level 1? Just then from afar came the angry and terrified roar of a beast. I looked toward the sound, and a tiger, its fur mostly burned, ran out of the large pit. It turned out to be a level 15 fiery flame tiger. Seeing this, I ordered another shot at it. With a bang, another large pit appeared on the ground, and the level of the 9-tailed fox also increased to level 9. Qin Xuan was tremendously excited. His initial plan was to level up his beast to level 10 within 2 days, but now it seemed 2 fireballs had done the job. The forest was continuously swept by huge gusts filled with a blaze of fire. As the gusts faded, several new craters appeared in the woods. AOA naturally wasn't limited to just throwing fireballs. In the King of Beasts, there was no concept of skills. The beasts could utilize their potential and quality to exhibit different attributes and advantages. For creatures like AOA, those with a fire attribute were generally better at offensive tactics. Given its transcendent quality, even a casually thrown fireball or a breath of hot air could cause destruction at a forbidden curse level. If AOA weren't still at such a low level, this forest might no longer exist. After a few more flashes of firelight in the forest, AOA's level had reached 20 and Qin Xuan had its ceasefire. Qin Xuan had thought that all little fire foxes would ultimately evolve into 9-tailed sky foxes. If that were the case, why not contract several more and ascend right there? However, reality proved different. The final forms of other little fire foxes he found were mostly of epic and legendary quality with none of mythic quality. This made Qin Xuan realize that not all little fire foxes had the opportunity to evolve into 9-tailed sky foxes. Indeed, each beast's potential varied, so plans needed adjustment. Qin Xuan didn't dwell on this much. Having AO Wei was already a huge boon. He just needed to revise his plan slightly. Originally, Qin Xuan intended to use his scouting technique and past life experience with beasts to contract a beast with decent potential and level it up to 10 within 2 days. This would allow him to use his memories of past lifetimes to safely seize resources he knew of. These resources were generally precious materials used for evolving beasts. But after awakening 4 SSS tier talents, aside from its level, his beast's other attributes could be maximized, immediately eliminating the need to waste time on these materials. Thus, most resources in his memory were now useless to him, but if they were on his way, Qin Xuan wouldn't mind taking them. Observing AO Wei's transcendent quality, Qin Xuan suddenly lost interest in those mythic quality creatures from his memories. When one beast could stand against thousands of troops, why bother contracting those of epic or legendary quality and waste time leveling up? Qin Xuan didn't believe AO Wei was the only beast with such transcendent potential. Knowing that each beast's growth potential varied, he couldn't let AO Wei casually unleash forbidden curses. Now, with a sufficient level, accidentally killing a beast of transcendent potential would truly be like picking sesame seeds and losing a whole truck of watermelons. Speaking of which, Qin Xuan had another talent he hadn't tried yet. He immediately activated the talent and connected spiritually with AO Wei. Following this, Qin Xuan felt an unusual warmth. Strangely enough, players weren't supposed to feel anything in the game. Once the soul link was complete, with a mere thought, a fiery red folding fan appeared in his hand. The fan's opening was a pale golden color, seemingly carved from an unknown orb, with golden flame patterns on the fiery red fan surface and golden tassels hanging from the bottom, looking like an exquisite piece of art. The moment Qin Xuan got his hands on the equipment, he knew how to use the folding fan, which seemed to be the effect of his natural talent. With a light flick of his wrist, the entire fan opened up completely. Out of curiosity, Qin Xuan gently fanned towards the empty space behind him, and in an instant a strong gust mixed with blazing flames surged forward, striking the ground and exploding violently. Qin Xuan gasped at the power of a casual wave if he were to use his full strength. The greatest weakness of a beast tamer lies in their own vulnerability. Although attacks on beast tamers are first distributed among their tamed beasts, to kill a beast tamer one must first eliminate their beasts. However, the physical strength of a beast tamer themselves remains negligible. If all the beasts are engaged and unable to protect their master, the beast tamer can easily be captured. Of course, some awaken talents that allow them to share combat power with their beasts, but these are only slight enhancements and nowhere near as significant as Qin Xuan's prowess. With this, Qin Xuan's only weakness, his own combat ability, would also be involved in the battle. Moreover, as the number of beast contracts and connections increased, Qin Xuan would possess half the strength of each beast, which when combined, made him several times stronger than any of his beasts alone. Imagine if a group of enemies were to engage all of Qin Xuan's beasts, thinking they had the upper hand, only for Qin Xuan himself to suddenly unleash a power several times greater than those beasts. How despairing a scene would that be? With his last weakness addressed, Qin Xuan walked through the woods, now capable of defending himself, allowing AO Wei to rest back in the beast space. Along the way, his gaze swept over each of his beasts. Name: Ironhorn Crocodile. Attribute: Water Grade, 2 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Tidal Wave Crocodile. Fine. Name: Wind Spirit Bird. Attribute: Wind Grade, 1 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Hurricane Bird. Epic. Name: Ironarm Mantis. Attribute: Metal Grade, 2 Quality, Excellent Final Form, Demon Blade Mantis. Legendary. Name: Fluorescent Fly. Attribute: Light Grade, 1 Quality, Common Final Form, Flash Fly. Common. Name: Earth Blue Snake. Attribute: None. Qin Xuan was surprised. Even in his previous life he had never seen a beast without an attribute which piqued his interest. He continued reading. Grade: 1 Quality, Common Final Form, 9-colored Sky Swallowing Python. Godlike. Another godlike beast. Qin Xuan's eyes widened. Even though he didn't understand why this Earth Blue Snake had no attribute, it didn't deter his determination to contract it. The Earth Blue Snake, feeling the suffocating pressure from Qin Xuan approaching, curled up in fear. With a slight movement of his mind, a contract appeared in the little snake's mind. Seeing the towering Qin Xuan already standing before it, it was too late to flee, so it reluctantly accepted the contract. The contract completed, the Earth Blue Snake hung its head in resignation, never imagining that a simple sunbath would end with it being contracted by someone else. Watching the resigned Earth Blue Snake, Qin Xuan merely smiled and then used the final evolution on it. Like A.O. Wei, the earth blue snake was enveloped in an energy sphere. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a 9-colored sky-devouring python. Its robust body was covered with hard brown scales, and at the junction of its neck and head it had 9 colorful scales that could open and close. Name: 9-colored sky-devouring python. Attribute: ancient. Level: 1. Quality: transcendent. At this moment the 9-colored sky-devouring python felt a surging power within its body, a stark contrast to the timid earth blue snake it had been before. It looked at Qin Xuan in amazement, clearly shocked by his capabilities, but soon it lowered its snake head and shrunk its body to the length of an arm, as it had already become his beast. It seemed to feel that following the person in front of it wasn't too bad. Hissing, it climbed onto Qin Xuan's arm, its sharp tongue caressing his cheek. Qin Xuan played with it for a while. From now on you'll be called Tian Swallow. After the evolution of Tian Swallow was complete, Qin Xuan learned of the 9-colored sky-devouring python's abilities. It could devour beasts of different attributes and gain their powers. This was probably why the earth blue snake had no attributes. Normally, a 9-colored sky-devouring python would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to evolve, hence the ancient attribute. The ancient attribute is quite special. It has only one effect, which is to increase all damage dealt to non-ancient attribute beasts by 20% and reduce all damage received by 20%. There are many attributes for beasts, including not only the basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire and earth, but also wind, ice, thunder, space-time, life, etc. In theory, as long as Tian Swallow devoured beasts with these attributes, it could permanently control them. To test this hypothesis, Qin Xuan had Tian Swallow devour a fire attribute beast and a water attribute beast. The experiment turned out just as he hypothesized. Tian Swallow obtained the fire and water attributes, although when he checked the panel again it didn't show any attributes other than ancient, but it indeed had acquired them. However, Tian Swallow's destructive power in fire was not as monstrous as A.O. Wei's, only about half as strong as A.O. Wei at level 1, and presumably the same was true for the water attribute, but this was still very powerful, as Tian Swallow could become an all-attribute beast. With this he summoned A.O. Wei and had it accompany Tian Swallow to hunt beasts of different attributes, while also leveling up. This hunt lasted 6 hours. A.O. Wei, under Qin Xuan's instruction, controlled its strength to avoid causing too much destruction. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan continued to search the forest with his folding fan for beasts with transcendent potential. Unfortunately, in those 6 hours, Qin Xuan didn't encounter another beast with transcendent potential. Thinking about it, he realized that finding such potential isn't easy. By now it was already 8 a.m. in reality, so he summoned back A.O. Wei and Tian Swallow. As for why he didn't contract them all, should he train the levels or not, who would serve as the experience pack if he contracted all? Is it better for one transcendent beast to level up or for dozens of epic and legendary beasts? Bursting soldiers isn't done like this. Doing so would be foolish and a waste of time at this point. A.O. Wei had reached level 45 inch and Tun Tian had also reached level 42, which greatly surprised Qin Xuan. After asking, he found out that before returning, they had passed by the nest of a level 60 epic quality thunderstorm bear. At that time A.O. Wei, who was level 39, saw it and dealt with it casually, causing its level to soar by 6. Within 6 hours, Tun Tian had mastered 10 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, poison and illusion. Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Originally, both A.O. Wei and Tun Tian, who were huge in size, shrank to half-human height. Qin Xuan planned to log off and rest for a while, but there was one more thing to do before that: establishing a soul connection with Tun Tian. Qin Xuan activated his talent again, and his warmth spread through his body once more. This time he obtained a breastplate. The breastplate was made of hard snake scales interspersed with 9 different colored scales in the center. It also emitted 10 different colors of flowing light, corresponding to the 10 attributes Tun Tian had devoured. Currently, it could summon 10 different attribute shields to protect the entire body without any dead angles, and the attribute shields could also be stacked for use. Having done all this, Qin Xuan recalled the 2 tamed beasts back to the beast space and then logged off. His consciousness returned and Qin Xuan sat up from the bed, slowly took off his helmet and stretched greatly. Overnight he had advanced to gold, and with 2 super god quality tamed beasts he was getting more and more excited about fighting with them again. He got up, dressed, and somehow Qin Xuan remembered the warmth he felt when he obtained the beast equipment, which should not have been possible to feel. No way. Qin Xuan tentatively stretched out his hand, and with a slight movement of his mind the folding fan appeared in his hand again. Qin Xuan looked incredulously at the folding fan in His hand, the game hadn't descended yet and he could already use the items from the game. With another thought, the breastplate obtained from Tun Tion's chain appeared on his body. He carefully put the two pieces of equipment away, feeling that their power was not diminished and could still exert half the strength of the two tamed beasts. He definitely didn't want to accidentally demolish the entire building. Sitting in the chair after the initial surprise came ceaseless excitement. Being able to bring equipment into reality ahead of time meant that he no longer had to fear anyone harming him in the real world before the game descended. At least while he was awake, he was absolutely safe. After calming his emotions, Qin Xuan left the house and walked into a breakfast shop, ordering a serving of seafood dumplings, 2 servings of fried dough sticks, a plate of pan-fried dumplings, and a cup of sweet soy milk. After eating, he still licked his lips, savoring the taste. After the apocalypse, he had never tasted such delicious food again. Although there was a kitchen at the base at that time, the meat of the tamed beasts was hard to swallow, despite the chef's best efforts to make it palatable. Qin Xuan wondered if there was any kind of space attribute tamed beast that, after a soul connection, could grant him a space ring specifically for storing pre-apocalyptic food. Qin Xuan recalled in his mind and indeed remembered such a tamed beast. In his previous life, a player had discovered a treasure-hoarding mouse sleeping in a cave on a high mountain, and that mountain seemed to be in this forest. The treasure mouse is a space attribute beast that doesn't engage in combat. Its sole function is to store resources. It possesses a large personal space where time stands still, similar to the spatial rings found in novels. Any items placed inside it remain unchanged even if retrieved years later. In his previous life, this person was quickly discovered by government officials corrupted by powerful clans after the apocalypse. They forcibly broke his contract with the treasure mouse using a contract-breaking stone, and after seizing the treasure mouse, the clans erased him. It was only a month later in his previous life that he found the treasure mouse, leaving him ample time. Now that he had a way to obtain space, the next thing to consider was money. In a strange room, a young man woke up abruptly from the bed, panting heavily. Soon after, rapid knocking sounded at the door and a young woman opened it, looking anxious. "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" This is. The young man's eyes widened. "I've been reborn." "Brother, what are you talking about? What rebirth?" Before the girl could finish her sentence, the young man hugged her tightly. "Brother! What's this?" If Qin Xuan were here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was Xiao Chun. Their parents had disappeared long ago. In his last life, he had spent the early years after the apocalypse hiding and protecting his sister Xiao Qian, moving from place to place. Even after entering an official base, they lived a hard life and his sister nearly lost her innocence several times. Fortunately, years later, he awakened an SS-grade talent for beast fusion and contracted a legendary potential beast. He then received focused training from those powerful clans and even had connections with their genius daughters. Later, he learned about an organization called Dark Knight that hindered national construction and grew continually, cooperating with the clans using the contract-breaking stone to defeat the head of the Dark Knight base, Qin Xuan. Meanwhile, he tamed many beautiful beast girls, each transformed with their unique charm. There were aloof queens, passionate young women, and soft, cute Lolas. Not only that, but his team also included many talented women from those clans who all willingly followed him, bringing immense satisfaction to Xiao Chen's heart. But only upon entering the universe did he realize how weak he was. In the alien civilizations, there were also many beast masters with all sorts of beasts. The beasts from Earth were insignificant to them. Even his proudest SS talent was considered mediocre. There were SSS and even the legendary SSS talents. At that moment, his worldview collapsed. The top talent of Earth upon arriving in the universe was at best an elite-class beast master. Once Xiao Chen obtained a small jade-made grayish-blue sphere in a cosmic instance along with a beast egg that vaguely possessed a myth-surpassing potential. After exiting the instance, the sphere merged into his body, known only as the reincarnation jade. Afterward, the news of him obtaining the mythical potential beast egg spread like wildfire, attracting the collective siege of major forces in the universe, and he was killed during their encirclement. When he opened his eyes next, he found himself reborn back to the first day of the launch of King of Beasts. Having bought the winning lottery numbers, Qin Xuan returned home ready to enter the game when a phone call came through. Looking at the caller ID, Qin Xuan couldn't quite remember who it was, so he clicked to answer. "Qin Xuan, what are you up to? Don't you want your job anymore?" As soon as he answered, a scolding voice came from the other end. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Xuan then remembered that he was still a low-level employee at a company, the kind that was often exploited, only half a day off adjusted, working overtime until 11 p.m. without overtime pay, all experiences from his earlier life. The person on the other side of the phone, a certain Li Fugui, was a petty manager of the company, short and chubby, often wielding petty power to make Qin Xuan's life difficult. In his previous life, this fat man was eaten by a powerful beast on the first day of the apocalypse. Recalling this, faced with the nasty insults from the phone, Qin Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, then he slowly said, "Fine, I quit. Let whoever loves this job take it, you fatso." "What did you say, son of a b? If you dare say that aga?" Before Li Fugui could finish his sentence, Qin Xuan hung up the phone and turned it off. He powered up his computer, glanced at the official forum, which was already abuzz with excitement. Yendingzhen. "Wow, brothers, the graphics are so crisp. We've struck gold this time. Beautiful fairy Shinshin. Family who knows, born on a deserted island with a big fish in the water. Is there any expert who can save me? Big bone soup. Wow. Brothers, check out what I found. There are so many big pits in this forest." Qin Xuan clicked into the post by Big Bone Soup, his eyelids twitching as he saw the images of the holes left by AOW's monster grinding. Closing his computer, ignoring the forum's hype, he put on his helmet and re-entered the game. After logging on, he quickly confirmed his bearings and set off toward the mountain where the treasure-hoarding mouse slept, passing through a forest that usually had few players. It seemed like everyone was headed for the big pits made by AOA, and many were gathered discussing it. The usually quiet forest had suddenly become lively. Ignoring them, Qin Xuan continued his search for the mountain when a voice called out to him, "Hey, hey, hey, young man, please wait. You look like you haven't contracted a beast yet. Why don't you come to my shop and take a look?" A middle-aged man approached him. "Not interested," Qin Xuan replied coldly. "Hey, hey, young man, don't go. Just have a look. I have a lot of good stuff," he said, showing a moth in his hand, a beast not even as big as a palm. Qin Xuan barely glanced at it, and sure enough, it was just a beast with excellent potential for waste. "I'll say it again, scram." Qin Xuan glanced at the middle-aged man, his eyes flashing with a dangerous chill, giving off the vibe that if the man said one more word, Qin Xuan might just pull a knife on him. The middle-aged man, faced with Qin Xuan's icy gaze, could only retreat sulkily. Watching Qin Xuan leave, two figures in the distance quietly followed him. Even though he had a specific target in mind, it still took Qin Xuan 2.5 hours to find the mountain, thanks to some rough directions given in his previous life. However, all his efforts were worthwhile. Upon reaching the mountain, Qin Xuan quickly located a cave, and without hesitation he entered. Soon he heard snoring in the dim cave. The treasure mouse, small in size, had a surprisingly loud snore. Following the direction of the snoring, Qin Xuan saw a chubby little mouse sound asleep in a neatly built nest. That was indeed the treasure mouse. His name: treasure mouse. Attribute: space level 3. Quality: fine. Final form: treasure mouse, legendary. In the eyes of others, a legendary quality creature was highly coveted, but for Qin Xuan, he wasn't impressed. If it weren't for its storage space, he wouldn't have bothered looking for it. Might as well make a contract, it wouldn't hurt to have another slot filled. Just as Qin Xuan was about to make a contract with the treasure mouse, a message flashed through his mind. It was from Devour Heaven, expressing a desire to devour the treasure mouse. "No way, this treasure mouse is crucial for my plans, I can't let you eat it." Then Devour Heaven sent another message suggesting that after devouring, it could also develop a space attribute. Qin Xuan thought about it and realized it made sense. By devouring it, Devour Heaven would also possess a space attribute, a god-level space attribute no less. Even if it was only a fraction as potent, it would surpass the legendary potential of the treasure mouse. Qin Xuan immediately released Devour Heaven, which without hesitation swallowed the treasure mouse whole, and the poor creature didn't even know how it died. Qin Xuan watched expectantly as Devour Heaven, having devoured the treasure mouse, successfully acquired the space attribute. Qin Xuan then summoned his snake armor and noticed that the original 10 colors on it had turned into 11. After completing the devouring, Qin Xuan put Devour Heaven back into the beast control space and quickly left the cave. On the way, Qin Xuan experimented a bit. The snake armor also possessed a personal space. Diving into it with his consciousness, Qin Xuan found its seemingly boundless and infinite space. He put away the snake armor, then stared at a stone on the ground. With a mere thought, the stone vanished, and thinking of making it appear in his left hand, the next second he was holding the stone that had just disappeared. It seemed that to store items in the space he just needed to focus his mind without having to wear the snake armor all the time, which was much more convenient. Upon leaving the cave, a swarm of colorful butterflies flew overhead, a few squeezed at the bottom, flew unsteadily. On a whim, Qin Chuan extended his hand and a butterfly landed on his finger. Qin Chuan activated his talent to scan it. Name: Color Wing Butterfly. Attribute: Illusion Level 2. Quality: Common. Final form: Six-winged color butterfly. Fine. Seeing that it didn't have high potential, Qin Chuan shook his hand after a while and shooed the color wing butterfly away. Watching the butterflies flutter away, Qin Chuan took a deep breath, lifted his foot to leave, but noticed that a colorful winged butterfly had quietly landed on his shoulder. Qin Chuan waved his hand to shoo it away, but as soon as he withdrew his hand, the butterfly flew back and landed on his shoulder again. Upon closer inspection, one could see tiny sparkling dots on its wings, something the other colorful winged butterflies did not have. This one seemed a bit special. Qin Chuan checked the butterfly's information panel. Name: Colorful Winged Butterfly. Attribute: Illusion Level 1. Quality: Common. Final form: Star Wing Illusion Butterfly. Transcendent. Seeing the word transcendent at the end, Qin Chuan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and this time it wasn't a gesture to shoo it away but rather an invitation for it to land on his finger. The butterfly on his shoulder seemed to understand Qin Chuan's intention. Its wings fluttered slightly, and it hopped onto Qin Chuan's finger. Qin Chuan withdrew his hand, smiling as he watched it. "Why have you come to find me?" Qin Chuan seemed to ask. The colorful winged butterfly just fluttered its wings in place, tilted its head, and stared straight at Qin Chuan with its large eyes. The next moment, Qin Chuan initiated a contract with it, and the butterfly accepted the contract without any hesitation. Then a dark energy sphere studded with twinkling starlight enveloped the butterfly as Qin Chuan used his talent to make it evolve directly. After a while, the sphere dissipated, and twinkling starlight spread out with the movement of the wings and quickly vanished. A black-winged butterfly emerged and steadily landed on Qin Chuan's arm. In its dark wings, different colors of bright lights flashed, as if one was looking at a starry sky. Qin Chuan named it Kyre. Name: Star Wing Illusion Butterfly. Kyre. Attribute: Illusion Level 1. Quality: Transcendent. Starting the soul link. This time Qin Chuan conjured a pen in his hand. The tip of this pen was ethereal, as if insubstantial, while the body of the pen shimmered with colorful lights similar to Kyre's wings. But after learning about the functions of this pen, Qin Chuan was stunned. The pen had two abilities. The first was to write dreams, allowing the target to genuinely experience everything within the dream. The second ability, which also shocked Qin Chuan, was to set a restriction on any target not higher than his own level, with the cost of triggering the restriction determined by himself. There were no rules on what restrictions must abide by, nor any specifications on the range of the costs, making this very manipulable. For example, Qin Chuan could set a restriction on a contracted beast that it couldn't sign a contract with any beastmaster or else it would explode and die. Since these equipment could be immediately brought into reality, the restrictions set are likely to be effective in reality as well. Setting a restriction in-game on an enemy not to investigate the real identity of the player Dark Knight or else they would die on the spot also made this method of killing highly successful. This was truly a rule-class artifact. With this, gathering resources for Qin Chuan became much easier. He just needed to set up a few rich kids with a restriction to buy supplies and deliver them near Qin Chuan, and if they didn't comply or leaked information, the death restriction would take effect. However, theory was one thing, actual testing was still necessary to confirm its effectiveness. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. If I had to point out a flaw, it would probably be that it can only target one object at a time. As Qin Chuan put away his weapon, he saw two figures suddenly emerge from a nearby bush and slowly approach him. The leader of the two was named Zhang Yongshuang, and the one following him was called Li Ergu. Although Zhang Yongshuang's family wasn't as wealthy as the great families, they had some money. In reality, Zhang Yongshuang relied on his family's financial power to bully both men and women, committing all kinds of evil acts, sometimes even targeting children. After entering King of Beasts, he recruited Li Ergu as his underling. When they saw Qin Chuan driving away the beast trafficker, they sensed that this young man was extraordinary, so they secretly followed him, only to lose sight of him due to Qin Chuan's swift movements. When they finally caught up, they saw Qin Chuan and a strange butterfly on his arm. The sharp-eyed Zhang Yongshuang immediately recognized the uniqueness of the butterfly and said menacingly, "Kid, I want that beast, you can scram." His tone was unmistakably domineering. Qin Chuan glanced at the two men, his lips curving into a slight smile. my test subjects have arrived, he thought. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Zhang telling you to scram? Li Ergu, eager to show his loyalty, started berating Qin Xuan, but instead of running, Qin Xuan just smiled, holding a strangely colored pen that had appeared out of nowhere. His smile didn't bring any warmth, instead it made him seem like a demon crawling out of hell eyeing his prey. The two men felt a chill run down their spines. Big brother, we don't want the beast anymore. Can you let us go? Ignoring their pleas, Qin Xuan quickly advanced and waved the pen. The tip of the pen penetrated their brains and Qin Xuan swiftly wrote instructions inside their minds. Order 100 Kentucky Fried Chicken Deluxe Family Buckets daily in XXX City and deliver them to Mr. Qin in XXX Community. Fail to comply or reveal this secret and die on the spot. Since it was an experimental phase, he only required 100 orders per day. Next, Qin Xuan had the color wing butterfly knock the two unconscious and erase their memories of him. It was at this moment that Qin Xuan realized that after seeing him drive away the beast trafficker, they had marked him as an easy target and followed him. After Qin Xuan left, the two men slowly woke up, lying on the ground looking at each other bewilderedly. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just doing? Big brother, what were we just doing? Li Ergu asked groggily. I don't know either. What just happened? Zhang Yongxuan also looked around, puzzled. The two got up, looked at each other, and had no memory of how they got there. They left in a dazed state. Hey big brother, I feel like we have something to do. On the road, Li Ergu spoke. Now that you mention it, it seems like we need to buy 100 Kentucky Fried Chicken Deluxe meals every day and deliver them to Mr. Qin in XXX Community in XXX City, right? Zhang Yongxuan said. It really seems like it. But who is this Mr. Qin? Can we choose not to buy from him and just report this to the police instead? We don't even know him. No, definitely not. I have a strong feeling that if we do that, we will die. But who exactly is this Mr. Qin? How did we even offend him? Zhang Yongxuan was on the verge of tears. This was Kair's ability, ultimate control over the psyche, capable of easily creating extremely realistic illusions and dreams, and even erasing someone's short-term memory. Killing someone in a dream was a simple matter for it. On the other hand, Xiao Chen had purchased a helmet and entered the game. In his previous life, he had heeded the official call and chose not to enter the game, which put him at a disadvantage from the start. Fortunately, he was incredibly lucky to awaken an SS tier talent, which allowed him to rise as a dark horse and defeat Qin Xuan. He had planned to gather some money and stock up on supplies before the game began, but when he went to buy a lottery ticket with the winning numbers, he was told it had been bought an hour ago. This annoyed Xiao Chen. He was the reborn one, so why was someone faster than him? He even tried to ask for the name of the person who bought the ticket, his fierce demeanor almost making the front desk lady call security. With a cold snort, he left. However, now his mood was ecstatic, because after entering the game, his original SS tier talent Beast Favor was upgraded to an SSS tier talent All Beasts Care thanks to the Cycle Jade. His contracted beasts would never betray him and their elemental damage increased by 100%. His talent had directly upgraded to SSS tier. He wasn't sure if the talents obtained from future talent dungeons could also be like this, but if they could, then this Cycle Jade was truly against the heavens. He truly was the child of destiny. With an SSS tier talent, he could become the strongest existence in the game before the apocalypse. As for Qin Xuan, just trash. Let this idiot live a little longer. If it wasn't for the fact that the clans didn't yet control the officials, Xiao Chen would definitely reveal his identity as a reborn individual easily grasping minor powers. He remembered that there was a legendary potential treasure mouse in the mountain ahead. His first beast at the start would have spatial attributes. Who else could be stronger than him? Xiao Chen recalled the beauties from various clans and beautiful beast mistresses from his past life, licking his lips. Wise, you all just wait for me. Next, Qin Xuan was heading to a dungeon, a hidden one tightly controlled by the clans. Only after achieving the first clear, when the dungeon disappeared, did the players realize there was a hidden dungeon there. It was said to yield an extremely powerful beast egg along with many break contract stones. Qin Xuan's main goal was the egg, but keeping the stones to annoy his enemies from his past life was also quite appealing. Soon Qin Xuan parted the obstructing bushes and saw a cavern under the rock wall just big enough for one person to enter. Who could have imagined this was the entrance to a hidden dungeon? Qin Xuan didn't hesitate to dive into the hole. After descending, he discovered that beneath the opening was a completely different world. Initially, it was a narrow slope that he could only enter by lying down. After about 3 minutes, he reached the bottom of the cave, a huge cavern. the cavern was filled with colorful stalactites and various uniquely shaped crystals were visible on the ground at intervals. In front of these crystals and stalactites a glowing portal was suspended. It was the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Without any hesitation Qin Chuan walked into the blinding white light. When he opened his eyes again he found himself in a boundless cavern with the floor and ceiling covered with the same colorful stalactites and crystals as outside. Dungeon mission: defeat the final boss, 0/1, defeat small monsters, 0/10,000. Suddenly, the base of some stalactites sprouted 8 legs and the entire stalactite stood up, revealing 8 red eyeballs underneath. At the same time, colorful centipedes and scorpions crawled out from the stone walls and rushed towards Qin Chuan. Unperturbed, Qin Chuan donned his 9-colored snake armor and a pale golden folding fan appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, the surroundings were instantly swept by crimson flames, turning the approaching monsters into ash. The wild monsters in the distance paused briefly in shock, and in that moment of hesitation Qin Chuan had already gathered all the information about these monsters. Name: Crystal Cave Centipede. Attribute: Poison level 13. Quality: Fine. Ultimate form: Dazzling Cave Centipede. Epic. Name: Crystal Cave Poisonous Scorpion. Attribute: Poison level 13. Quality: Fine. Ultimate form: Dazzling Cave Poisonous Scorpion. Epic. Name: Crystal Stalactite Spider. Attribute: Poison level 15. Quality: Fine. Ultimate form: Crystal Spike Spider. Legendary. These were just some low potential wild monsters, but with their levels and poison attribute, nobody but Qin Chuan could clear this dungeon now. Without further ado he summoned his beasts Away Tunshin and Kair. The first two charged into the crowd of monsters without hesitation, and with a single forbidden level plane attack, they blew up 2 huge pits several kilometers in diameter. Kair, not suited for frontal combat, was positioned next to Qin Chuan to leech experience, casually breaking the stalactites that fell from above. Qin Chuan spoke, "Stop wasting time. Away Tunshin, blast this place to smithereens in one go." "Yes sir." Both beasts, upon receiving the command, began to gather strength. Away's body was engulfed with fire elemental power, growing stronger as if boundless. Meanwhile, Tunshin gathered 11 different colored energy orbs around him, the energy within them compressing and merging, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Then boom! Explosions in different locations directly shook the entire dungeon, with shockwaves tearing through everything in their path, shaking the dungeon more violently. The explosions spanned over 1,000 kilometers, lighting up the area with fire. Kair's level also skyrocketed. With a snap, Qin Chuan and his beasts were suddenly transported out of the dungeon. It took Qin Chuan a moment to realize that he had literally blown the dungeon away. With the dungeon gone, the boss and the monsters were naturally obliterated. Qin Chuan checked the levels of his 3 beasts. Away had reached level 64, Tunshin was at level 60, and Kair, being the lowest, was at level 48. Upon being promoted to Lord level beast master, Qin Chuan was indeed stirred. In his previous life, it had taken him over 2.5 months of grueling effort to reach the Lord level, a struggle only those who had endured it could understand. And then there were the dungeon rewards. Qin Chuan opened his mail and clicked on a newly received email. "Dear player, because you have destroyed the 5 Poisons Cave dungeon, you have received the highest quality reward. Upon claiming, you will receive an Unknown Beast Egg 1, a 5 Poisons Beast Egg 1 in break contract. Stones 1,000. An unknown beast egg was understandable, but what in the world were these 1,000 break contract stones? Qin Chuan incredulously rubbed his eyes. Was it because he had blown up the dungeon? In his previous life, the major families had only obtained a dozen or so, right? Now he directly received 1,000, which was truly beyond Qin Chuan's expectations. The total from those major families in his past life didn't even add up to 500 stones, right? And then there were the 2 eggs. The 5 Poisons Beast Egg could hatch a poison attribute mythic quality 5 Poisons Beast, an unknown beast egg. The quality and attributes of the beast inside depended on what you allowed it to absorb. Depended on what I let it absorb, huh? Qin Chuan thought deeply. He first stored the 2 eggs in his space, waiting for the hatching of the 5 Poisons Beast. As for the unknown egg, Qin Chuan had a bold idea. If it failed, he could try absorbing something else, like a break contract stone. Those should be absorbable, right? Qin Chuan dared not to let the egg absorb things recklessly. Irreversible phenomena could spell disaster. Xiao Chen was currently unkillable, his luck too good. The game hadn't even descended yet, and conventional methods were likely ineffective. As for bombs, setting aside the time waste to acquire them, they might also malfunction, such as exploding prematurely due to aged wiring, or Xiao Chen just not being in the blast radius when it explodes, or worse, the bomb being a dud when Xiao Chen was around but exploding right after he left. Don't ask Qin Xuan why he knew so much about this. If asked, it was because he had been subjected to such schemes in his previous life. But since the egg had no restrictions on what it couldn't absorb, he would wait until after the apocalypse to try it out. Storing the egg away, Qin Xuan also planned to leave this forest and head to other regions. The game map of Beast Master King was vast, and this forest was just one example. It could take days to traverse. Beyond the forest there were vast grasslands, snowy mountains, dry deserts, scorching volcanoes, mountains with perennial hurricanes, islands covered with thunderclouds, and the eerie and terrifying Bone Mountains. This array of terrain circled the land, and in the center was a vast inland lake on an island in the middle of which lived beasts with great potential. Qin Xuan planned to traverse half of this land in the next 2.5 months. After the game descended, this land would also fall onto Blue Star, expanding the area of Blue Star several times. The remaining half and the central island would be explored after the game's descent. Struggling to climb out of the cave, Qin Xuan looked up to see a pair of long black silk-clad legs standing right in front of him. Qin Xuan looked up to see a flawless face looking down at him, but the beautiful face was marred by an expression of disdain and contempt. This face was all too familiar to Qin Xuan. It belonged to Morong Shui, the legitimate daughter of the Morong family's head and one of Xiao Shen's future consorts. Facing one of his enemies from a past life, Qin Xuan didn't immediately act but instead watched Morong Shui with interest. It seemed that the Morong family was the first to discover this dungeon in his previous life, but this time, the dungeon would be his, a small payback in advance from the Morong family. Seeing Morong Shui come to him, he thought of a plan. He deliberately did not recall his beasts, allowing all three to emerge from the cave for Morong Shui to see. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the three majestic beasts. As their beauty was fitting for her noble status, she immediately demanded Qin Xuan's beasts. "I'll take these 3 beasts, release your contract with them now, and then you can leave," she commanded. Qin Xuan just crossed his arms and coldly smirked at the woman in front of him. Even in his second life, he couldn't help but want to hit her after hearing her words. Away, and the other beasts showed a dangerous glint in their eyes, staring intently at Morong Shui. If not for Qin Xuan's restraint, they would have torn her apart right there. "What are you doing? Can't you understand human speech? Release your beasts now, quickly. Do you know who I am?" "I don't want to repeat myself a third time," Morong Shui said, frowning in displeasure when she saw that the man in front of her still hadn't moved. Seeing that she couldn't intimidate Qin Xuan, she impatiently said, 1 million, that should be enough. A lowlife like you has probably never even seen a million. Being chosen by me to give up your beasts is an honor." As she spoke impatiently, her heart grew even more restless. She had already sentenced Qin Xuan to death in her mind. This lowlife dared to defy her words. If he dared to take the millions, she could make him disappear without a trace. "You want them? Sure, but first kneel down and count out 10,000 times to me, and then while doing backflips shout, 'I am an idiot for 2.5 hours,' Qin Xuan said casually, cleaning his ears. "What do you mean? Are you playing with me?" she snapped. "Yes, I am playing with you. Did you really think you're better than everyone else, idiot?" Qin Xuan emphasized the last word heavily, clearly striking a nerve in Morong Shui. "You dare to insult me? You lowlife dare to insult me? Go to die!" Morong Shui screamed and scratched, summoning her beast, the snow spirit leopard. Qin Xuan glanced at it, deciding it was time to end this. "Roar, snow leopard, shut up!" Tunshin could no longer restrain himself and opened his huge maw as the snow spirit leopard charged at him. Without any suspense, the snow leopard was swallowed whole by Tunshin in one bite. Qin Xuan wasn't idle either. He took out his starry sky pen and stepped forward, writing directly into Morong Shui's mind. "Deliver daily necessities to Mr. Qin in XXX neighborhood, XXX city every day. Failure to comply or any attempt to disclose information will result in instant death." Feeling a new thought implanted in her mind, Morong Shui screamed out, "Idiot! What have you done to my brain?" Qin Xuan simply smiled at Morong Shui, gently reminding her, "If you don't comply, you can die in reality too." With that, Away swept his hand and chopped Morong Shui into 4 pieces. "You have been killed by player Dark Knight. Respawn time remaining 23 hours 59 minutes. Enraged, Morong Shui logged out of the game and began smashing the expensive decorations in her room. The commotion attracted the attention of the family head, Morong Outyan. "What happened? Who has made my precious daughter so angry again?" A young man nearby stepped forward to comfort her. "Little sister, don't cry. Who has bullied you? Tell your brother and I'll capture his entire family to vent your anger." Sobbing, Morong Shui recounted the incident, emphasizing how Qin Xuan had called her a whore without mentioning her own unreasonable behavior. Of course, even if she had, it wouldn't have mattered much. She did not reveal the restriction Qin Xuan had placed on her mind. This is outrageous. It seems we have been too lenient with these lowlifes. Morong Shui's brother Morong Junzi slammed the table and said no matter what, he attacked someone from the Morong family, and that's wrong. He dared to bully my sister. He's asking for death. Little sister, what's his name? Brother, I don't know his real name. I only know his game ID is Dark Knight, Morong Shui whimpered. Alright, put out a net-wide bounty for Dark Knight. Have all our tech personnel search for his real name and address, Morong Junzi ordered, glancing at their father Morong Outyin. Seeing no objection from his father, he knew he had his tacit approval. Just then Morong Shui remembered the restriction in her mind and suddenly stood up, about to reveal Qin Xuan's information, when a severe headache struck her suddenly, causing her immense pain. What's wrong, little sister? Morong Junzi rushed over to support her, asking with concern, It's nothing. Recovering, Morong Shui knew it was a warning from the restriction in her brain. She had been about to reveal something which would certainly have led to her death. Now, she could only comply with the restriction, secretly supplying him with necessities, making her feel both stifled and desperate. After dealing with Morong Shui, Qin Xuan felt slightly better. Once he had killed all those from the noble families, his mood would probably be fully restored. Setting such a flawed restriction on Morong Shui, he would surely be noticed by them, right? If they couldn't even find him with it, then the noble families were really too incompetent. It would be best if he could catch them all in one net. He waved his hand and the three beasts returned to the beast space. Then it was time to move on. He had taken nearly everything he needed from this forest, and even if there were beasts with divine potential left, Qin Xuan could only leave it to fate. After walking for 2.5 hours undisturbed by anyone, Qin Xuan decided to log off and have some lunch. Removing his helmet, he ordered some takeout on his phone, then opened the official forum. The first thing that caught his eye was a wanted poster. The Morong family was offering a hefty reward for the player Dark Knight, with a reward of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom currency for each kill, a reward of 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins for providing the real identity of the player Dark Knight. First come, first served. Qin Xuan looked at the bounty with interest. It was clearly the handiwork of Morong Junzi, the eldest son of the Morong family. Qin Xuan just chuckled at the idea. How naive! Even the state couldn't find out personal information and real names of each player. A small family like the Morong was bound to end up empty-handed. As for being killed in the game, Qin Xuan was more than welcoming. After lunch, Qin Xuan didn't hurry to log into the game. 3 hours had passed and Zhang Yong and their Kenda chicken luxury meals should be almost done by now. Qin Xuan left his apartment and headed towards the warehouse behind his complex. As he approached the warehouse entrance, he saw several delivery personnel unloading goods, all of which were Kenda chicken luxury meals, a total of 200 servings. Qin Xuan took out his starry sky pen, quickly crafting a dream for the security guard and the delivery men that he was the one to collect the delivery. With a sweep of his gaze, everything was collected into his own space. He then casually headed to the surveillance room and deleted the footage. The 200 luxury meals were quickly moved out and the place was soon deserted. After Qin Xuan left, the security guard and the delivery men woke from their daze, looked at the now empty truck without suspicion and simply drove away. Back at home, before entering the game, Qin Xuan carefully reviewed everything to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Then he put on his gaming helmet. Deciding on his direction, Qin Xuan started walking towards the snowy mountains. With only 2.5 months, not only did he need to travel in the game, he also had to gather supplies in real life, which was quite pressing. In reality, inside a conference room, leaders of various departments of the Dragon Kingdom were seated around a conference table. Any progress on locating the address? Asked a minister. A young man responded with his head lowered, unable to meet the eyes of the middle-aged leader. Did you find absolutely nothing? The leader asked calmly. Yes, sir, there's no record in the game's backend at all. It's as if it just appeared out of nowhere. Appeared out of nowhere, you say? The middle-aged leader furrowed his brows and rubbed his face hard, then said solemnly, many people are already playing this game. To prevent potential harm to our citizens, I think we should call on everyone to stay away from this game. I have no objections, said a dignified elder seriously. The others around the table also nodded in agreement, then turned their gaze to the eldest among them, a white-haired elderly man. After pondering for a moment, he agreed with the middle-aged man's proposal, then turned to a young military officer and asked how is the situation being handled regarding the clans. The young officer covered his forehead in frustration. Those families are getting bolder. Despite our efforts to clean up during this period, they become even more vigorous, and some have even started to ignore the law. The white-haired old man also felt helpless upon hearing this. The ambitions of these noble families were too great, constantly planting insiders within the official ranks, attempting to seize control and turn the Dragon Kingdom into their own echo chamber. Despite recent efforts by the authorities to purge these elements, the number of insiders had only increased. The elderly patriarch knew that if these profit-seeking vermin succeeded, it would be a disaster for the common people of the Dragon Kingdom. All they could do now was try to deal with these pests implanted by the noble families, but he knew they couldn't hold out much longer. In another luxurious mansion in the Dragon Kingdom, 5 middle-aged men gathered, each accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged woman. These were their wives, the ladies of high society. Unlike the tense atmosphere on the official side, they were all smiles, occasionally savoring the expensive desserts and red wine on the table. Come, patriarchally, let me toast to you on behalf of the Morong family to celebrate the imminent victory of the 5 great families of our Dragon Kingdom. Haha, Patriarch Morong is joking. We mustn't drop our guard before the fruit is ripe. Although patriarchally said this, he clinked his wineglass with Patriarch Morong's in celebration, clearly already considering the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom as easy pickings. The other 3 patriarchs and their wives also wore relaxed smiles. It was then that Patriarch Wu spoke up. Patriarch Morong, why has your family bought and sent so much daily necessities to a stranger? This happened. Patriarch Morong was clearly puzzled. Oh, it seems even Patriarch Morong has been kept in the dark. Could someone in your family have been deceived, or is there some other issue? Maybe you should go back and check. After all, during this period of collaboration, any issue with one family could lead to our collective downfall. Patriarch Wu's supermarket chains covered the Dragon Kingdom and even had many branches abroad, so Morong Outyen did not doubt his words and agreed that no family could afford mishaps during this cooperation phase. It was now evening, and according to Patriarch Wu, someone from Morong's family had inexplicably sent a large quantity of daily necessities to an unknown person that very afternoon. If there was an incident, it had coincided perfectly with the day's events involving his own precious daughter, Morong Shui. But what connection could his daughter have with this stranger? Did she buy those supplies? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Shaking his head, Patriarch Morong decided, just bring the person involved back for questioning. Fu. From the shadows a robust figure stepped forward and knelt before Patriarch Morong. Investigate who exactly these supplies were sent to capture and interrogate them. If they resist, kill them. After a pause he added, if more supplies are sent out during this period, do not intercept them, let them be delivered. We don't want to startle the snake. Yes, the dark figure retreated and laughter and joviality once again filled the mansion of the 5 noble families. 1 week later, Qin Xuan was almost at the edge of the forest. The soil and the trees had begun to darken in color, suggesting he would reach the snowy mountains by evening. Now all 3 of his pets had reached level 70, the current maximum level allowed by the game until the update in 2.5 months. Qin Xuan smirked. 2.5 months later, that was just waiting for the game to arrive in reality, but it didn't matter much to him. In 2.5 months, an ordinary person couldn't possibly reach level 70. Like in Qin Xuan's previous life, he only just reached level 60 the day before the descent. Over the week, Qin Xuan spent 2/3 of his time on mapping. After each meal, he would go down to the warehouse in his community to collect the delivered goods. Of course, each time he used his starry sky pen to pull the people around him into a dream he had crafted, erasing any traces of himself. He also noticed that the original 200 luxury meal sets had reduced to 100 after 5 days. Clearly someone had leaked information or couldn't sustain the financial burden anymore and must have already collapsed. Thud, 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 roar. While hurrying on his way, Qin Xuan suddenly heard a series of roars. Thinking it over, since it was nearby, he decided it wouldn't hurt to take a quick look. But before he could take a few steps, a twisted figure flew towards him, crashing heavily against a large tree beside Qin Xuan. As the dust settled, all that was left was a tree trunk with a huge dent, and the figure that had flown over was nowhere to be seen. Qin Xuan was only slightly surprised. He knew it was a player that had flown over. What surprised him was what kind of force could send a player flying so far. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, ahead lightning struck the ground directly, accompanied by the roars of beasts, followed by the screams of players. The screams were incessant and Qin Xuan quickened his pace. When he arrived at a distance, he saw a giant bear standing on two legs, roaring up at the sky, surrounded by purple lightning, with the ground littered with broken trees and pits left by lightning strikes. No players in sight. Seeing this giant bear, Qin Chuan slapped his forehead, remembering, this bear, as tall as a three-story building, seemed to be the boss of this region. In his previous life, its location was exposed on the forum about a week in, and many players formed teams to try and defeat this boss, but the level difference was too great and all were sent back to respawn. Suddenly, the giant bear sniffed and its eyes flashed fiercely again. It lowered its head and saw Qin Chuan, who was hiding in the distance, stroking his chin and watching. The giant bear roared and charged straight at Qin Chuan, intending to flatten him just like it did the other humans. But just then, where there had been sunlight on the ground, a shadow suddenly appeared. The bear that was charging forward abruptly sat down on its rear, its front paws desperately bracing in front, not wanting to move another step, the ground covered in dust from its emergency braking. For some unknown reason, a mountain-sized python with colorful scales had suddenly appeared before it, looking down from above, while the bear itself, in the face of such a colossal creature, was nothing more than a morsel. Not only that, at this moment the giant python was staring down at it with an unfriendly gaze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Terrified, the bear's ears drooped down and even its fierce eyes completely cleared up. It stood there like a child caught making a mistake, waiting for an adult's punishment, occasionally glancing sideways, with a whining sound coming from its mouth. Roar, roar. The next moment, a bear's agonized howls echoed across 10 miles. The ground trembled slightly. The monstrous python Tun Tian coiled its tail around the bear and thrashed it wildly. Not satisfied with just that, the gigantic tail then savagely whipped across the bear's back. Roar. After a thorough beating, the bear lay on the ground despondently, tears of regret streaming from the corners of its eyes. Standing in the distance, it thought to itself, everything was fine. Why did it have to provoke this formidable creature? At this moment, the bear truly wished to flee, but escape was futile. It could feel the intense murderous intent from the python, convinced that any attempt to run would result in instant annihilation. Logically, the bear couldn't withstand even a single blow from Tun Tian, but it had survived this long solely because Qin Chuan, through a psychic link, instructed Tun Tian to spare its life. This exemption wasn't for naught, as Qin Chuan, utilizing his talents, knew that the bear's ultimate form was also that of a super divine beast. This was surprising to Qin Chuan. He had merely come to sneak a peek, but ended up discovering a beast with potential for immense power. Over the past week, while searching for such beasts, he found none and was about to leave when this unexpected gain appeared. It seemed that sometimes, when you least expect it, luck finds you. Standing atop Tun Tian, Qin Chuan now looked down upon the bear and coldly said, "Submit or die." As he spoke, a contract formed in the bear's mind. Instinctively, the bear wanted to refuse. It was, after all, the king of this region. How could it bow to a human? But it desired to live even more. After a brief contemplation, the bear accepted the contract, instantly linking its spirit with Qin Chuan's. Seeing that the bear was now bound by the contract, Tun Tian retracted its killing intent and shrunk in size. The bear, with its injuries healed, stood up, still feeling bitter about being subjugated. However, in the next moment, it was enveloped in a purple ball of lightning. When its vision cleared, it found the thunder element within it had become much denser, its strength enhanced manifold compared to before. Its fur turned deep purple, a sharp purple horn grew on its head, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Looking at its transformed self, the bear shrank in size and affectionately rubbed its head against Qin Chuan. What was wrong with being someone else's beast? Oh, how delightful it felt. Its name, Ancient Thunder Bear. Attributes: Thunder, level 35, quality, super divine. The strength of the Ancient Thunder Bear was immense. It nudged Qin Chuan repeatedly, pushing him back until Tun Tian issued a warning, prompting the bear to calm down. With such strength, from now on it would be called Dili, great strength. Oh, roar! The Ancient Thunder Bear responded, then cheerfully returned to the beast space. Yes, Qin Chuan saw a playful smile on the bear's face. Having recalled all his beasts, Qin Chuan continued on his journey until 11 p.m. when he finally saw a thin layer of snow resting on the treetops, signifying that he was soon to reach the snowy lands. A week, just 1 week. Finally, Qin Chuan was about to reach his destination. Excited, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. The snow on the ground and treetops thickened and tiny snowflakes began to drift from the sky. At the same time, the beast egg of the 5 poisons beast in his backpack finally showed signs of life. Feeling the movement, Qin Chuan took it out of his backpack. The beast egg in his hand trembled slightly and fine cracks appeared on its shell. It was about to hatch. This thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind: Watching the egg in his hand, the trembling increased and the cracks on the shell spread and widened. Crack, the sound of the eggshell breaking echoed, followed by more cracking sounds, and the 5 poisons beast officially hatched. Qin Chuan had thought that since it was named the 5 poisons beast, its appearance would be ferocious, perhaps a toad with centipede legs, a scorpion tail, and 8 compound eyes, or maybe a snake with 8 compound eyes. Centipede armor, a scorpion tail, and 4 toad legs that could hop around. But the reality was not so. The real 5 poisons beast, contrary to having any features of these poisonous creatures, was actually quite adorable. It was fluffy all over, with long ears drooping beside its head, blue in color, resembling a little sprite that liked to fly around you, looking very cute, a cuteness that could make any normal woman explode at a glance, fall completely head over heels. But one should not be deceived by its adorable appearance, it was a genuine mythic quality. 5 poisons beast, if anyone thought it was cute and tried to touch it, they would surely not even know how they died. Name: 5 poisons beast. Attribute: poison level, 1 quality, mythic final form, 5 poisons king beast, super god. Clearly, this 5 poisons beast was not only strong but also had high potential, equally possessing super god-like potential. Squeak squeak. The 5 poisons beast made squeaking noises and affectionately rubbed against Qin Chuan, probably because the first thing it saw upon hatching was him. Due to the close bond it felt with Qin Chuan, he easily formed a contract with the 5 poisons beast and helped it evolve. The evolved 5 poisons king beast was a bit larger than before, and amidst its blue fur some golden patterns had appeared, though its overall appearance had not changed much. Name: 5 poisons king beast. Attribute: poison level, 1 quality, super god. Qin Chuan stroked the fluffy head of the 5 poisons king beast, which comfortably squeaked in response. From now on, you'll be called EE, squeak squeak squeak. After linking souls with EE and another powerful companion, Qin Chuan logged off to rest. Exiting the game, Qin Chuan stood up and immediately felt something was off. He sensed that someone was watching him. Could it be the Morong family? This answer immediately came to Qin Chuan's mind. After all, with the capabilities they had and having been offended by him to death, only Morong Shui and her backing, the Morong family, could be the suspects. He had been freeloading off their resources for many days, there was no way they wouldn't have noticed. Even if Morong Shui said nothing, the patriarch of the Morong family and his eldest son Morong Junzi were no fools. Qin Chuan had definitely caught their attention. It wasn't Morong Shui who voluntarily disclosed the information. According to the rules set by the prohibitions at that time, Morong Shui would not be killed. However, this didn't matter much. If Morong Shui, this despicable woman, died prematurely, it might directly disrupt his plans. Now that the Morong family had come knocking, this was also within his expectations. Thud thud thud, there came a knocking at the door, but Qin Chuan didn't go to look through the peephole. Instead, he pulled out his smartphone, which was connected to the invisible cameras he had installed at the door using the money he won from the lottery. Standing at the door were 2 burly men, both dressed in black and wearing sunglasses each, holding a long sharp knife, clearly up to no good. Suddenly a sharp knife was thrust through the peephole, but unfortunately the 2 men outside did not hear the screams they were expecting. Qin Chuan was no fool, these aristocratic families were so arrogant, capable of anything, and the hidden camera at the door was specifically for people who liked to tamper with peepholes. Seeing no reaction from inside, the 2 burly men immediately started kicking the door. Bang bang bang. The flimsy wooden door didn't hold up for long before being kicked open by the 2-inch, breaking into several pieces. The 2 burly men charged into the room, heading straight for Qin Chuan. What do you want to do? Qin Chuan put up a symbolic resistance but was quickly subdued, tied up with rope, a black cloth bag thrown over his head, and then dragged by the 2 strong men to a van downstairs. Qin Chuan remained quiet in the van, making no significant movements. He had been waiting for this moment, even fearing they wouldn't come. This too was part of Qin Chuan's plan. The whereabouts of important family members of the 5 major families were extremely secretive, otherwise they couldn't have contended with official forces for so long. Moreover, each of their rooms had hidden passages, each entrance extremely concealed, with people specifically assigned to receive anyone who used them. If their whereabouts were discovered, a designated messenger would notify the receiver to immediately open the passage entrance and whisk the person away. Long before official forces discovered the hidden pathways, they were like rats in the sewers, extremely sensitive to danger, ready to dive into the extensive network of sewer pipes at any sign of threat. Finding them would be nearly impossible unless they chose to emerge from their holes themselves. As things stood, it seemed a big fish had bitten the hook. Morong Shui was just a lure. Qin Chuan knew that the Wu family before the apocalypse owned numerous large shopping malls. Morong Shui buying supplies for herself regardless of her motives would inevitably make purchases from Wu family's malls, drawing their attention. Now, during this critical period of the aristocratic family's cooperative rule over official forces, the Wu family would certainly not ignore this and would inevitably notify the head of the Morong family. What followed would be either the Morong family head ordering Qin Chuan's execution or sending people to capture him and bring him back. The former was not realistic. After all, the city where Qin Chuan was located was still under strict official control, evidenced by the several police cars that had already started following the van right after Qin Chuan was captured. Secondly, Qin Chuan was not so easy to kill. If they really planned to have a showdown here, Qin Chuan was not afraid of them. If it came to that, he could simply move to another place and find trouble with another family. Clearly, the current situation was the latter, which meant that at least one of these rats would come out to meet him, allowing him to continue with his plan. The van turned left and right with pistols occasionally sticking out from the back seat to fire a couple of shots behind or scatter spike strips. After several turns, Qin Chuan's van finally shook off the police cars. After several more rounds to ensure no one was following, they drove into the suburbs. About half an hour later, the van slowly stopped and Qin Chuan, following the burly man, got out of the vehicle. Upon disembarking, the sack over Qin Chuan's head was pulled off. In the dark suburbs, a long-abandoned factory was surprisingly lit up with two burly men in black clothes and sunglasses, armed and guarding the door. Qin Chuan walked ahead with the two burly men behind, urging him forward. When they reached a door, Qin Chuan was signaled to stop. One of the men in black entered the door and after a while came out respectfully before nodding to the others behind, signaling that they could enter. 3 days ago, Morong Junzi was at home, distressed by the sight of his sister who had grown thin from overwork. In recent days, there had been no news about the player known as Dark Knight. The entire Morong family's technical team had spent days investigating but couldn't dig up any information on this player, infuriating Morong Junzi, who cursed them as incompetent. By chance, he heard from his father that his sister was spending a sum of money every day on various living supplies, clothing, toiletries, toilet paper, and various snacks. All these were being sent to someone with the surname Qin in another city, and they had already sent off Fu to bring this person back. Morong Outyan and Morong Junzi trusted Ah Fu quite a bit. He was one of the Morong family's most formidable enforcers. Despite maintaining daily contact and confirming identities, they still hadn't caught the person with the surname Qin picking up the goods. He kept a close watch on the warehouse. No one came for the goods by the time it closed each evening, but by the next morning when the warehouse opened, all the goods had disappeared. With the authorities keeping a strict watch, Ah Fu dared not make any bold moves. Growing impatient, Morong Junzi went to see Ah Fu in person the day before, bringing along several bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. With this backing, Ah Fu directly interrogated the landlord and got the details of all residents with the surname Qin in the area. They checked the neighborhood surveillance and indeed found a Qin who frequented the warehouse. It was Qin Chuan. Although they didn't know how he managed to transfer the goods from the warehouse, this didn't hinder their plans to capture him, leading to tonight's scene of two burly men in black capturing him. Inside the room now, a man dressed in fine clothes, legs crossed and smoking a cigar, chuckled as he watched the man brought in bound. Beside him, two tall, scantily clad women massaged him, adding to the mocking scene. "Are you Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin?" he asked mockingly. The speaker was none other than Morong Junzi. "Even if my little sister didn't tell me, wouldn't I have found out anyway? There are such big loopholes. Did you do it on purpose or was it an accident?" Seeing Qin Chuan remain silent, Morong Junzi took a puff of his cigar and nodded. "No response. Well, let's start with 100 strokes then." The black-clad bodyguards beside him immediately walked over to pick up a wooden plank from the ground, and the strong man next to Qin Chuan was just about to push him to the floor. Just then Qin Chuan suddenly retreated sharply, his ropes somehow already severed. In his left hand he now wielded a blue dagger with a hint of gold trim. This was the equipment linked to his soul after a pact with E. The dagger could permanently carry half the potency of the King of Five Poisons life toxin. Morong Junzi slammed his hand angrily on the table, his tone irritated. "Audacious, attack him." The bodyguards inside the room advanced, and those outside, hearing the commotion, burst in as well, completely surrounding Qin Chuan. However, what happened next shocked all the members of the Morong family present. Scales of various colors suddenly appeared on Qin Chuan, forming a suit of armor enveloped in a myriad of colored halos. Then, a colorful energy shield appeared around him, blocking all incoming weapons and completely protecting him from any harm. The next moment Qin Xuan lifted his dagger and charged into the crowd without hesitation. He first kicked down the strong man leading the charge, dodged a knife swung at him from behind, and with a swift motion of the dagger he sliced open a large gash across the chest of the attacker. The sharp blade cut through the skin and blackish-red blood flowed out, quickly turning purple and then black, spreading throughout the body. The attackers lay on the ground screaming in agony, unable to endure even half the toxin's pain. The body began to decay and pus formed, oozing out of the wound and emitting a foul stench. In moments the body dissolved into a pool of festering pus, spreading all around. Only Morong Junzi and his two maids witnessed the entire dissolution process. Morong Junzi, who had been so confident and in control, turned pale with fright and, ignoring his maids who were still in shock, ran crazily towards the door screaming, "This place is hell, you are a monster." Just as he was about to touch the doorknob, a dagger flew past, embedding itself less than half a centimeter from his hand, scaring Morong Junzi into a backward flight. Looking back, he saw more than 10 bodyguards lying on the ground, wailing in pain with more pools of pus forming. In the middle of these, a figure like a demon slowly advanced towards him. "You don't come any closer, I have money, lots and lots of money. If you release me, I will give you a lot of money every day." Morong Junzi had already lost his earlier confidence, his legs trembling in fear, forcing him to retreat by supporting himself with his hands. Unbeknownst to him, his trouser legs were already soaked with a pale yellow liquid, emitting a foul smell and leaving a trail on the floor as he was dragged along. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor," Qin Xuan said mockingly, retracting his dagger. Instead of the dagger, a pen now appeared in his hand. Ignoring the helpless pleas of Morong Junzi, who was cornered, Qin Xuan used the pen to set a restriction in Morong Junzi's mind, commanding him to take out all the Morong family's liquid assets and deliver them to Qin Xuan, and the rest to be given to the authorities, or else the restriction would force him to comply. This was a new method of control developed by Qin Xuan, forcing the affected person to carry out predetermined actions. "What, you won't do it? Then the restriction will control your body and force you to do it." Now Morong Junzi had become Qin Xuan's pawn to bring down the Morong family. Feeling the restriction in his mind, his face turned blank and he helplessly collapsed to the ground. The Morong family's liquid assets were enough for Qin Xuan to madly stock up on supplies before the apocalypse. The efficiency of lotteries and such was somewhat low. It was better to go for the big score directly. As for who would receive the rest, Qin Xuan didn't care, as long as it wouldn't stay in their hands. The treatment of Xiao Chen in the past life was different from Qin Xuan's because of Qin Xuan's precedent. They became sworn enemies, and Xiao Chen had been a headache for the families during his rise. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was blessed with good fortune, attracting the attention of daughters from all the families, who mindlessly competed to offer themselves to him. When the family heads realized this, it was almost a done deal, and seeing that Xiao Chen bore no ill will towards them, they simply invested in him, sending him top-tier beasts and items as if they were free. Rather than creating a powerful enemy, it was better to make an ally, possibly even ruling the entire Blue Star together with him in the future. With substantial resources, Xiao Chen was able to grow rapidly and contend with Qin Xuan. Now, if he could bring down the Morong family, the replenished arsenal of the authorities could likely turn defeat into victory, and he could also use the authorities to eliminate the families once and for all. He had no time to spare leveling up, let alone playing a game of cat and mouse with these families. All he needed was for these families to be wiped out. The rules at the family bases might not be strict, but the rules at the official bases were very strict. Even in the apocalypse, although Xiao Chen would still be favored by the authorities, they wouldn't just hand over all the high-end resources directly to him. They also needed to train their own troops, and Xiao Chen would have to procure his own. In their words, this was called laying a solid foundation, for only those who endure hardships in weaker times could become strong. This was essentially to appease the survivors, letting them know that their officials were fair. This way, it could also somewhat limit the growth speed of Xiao Chen. As for what the official attitude would be after the elimination of the family clans, Qin Xuan didn't care. Whoever provoked him had to be prepared for his retaliation. After dealing with everything, Qin Xuan knocked Morong Junzi unconscious, then left unhurriedly, taking out everyone including Afu who had come with him. He left Morong Junzi alone lying next to the foul-smelling pus. After dealing with the others, Qin Xuan casually drove off in a car and headed back to the city center. Checking the time, it was already past 4 in the morning. He hadn't rested all night. Finding a parking spot, Qin Xuan cracked the car window slightly and fell asleep immediately, only to wake up again around noon. He randomly chose a restaurant and ordered 3 servings of every dish. he had been eating chicken for days and was getting tired of it. Besides, he still had over $1 million left from the lottery winnings after taxes, and there was a bigger payout coming in a few days. He certainly wasn't going to shortchange himself. Knowing a big customer had arrived, the restaurant owner immediately assigned 3 beautiful waitresses to stand respectfully by Qin Chuan's side, ready to tidy the table and serve dishes at any moment. They didn't ask why he ordered so much, it was their job to serve and earn money. After paying the deposit, Qin Chuan quietly waited for his meal when suddenly a noisy group of people burst through the restaurant door. Stepping over the threshold, the group hadn't stopped chatting since they entered, their chirping and chattering not only disturbing Qin Chuan but other diners as well. At first listen, these voices even sounded familiar. Seeing the situation, a waitress stepped forward to persuade them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lower your voices and don't disturb other customers' meals." A short, stout, middle-aged man responded displeasedly, "Why, we are customers too, why can't we talk? Yet just a few words, how noisy can it be? Don't you want to make money anymore?" As the short, stout man spoke, the others joined in, making the scene even noisier. "Huh?" As the stout man was speaking arrogantly, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar face in a private room opposite. This stout middle-aged man was Li Fugue, and the person he saw was Qin Chuan. "Oh, isn't that Qin Chuan? I was wondering why he suddenly dared to resign. Turns out he's found a sugar mama." Li Fugue's voice was loud and unfiltered. Just a week ago, this kid had cursed him out over the phone. He didn't even consider the possibility that Qin Chuan might actually have become wealthy. Even if it were true, he was determined to slander Qin Chuan, ruin his reputation and make him lose face. This was the price for offending Li Fugue. Li Fugue's words caught the attention of other company employees, and a man who usually didn't get along well with Qin Chuan also started to mock him. Just an idiot, only knows how to mooch off others, always being someone else's backup." "Hey, don't say that. Being able to mooch is also a skill, isn't it?" The group burst into laughter. Qin Chuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He really didn't want to kill someone in the street, but he couldn't stand it when people were practically asking for it. He slowly stood up, and at some point a purple glove had appeared on his left hand, faintly sparking with electricity. As he walked towards the crowd, he sprayed disinfectant on his gloved hand. In the next moment, "Li Fugue, you barbarian!" Qin Chuan leapt high into the air and delivered a thunderous flying kick directly to Li Fugue's face, which was as fat as a pig's. This kick knocked out 2 of his front teeth. However, it wasn't over yet. Qin Chuan grabbed his collar and pulled the fallen Li Fugue back up. Slap! Qin Chuan spun his body around 2.5 times and his hand, sprayed with disinfectant, fiercely slapped across Li Fugue's chubby, pig-like face. The dull sound of the slap echoed in the restaurant, accompanied by the sight of Li Fugue's body flying backwards through the air. Clang! Li Fugue's body flew out of the restaurant, randomly selecting a lucky street lamp, and his head smashed heavily against the lamp post, emitting a crisp and pleasant collision sound. Qin Chuan shook his hand off. Originally, he thought this fool had only 2 months to live and didn't want to bother with him, but it seemed he had been too hasty. Everyone watched as Li Fugue lay on the ground motionless, stunned for a moment. Then a female employee's sharp scream snapped everyone back to reality. "Murder! Murder! Qin Chuan, you're dead meat. We are under the Morong family. You'd just wait for your death. Quick, call an ambulance." From Dunhuan, with so many neurals? Observing the shouting crowd, who even brought up the Morong family to threaten him, little did they know that their biggest backer was about to cease to exist. Qin Chuan let out a disdainful laugh. "What, don't like it? Then leave, the choice is yours, no one is forcing you to watch, the exit is on the left." Soon several more shadows flew out of the restaurant door. Once done, Qin Chuan clapped his hands, instructed the waiter serving him to pack the cooked dishes after finishing and deliver them to his own residential area, and after leaving the address, he drove away. A while later, ambulances and police arrived and took Li Fugue and others into the ambulance. When making these people fly, Qin Chuan deliberately controlled his strength so that these trash wouldn't be smashed to pieces. Although the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet and order hadn't been disrupted, murder was still punishable by law. Even so, Qin Chuan still didn't plan to let Li Fugue and others off easily. When the police arrived, a few casual flicks of the Stardust pen would disorient them completely. At this time, due to an official announcement, many players had just noticed the game King of Beasts and, out of curiosity, started playing it just to try it out. In a deserted factory on the outskirts, Morong Junzi slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had a terrible dream, seeing his subordinates melting into pus right before his eyes. but the rotten smell invaded his nostrils even after several hours in this place. The stench still choked him. Realizing this was not a dream but reality, he suppressed the urge to vomit, rushed out of the abandoned factory and fled from this place that filled him with fear. In the game, Qin Xuan stepped into the snow-covered terrain surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Fortunately, as a veteran player of 10 years, he knew his way around. His primary objective was to head to a special dungeon. Unlike other dungeons that rewarded beast eggs or beast items upon completion, this one offered an additional talent. Each player could only enter this dungeon once, and although no real deaths occurred, dying in the dungeon simply meant being teleported out after they score was settled. The talents awarded could vary greatly, with the highest being only A grade. Poor performance might yield nothing at all. Nevertheless, this dungeon remained popular because the rewards were free and with some luck a desirable talent could be obtained. However, in his previous life, after the game descended into the real world, this dungeon had been monopolized by powerful families, restricted solely to their members. Qin Xuan remembered from his past life that there were two such talent dungeons, one in the snowy area and the other on Thunder Island. By now, many who started in the snowy regions would have headed to the dungeon, and to prevent guilds and other groups of players from seizing it, Qin Xuan hastened his steps towards the dungeon. Following the coordinates from his past life's memory, he soon saw a large crowd surrounding a cave entrance, blocked by a group summoning their beasts to prevent others from entering. The outer players shouted angrily about the unfairness, demanding entry. From a distance, Qin Xuan helplessly touched his forehead, realizing he was too late. The dungeon had been taken over by guild players. It wasn't their guild that had discovered the dungeon first. How could they justify not letting others in? $10,000 a person? You guys must be crazy for money. Let's all go together. A few guild members can't stop us all, someone incited, and many responded, summoning their beasts to try and break through the guild's blockade. Fools, Qin Xuan scoffed. These players naively thought sheer numbers could triumph over strength. He glanced over the summoned beasts of both the guarding players and the attackers. The difference in power was stark. The attackers' beasts probably couldn't even break through the defenses of the opposing beasts. Viewing the guild players' beasts as an iron wall and the attackers' beasts like eggs, did they really believe that thousands of eggs could break through an iron wall? Naive. Compared to them, Qin Xuan's beast was like a planet. There was no comparison. But then again, the power behind this guild was apparently the Wu family. Sure enough, as more beasts were summoned for an attack, the grim-faced gatekeeper commanded his own beast, a frost lizard with epic potential, to shoot ice spikes at the loudest challengers. Instantly, numerous ice spikes, composed of solid ice, converged in the air and flew towards the players and their beasts, piercing through their bodies. Before long, the area swept over by the ice spikes had been cleared, leaving the group of players in stunned silence. They had thought that their numbers would be enough to overcome these dominating guild players, yet it never crossed their minds that their beasts hadn't even gotten close before they were instantly annihilated. Do we need your permission to act? Look at yourselves before you speak. This dungeon is now under our guild's control. What are you going to do about it? Come on, keep it up, you losers. The gatekeeping players ridiculed openly. Ha, a bunch of cowards. I'd respect you a bit if you dared to step forward. From now on, it's 20,000 per person. Pay up if you want to enter the dungeon. No money? Get lost. The players on the outskirts remained silent, clenching their fists in frustration. If only they were stronger, they would have beaten him up by now. Just then, a figure walked onto the area cleared by the ice lizard. It was Qin Xuan. Seeing someone still daring to challenge him, the player blocking the way spoke coldly. Go back, don't push your luck. The only response he got was a curt scram. Good. Repeating the word 3 times, the guild player commanded the ice lizard to launch its ice spikes again. However, this time, before the spikes could be launched, a huge bear paw slammed down, flattening the ice lizard into a pancake. Both the guild players and the peripheral players were stunned as they watched a giant bear appear behind Qin Xuan. How had he managed to tame such a massive beast as his guardian? Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Xuan, accompanied by the powerful bear, slowly walked into the dungeon's teleportation gate. Team leader, he's gone, and one player said to the one who had been blocking the road. Go notify the guild leader. After entering, Qin Xuan was transported to a flat snowy plain with a countdown timer appearing overhead. Next wave of monsters refreshes in 0:30. Current wave count 0 out of 10. The dungeon consists of 10 waves and the score is based on how many waves are survived. Past records show that surviving waves 0 to 1 indicates no talent, 2 to 3 waves rank as F, 4 to 5 is E, 6 to 7 is C, 8 to 9 is B, and only by surviving the 10th wave can one receive an A-grade talent. the dungeon has no level restrictions, anyone can enter, but each person can only enter once. Thus, important members of major families in the past would only enter when they were confident of clearing the 10th wave, and so did Shao Chen, who had charmed all the daughters of these families. Since this is a special dungeon with no experience points from monsters, Qin Xuan simply summoned Ao Wei Tun Tian Dali Yi, and the faster they cleared it, the better. Soon, the first wave of monsters appeared, and Qin Xuan's 4 beasts instantly obliterated the newly emerged creatures. Then came the second wave, and the third, and the fourth. By the 8th wave, the 5 poison beast EE was beginning to tire. For a level 1 beast to wipe out a swath of level 50 plus beasts and last until the 8th wave was already impressive. Qin Xuan hadn't leveled up E, even a level 10 would not have been so exhausted. Qin Xuan withdrew E, allowing the nearby Ao Wei to take over with his attack. Using fire against these ice-type creatures was definitely more effective. The 9th wave, a one-shot kill. The 10th wave, another one-shot kill. The system notification chimed in congratulating player Dark Knight for successfully clearing the dungeon. Detecting that the player's average time per wave did not exceed 1 second, the conditions were met, unlocking a hidden level. Challenge it, a hidden level. Qin Xuan's eyebrows raised in intrigue. This hidden level required the average resolution time per wave of monsters to not exceed 1 second. Besides Qin Xuan, who else in this world could achieve that? But with such stringent conditions for unlocking, the rewards must be extraordinary. Challenge. Qin Xuan chose without hesitation. As Qin Xuan made his choice, the previously bright sky suddenly darkened and a memory flashed in his mind. A giant dragon wielding ice and light was entwined in a battle with a spherical entity. The dragon, with pale golden horns and its body enveloped in holy light and chill, had each of its scales fortified with hard frost due to the cold. The dragon flapped its wings, intertwining ice and holy light, attacking the unknown sphere. The sphere, seemingly composed of gas, blocked the dragon's assault as if it had a will of its own. Then, the center of the sphere condensed into a core, and in the next moment, the core shot a scarlet beam at the ice dragon. No matter how the dragon dodged, the beam would curve and charge again towards it. The core kept firing relentless scarlet beams, and despite the dragon's desperate attempts to evade, it was hit, its movements disrupted, and other pursuing beams struck it simultaneously. Severely injured, the ice dragon plummeted into a snowy field. The sphere, seemingly aware that it had defeated the dragon, then dissipated on its own. The grievously injured ice dragon roared to the sky, expressing its defiance. With its last strength, it conjured an egg, embedding the dungeon within it, hiding it in an icy blue egg, waiting for those worthy to come forth. The memory flashed through Qin Xuan's mind like a movie. Was this the origin of the dungeon? What was that sphere, and why did the dragon fight it? Before Qin Xuan could ponder these questions, a dragon identical to the one from his memory emerged from the darkness, letting out a roar towards him. The hidden level was successfully initiated with the task: defeat the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, Phantom. 0 out of 1. The task notification appeared in Qin Xuan's mind. Facing the distant dragon, Qin Xuan activated his talent. Name: Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, Phantom, enhanced by Primal Force, non-contractable. Attributes: Ice Light level 50 quality. Transcendent. Qin Xuan's eyes widened. This was a transcendent quality boss. With a serious expression, Qin Xuan summoned Kair and Ao Wei along with other beasts, prepared for battle, facing an opponent of their own caliber for the first time. The standoff didn't last long before Ao Wei took the lead, launching a massive pillar of fire at the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon, which retaliated just as fiercely, spewing a breath of ice and light to block the incoming fire pillar. Despite being only level 50, it was a match for the level 70 Ao Wei, likely due to the enhancement from the primal force observed earlier. After Tun Tian fused the 11 types of elemental energy orbs together, he shot them towards the Ice Glint Holy Dragon like a bouncy ball. The Ice Glint Holy Dragon opened its wings, shielding its body, and emitted a fierce cold air that instantly encased the entire dragon in ice. Crack! The launched energy orb smashed into the giant ice block, resulting in explosions and the shattering of ice. As the dust settled, only some burn marks were seen on the dragon's wings. Hissing, Tun Tian took advantage of the moment when the wings obstructed the view and charged forward, his massive serpentine body instantly wrapping around the Ice Glint Holy Dragon. Feeling the squeeze, the Ice Glint Holy Dragon thrashed, trying to shake Tun Tian off. However, Dali wouldn't give it that chance. Dali sped up and charged towards the Ice Glint Holy Dragon, which also noticed Dali. In the next instant, the Ice Glint Holy Dragon launched an Ice Glint breath in Dali's direction, hitting him squarely, and the breath passed right through Dali's chest. The next second Dolly, who was hit, dispersed into twinkling starlight, disappearing into the air. It was Kair who had pulled the ice glint holy dragon into an illusion. Almost simultaneously Dolly charged from the other side, ramming into the ice glint holy dragon and pushing it back several steps. Seizing the momentum, Dolly's forepaws gathered a purple lightning orb and slammed it heavily onto the dragon's head. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning crossed, and a charred patch of flesh appeared on the forehead of the ice glint holy dragon. Dolly pressed down on the dragon, continuously striking its head with his forepaws while AOA supported by blasting fireballs. The fireballs and lightning orbs collided, increasing the explosive damage under Dolly's strikes, and directly blasted off one of the dragon's horns. In pain, the ice glint holy dragon burst out with great strength, flipping Dolly off its body and standing up. It opened its large wings, taking Tun Tian along as it soared into the sky. Multiple fire pillars burst from the ground, but the ice glint holy dragon easily dodged them. Just an illusion left behind. Was this troublesome? It was hard to imagine how powerful the ice glint holy dragon was in its prime, and even more so the orb that could kill it at its peak. In the air, as it twisted its body, most of Tun Tian's upper body was flung off, with only the lower half of his serpentine body still struggling to hold on. Tun Tian once again gathered 11 elemental orbs, but this time he did not fuse them and instead bombarded them broadly onto the wings of the ice glint holy dragon. Roar! The ice glint holy dragon let out a painful roar. Seizing the opportunity, Tun Tian loosened his grip and detached from the dragon, which then crashed heavily to the ground. A swirling tornado of fiery red and dark green poisonous mist blew towards the ice glint holy dragon. The scene shifted to another side where Qin Xuan, holding a fiery red folding fan, continuously fanned out fire tornadoes carrying Yi's poisonous mist. The dark green poison began to erode the dragon's mouth, nose and eyes, but given Yi's huge level gap, the poison that could kill level 50 beasts had no effect on the ice glint holy dragon. Qin Xuan brought out the Starry Sky Pen, intending to set a restriction, but perhaps because this was only an illusion of the ice glint holy dragon, the Starry Sky Pen passed directly through it, leaving no restriction. In front of him, the Ice Radiance holy dragon was essentially just an incarnation without life or consciousness. An incarnation without life and consciousness would not generate any thoughts or violate any prohibitions, rendering Qin Xuan's Starry Sky Pen ineffective against such foes. The fallen Ice Radiance holy dragon stood up once more, its mouth gathering cold ice and holy light. Seeing this, Qin Xuan immediately instructed Aowei to start charging up, while Dolly, covered in lightning, charged again at the Ice Radiance holy dragon, delaying it with all his might under Qin Xuan's command. However, this time the body of the Ice Radiance holy dragon remained unmoved by Dolly's charge, instead causing Dolly to be rebounded and sent flying back. The energy ball in the dragon's mouth grew larger, nearly completing its charge. Suddenly, out of nowhere on the previously empty ground, Tian Tian appeared, undoubtedly concealed by Kair. During his concealment, Tian Tian had not been idle, forming 3 energy balls fused with 11 attributes, and at the moment he revealed himself, he shot all of them directly into the energy ball in the dragon's mouth. The Ice Radiance holy dragon, focused on charging, failed to react in time. Boom! The energy beam forming in its mouth was detonated, the explosion centering on its head, instantly causing the dragon severe injuries. Blood streamed from the dragon's eyes and a huge gash torn at the corner of its mouth spewed out scarlet blood, its mouth charred black, unable to even roar. Even so, the Ice Radiance holy dragon was not yet dead. But at that moment, the surrounding flames swept through, the ground cracked open and numerous pillars of fire and magma burst forth. Aowei, having completed his charge, pressed down on the Ice Radiance holy dragon once more, his forepaws forcefully prying open the dragon's severely damaged mouth. Seeing this, Aowei did not hesitate. After charging, he conjured a massive fire pillar, shooting it straight into the stretched open dragon's mouth. The ground it passed melted into magma like a fire dragon, roaring as it assaulted the Ice Radiance holy dragon's mouth, continuously pouring into its body. Finally, as the massive fire pillar's energy continuously flooded into the Ice Radiance holy dragon's body, the dragon could no longer suppress the increasingly volatile fire attribute power within, and its body exploded with a loud bang. As the dragon's body burst, Qin Xuan finally heard the long-awaited notification in his mind: "You have successfully killed the Ice Radiance holy dragon, Phantom. 1/1 level cleared. Calculating your rewards. Calculation complete. You received an SSS rating. You received an Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Beast Egg. 1-inch successfully passed the 10-wave Beast Tide test. Received an A-level Talent Beast Enhancement. A. your beast's overall strength increased by 20%. Detected that the player possesses the reincarnation jade, your trash talent beast enhancement upgraded to SSS-level talent Beastmaster, SSS, your beast's overall strength increased by 150%. Outside the dungeon, the large crowd of players that was previously there had disappeared, replaced by a domineering individual lingering at the dungeon entrance. The original guards from the Hegemon players were standing respectfully at the side with a large group of Hegemon guild players standing behind them. You're saying he has a giant bear as his guardian beast, and with a single slap he killed your ice lizard? This man is none other than the leader of the Hegemon guild domineering over the world. He had received a report from the guards that a lone player had contracted an extremely powerful guardian beast which the guards couldn't stop, and he entered the instance. Upon hearing this, domineering over the world immediately brought all available guild members to the instance entrance, waiting for Qin Xuan to appear while also driving away all other lone players present. The purpose of domineering over the world's visit was simple: either make Qin Xuan join the Hegemon guild and serve him and the Wu family behind him, or have Qin Xuan hand over the powerful guardian beast and then get lost. Indeed, his main target was Qin Xuan's giant bear, which could slap an epic potential ice lizard to death. At the very least, the bear was of legendary potential. Such a powerful guardian beast should not be something a lone player could keep. The innocent must not possess treasures that invite trouble. Domineering over the world hoped that Qin Xuan would comply, either joining Hegemon or handing over the guardian beast. Otherwise, even a legendary potential beast could be handled by mobilizing the entire guild. In the game, dying meant reviving the next day, and if Qin Xuan dared to refuse him, he would make sure Qin Xuan couldn't play the game. Domineering over the world had already used this method on several people who had high potential beasts targeted by Hegemon and refused to hand them over. Some were killed until they couldn't stand it anymore and quit the game. Others thought it better to step back and handed over their beasts. After acquiring their beasts, the Hegemon guild continued to slaughter them. These people had already become enemies with Hegemon, so it was even more important not to let them grow stronger. Domineering over the world's tactic was tried and true, thus he was very confident in his own strength. At this moment, the instance's light gate began emitting dazzling light, and soon a figure slowly walked out. The guards immediately recognized Qin Xuan, who also saw them. "It's him, the president, it's him." Hearing this, domineering over the world walked up with an imposing air. "You are the player who forcefully entered my instance." Qin Xuan, with arms crossed, neither denied nor agreed. "I can overlook your mistake. Now bring your guardian beast and join my Hegemon guild, then transfer this beast to me and I will not charge you the 20,000 yuan for entering the instance." Domineering over the world held his head high, looking down on Qin Xuan as if not charging him and allowing him to join Hegemon guild was a great favor. But Qin Xuan just chuckled coldly. Domineering over the world's real name was Zhang Tiehu. In the previous life, this Hegemon guild had done plenty of wrong, forcing players to hand over their guardian beasts and killing them regardless of compliance. That was just the basics. After the apocalypse, they even took over a city's base under the Wu family's patronage, and that base was arguably the most chaotic, with Zhang Tiehu, the city lord, engaging daily in acts of bullying and taking any attractive women he saw on the streets directly back home. If anyone dared to contradict him, Zhang Tiehu would kill them on the spot, not sparing even their families, capturing them and executing them in the streets. Although in his past life in a family-run base, ordinary people generally had a tough life, those people wouldn't even spare a glance for the common man. However, Zhang Tiehu was different. After experiencing the thrill of controlling an entire city, his oppression of ordinary people reached insane levels. He would even torture children to death if they fell into his hands. Of course, these were minor details. After experiencing betrayal in his previous life, Qin Xuan now didn't care about the lives and deaths of others. What mattered most was that this Zhang Tiehu, also known as domination of the world, really annoyed Qin Xuan. In his past life, Qin Xuan's base was frequently harassed by squads sent by Zhang Tiehu, constantly being attacked and disrupted, which irritated Qin Xuan no end. Since they were underlings of the noble families, killing them was no big deal. Thinking this way, the impatient domination of the world awaited a response. "Kid, give me a straight answer. Are you joining or not?" Qin Xuan looked at the group scornfully. If he didn't join, he guessed they would kill him until he quit the game. Qin Xuan watched the Hegemony Guild's group as Dali, with his massive frame, appeared behind him, blocking the light and casting domination of the world and his men into shadow. It's one thing to hear about it, but when domination of the world actually faced the giant bear in front of him, he realized how insignificant he was. Could he really defeat this monster? This question arose in domination of the world's mind. Without wasting more words, he commanded Dali to attack, aiming to wipe out the Hegemony Guild. After that, he still needed to go and level up EE and Dali. With a casual swipe of his paw charged with lightning, Dali inflicted heavy casualties on the Hegemony Guild. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Weren't they said to be a minor character? On my Snow Wolf. The remaining Hegemony Guild players watched in horror as Dali prepared to swipe again. Then everything went dark. You have been slain by the player. Dark Knight. Respawn time remaining 23 hours 59 minutes. What? Dark Knight, the player that the Morone family paid a bounty for. Domination of the world and other guild members were all shocked, but none of this mattered to Qin Xuan anymore. After slaughtering the Hegemony Guild, Qin Xuan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he started to check the rewards he had received. The teleportation happened so fast that he hadn't had a chance to look closely before. The Ice Radiance Holy Dragon Beast Egg could hatch into a Super God tier Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. Thump thump boom. Qin Xuan looked at the Beast Egg in his hand, surprised. He thought he'd need to use an evolution talent on it, but it was already of Super God tier quality. Thinking about the strength of the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon in the dungeon, although it had been enhanced by some unknown origin power, it was still very strong. This made Qin Xuan secretly look forward to hatching the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. Putting away the Beast Egg, he looked at the new talent he acquired, Beast Whisperer. Originally an A-grade talent, it had been upgraded directly to SSS grade through the Reincarnation Jade. Its effect was also very powerful, increasing the overall strength of each beast by 150%. Note, it increased by 150%, it did not become 150% of the original. This talent undoubtedly further strengthened Qin Xuan's power. The stronger the guardian beast, the less likely the Beastmaster will die. Moreover, as he knew there was a similar instance on Thunder Island, considering the origin of the current instance, could it be that the instance on Thunder Island was also formed from the death of a super divine beast? Could there also be hidden instances there? And were the rewards possibly super divine beasts as well? The snowy instance before Qin Xuan, after he defeated the Ice Glare Holy Dragon, disappeared shortly after. Qin Xuan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he had secured the rewards, and next he needed to upgrade Dali and E. He was particularly curious about the Reincarnation Jade inside his body. What kind of item was it that it could directly enhance his talent to SSS level? Looking at the small hole in the middle, it seemed to be missing a piece. It appeared he would need to keep an eye out for fragments of the Reincarnation Jade in the future. Qin Xuan had a premonition that only the complete Reincarnation Jade could unleash its true power. Since the Hegemon Guild had previously cleared the area, all solo players dared not approach, and thus no one else witnessed Qin Xuan single-handedly decimating the Hegemon Guild. This suited Qin Xuan just fine. He had always planned to develop quietly and then shock all of humanity. Those who foolishly sought him out would find their own demise. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed, with the last beast painfully howling as it was corroded by the poison fog. Finally, he also reached level 70. Dali had reached level 70 the day before, and thus all 5 of Qin Xuan's guardian beasts had reached the level cap. During these 2 days, the news of Hegemon Guild being wiped out by a single person spread wildly in forums, with many players applauding and also coming to understand just how terrifying the strength of Dark Knight was. Due to the Morone family's bounty, Qin Xuan's name was well known among all players in the game, but because of the game's high degree of freedom and extreme privacy design, not many knew what Dark Knight actually looked like or how powerful he was. The game lacked a social system, and nicknames were only seen by those killed in the game. There were no friends or guilds in the traditional sense. At most, one could only open the map to show other players nearby. Groups like the Hegemon Guild were all spontaneously formed by such players. The game also lacked announcements and rankings, which was friendly for some big shots, like in online gaming novels where announcements and rankings could almost strip a big shot bare. Such things were completely impossible unless one divulged information themselves. In reality, just as Qin Xuan had expected, the police visited his home that day, only to be fooled by Qin Xuan using his Starry Sky pen. A sharp cry from the sky reached the ears of the ground beasts, causing their agitation and unrest. In the sky, a giant bird covered in ice blue feathers with 2 long tails trailing behind swooped over Qin Xuan's head and flew straight toward the highest peak in this snowy plain. Qin Xuan looked towards the highest peak in the snowy plain, a look of anticipation in his eyes. he would return here in 2 months to participate in the last carnival before the apocalypse. This ice blue giant bird called the polar icebird was a level 60 legendary quality boss level wild guardian beast. In 2 months it would lay an egg, and by then everyone who entered the snowy plain would receive a task. The content roughly describes the laying of eggs by the extreme cold icebird, allowing players to team up and go on a hunt. After defeating the extreme cold icebird, they can obtain its offspring, a legendary quality beast egg. This beast egg has far greater potential than its mother. In his previous life, this beast egg was obtained by a woman named Lu Ruyan, and not long after hatching, it evolved into a mythical quality frost icebird. Subsequently, she joined the protagonist group led by Xiao Chen, becoming one of his harem, and with the aid of the frost icebird, she was later revered as the Ice Frost Empress, Han Empress. TSK. Xin Xuan couldn't help but think that in the past, aside from Xiao Chen, those called emperors were all from his harem. It's becoming more and more like a novel. Xin Xuan sighed helplessly. In reality, Xin Xuan scoffed at harem narratives flying under the flag of refreshing tales, viewing them as borderline erotic novels. Why not directly write erotic literature instead? Such harem narratives, written by authors who seem to have never encountered a woman, along with their big-headed son and small-headed father, protagonists who sleep around wherever they go to the extent that even the passing female dogs get pregnant, utterly disgusted Xin Xuan. In a post-apocalyptic world still obsessed with women, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, they would have died hundreds of times over. Such people don't deserve to be protagonists. That Xiao Chen making a contract with a male beast seemed like it was costing him his life. Thinking this, Xin Xuan clenched his fists again, his gaze becoming resolute once more. Now that he's back, he was determined to change all this damned mess. Hehehe, little girl, keep running. Aren't you very good at running? What's wrong? Keep running. Suddenly, Xin Xuan heard a man's voice not far away, turned his head to look behind him, and saw two male players chasing a female player. The female player was bruised and battered, leaning weakly against a tree, panting for breath. Yet even so, it couldn't change her aloof demeanor and her stunning beauty, with a pair of long white legs exposed to the air, irresistible to any normal man if it weren't for the lack of physical sensation in the game. At this moment, the three also noticed Xin Xuan nearby. The woman looked at Xin Xuan with pleading eyes, while the two men stared menacingly at him, viciously saying, "Kid, mind your own business. Get lost quickly." Ignoring the shouting men, Xin Xuan fixed his gaze on the disheveled woman and recognized her immediately. Wasn't she the Ice Frost Empress Lu Ruyan from his past life? Who would have thought she'd have today? Sir, please help me, I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Lu Ruyan almost pleaded, having finally found a beast with good appearance and potential, but alas, it was just a little short of experience to level up and contract, unfortunately. This scene was witnessed by the two men, who became greedy for the beast in her hands. Now, with only a few covenant stones available to players, they had no choice but to rob others of their yet-to-be contracted beasts, just like the current Lu Ruyan. Faced with such a plea from a beautiful woman, Xin Xuan of course was. "I didn't see anything, you guys continue." Xin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly, speaking in a joking tone. "A grudge from a past life already exists. How could I possibly lend her a hand and take her as one of my consorts? She doesn't qualify. None of Xiao Chen's women do. Women only slow down my beast taming." Upon hearing Xin Xuan's indifferent words, Lu Ruyan, who had lost her lifeline, immediately erupted into a torrent of curses at him. "Ah, you jerk. You clearly have the ability to help me. Why won't you help? I hate." Before Lu Ruyan could finish her tirade, the two men behind her delivered chilling blows. "My beasts, no." Amidst her unwillingness, Lu Ruyan turned into a beam of white light and dissipated into the air, leaving behind some items and a fuzzy round ball that fell to the ground with a plop. The ball looked around, bewildered. Big brother, we've struck it rich," one of the men chuckled. Seeing Lu Ruyan exit with resentment, Xin Xuan also felt satisfied and was ready to leave. "Stop. Did I say you can leave?" one man snarled at Xin Xuan. "Kid, you're smart, but that doesn't mean I won't rob you. Hand over your items now." In the game, besides beasts, there were also items. When characters died, their items would drop. During the previous massacre of the Hegemon Guild, the ground was littered with dropped items, but the quality was so low that it wasn't worth picking up. However, Xin Xuan didn't want to leave them for others and had ordered Dali to destroy them all. Hearing this, Xin Xuan sighed helplessly. "Why are there so many people looking to die?" A red folding fan appeared in his hand. With a casual wave, the two men, along with the beast left behind by Lu Ruyan, were reduced to ashes. that beast Qin Xuan had checked was only of excellent quality with a potential limit of epic trash. After the men's deaths, the flames from the fan continued unabated, destroying all the dropped items before finally dissipating. Back in a rented apartment, Xiao Chen was browsing the gaming forums where the exploits of Dark Knight, also known as Qin Xuan, were causing a stir. This made him extremely uneasy. In his past life, he had never heard of Qin Xuan being able to take on an entire guild alone so early on. Such a standout performance was bound to be widely known. Could it be that his own rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect? But all he did was run some extra instances ahead of others and contract their beasts earlier. How could that affect them, let alone Qin Xuan? Bro, what's wrong? Xiao Chen, noticing Xiao Chen's sweat-covered face, asked in confusion. It's nothing, Xiao Chen, it's late, you should go wash up and sleep. Xiao Chen glanced at his watch, it was already 11:30. Are you really okay, bro? You've been rambling for over 10 days and then suddenly started playing this game every day. Is this game really that fun? You're even neglecting your health. Don't worry, I'm fine. Give me 2 months and I'll prove to you that I'm right. If you want to play too, buy a helmet so I can. Oh, how many times have I told you I don't want to play this game? Well, as long as you're happy, Xiao Qian said helplessly. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Qian impatiently interrupted him and then stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Sighing, Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had been trying to persuade his sister to join him in playing King of Beast Tamers, but she stubbornly refused. What could he do? Should he tell her that he had been reborn and that this game would descend upon Blue Star in 2 months, if it weren't? For his own experiences, he wouldn't believe it himself. Speaking it aloud might just get him labeled as insane. After his sister left, Xiao Chen's face turned serious again. There was something odd about Qin Xuan. He couldn't wait any longer, he needed to eliminate him soon. With this in mind, he opened the Morong family's reward post for the Dark Knight. He then directly messaged the poster revealing that he knew everything about the Dark Knight. After wrapping things up, Xiao Chen hurried into the game. Over half a month, using information he had gathered from his previous life, he managed to be the first to clear several dungeons, accumulating a wealth of resources. On the first day the server opened, he had wanted to contract the treasure rat, but because his spawn point was far from the cave, by the time he arrived, the treasure rat was gone. He was puzzled. Clearly, he remembered it being discovered a month later in his previous life, but perhaps someone had deliberately given wrong information. He didn't consider other possibilities. Afterwards, he followed his memory to find other high potential beasts. Now he was a level 42 gold tier beast tamer and had tamed 3 powerful beasts: the Qingmu snake, the Qingshan bison, and the ethereal jellyfish. In his past life, all 3 of these beasts had reached mythical quality, and importantly, they were all female. Once they transformed, they would all be top tier beauties. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's heart heated up again, and his resolve to grow stronger solidified. This time, his original goal in coming to the snowfields was very clear. It was to tackle a special talent dungeon in the snowfields. However, after Qin Xuan annihilated the Hegemony Guild, players who went to check found that the dungeon had disappeared. Wandering aimlessly in the snow, Xiao Chen only hoped that the Morong family would deal with Qin Xuan soon. Just then, Xiao Chen spotted a pack of snow spirit wolves. The wolves noticed him too and watched him warily, ready to pounce at any moment. Feeling annoyed because the dungeon had disappeared, Xiao Chen grew even more frustrated. Damn it, die, he exclaimed, summoning the Qingshan bison, Qingmu snake, and ethereal jellyfish. The level 20 excellent quality snow spirit wolf stood no chance against his level 40 epic quality beasts. The pack was quickly slaughtered. Only the level 35 fine quality snow spirit wolf king managed to put up a brief fight with its ice wall before Xiao Chen's beasts tore it apart. After eliminating the pack, Xiao Chen felt much better and left with his 3 beasts. However, unknown to him, in a hidden cave nearby, a smaller snow spirit wolf was hiding. This little wolf was the offspring of the wolf pack's king, born with distinct teal blue pupils unlike the other wolves' blue pupils. Similarly, while other snow spirit wolves could only use ice attributes in combat, this one could use both ice and wind attributes. Just now, when Xiao Chen's beasts were slaughtering the pack, the wolf king used an ice wall to temporarily separate itself and the young wolf, using the time the ice wall provided to hide the young wolf in a concealed cave before going back out, which allowed the young wolf to escape this disaster. It was unknown how long it hid, but the young wolf finally tiptoed out of the cave, and by that time it was already dark. In the darkness, what entered its sight were the fragmented corpses of the pack and the dismembered head of the wolf king. At that moment, the young wolf was filled with both shock and rage. It had caught a glimpse of the killer who had slaughtered its pack and had deeply memorized his appearance. after spending a moment with its deceased kin, the young wolf stepped alone into the jungle. However, the jungle at night is a carnival for predators, and a young wolf without the protection of an adult is extremely vulnerable. Soon it encountered an attack by a level 35 snow leopard. The young wolf ran frantically through the jungle, but the snow leopard relentlessly pursued, closely tailing the young wolf. A young wolf, not even level 5, couldn't possibly outrun a level 35 predator at this point. It was merely the hunter toying with its prey, after being chased for half an hour. The young wolf was almost unable to run anymore, and it couldn't shake off the snow leopard behind it. Just as it was about to run out of energy, it suddenly saw a human figure not far away. It was the murderer who had slaughtered its pack, and the figure had also noticed the young wolf. The perspective shifts. Qin Chuan's 5 beasts, all at level 70, were currently on the move. Their next destination was the desert, but he was not in a particular hurry, as the secrets within the desert were not of much use to him. His main goal was still to find beasts with divine potential. Although he already possessed an ice attribute beast, the Ice Radiance Dragon Egg, in his backpack, he could never have too many divine potential beasts. Better they serve him than be buried in the hands of others. Suddenly he spotted 2 figures ahead, a larger one being a snow leopard and a smaller one a juvenile snow spirit wolf. It appeared the snow leopard was preying on the juvenile snow spirit wolf, but upon closer inspection Qin Chuan realized something was amiss. Typically, a young snow spirit wolf wouldn't be without the protection of an adult. Qin Chuan checked the information on the juvenile snow spirit wolf and then decisively took action. A deadly dagger appeared in his hand, and he rushed forward, the blade coated with poison stabbing into the flesh of the snow leopard. In the next second, the snow leopard convulsed and fell to the ground, soon dissolving into a pool of pus. After dealing with the snow leopard, Qin Chuan turned to look at the exhausted young wolf. Even in its depleted state, the young wolf remained highly vigilant, its eyes flickering with fear. Qin Chuan had his reasons for saving it just a moment ago. Through his talent, he discovered that this was a mutated snow spirit wolf, originally an ice type that had turned into a dual ice and wind type, and most importantly, it possessed divine potential. This young wolf was very cautious. Each step Qin Chuan took forward, it took one back, clearly showing no desire to communicate. Left with no choice, Qin Chuan summoned a Wei, asking it to help translate what had happened. Through a Wei's psychic link, Qin Chuan learned about the young wolf's ordeal and pondered for a moment. It had only been half a month at this stage. Apart from himself, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could have easily slaughtered the snow spirit wolf pack. It appeared that his own rebirth had triggered some butterfly effects. Following the young wolf's description, Qin Chuan also learned that the person who attacked the wolves had a snake, a bull, and a flying jellyfish as beasts. Wait a minute, a flying jellyfish? Qin Chuan remembered this distinctly. In his previous life, someone had contracted this type of jellyfish, a space-type beast which, like the treasure rat, was not adept at fighting but was more suitable for storing resources. The ethereal jellyfish. Qin Chuan recalled that this beast was obtained in a forest dungeon which was complex to clear, and it took 1.5 months before someone achieved the first dungeon kill and acquired the ethereal jellyfish on a live stream. But how could it exist now? Could it be that someone else like him was a reborn individual? This thought weighed heavily on Qin Chuan's mind. Realizing another reborn person could mean a lot of trouble, especially if they were from those noble families. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan sternly said to the young wolf, "I can grant you the power you need for vengeance, but you must become my beast in return." Through a way, the young wolf understood Qin Chuan's intentions. It was indeed tempted. If it were to grow on its own, avenging could take ages. However, it was also doubtful, unsure of what this man would do, and didn't immediately accept. Seeing the young wolf's hesitation, Qin Chuan asked a Wei to stop suppressing its aura and summon Tunshin Kair Dali Ini. The 5 divine beasts instantly surrounded the wolf cub, their presence almost suffocating it. Qin Chuan waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw their aura. "See, I have the power to grant you the strength for revenge in a short time. Once you become my beast, I will also help you keep an eye on that person. What do you say?" This message was again conveyed to the young wolf through a Wei. Seeing this display of power, the young wolf no longer hesitated and accepted Qin Chuan's contract. What followed was the usual routine, and a transformation ensued. When the young wolf appeared before Qin Chuan again, it could no longer be called a cub. It now stood as tall as an adult, its thick snow-white fur fluttering in the wind, its teal-blue pupils looking at Qin Chuan with awe before it bowed its head in submission. Name: Eternal Winter Snow Wolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Grade: 5. Quality: Divine. From now on you shall be called Othing. Let's go, I'll level you up as we travel. Oh whoa. Reality: Morong Junzi locked himself in his room. Ever since he had escaped back to the Morong family, a thought had been growing in his mind to give all of Morong family's wealth to Qin Xuan to aid the official forces to destroy their family's plans. This idea intensified every moment. At this moment he could barely control himself, and he dared not reveal his thoughts to Morong Outyen. Knowing his father well, he understood that his life could be at stake as his father valued interests over familial bonds. Even if his father didn't kill him, other noble families would not tolerate a dangerous element like him. He was not ready to die. Morong Junzi, lying on the bed, was stunned for a moment. Perhaps following through with the plan might provide a slim chance of survival. His gaze first turned blank, then fierce. He made up his mind, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. As the son of the Morong family head, he knew his father's habits well. It was late at night and most of the Morong family members were already resting. He walked alone into Morong Outyen's study, carefully pulling a handkerchief from his pocket. This was left by Qin Xuan, used to wipe a deadly poison dagger. It was now coming into use. According to his father's habits, Morong Junzi meticulously wiped the teacup chair, desktop documents, and frequently read books with the poisoned handkerchief. The next day, Morong Outyen was in his study savoring fine tea and snacks, browsing through documents. However, he gradually began to feel unwell. It began with slight dizziness, which he initially ignored, but the symptoms of dizziness became increasingly severe. He tried to call for help, but his throat could not make a sound. Eventually, blood started seeping from all his orifices and he collapsed onto the desk. 2 days later, Qin Xuan received a black card containing 300 billion yuan, personally escorted by Morong Junzi's people. This black card was disguised as a regular bank card. Of course, it could be used in any bank without leaving any trace. Seeing the card, Qin Xuan knew his plan had succeeded. The Morong family was officially ruined. The 300 billion was almost all of the Morong's liquid assets. The rest were properties and military hardware which had limited lethality post-apocalypse and were less useful than his own beasts. He decided to leave these to the authorities to help him handle the noble families, while the properties were of no concern now. With the money, Qin Xuan first bought a large warehouse, then booked the biggest room next to the warehouse for 2 months. He then walked into a high-end restaurant and told them that for the next 2 months he would be purchasing large quantities of their food, demanding at least 20,000 servings of every dish, with no upper limit, all to be packed and sent to his designated warehouse. To prove his seriousness, he paid 50 billion as a deposit to each restaurant. This made the restaurant owners ecstatic, as it seemed like a windfall from heaven. They quickly agreed to Qin Xuan's demands. To improve efficiency, the restaurant owners personally explained the situation to the chefs and promised that their salaries would increase by at least 30,000, with more work leading to higher pay. Hearing about the salary increase, the chefs were initially stunned, but soon they began cooking frantically, unwilling to go home even after dark, hoping to spend 24 hours in the hot kitchen. Qin Xuan was quite selective in his choices. The restaurants he frequented were almost always those that offered tasty food with generous portions. The key was the generous portions. He had no interest in dining at Western restaurants where the prices were high, the flavors mild, and the servings so small they barely filled the gaps between his teeth. He also avoided those takeout places. Qin Xuan was not interested in pre-made meals. For this reason, he spent an entire day traversing the city, purchasing from every restaurant that met his criteria. Each time he left, the restaurant owners would send him off with beaming smiles. In addition to restaurant meals, there were barbecues, desserts, fruits, and beverages. After playing games for a while in the evening, the next day he continued his spree, visiting most of the city's fruit and vegetable shops, barbecue spots, hot pot restaurants, and bakeries, sticking to his usual routine of having everything packaged and delivered to a specified warehouse. Qin Xuan's actions almost drew the attention of the entire city, with many people sharing the news online with others in different cities. Many netizens expressed their confusion, unable to understand why Qin Xuan was doing this. It couldn't possibly be because he thought the end of the world was coming, could it? Qin Xuan's massive food purchasing also caught the attention of the officials. In Dragon Country, where food is paramount, the authorities couldn't just ignore someone amassing such a large amount of food. However, the officials didn't come knocking immediately because they had more pressing matters at hand. Recently, officials had followed members of the Morong family to a suburban underground warehouse. Strangely, after they killed the person who led them there, they found the warehouse empty, not even a guard in sight. What shocked them more was that the warehouse was filled with arms. various powerful grenades, landmines, a range of handguns, rifles, and plenty of ammunition, including hundreds of sniper rifles. It was a veritable arsenal comparable to a large official military arsenal. With a complete ban on firearms in Dragon Country, it was clear how capable these noble families were. After waiting a while with no one showing up, the officials immediately dispatched personnel to confiscate these weapons, which were just in time to replenish their own supplies. The government was already on the verge of collapse, with these noble families allying with foreign forces, seizing control of most of the government's armories and military factories. Relying only on a few small armories, the government had managed to hold out until now. Most of the army had been forced to confront the noble family's firearms with only cold weapons, and they were nearly at their breaking point. With these new arms, there was a chance to defeat these detestable noble families. The ongoing fierce battles had already caused much panic among the local population. If it weren't for the strict confidentiality agreements everyone was required to sign and the rigorous screening by internet back-end monitoring staff to nip any spread of this information in the bud, the entire Dragon Country might have plunged into panic and chaos, allowing foreign forces to take advantage. With this batch of firearms put to use, the soldiers equipped with guns felt a surge of morale, aiming their guns at the noble family's lackeys and firing. Although many soldiers still felt the losses on the enemy's side were significantly greater. As soldiers, they could not allow Long Nation to be controlled by these filthy hands, nor could they allow such dirty people to harm the citizens under their guise. They all fought valiantly for this purpose, even at the cost of their lives. Under the soaring morale of the troops, it took only a few days to forcefully reverse the adverse situation, defeating the privately assembled Death Legion of the noble families, forcing them into retreat. The Death Servant Legion, established by the noble families and acting as bodyguards, could ultimately not match the soldiers of Long Nation. Having regained control of several cities and military factories, they quickly replenished their ammunition and weapons. It was time to settle scores with these damn traitors. At this moment, inside the meeting of the noble families, due to Morong family's sudden defection, the other four family heads were indignantly slamming the table. Damn the Morong family! Has Morong Outland gone mad? What good does this do him? It's been a long time since we've heard any news and no one has seen him. Does he think hiding in advance will be useful? He's ruined Mr. Smith's plan to annex Long Nation, and Mr. Smith will not let him go. With foreign powers covertly supplying the noble families with military resources and promising that as long as they annexed Long Nation, they would still be the heads of the 5 major families. Not only that, their power and status could further advance. Forget about that, the official guys are just a bunch of mad dogs, completely fearless and charging forward. Our Death Legion has already been wiped out by a large part, and it should soon reach us. While we still have time, let's quickly prepare to fly abroad, and once we're safe we can think of ways to deal with Long Nation, said the head of the Li family, Li Ningfeng, in a grave voice. The heads of the Wu Nangong and Ouyang families also nodded in agreement, then hurriedly left. However, they still underestimated the speed of the official cleanup. In just 10 hours, the official army broke into the main bases of the noble families. Among them, the body of the head of the Morong family was hidden under the bed of his eldest son Morong Junzi, and his daughter Morong Shui died mysteriously at home while Morong Junzi was nowhere to be found. The private planes attempting to escape of the Nangong and Ouyang family heads were successfully intercepted, and both were killed in public. Only the Li and Wu families managed to escape abroad, temporarily unable to stir any more trouble, but those who remained were not so lucky. All were executed on the spot, including the heirs of those family heads. Thus, the 5 major families were completely annihilated, and the plan to rule Long Nation utterly failed. With the official personnel regaining control of the Long Nation government, the next day, the news of the destruction of the 5 major families and their attempt to rule Long Nation topped the headlines of various newspapers. The crimes of the noble families were made public, and especially when the people learned that the heads of the Li and Wu families were still at large abroad, their anger erupted in curses against the two. Looking at the news on his phone, Qin Xuan showed a satisfied smile. Although he did not personally kill these beasts, he was pleased with the outcome, and moreover, there were still 2 waiting for him, weren't there? Elsewhere, unlike Qin Xuan's satisfaction, Xiao Chen was struck by a bolt from the blue. The noble family that had helped him rise to power in his previous life was gone, completely wiped out. Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground, his hair a tangled mess from his own frantic hands, clearly in disbelief of the reality before him. The noble family was annihilated, and all the beautiful girlfriends from his past life were dead. Most importantly, his allegiance in this life had changed, meaning he no longer knew the direction of Dragon Country's development. But he still refused to give up. He crazily tousled his hair and kept tapping the back of his head, recalling a recent incident he'd seen on his phone about a Mr. Chin who was massively buying up food in the neighboring city. Buying food? Chin Xuan, oh blast it, you've taken my women. If Xiao Chen had been doubtful before, now he was certain Qin Xuan must have been reborn with him. Yes, it must be so. However, thinking this, Xiao Chen calmed down a bit. Even though Qin Xuan hated him in the previous life, Qin Xuan didn't know which city he originally came from. Moreover, armed with the cycle jade of rebirth and possessing an SSS grade talent, while Qin Xuan only had an S grade talent in the last life, what could Qin Xuan possibly do against him? Now all he needed to do was to hide well with his sister. After the apocalypse, with his strength and potential, he would undoubtedly become a darling of the officials. Then he could point out Qin Xuan for harboring rebellious intentions, even if Qin Xuan also sought refuge with the officials. Despite Qin Xuan's high talent, how could he compare with his a genius of SSS grade talent? The officials would inevitably choose him over Qin Xuan. In this life, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of this world. Xiao Qian, pack up, we're going to live somewhere else for a while. Qin Xuan had also thought about hiring a private detective to investigate Xiao Qian's whereabouts to eliminate him in reality, but considering the unbelievable luck Xiao Qian had in the previous life, he dismissed the idea. Just like those protagonists in novels, as long as Xiao Qian's fortune was intact, Qin Xuan couldn't possibly kill him outright. He still had that egg from the cave instance, which was said to absorb everything. Perhaps it could even absorb Xiao Qian's mystical fortune. Knock, knock, knock. A polite knocking sounded at the door. Qin Xuan knew it was the officials coming because of his massive food collection. He got up and opened the door, where two policewomen in uniform stood with perfectly straight postures. Mr. Qin Xuan, could you please explain why you've purchased so much food and where it is all going? Can I choose not to say? Please cooperate with our work, Mr. Qin Xuan. The corners of the two policewomen's mouths carried polite smiles, but their attitude was incredibly firm. Seeing their unwavering stance, Qin Xuan had no choice but to resort to using the Starry Sky pen. Soon after, two bewildered faces walked out of the hotel, got into a car and drove back. Qin Xuan stood by the window watching the police car drive away. Inside, the officials would certainly come again. It was best to set up a trap at the entrance that would lead them into an illusion as soon as they entered. Now was not the time to confront them directly. The secrets of his own space had not yet reached the point of exposure. As for the restaurant, he could simply make up an excuse to fend off any inquiries. Did they really think they could force their patron to spill the beans? Soon Qin Xuan had set up the trap. As soon as they entered, they would be pulled into an illusion where they could not see Qin Xuan, providing some security. Entering the game, he had been busy in reality for several days, only managing to log in at night to explore and level up. Now that things were almost settled, he could continue exploring the next map. Utilizing the nighttime to play, Qin Xuan hurried along, and only tonight did he manage to level up, offing to level 70. Meanwhile, the ice glow holy dragon egg in his backpack was about to hatch. Looking at the increasingly active dragon egg, which was likely to hatch in a day or two, Qin Xuan felt a hint of anticipation for the powerful beast he would soon command. Suddenly, a level 30 elite snow ape leaped out, blocking Qin Xuan's path. Calmly, Qin Xuan bent his right arm, beginning to gather power. Each of his hands was fitted with a glove. The left was purple and the right white. The purple glove was a link equipment for strength, while the white one was offings. After a brief charge, Qin Xuan punched forward his white-gloved fist, sending a blast of wind and ice energy flying towards the snow ape. The energies of ice and wind combined into a vortex that, upon hitting the snow ape, exploded outward, shredding the creature's body. Yet the power of the fist wind did not dissipate immediately. It continued forward, smashing through all the trees and beasts in its path until it faded about 100 meters away from Qin Xuan. Admiring his handiwork, Qin Xuan clenched his fist, pleased to have ranged attack capabilities. However, he still lacked a proper weapon. He wondered what equipment he might obtain once linked with the ice glow holy dragon, sparking his curiosity. With these thoughts, Qin Xuan was about to leave the snowy area and head to the next region, the desert. Golden sands formed endless dunes with a stark boundary where snow lay on the sand, the cold snowflakes atop the sun-baked sand creating a striking white and yellow divide. From afar, Qin Xuan could already see this distinct line. Beneath those seemingly lifeless dunes lurked countless predators, and deep under the sand a colossal creature slept. the desert environment favored nocturnal beasts, including scorpion centipedes and giant desert worms capable of swallowing a person whole. It could be said that the desert was one of the most dangerous maps in the entire game, especially since the game's merge with reality. The creatures sleeping beneath the sands would be awakened aimlessly wandering the desert. Any beast tamer who set foot in the desert might encounter it. In his previous life, this guy had devoured numerous beast tamers, and even the combined efforts of the noble families couldn't take him down. At least before his defeat, he was thriving. Despite the dangers of the desert, it still attracted a large number of beast tamers because, alongside the perils, the desert was rich in resources and had excellent beasts. Whether it was resources or beasts, as long as one could survive and bring them out, they represented a huge fortune. Many desperate civilian beast tamers grew step by selling materials they brought back from the desert, although most people who entered never returned. But because of the harsh desert environment and the difficulty in taming the beasts there in the early stages, there were very few players in the desert now. As soon as he stepped onto the sandy terrain, Qin Xuan spotted a vein of gold or not far away. He approached and picked it up, holding a large gleaming gem in the palm of his hand. Gold vein ore was a rare evolutionary material. A piece the size of a fingernail could cause a gold-attributed beast to mutate to gain earth attributes or allow an earth-attributed beast to develop gold attributes. It also greatly enhanced the beast's control over these two attributes, boosting its strength. It was a favorite among gold and earth attribute beast tamers. For those who needed it, it was invaluable, but for those who didn't, it was optional. In his past life, a tamer specializing in gold and earth attributes had once traded an epic quality water attribute beast for a piece of gold vein or the size of an egg. The piece in front of him was the size of his palm, so big he could barely grasp it, only cradle it. Getting such a good item right upon entering boosted Qin Xuan's confidence. Although these items were useless to him, he could still trade with others. As long as they didn't foolishly provoke him, cooperation was possible. Storing the materials in his backpack, he continued walking through the endless sand dunes. It was daytime and the predators, to avoid the glaring sunlight, would hide under sand heaps or in rock caves. For instance, about 10 meters to the left of where Qin Xuan was currently standing, there were 5 or 6 small sand dunes. Those were giant scorpions lying under the sand. If not approached, they wouldn't attack. Therefore, the desert was relatively safe during the day, but it was different at night. Packs of giant scorpions would relentlessly chase their prey, and their movement speed on sand was extremely fast. To escape, one either had to run faster than them or kill them all, but for most people, the former option was unthinkable. One also had to be careful while walking. A misstep into a sand heap might not reveal a rock cave below, but a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Fortunately, on his journey so far, Qin Xuan hadn't encountered such an incident. On the contrary, he had come across many rare materials: gold vein or torchwood, silver star soil red marrow jade, purple heart flame, fire rock crystal, solid wind sand, earth square crystal, purple iron or jadeite stone. All these were highly valuable materials in the post-apocalyptic world. Walking all the way from the forest, the materials in Qin Xuan's hands were still those 1,000 breach stones. It wasn't that the forests and snowfields were barren and these materials weren't on his path or in his plans, which was why he hadn't collected them before. But now that they were within reach, he might as well gather some along the way. 2 years after the apocalypse in his previous life, the clan bases had introduced a new currency, beast coins, which replaced the old money and became the currency of circulation in the post-apocalyptic world. Beast masters could exchange the materials they collected for equivalent beast coins at institutions set up by the clans. Of course, for rare materials, people still preferred to trade goods for goods. Although the clans no longer existed in this life, the officials would likely set up a similar system, and by then, these materials could be exchanged with the officials for other items such as exceptionally potential beast masters. Thus, Qin Xuan strolled along, picking up materials as he went, and soon arrived at a gobi area. There was no sand here, only rocks exposed on the surface and slopes that were almost 90 degrees steep, some even sloping outward. On these gobi slopes lived many giant strength apes whose limbs could tightly grasp the steep rock walls, allowing them to move swiftly across them. These unclimbable rock walls were as easy for them to ascend as eating and drinking. Noticing Qin Xuan's arrival, the giant strength apes climbed up the rock walls, exposing their upper bodies and cautiously sizing up. Qin Xuan didn't come here without purpose. In the harsh environment of the desert, countless rare materials could easily be nurtured, some of which were unique in the world. Many unique materials from his previous life came from the desert, and the beastmasters who obtained them generally advanced to mythical potential beastmasters thanks to these materials. Moreover, compared to the snowfields and forests, the acquisition of unique materials in the desert could be relatively faster. Take this Gobi area for example. This was the habitat of the giant strength apes and also nurtured a unique material, Millennium Meteorite Iron, guarded by the king of the giant strength apes. The person who obtained it in his previous life had transformed his metal-attributed beast from excellent quality to mythical quality using this piece of Millennium Meteorite Iron. These materials, almost impossible to find a second piece in this world, held significant strategic value to everyone except for Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan now suspected that as the protagonist, the incredibly lucky Xiao Chen, it made sense for him to be reborn, right? Wasn't he himself an example, based on Qin Xuan's experiences from his previous life? The person who first snatched the spirit jellyfish and wiped out the offing wolf pack right after being reborn was very likely Xiao Chen, although he wasn't worried about Xiao Chen posing too much of a threat to him now. Leaving such trouble unattended was definitely not wise. As a reborn individual, Xiao Chen must also know about the abundance of precious materials in the desert and that obtaining one of these unique materials could lead to the creation of a mythical quality beast. Once he gained enough strength, he would definitely come to the desert. Qin Xuan couldn't just let him grow unchecked. What if he became a threat to him in the future? Thus Qin Xuan came here. He came to take away these advanced materials, determined not to let them fall into Xiao Chen's hands again. Quickly, Qin Xuan scaled the rock wall and arrived in front of a massive cave. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from within the cave, shaking loose small stones. Then, thump thump thump. Heavy footsteps echoed as a gigantic ape with pitch-black fur slowly emerged from the dark mouth of the cave. With slightly bent arms, its bulging muscles were clearly visible. Seeing a tiny ant daring to invade its territory, the Ape King angrily beat its chest. Qin Xuan watched expressionlessly as the Ape King pounded its chest and stomped its feet. Without any unnecessary movement, he directly summoned his beast, which swallowed the Ape King in one gulp. Burp! The once indomitable Ape King was unceremoniously devoured. The beast that swallowed the Ape King seemed still unsatisfied and turned its head towards other apes in the territory. Qin Xuan nodded in approval and released his other beasts to feast together on these apes. Beasts bound by contracts could go a long time without food, but that did not mean they lacked appetite. A saying from his previous life went, "To conquer a beast, one must first conquer its stomach." While his beasts fed outside, Qin Xuan entered the cave to retrieve the Millennium Meteorite Iron with Kair and Yi following him. They were herbivores and not interested in meat. The two beasts stood guard on either side of Qin Xuan. Soon after entering the cave, he found his target, the Millennium Meteorite Iron. Lying quietly on the ground was a piece of deep blue ore. Up close, its mysterious patterns captivated all of Qin Xuan's attention. Even Kair and Yi were mesmerized. It was perfect. Qin Xuan had never seen such beautiful patterns before. This was the perfect material. For others, this would be an opportunity to soar to great heights, but for Qin Xuan, it was merely a collectible, at least one that Xiao Chen would definitely not get. Returning to the cave entrance, he found his beasts had already finished eating and were quietly waiting for him. Qin Xuan looked around, not a single giant ape was left. He recalled his beasts back into their space and began planning for the next unique materials. A day later, Qin Xuan acquired two more unique materials, the earth attribute colorful sand and the wind attribute sandstorm core. Just as he was storing these materials in his backpack, suddenly the egg in his backpack moved. It was the egg of the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon. After waiting so long, it was finally about to hatch. Qin Xuan took the egg out of his backpack, and with a crack, a small ice blue head peeked out from the shell. Awoo! The little one glanced at Qin Xuan and tried to wriggle out of the egg, but its body was still a bit uncoordinated due to just being born. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan immediately signed a contract with the little one. With the contract sealed, the dragon fully emerged from the egg. Ice blue scales with a hint of gold, ice mist and holy light radiated from its small body. After adjusting to its new body for a while, the little dragon directly leapt into Qin Xuan's arms and he embraced it, feeling its smooth, cool touch. Before Qin Xuan could savor this feeling more, he felt the little dragon in his arms suddenly begin to rapidly expand, and sensing something was amiss, Qin Xuan lowered his head to check. Qin Xuan glanced down and to his surprise found not a small dragon in his arms but a child. His pupils dilated in shock and he instinctively let go, sending the child tumbling out of his grip. The child rolled on the ground, then stood up, tilting his head to look at Qin Xuan as if thinking this was All part of a game. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xuan saw a little boy about the height of his knee with pale blue hair and a pair of dragon horns on his forehead just like the dragons. A dragon tail extended from behind him, but other than that, he looked mostly human, yet standing barefoot on the scorching sand, the boy seemed unfazed. With his seasoned judgment, Qin Xuan instantly realized this was the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon transformed into human form. Beast Masters could indeed take human forms, but only if they reached level 80. Even Qin Xuan's own Supreme Beast had been unable to transform before reaching level 80. However, this newly born Ice Radiance Holy Dragon had already managed the transformation, a feat unheard of even in Qin Xuan's past life. Not all Beastmasters preferred to travel in human form, those who disliked it remained in their beast form unless absolutely necessary, but this little dragon seemed not to belong to that category. Master? The human-formed Ice Radiance Holy Dragon called out in a soft voice, addressing Qin Xuan, who twitched at the call but quickly accepted this reality. He named the dragon Yaoshuang. It must be said, the learning capabilities of a supreme beast were formidable. In no time at all, Yaoshuang had mastered the language of the dragon nation, obediently following behind Qin Xuan, who could hardly say no to his own beast master. Having lived another life, Qin Xuan trusted no one but his beast masters. To him, they were family comrades in arms who fought alongside him. As long as he treated them with his heart, they would trust him unconditionally and obey him. Beast masters were far purer than humans, they would never repay kindness with ingratitude. To help Yaoshuang level up, Qin Xuan summoned Awei and Dali, his other beastmasters, to take Yaoshuang for leveling. Initially, Awei and Dali were startled to see a new child by their master's side, but they quickly realized he was a new member. Understanding Qin Xuan's intentions, Yaoshuang obediently followed Awei and Dali to fight monsters and level up. They didn't wander far from Qin Xuan, who didn't mind and continued collecting materials along the way. Thus, Qin Xuan spent half a month in the desert, nearly scouring the entire desert and collecting almost all the valuable materials. With half a month's accumulation, Qin Xuan could now be considered the wealthiest person around, feeling more and more pleased as he looked at the mountains of materials in his backpack. Of course, Qin Xuan wasn't in the desert for just the materials. Every day he covered great distances searching for an oasis. Indeed, his days of searching aimed to find this particular oasis, home to beastmasters of above average quality. Moreover, the oasis was home to many life-type beast tamers. When it came to combat, these life-type beasts might not be as aggressively forward as other types of beasts, but in terms of healing, they were the kings. No matter how severe the injury, in front of a life-type beast, one could be healed in minutes without even a scar left behind. Other healing beasts paled in comparison, thus life-type beasts were extremely rare and also possessed great potential. In his previous life, Qin Xuan could count the number of life-type beasts he had seen on one hand. The stories of the oasis in the desert were also something he had heard in his past life. A person had shared their unique experience of finding an oasis in the desert filled with beasts he had never seen before, and it was there that he had contracted a life-type beast. However, the wild beasts in the oasis were very fierce and soon sent her back to life, and when she returned, the oasis was nowhere to be found, not even a puddle remained. At first, other players thought she was a liar, but as more and more people discovered oases in different places only to find nothing upon their return, the players began to believe that her initial story was true. Many players speculated that the oasis was constantly moving, which explained why it could be found initially but not upon return. Moreover, a desert wouldn't just randomly have a moving oasis without some secret. However, in the half-month before the game descended, no one found that oasis again, and after the game descended, the appearance of that guy made many people afraid to step into the desert again. As for that woman, she eventually became a legendary healer and was included in Xiao Chen's harem. Qin Xuan had spent half a month wandering the desert in search of the life-type beast from the oasis. Although the constitution of super beasts was very strong, what if they were injured? Moreover, not only were life-type beasts significant in healing, they also had long lifespans, which could extend the life of their contract holders by at least a few hundred years. Sadly, so much time had passed, and even after collecting all the materials, he still hadn't seen a trace of the oasis. His luck was truly poor. Just as he was about to give up and head towards the volcano, a lush green patch appeared before him. There were tall trees and vast grasslands with some brightly colored flowers and many wild beasts resting. It was indeed an oasis. Qin Xuan looked at the vibrant scene before him, and a head poked out from behind him, asking curiously, "Master, what is that? Can we go take a look?" This head belonged to Yaoshuang. After being brought to max level by Wei and Dali, he had returned to Qin Xuan's side, but he seemed reluctant to enter the beast space, pleading with Qin Xuan not to put him in there. His watery eyes stared straight at Qin Xuan, full of a pleading expression, and Qin Xuan, unable to refuse, agreed to let him stay by his side. After receiving permission, Yao Shuang was so delighted that he jumped up on the spot and flung himself into Qin Xuan's arms to show affection. As they walked through the desert, the little dragon was curious about everything around him, now looking at this, now at that. In his human form, he collected a pile of stones, and when tired, he transformed back into a dragon and lay on Qin Xuan's shoulder. The link equipment between Yao Shuang and Qin Xuan was a long sword emitting cold ice and holy light, which Qin Xuan found very handy for direct combat. Compared to Yi's dagger, which was somewhat short and not suitable for direct combat, and Wei's folding fan, which leaned more towards being a magical artifact, this sword was a perfect fit. Entering the oasis with Yao Shuang, Qin Xuan discovered that there were far more beastmasters inside the oasis than he had seen from the outside. The herbivorous beastmasters were busily munching on the tender grass on the ground, and as soon as the grass was nibbled away, new sprouts would immediately grow back as if it was an endless supply. Among the tall trees, numerous avian beastmasters rested on the branches. In the middle of the oasis was a huge lake with crystal clear water where fish beastmasters occasionally leaped out of the water, and countless lives thrived here robustly. In the center of the lake was a small island with a towering tree, although most of its branches had turned yellow and seemed to be dying. Wow! Master, it's even more beautiful here than it looks from the outside, exclaimed little Yao Shuang, seeing such a paradise-like scene for the first time. He couldn't help but rush forward, widening his eyes to closely observe the herbivorous beastmasters grazing. Ignoring his dragon horns and dragon tail, he looked just like a real human child. A breeze blew by, and an avian beastmaster flew past Qin Xuan, who out of habit activated his talent. Name: Flame Spirit Bird. Attribute: Fire. Level: 30. Quality: Fine. Ultimate form: Remming Bird. Epic: The mere presence of a beastmaster with epic potential excited Qin Xuan so much that he began to search for the life system beastmasters he had been dreaming of. Meanwhile, in a room organized by the official authorities, Shao Chen sat with a computer screen in front of him, displaying an old face. All this was orchestrated by Shao Chen. For the past half-month he had been hiding here and there with his sister Shao Qian. However, he suddenly remembered that he was a reborn individual, even though the future of Dragon Country after the advent of the game was unpredictable. The events before the game's arrival hadn't changed. He could ally himself with the officials right now. Realizing this, Shao Chen's mind exploded with the idea, and he immediately took a taxi to the city's official branch to meet with the authorities and disclose that he had significant intelligence. He falsely claimed that he had acquired the ability to foresee the future in the game and brought it into reality, informing them that in a month and a half the Game King of Beastmasters would descend into the real world, and at that time, the entire Dragon Country and even the whole world would face the danger of destruction. Initially, the military officers scorned him, thinking he was just a mentally ill patient, but over the next 10 days he accurately predicted major accidents and natural disasters in other countries. Even though they were reluctant to believe it, the officials had no choice but to take his words seriously, for everything he had said before had come true. At the same time, the officials began to officially take the Game King of Beasts seriously, arranging for officers and soldiers to enter and play the game, and they also heard about the player Dark Knight's deeds from other players. The rain continued and the atmosphere was tense. In the room, Shao Chen sat upright in front of the computer screen, facing a high-ranking official from Long Nation, Jiang Weiping, who everyone respectfully called Jiang Lao. At this moment, Jiang Weiping said with a serious face, "Mr. Shao, are you saying that the game will descend into reality and the world will face an apocalypse?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, we have 1 month left. We should prepare for the apocalypse," Shao Chen said solemnly. "Then what do you suggest we do? What do you want, Mr. Jiang? As a citizen of Long Nation, it is my duty and responsibility to inform you about this. I just hope that more citizens of Long Nation can survive in the apocalypse," Shao Chen explained earnestly. "We should let every soldier enter King of Beasts, and the beasts they contract in the game will appear after the game descends. This is fundamental for surviving the apocalypse." Jiang Weiping pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the other citizens? Should this secret be public or kept private? People should still be able to contract beasts after the apocalypse, right?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, after the apocalypse everyone will become a player and all players will awaken a talent. According to my judgment, adults after the apocalypse should all awaken the talent to contract beasts." After the apocalypse, besides the players who played before it descended, only those who are at least 18 years old can awaken the beast taming talent. This was how Xiaoqian rose in his previous life, and this regularity was deduced by the noble families of the past, which Xiaoqian directly shared after packaging it in his own way, aiming to strengthen the relationship with the officials and facilitate his actions later. Understood, we will adopt the plan you have provided. So Mr. Xiao, you said you have awakened an SSS tier talent in the game. Would you like to join our Long Nation military? Xiao Chen had been waiting for this very moment, of course. It would be my honor to contribute to the country. Xiao Chen immediately stood up and bowed deeply to the computer screen. After hanging up the call, Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, pondering something. It was too soon to bring up Qin Xuan's matter. He needed to wait until Jiang Weiping fully trusted him before he could act. Thinking this, Xiao Chen cursed under his breath. That trash Qin Xuan, let him live a little longer. I defeated him in the last life and I can do the same this time. On Jiang Weiping's end, as soon as the call ended, the leaders of various departments and officers could no longer hold back. Commander, should we really believe him? Have every soldier play the game? Are you joking? What about the order within Long Nation? Who will maintain it? Everyone quiet. Faced with the noisy doubts and opposition, Jiang Weiping directly silenced them all. Honestly, he was initially unwilling to believe it too. These were scenarios only found in novels, too unreal. However, now a game whose origin cannot be traced regardless of the location can deliver a gaming helmet within an hour, all hinting that something significant is about to happen soon. Even without Xiao Qin, Jiang Weiping would have some of his subordinates enter the game first to scout the situation. Not long ago, they learned that it was not only in Dragon Country that this was happening. The game King of Beastmasters also appeared overseas with the same untraceable origin in helmets delivered within an hour. The only feature was that each country seemed to have its own independent server, and one could only enter the server of their own country, even if they were physically in another country. However, that might change after the game's descent. From today, everyone will join King of Beastmasters. The cost of the helmets will be reimbursed by the state, but serve the order in Dragon Country. Send a few squads every day to rotate guard duty, handle situations as before, do not let the news out to avoid riots. As for the national borders, if worst comes to worst, we might have to defend them with heavy weapons. The apocalypse doesn't care for much else. Now we need to minimize the casualties among our troops. But the border officer wanted to object. Execute the orders. Seeing the firm stance of the leader, the officer knew it was futile to say more and had to obediently close his mouth and carry out the leader's orders. Have you found out the real identity of that player called Dark Knight? Report, sir. This game protects player privacy very thoroughly. We have tried everything but have not found any information about him yet. Unless he exposes himself. Hearing this, Jiang Weiping's expression grew even more solemn. There has never been a game that a country couldn't investigate, which made him even more determined to have everyone join King of Beastmasters. Since the game itself is unapproachable, let's see if there are any useful messages on the forums. We must find this Dark Knight as soon as possible. What about that Mr. Qin who has been buying up heavily in H City? Report, sir, our people can't find any trace of him every time they go. Keep searching. Also, give Xiao Chen a junior lieutenant rank for now, and then send some people to protect him secretly. We can't let anything happen to him before the game descends. Yes. After arranging everything, everyone left and Jiang Weiping stayed alone in the office, sipping the tea on his desk, blankly staring at the ceiling. Now that he thought about it, Mr. Qin buying up supplies heavily in the city must have also discovered something. The times are changing. With a helpless sigh, Jiang Weiping then dived back into his busy work. After the orders were issued, everyone in the officials soon received their gaming helmets, and they were quite surprised that they were actually ordered to play the game, and not playing was not an option. Soon, in the world of King of Beastmasters, a large number of new players emerged. All of them were official personnel, but they were not foolish enough to expose their identities. On the real world side, the official accounts also deleted the original posts resisting the game, starting to encourage everyone to play more. Unbeknownst to Qin Xuan, as he ventured into the oasis, he was singularly focused on finding a suitable beast for himself, paying no heed to Yao Shang. He wasn't worried about Yao Shang encountering any danger, he was more concerned that Yao Shang wouldn't bully other beasts. During this time he indeed found many life-based beasts, which confirmed that this place was indeed abundant with life-based creatures. However, their potential mostly stopped at the legendary level, the highest being of mythic quality. Qin Xuan allowed his beast Tun Tian to devour all of them, which granted it control over the life attribute, making it semi-life based, yet the absence of any life-based beasts with transcendent potential left him slightly disappointed. Not just life-based, Qin Xuan had examined other beasts living in the area and their potential also fluctuated between epic and legendary, including those in the lake. Thus, Qin Xuan had searched the entire oasis except for the island in the middle of the lake. He called Yao Shang back and had him fly to the island at the lake center. Upon arriving at the island, Qin Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of calm as he gazed at the towering tree before him. He gently touched the robust trunk of the great tree, and suddenly a notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, player, for activating the hidden quest, Threat from the Ancient Times. Quest: a colossal beast suppressed here in ancient times is about to re-emerge. Despite being sealed for tens of thousands of years, its power remains unparalleled. As the only one aware of this, will you decide to suppress it? Reward: unknown. Accept/decline, a hidden quest. In his previous life, Qin Xuan had never heard of a hidden quest associated with this oasis. Others had reached this island, and though many had touched the tree, none had mentioned this quest. Could it be that only he had triggered the quest? An ancient colossal beast, accept. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xuan decisively chose to accept. Usually quests that give the player a choice are more challenging and correspondingly the rewards are more generous. With Qin Xuan's current strength, it was rare to encounter a task that could give him a headache. Opportunities like this don't come often, and there was no reason to let this one slip away. As soon as he accepted, Qin Xuan felt a strong sensation of weightlessness, almost as if that man had made a move. What he didn't know was that upon accepting the quest, Qin Xuan's body in the real world was also covered by a white luminescent film, as if being protected by something, and gradually the film made Qin Xuan become translucent. After a whirlwind of disorientation, Qin Xuan found himself in a vague and dimly lit space so oppressive that just being there was suffocating. Yao Shang was also transported in with him. Just as Yao Shang was about to speak, Qin Xuan stopped him because he saw three enormous figures in the distance. One of them kept striking the ceiling of the space as if restrained by something. Quietly approaching, the silhouettes of the three massive figures became clearer. A worm, a scorpion, and a mysterious black disc-shaped creature covered in tentacles. Qin Xuan activated his talent to inspect the three enormous creatures before him. Name: Ancient Death Sandworm. Attribute: Earth. Ancient Level 100. Quality: Malevolent Spirit. Final Form: None. Name: Ancient Sand Evil Poison Scorpion. Attribute: Poison. Ancient Level 100. Quality: Malevolent Spirit. Final Form: None. Name: Witch Slayer. Attribute: Dark. Ancient Level 100. Quality: Malevolent Spirit. Final Form: None. These were malevolent beasts. Qin Xuan's pupils shuddered. The three monsters that had appeared before him were indeed beasts of a malevolent spirit quality. Malevolent spirit quality is an extremely unstable attribute. Some malevolent spirits are inferior even to ordinary beastmasters, while others can rival mythic quality beastmasters. Malevolent spirit beasts share several characteristics: rapid evolution, and some can even reciprocate to the beastmaster, but they are all highly bloodthirsty, and once contracted, they can affect the beastmaster's sanity, turning them into emotionless, killing creatures. In his previous life, such beasts were collectively known as calamity beasts, those that brought great misfortune and disaster. The wild beasts living outside, regardless of their ferocity, were all called wild beastmasters by Qin Xuan because they did not affect the beastmaster themselves. Calamity beasts are characterized by their extremely bizarre appearance, even describable as eerie. Their wounds heal very quickly, and they evolve rapidly by devouring other beasts. If left unchecked, they would soon evolve into beings difficult to contend with. Unlike other ordinary beastmasters, calamity beasts do not need materials to evolve, they just need to keep eating. Theoretically, each calamity beast evolves in a unique direction, and even beasts of the same species can end up looking completely different, hence there is no such thing as a final form. In his previous life, many people attempting to take shortcuts by contracting calamity beasts ended up gradually losing their humanity, their minds filled only with thoughts of slaughter, killing on sight, especially enjoying slowly torturing their enemies to death. At this moment, what appeared before Qin Xuan were three level 100 ancient calamity beasts. Facing these enormous creatures, Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel a tingling on his scalp, but the arrow was already on the string, and he had no choice but to let it fly. Immediately Yao Shangawei, Tunchen Kair Dali and Offing all came out from the Beastmaster space and stood by Qin Xuan's side. As soon as the Beastmasters appeared, they immediately locked onto the three massive figures. At Qin Xuan's command, they all attacked the three ancient Calamity Beasts together. The Calamity Beasts reacted and charged towards Qin Xuan's side. The first to strike was the sandworm, its body spanning several kilometers, along with a mouth as wide as its body. Slamming straight toward Away and the others, then came the poison scorpion, its powerful pincers swiftly smashing towards Offing. However, Away and the others were super Beastmasters, not so easily caught. Even with a 30-level difference, facing 3 wasn't too much of a problem. After the Calamity Beast's attacks missed, what followed were scorching flames, sky-splitting thunder, suffocating poison, fog and storms mixed with broken ice. These attacks solidly hit the sandworm and poison scorpion, leaving pits on their bodies. However, the flesh around the wounds on these creatures began to rapidly swell, soon filling the wounds that had been made. In the next instant, more attacks descended upon the monsters, turning previously intact areas into pockmarked landscapes and once again blasting open the flesh and the pockmarked wounds, creating even larger holes. Hiss! The wounds couldn't heal, and intense pain swept through their bodies, causing the two ferocious beasts to emit painful roars. Meanwhile, Yao Shang and Tun Tian were battling the Goo Witch Butcher, which was the unknown disc-shaped creature, but it seemed not to have noticed Yao Shang and Tun Tian initially. Yao Shang first tentatively shot an ice spike, which upon hitting left a completely black wound on the pitch-black body of the creature. Roar! Hit by the ice spike, the Goo Witch Butcher finally seemed to notice Yao Shang because of the pain. A long cylinder rose from the center of the disc, hollow in the middle, appearing to be its mouth, slowly waving in the air like a snail's antenna. Tentacles from its body shot straight towards Yao Shang, who dodged the thicker ones but not the thinner ones. The tentacles first wrapped around his ankles to prevent escape, then began to spread over his entire body. Yuck! In a loud exclamation of disgust, Yao Shang was quickly encased in a cocoon and out of necessity reverted to his dragon form. His enlarged dragon body burst the tentacles binding him. Shooting straight into the air, he unleashed an icy radiant breath at the black disc-shaped creature, followed closely by Tun Tian's attack. The fierce assault pierced through the Goo Witch Butcher, spraying black viscous fluid out. Suddenly, the Goo Witch Butcher released countless tiny meat tumors from its body. These tumors seemed sentient, chasing after their enemies, but were quite fragile, dying instantly when hit by elemental energy attacks or swept by a tail. However, as these meat tumors continuously flew out from the body of the Goo Witch Butcher, becoming increasingly dense, Yao Shang and Tun Tian still unavoidably encountered some. Fortunately, their own defenses were strong enough to feel the bite of the meat tumors but prevent them from penetrating their scales. By controlling the flow of elements within their bodies, they easily destroyed the meat tumors clinging to them. Kai-Er was in charge of controlling these three ferocious beasts, frequently pulling them into illusions or affecting their judgment with phantom doubles, so despite a 30-level difference, they were still getting overwhelmingly beaten. Qin Xuan moved among the three ferocious beasts, delivering finishing blows here and there, attacking them so relentlessly that they couldn't recover or muster the strength to rise again. Time ticked by and the three monsters were battered together, their wounds numerous and their healing slowed significantly. Qin Xuan remained vigilant, allowing his beasts to continue their attack, nearly defeating these three monsters. Just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The giant mouth of the ancient death sandworm, which posed almost no threat to Qin Xuan's beasts, suddenly turned towards the ancient sand evil poison scorpion in the Goo Witch Butcher and directly gouged a huge hole in their chests. The attack was launched so swiftly that even Qin Xuan was caught off guard. The sandworm burrowed through its two companions, leaving gaping holes oozing with blood. They curled up in agony, their cries piercing the air before they soon fell silent. The sandworm's assault seemed to have targeted their vital organs directly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Xuan knew it was evolving. He immediately ordered Away and the others to launch a full-scale attack on the sandworm. Terrifying waves of attacks surged towards the sandworm. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, the sandworm's body was revealed, now riddled with flesh pits from the impacts, but in the next instant the wounds miraculously healed. The previously coiled body of the sandworm now stretched out, markedly different in appearance. It had grown longer and larger. The ring-like flesh armor had transformed into an exoskeleton similar to that of a scorpion, with a prominently raised black ring in the middle of its body, resembling the segments of an earthworm and bristling with dense wriggling tentacles. Fins that could retract extended from its back and sides, and its tail now sported a fin akin to that of a fish. Qin Xuan's expression grew solemn as he observed the evolved sandworm. He recognized it as the massive creature that had emerged in the desert after the game merged with reality in his previous life. this very monster had become a haunting presence in the minds of countless beastmasters managing to escape even when besieged by powerful clans. Initially, Qin Xuan felt a sense of familiarity when he first encountered the sandworm, but due to its different size and appearance he had not made the connection. In his previous life, no one knew where this monster had come from. It was speculated that it had been forced to hibernate underground due to some catastrophe, a theory even Qin Xuan had believed. Now he understood how this creature had come into being, connecting it to the disappearance of an oasis in his past life, likely related to the breaking of its seal. Name: Dusk Earth Barrier. Attributes: Earth, Poison, Dark, Ancient. Level: 100. Quality: Malevolent Spirit. Final form: None. Malevolent spirit beasts are not restricted by elemental attributes. Given enough time, they can evolve to possess all attributes. However, after its evolution, the sandworm paid no heed to Qin Xuan but instead went to devour the corpses of the original poison scorpion and the witch slayer. After completely consuming their bodies, it turned its attention back to Qin Xuan and his beastmasters. Attack! Qin Xuan commanded, and he and his beastmasters charged at the Dusk Earth Barrier. Their attacks hit their mark, but within a second new flesh filled the wounds as if they were never there. Qin Xuan's ice-glow sword easily sliced through the skin of the barrier, but as soon as he cut, the flesh healed as if untouched. The same happened with the other beastmasters. Although each attack left a large crater in its body, the next moment it would heal as if nothing had happened, much like an indestructible cockroach. No matter how many times they struck, the Dusk Earth Barrier seemed insensible to pain, always regenerating from the inflicted wounds. At that moment, the attacker from the sand burial struck. Its already fearsome maw became even more terrifying as it lunged directly at Qin Xuan, tentacles extended from its ring flying towards away, and the others, each one bristling with toxic barbs that spelled certain death for any ordinary creature they scratched. Due to the damage being primarily absorbed by his beast tamer abilities, Qin Xuan was unharmed by the impact, but continuously fighting in this manner was not a solution. He needed to find a way to breach its defenses. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Xuan and the sand burial were locked in a stalemate, neither able to kill the other. In what was practically a duel of regenerating giants, the creature in front of him, were it outside, would easily dominate mythical quality beasts. During the battle, Qin Xuan had tried various strategies to outpace its healing abilities. He directed his beasts to concentrate their attacks on one spot, which proved effective as they managed to pierce through the sand burial's body, and for once the injury did not heal instantly. However, before the next attack could land, the wound had disappeared. He also directed his beasts to attack its mouth, which seemed to cause it pain but still did not inflict significant damage. Thinking hard, Qin Xuan was determined there must be another method he hadn't considered yet. He racked his brain, replaying the scenes from when the sand burial first began its transformation, the precise moment when it pierced through both the poison scorpion and the goo, which Butcher replayed in his mind. That's it. Merely piercing a hole couldn't possibly have caused their rapid death. It must have hit a vital organ, and it was those organs that had allowed it to evolve into its current form. If he could destroy that type of organ, but how could he locate it? During the combined attack of his beasts, the blows landed mostly on its lower half, which seemed unaffected even when pierced, so the vital organ must not be in the lower half, but the upper half. Looking at the upper body of the sand burial, Qin Xuan quickly noticed its black ring filled with countless dense tentacles. If there was anything special, it was there. Without hesitation, he gambled on concentrating all attacks on the black ring. When the attacks hit the black ring, the sand burial let out a deafening scream, apparently hitting a spot where it could feel pain. This time, the sand burial didn't just endure the hit but twisted its body violently, shifting the focus of the attack elsewhere. Even so, Qin Xuan noticed that at the sight of the wound on the black ring, something inside seemed to be throbbing violently. Had he guessed right? Could it be that, realizing that the wound was about to heal, Qin Xuan urgently commanded his beasts to attack the exposed throbbing part while simultaneously allowing Dali to hurl him towards that direction? As the attacks landed, the healing wound burst open again and Qin Xuan saw it, a black pulsating mass, seemingly its heart. As the aftermath of the attack dissipated, Qin Xuan also arrived at the wound. He had already prepared to swing his sword, and the moment he arrived, he slashed fiercely at the massive heart. Black blood spurted from the wound, and it did not heal immediately. Qin Xuan struck one blow after another, forcefully aiming at its heart. Roaring, the sand barrier also let out a roar at this moment, desperately twisting its body, trying to shake Qin Xuan off. But Qin Xuan, seizing the opportunity, was not about to let it succeed so easily. it possessed some intelligence. If it failed this time, there might not be another chance. Finally, Qin Xuan plunged his sword deep into its heart. The long sword burst out with a terrifying brilliance, cutting the heart into pieces from the inside. With a roar, as the heart shattered, the body of the Dusk Earth Barrier finally slammed heavily onto the ground, the force blasting Qin Xuan away, fortunately without any harm. You have killed 3 ancient beasts. Mission accomplished. You receive rewards. Supreme Tree Seed, Spring of Life. The Supreme Tree Seed, a seed concentrated with the essence of thousands of lives, can breed a mythical quality life god tree which, if properly nurtured, can exceed quality limits. The Spring of Life contains intense life energy capable of endlessly producing life spring water, each drop of which can perfectly heal any injury or disease, as well as enhance the user's physical condition and extend their lifespan with a fixed production rate of 10 drops/day. Receiving the rewards, Qin Xuan immediately beamed with joy, finally achieving the life element beast master he had desired. Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness came, and after a dizzy spell, Qin Xuan found himself back in the desert, fortunately having stored most of his beasts in the beast space in time. In reality, as Qin Xuan left that special space in the game, his body also reappeared on the bed. In the desert, a voluptuous girl named Shangguan Waner, accompanied by a group, was searching for materials in the desert, with its song Thunder Hawk always ready to protect her safety. Shangguan Waner, the young mistress of the official Shangguan family, unlike the Li and Wu families, had been an excellent student from a young age, aspired to join the military, and her greatest wish as a child was to contribute to the prosperity of the country. As an adult, she fulfilled her wish to enter the military university, where she trained harder than others, training during training times and setting her own training during rest times, while also not forgetting to study knowledge. In just a few years, she became a senior colonel in longbow, also acquiring a good set of skills, including close combat, long-range shooting, and ultra-long-distance sniping. After officially joining the government, she was warm-hearted and helped countless civilians. No matter the issue, when facing civilians in need, she always showed a kind smile, thus she was dearly loved by the local people. During the Battle of the Great Families, she also contributed a lot, mainly in strategic planning and leading the charge. At this moment, Shangguan Wana was walking impatiently in the desert, a senior colonel, a comprehensive talent of longbow, actually being sent to play games, even calling it an urgent mission. Leading a game as a mission? What kind of task is that? Kicking at the sand idly, Shangguan Waner stood with her hands on her hips. Although the delivery of the helmet had indeed been faster than she had anticipated, she still didn't understand why the higher-ups were rushing them to play the game as if they were herding ducks. As she stewed in her discontent, 2 humanoid figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared in front of her. It was none other than Qin Xuan and his beast Yao Shang, who had been teleported out. Startled, Shangguan Waner let out a cold shout and immediately assumed an attack stance. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby, who looked over curiously. After adjusting to the change in light, Qin Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The desert was no longer as sparsely populated as before his entry into the space. It was now teeming with people apparently searching for materials. The oasis that had once been there had disappeared, turning back into sand, likely vanishing along with his completion of the level. What about the beast that had lived in the oasis? Suni Qin Xuan spotted the skeletal remains of a bovine beast not far away, which appeared to be the type that had lived in the oasis. Blinking, Qin Xuan then scanned the woman next to him with his innate ability, focusing on the Song Lei Hawk beside her. Name: Song Lei Hawk. Attribute: Thunder's level 40. Quality: Find final form, Robbery. Thunder Song Hawk. Legendary: Someone had reached level 40. They indeed had the capability to enter the desert. Having killed the Dusk Earth Sand Burial, Qin Xuan presumed that no more monsters would appear in the desert now that the game had merged with reality. But how could there be another level 40 player besides himself so quickly? Shangguan Waner eyed the man, who seemed to be lost in thought, then looked behind herself and finally at her Song Lei Hawk, showing an incredulous expression. She became wary but still managed to straighten her demeanor and asked, "Excuse me, who are you and why have you suddenly appeared here?" Shangguan Waner asked cautiously, as if ready to defend against an attack at any moment. At that moment, she glanced at the little boy beside Qin Xuan. Yao Shang, now able to hide his dragon tail as well, still had dragon horns on his head. Was that his beast? No child could play this game now. As Qin Xuan moved to leave, Shangguan Waner called out to him, "Wait a moment, I see you're quite skilled. Are you interested in joining our official team? Are you that Dark Knight? Your beast can transform into human form? That's incredible. Can you tell us how?" Seeing such a formidable civilian player, Shangwan Wanner knew the orders from above and at least tried to recruit him, but faced with her incessant questions, Yao Shang became impatient and coldly turned his head to stare at her. Master, this woman is really annoying. Should we deal with her? Qin Xuan, however, casually patted Yao Shang on the head and smiled kindly. No need for that, we should be going. Just as he intended to leave with Yao Shang, Shangwan Wanner, seeing that he completely ignored her, stiffened. Hey, you could at least say something. Don't just ignore people, okay? Just as she was about to follow them again, Yao Shang transformed into a giant dragon and with a flap of his wings blew her and her Song Lei Hawk to the side. Qin Xuan turned his head, his tone indifferent as he spoke, not interested. Don't want to talk. After answering the previous 3 questions, Qin Xuan mounted the Ice Glow Holy Dragon and flew away, leaving Shangwan Wanner with a mouthful of yellow sand, without paying any further attention. To these people, Qin Xuan immediately found a secluded spot to log out and return to reality. Upon returning, he didn't feel any physical abnormalities, not even a hint of hunger, which was odd considering how long he had been playing. He checked his phone for the time and quickly calculated that he had been in that instance for 15 days. This must be a joke. It hasn't even been 4 hours since I entered and left the instance. Suddenly Qin Xuan remembered his food. He rushed out to his storage only to find that there wasn't much food left and what was there had all gone moldy, no longer edible. Contacting the restaurant, the owner explained that his order had been forcibly stopped by the authorities half a month ago. Any further deliveries would have been considered obstruction of police work. The same response came from a few other restaurants as well. It seemed the authorities didn't want Qin Xuan stockpiling large amounts of supplies. Sighing in frustration yet curious, Qin Xuan wondered why, after 15 days, he felt no hunger at all. Even if his physical condition had improved, it shouldn't eliminate the feeling of hunger completely. It was as if his metabolism had also stopped upon entering the instance. Was this the intervention of some unknown power, or was it the protection of the cycle jade? Qin Xuan had no answers. Feeling gloomy, Qin Xuan walked alone on the bustling streets, thinking a fight and I come back 15 days later. Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. Now, apart from the extreme cold iceberg that had started its journey in the first 10 days, he had less than 20 days left to explore the volcanic region, which also included travel time. What if another instance with a huge time dilation appeared in the volcano? Should he enter or not? Now that the authorities had forbidden him from stockpiling resources and with a large-scale presence in the game, it seemed they had also received news of the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had enough supplies. For himself now, the official measures had changed significantly. From initially urging the public to boycott Beastmasters of the Realm, they were now encouraging everyone to play it, even featuring game videos on the homepage. With the influx of players, new gaming slang had emerged. For example, 2 strangers meeting in reality might say, "So you also play Beastmasters of the Realm," leading to endless topics of conversation easily lasting till the next day. Many companies backed by the authorities seemed to have received some news from them. Their employees were no longer required to work but were instead asked to play the game and report their progress in real time, all while still receiving their full salaries. These were all researched by Qin Xuan online. In addition, all the official accounts had posts related to him pinned at the top, essentially expressing a hope to meet with the player known as Dark Knight and suggesting that everything could be negotiated. Naturally, Qin Xuan had no intention of going. Whether there was bad news or not, there certainly wouldn't be good news. With numerous divine quality beasts under his command and 5 SSS tier talents who could be his rival, only dealing with Shao Chen was a bit troublesome, but if it came to a head-on confrontation, Qin Xuan was confident he could overpower him. After the apocalypse, Qin Xuan planned to simply use an unknown egg to absorb Shao Chen's luck, while Shao Chen had much more to consider. With only 1 month left, Qin Xuan murmured to himself, "Time to get moving." Returning to his presidential suite, Qin Xuan ate something simple and then logged into the game. Upon opening his eyes, he found the desert teeming with players, some farming monsters, others treasure hunting. The increase in the number of players meant that resources were ever scarcer. Now finding a rare material in the desert would require digging 3 feet deep. Naturally, Qin Xuan had had a hand in this. After all, he had picked the area clean of good items. He opened his backpack and looked at the supreme tree seed, which had now doubled in size from before, its roots beginning to break through the shell. Turning to the spring of life, a unique item hidden in his consciousness and bound to him. It would disappear with him upon his death. The spring of life was bowl-shaped, edged with moss and small blooming flowers, indeed exuding a sense of life. it produced only 10 drops of water daily, not all at once but spaced out evenly, about 1 drop every 2.5 hours. At this moment, the spring showed exactly 1 drop of life water. Qin Chuan immediately willed to drop this life water onto the supreme tree seed. A drop of milky white water appeared in front of his fingertip and dripped onto the seed. Though the spring's water capacity was limitless, to extract and store it still required one's own container. As soon as the life water touched the seed, it was absorbed rapidly and the seed began to grow swiftly in Qin Chuan's hand, soon turning into a lush young sapling. The sapling was contracted to Qin Chuan from the start, so he did not hesitate to use its final evolution. In a short while, the sapling transformed into a large tree, its life essence even more vibrant. Name: Sacred Melody. Ancient tree attribute: wood. Life level: 1. Quality: divine. The newly born Sacred Melody ancient tree had the face of a kind old man formed from bark in the middle of its trunk, almost spanning its entire width, and it could even move via its roots. Qin Chuan named it Erdwa. The abilities of the Sacred Melody ancient tree were indeed miraculous. Its healing abilities were exceptional, capable of performing medical miracles within seconds, but it also had another ability: it could continuously convert the force of life into fruits of various attributes. After consuming fruit corresponding to their attributes, Beastmasters can directly enhance their potential and control over the corresponding element. The key here is that the fruits are random for all attributes. With a bit of luck, even space and time attribute fruits might appear. However, these fruits hardly affect away, at most they serve as minor snacks. If Qin Chuan is willing, he could also trade these fruits for resources. As a super divine life Beastmaster, Erdwa has an almost endless lifespan, achieving immortality alongside heaven itself. Accordingly, Qin Chuan could feel somewhat mysteriously that he too had gained a vast extension to his own lifespan. After linking souls with Erdwa, Qin Chuan acquired a piece of equipment, a greenish-blue orb. This orb, when not in use, floats on its own by Qin Chuan's right side. Its uses are straightforward. It can heal, interact with plants, and continuously replenish Qin Chuan's stamina backstage, acting like an endless energy source as long as it remains by his side. Although it's quite conspicuous in battle, this linked equipment is nearly indestructible. If knocked away, it can simply be summoned back. Of course, the orb's healing abilities are limited. It can only heal physical wounds and cannot regenerate limbs. Its primary functions are interacting with plants and acting as a power bank. However, Erdwa and the Life Spring can achieve limb regeneration, so Qin Chuan needn't worry about this. Nearby players also noticed the unusually large tree in front of Qin Chuan, which seemed out of place in its environment. In their eyes, Qin Chuan had given some material that evolved the sapling. Many official players recognized the extraordinariness of this tree at a glance, noting that its ability to move via its root system was beyond what a normal plant-based Beastmaster could achieve. They approached to identify themselves as representatives of the Dragon Nation's officials and expressed their desire to purchase this Beastmaster, only to be unequivocally rejected by Qin Chuan. The officials, not angered by the rejection, simply smirked and walked away. They knew their place. Qin Chuan thought to himself, realizing that if even the officials were not selling, it was impossible for ordinary citizens to buy it, so they left without further fuss. Next, he needed to hurry toward the volcano. With so many players now, Qin Chuan guessed that the volcanic area would also be crowded and he needed to speed up. Far off at the boundary between the volcano and the desert, cacti were growing everywhere. On a cliff, a lone monkey resided in a cave on the steep rock face. Climbing was natural for it, but it also served as a good defense against other bigger hairless monkeys, which it viewed as highly dangerous since they could tame various wild beasts. This monkey, a giant strength ape, had been ostracized by its group and had traveled here to make its home. When hungry, it caught small insects to eat. When thirsty, it drank the juice of cacti. When bored, it played with stones as companions. The camera pulls back to reveal that this cactus area is right in the direction Qin Chuan is heading. In the snowfield at an instance entrance, Xiao Chen emerges from the instance holding an ice blue egg that looks extraordinary just from its appearance. This was a hidden dungeon reward unlocked by Xiao Chen based on his memories from his previous life, a mythical quality frost giant dragon egg. Now, Xiao Chen had reached the gold level and was soon to step into the diamond level as a beast master. Including the yet-to-hatch frost giant dragon, he had a total of 4 mythical quality beasts, 3 of which had already reached the pinnacle of the gold level. He believed that in this life, after stepping into the stars, he would definitely be a top-tier genius. the alien civilizations that had wronged him in his previous life wouldn't be able to escape his wrath this time. Recently, after making contact with the officials, he had successfully gotten them involved in the game, and leveraging his identity as a seer, he had joined the officials too. What about post-apocalypse? By then he'd be an SSS tier genius, and he could easily concoct an excuse to brush it off. He had also examined the talents within the official army, most of which were below S tier. Now that the officials were starting to believe his words, it was about time to inform them about Qin Xuan. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a scornful smile as he mocked Qin Xuan to himself. As long as he positioned Qin Xuan as an adversary to the officials or even to the whole world, then no matter how much Qin Xuan grew, eliminating him would be a certainty. Even if he was reborn, what could he achieve in just 2.5 months if Xiao Chen himself couldn't do it? How could his defeated subordinate stand a chance? In the game, Qin Xuan was riding the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon across the sky, traveling while continuously clearing nearby monsters to boost experience for the Sacred Melody Ancient Tree. However, with the influx of a large number of players, Qin Xuan found it inconvenient to use large-scale lethal methods to level up. Now was not the time to draw attention. It took him just 2 days to reach a cactus area at the border of the desert and the volcano. Flying over Erdwa had thankfully advanced to level 35, which was sufficient for now. Just as Qin Xuan was about to directly fly into the volcano map, he spotted a cave below the cliff. It seemed that a monkey's head had surreptitiously peeked out at him for a moment. Despite the quick movement, Qin Xuan caught it, sparking his curiosity. He recalled Erdwa back into the space, commanding Yashing to fly towards the cave. Upon receiving the command, Yashing dove toward the cave, shrinking in size just before landing, allowing Qin Xuan to leap into the cave. Soon after, Yashing also transformed back into the form of a small boy, landing safely inside the cave. The cave wasn't deep, but there was a turn inside where a juvenile Gigantopithecus was hiding behind a corner, fearfully watching Qin Xuan and Yashing. At this moment, it deeply regretted peeking outside, having inadvertently drawn these two monsters to its location. Qin Xuan also noticed the Gigantopithecus, feeling slightly surprised and curious as to why it was here. Could it have been abandoned by its tribe? "Little guy, don't be scared, come here," Qin Xuan called out to the Gigantopithecus in as gentle a tone as possible, knowing full well that it was common for the Gigantopithecus tribes to ostracize their unusual kin and drive them out of their territory. Giant strength apes that are expelled from their groups typically have undergone mutations like the one before us. Although its name is giant strength ape, its arms are slender and it has a long tail, making it resemble a proper monkey more than an ape. It was likely ostracized due to its unusual appearance compared to other members. The cold giant strength ape, with a heart full of bitterness, stiffly walked out from behind a wall, trembling legs slowly approaching Qin Xuan, body tense, ready to retreat at any moment. Name: giant strength ape. Mutant. Attribute: earth level, 10 quality, excellent final form, sky opening monkey king, super divine. After checking its information, Qin Xuan couldn't help but comment internally that this really was turning into a monkey. Yet, seeing another creature with the potential to reach divine levels, Qin Xuan felt the urge to form a contract again. They say divine beasts are rare, coming once every 100 years, yet how many had Qin Xuan encountered already? "Don't be afraid, little one," Qin Xuan emphasized the word partner, knowing that creatures expelled from their groups generally feel very lonely. He hoped to persuade the giant strength ape with this approach, but the ape just tilted its head, not understanding Qin Xuan's meaning. Qin Xuan then remembered this and quickly had Kair, who was adept in mental skills, act as an interpreter. Once the ape understood Qin Xuan's intentions, its eyes widened with a mix of disbelief and conflict. It longed for a place to belong, and this hairless monkey indeed intrigued it, yet it feared deception, falling into a trap, having seen the tactics of humans before. It looked up again at Qin Xuan, whose eyes were as calm as an ancient well and whose mouth held a gentle smile, seemingly waiting patiently for its answer. The giant strength ape noticed that this hairless monkey seemed different from others. After some deliberation, the ape relaxed completely, turning its head back to look into the cave as if bidding farewell to its past. It then approached Qin Xuan and knelt down. Feeling as though a contract had formed in its mind, it chose to accept. Suddenly, it felt a mental connection established with the hairless monkey in front of it. Human. This thought appeared in its mind after signing the contract with the giant strength ape. Qin Xuan immediately sensed its thoughts but didn't expect the little monkey to refer to them as hairless monkeys. He twitched his mouth slightly and then corrected it using mental communication. As usual, Qin Chuan initiated its final evolution, and soon a majestic monkey clad in armor appeared before him. Name: Sky Opening Monkey King. Attribute: Earth Level, 10 Quality. Super Divine. Qin Chuan felt it only lacked a staff as its weapon. Sure enough, the weapon obtained after linking souls with it was a dark golden staff. Without a second thought, Qin Chuan handed the staff to it. Now not lacking weapons himself and not particularly fond of using a staff, he decided to leave it for the Sky Opening Monkey King. Let's give it a try and see if it fits. The Sky Opening Monkey King took the staff. He indeed urgently needed a handy weapon, and the staff in his hand seemed very suitable. He stepped into the open space, swinging the dark gold staff, twirling it around him in circles, then lifting it above his head with both hands. He forcefully smashed it down to the ground. Boom! The earth shook and the ground cracked open from the impact, rumbling loudly, startling players several kilometers away. Qin Chuan watched the Sky Opening Monkey King's handiwork with satisfaction, but now it was time to leave quickly, otherwise players would start arriving. He grabbed the Sky Opening Monkey King, stepped onto the back of Yaoshang, and shot up the cliff into the sky. Players rushing from all directions could only see a giant dragon soaring into the sky, the gusts of wind it created blowing them far away. From now on, I'll call you Changsheng, he said as he decided the weapon would belong to it until a better choice was found. Hearing this, the Sky Opening Monkey King kneeled on one knee respectfully. Thank you for the name, my lord. Entering the volcano map, the sky was a dull gray and the ground was desolate. Occasional rocks stood among the deadwood, which bird beasts used to build nests with these dried branches. At least the sand in the desert had predators like scorpions, but the volcano seemed devoid of wild beasts. It looked like Erdwa and Changsheng would have to level up slowly. Qin Chuan wondered if all the materials here had already been taken. He muttered to himself. In his previous life, the volcano map was tightly controlled by the powerful families for its ability to evolve lizards into fire dragons, so it was almost entirely populated by their members, and thus Qin Chuan hadn't visited it much and was unfamiliar with the distribution of volcanic monsters. On the other hand, the Bata Guild, come on brothers, put in a little more effort, it's almost down. Once I contract this Chi Fire Xian Eagle, everyone's salary this month will triple. Xiangba encouraged, igniting a fierce fighting spirit in many guild members. They were teaming up against a boss-level creature, a fine-quality Chi Fire Xian Eagle. After the massacre by Qin Chuan last time, the guild's strength was somewhat weaker than other guilds, and after reviving, they had all fled from the snowy plains to the volcano. Especially after the downfall of their backing powerful families, Xiangba became even more discreet, setting strict rules that no player should be looked down upon or treated rudely. They were to politely trade with players for beasts and respect their choices, a long list of rules stricter than those of the officials, and the guild members dared not complain as they were genuinely frightened by Qin Chuan. The battle cries broke through the skies, and the Chi Fire Xian Eagle's health was already reduced by more than half, soon to be just a sliver left. In the air, flying over the volcano, Yaoshang carried Qin Chuan and Changsheng looking for wild beasts when suddenly they heard the roaring battle cries. Looking down, hey, isn't that the Bata Guild? Qin Chuan immediately commanded Yaoshang to fly down. At the Bata Guild, finally, the Chi Fire Xian Eagle was worn down to a mere sliver of health, firmly controlled by the guild members. Even so, it still refused to submit, struggling continuously, trying to break free from control. However, in the next moment, a huge black shadow loomed over everyone. As they looked up, they saw an ice-blue giant dragon diving towards them. The sight of the dragon left everyone in shock. They even forgot to run, or perhaps they couldn't run. Being targeted by such a being at such close proximity, there was no escape. Since that was the case, they might as well take a good look at this massive creature. Domination of the world had not expected such a situation. Looking at the blood fire mysterious eagle, which was now nearly skinned from the grinding, he clenched his fists tightly. The beast master he was about to obtain was about to be snatched away by someone else. He couldn't accept it. Taking a deep breath, his scattered thoughts finally turned into a helpless sigh. It seemed his guild's strength was about to take a fall. But just as everyone was waiting for a restart, the giant dragon in the sky suddenly stopped mid-air and then landed smoothly. Two figures jumped down from the dragon's back. One was a monkey holding a dark golden iron staff, and the other was a face they were all too familiar with. Yo, it's quite lively here. I could hear your shouts all the way up in the sky, Qin Chuan said, arms crossed with a smirk, looking at the members of the Domination Guild. Dark Knight boss. Domination of the world's eyes showed terror. Boss, about last time we were wrong. We failed to recognize a great person when we saw one. on behalf of all the members of the Domination Guild I apologize." Saying this, Domination of the World bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. And then, Qin Xuan inquired, then. Domination of the World stuttered, his eyes glancing towards the Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle nearby. Seeing the previously unruly Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle now intimidated by the dragon's might, had actually laid down on the ground, burying its head deep into the soil, wishing it could dig a hole and bury its whole body. "Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle. Me fight a dragon? You think too highly of me." Regardless of how reluctant he was, Domination of the World gritted his teeth and spoke up to offer Qin Xuan a gift. "As a token of apology, I offer you this Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle. Please let us off this time, overlooking our faults as the lesser ones." Domination of the World smiled ingratiatingly. When the situation demanded, what was wrong with a thicker face? You do have some filial piety. But forget this 1 inch, it's too useless, you keep it," Qin Xuan said nonchalantly, casually cleaning his ears. Hearing that his Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle was spared, Domination of the World almost burst into laughter on the spot. He then approached the eagle lying on the ground and directly initiated a contract. Perhaps due to the dragon's presence, the Bloodfire Mysterious Eagle readily agreed to Domination of the World's contract and hid in his beast space. After completing the contract, Domination of the World ran back to Qin Xuan and bowed again at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you for sparing our lives, boss." Do you know where there are more monsters?" Qin Xuan asked. "So the boss wants to grind monsters? Haha, then you've asked the right person. Our Domination Guild has surveyed this area for a long time and even drafted a detailed map. To make this map, our guild members." Qin Xuan glared with an intensity that seemed to say, "Speak nonsense again and I'll kill you." In the northern volcanic cluster, numerous chi fire lizards lived inside the craters, while the western mangroves were home to a plethora of birds. The east and south were generally rich in material distributions. Under Qin Xuan's intimidating gaze, Xiangba from the Batu Guild quickly got to the point, spilling all the information he knew without holding back. "All right, I trust you wouldn't dare deceive me. Changsheng Yaosheng, let's go." With that, Qin Xuan leaped back onto the dragon's back. Yaosheng spread his wings wide, creating a massive windstorm that blew away many of the Bata Guild members nearby and surged into the sky heading west. The members of the Bata Guild gathered together, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched Qin Xuan's retreating figure until it disappeared from view. When you are stronger than others, they envy you, but when you are so strong that they can't catch up, all they have left is admiration and fanaticism. "Oh, my Dark Knight is just too cool," many female players in the guild said, their eyes dreamy. "We must follow in Dark Knight's footsteps. I declare, from now on, our Bata Guild will officially promote Dark Knight. We must let more people know about Dark Knight's name," Xiangba announced fervently, and the members below cheered loudly, turning the guild almost into a cult. However, Qin Xuan was unaware of these developments, and even if he knew, he would only scoff at their idolatry. His first stop was the mangroves, a flight of about 15 minutes. Soon Qin Xuan saw the fiery red leaves spreading out for dozens of kilometers around, and occasionally birds with fiery red feathers were startled from the bushes, screeching eerily. Although there were quite a few players inside, the wild beasts were still abundant, and fire-type bird beasts could possibly even reveal a phoenix. Immediately, Qin Xuan led Changsheng and Erdwa to start hunting monsters, while Yaosheng transformed back into the appearance of a small boy, obediently and quietly following beside Qin Xuan. Entering the mangroves, the dense foliage almost completely blocked out the sunlight. In the dark mangroves, Changsheng smashed one wild beast after another with his staff, and their levels soared as rapidly as a rocket. If it weren't for the presence of other players around, Qin Xuan would have used a sweeping skill to clear the area without having to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Yaosheng sat on one of Erdwa's branches, occasionally plucking an elemental fruit. The beasts could also consume different elemental fruits, though they had no effect. However, the refreshing fragrance emitted by the fruits attracted every beast to Erdwa's fruits. The result was that they were all smashed to death by Changsheng. Plucking an earth-type fruit from Erdwa's trunk, Changsheng chewed it heartily while slaying the approaching beasts. "Sooner or later, we're going to attract players' beasts as well. What do we do then? Kill them too?" Changsheng asked. "Just kill them. Consider them wild beasts trying to steal anyway. Since contracted beasts won't die if they're killed now, it's just their bad luck," Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly. In a certain part of the mangroves, a fiery red little bird was trapped in a homemade cage. Being newly hatched, it couldn't use its elements to break free from the cage. Zooming out, dozens of cages were stacked together, each imprisoning a wild bird beastmaster. Nearby, a purple leopard stood guard to prevent any beastmasters from escaping. Jiang Lao, are we really going to follow that Xiao Chen's plan? A young man asked an elder. This elder was none other than Zhang Weiping, an official from the Dragon Kingdom. They had learned from Xiao Chen that there were dragon lizards in the volcanic map that could evolve into fire dragons. They had tried to explore, but the beastmasters there were overwhelmingly powerful and they were killed instantly before even getting in. After consulting Xiao Chen, he had suggested they first come to this mangrove forest to capture beastmasters and level up. Most people had spread out to level up while Jiang Weiping was accompanied by Zhao Qing. From the Zhao family of Kyoto, a family of military officials like the Shangguan family dedicated to serving the government. Zhao Qing possessed an S-class scouting talent, so he followed Jiang Lao to capture some high-quality beastmasters, and the guarding purple thunder leopard was his. Suddenly a strange fragrance wafted through the air. Zhao Qing and Jiang Weiping didn't notice anything, but the beastmasters couldn't handle it. The young birds that had been chirping incessantly in the cages suddenly quieted down upon smelling the fragrance. The purple thunder leopard, smelling this fragrance, blissfully squinted its eyes and began to move forward, involuntarily ignoring the beastmasters behind it. The leopard's pace quickened and eventually it broke into a run. Seeing his beastmaster running out of control, Zhao Qing chased after it. Purple thunder leopard, where are you going? Come back! The leopard ran ahead with the man chasing behind. After a while, the purple thunder leopard found the source of the strange fragrance, a large tree. By then, Zhao Qing and Jiang Lao had also caught up and saw the large tree. Strangely, the tree was not rooted in the ground but crawled forward like octopus tentacles. Even more bizarre were the colorful fruits and a blue-haired child sitting on the branches. Unable to resist the temptation, the purple thunder leopard pounced towards a purple fruit on the tree, but in the next instant an iron rod smashed down. With a loud snap, the head of the purple thunder leopard was crushed and a monkey appeared before them, clad in armor and holding a dark golden iron staff, giving them a menacing look. My purple thunder leopard, Zhao Qing shouted in dismay. Hearing human voices, Qin Xuan walked around the tree and noticed the two players. Zhao Qing and Jiang Weiping were startled, not expecting another player behind the tree, and then realized that these were his beastmasters. Zhao Qing was about to step forward to argue, but Jiang Weiping pulled him back, giving an awkward smile. I'm really sorry, my friend, we didn't know this was your tree. We were just here to catch some beastmasters, we meant no offense. We'll leave now, he said, ready to turn around and leave with Zhao Qing. Oh, catching beastmasters, may I come and see? Oh, Qin Xuan said, his expression stern, neither happy nor sad. Of course, this way, please. Throughout the journey, Zhao Qing glared at Qin Xuan, his fury palpable. His beast had merely wanted to eat a fruit, and while Qin Xuan had plenty, there was no need to kill it over such a trivial matter. This thought brought a rush of indignation to Zhao Qing's heart, his eyes burning with rage as if he wanted to tear Qin Xuan apart. Qin Xuan, however, was indifferent. After all, Zhao Qing was no match for him. Following Qin Xuan, they finally arrived at a collection of bird cages which, due to the scent of the erdwa fruits, had kept the beasts docilely inside. Inspecting the cages, Qin Xuan noted that they contained beasts of decent quality. One of the two men must possess a scouting-type talent and at a not insignificant level. After a full round of inspection, he identified his target and pointed at the smallest Xuanhua sparrow. Would you trade this one? Qin Xuan inquired. Zhao Qing and Jiang Weiping exchanged glances, surprised that one of their beasts had caught the other's interest. Since you are interested, naturally we can trade. But what will you offer in exchange? Jiang Weiping responded first. At this, Qin Xuan plucked a purple fruit from the tree. How about this? Oh, Zhao Qing eyed the fruit. Previously, his Xidian leopard had lost all sense of reason over this fruit, which underscored its immense appeal to beasts. However, Zhao Qing didn't directly agree but crossed his arms and turned his head away, pretending to be unmoved by the fruit in Qin Xuan's hand. You killed my Xidian leopard without hesitation just now. If you want to trade, it'll cost you. Extending a hand with 5 fingers spread, Zhao Qing put on a tough front. 5. Qin Xuan glanced at Jiang Weiping, who was nonchalantly whistling and looking elsewhere as if he saw nothing. Qin Xuan's eyelid twitched, sensing they thought they had him cornered. You really dare to ask? Huh? Forget it then, it's not like I absolutely need your beasts. I can always find another one, Qin Xuan replied irritably, then tossed the lightning attribute fruit he was holding to Yao Shang on a tree branch, who began eating it eagerly. Having said this, Qin Xuan turned to leave. Hey, wait brother, slow down, I'll trade, isn't that okay? Hey, don't go. Zhao Qing hurriedly called out, managing to stop Qin Xuan in his tracks, seeing there was still a chance. Zhao Qing quickly grabbed the Xuanhua sparrow that had caught Qin Xuan's eye and approached him with a smile. Qin Xuan stated, "The last lightning attribute fruit is already gone, I only have other types of elemental fruits left." After a moment's consideration, Zhao Qing agreed to the trade, exchanging the sparrow for an ice attribute fruit. Zhao Qing, who still had an ice attribute beast, quietly summoned it after Qin Xuan had walked away. The Shuling fox appeared and was immediately attracted by the fruit in Zhao Qing's hand, making yearning noises. Zhao Qing fed the fruit to the Shuling fox, which devoured it greedily. The next moment, the Shuling fox emitted a dazzling light so bright that Zhao Qing and his companion had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, Zhao Qing used his talent to examine the snow spirit fox and was surprised to find that its potential had dramatically increased, significantly boosting its strength. Was it because it had just eaten that fruit? At this moment, Zhao Qing deeply regretted missing out on such an incredible opportunity. If he had known earlier, he would have made every effort to befriend that person. After leaving, Qin Xuan released the Xin fire bird from its cage. Thanks to the soothing fragrance of the fruit, the newly freed creature didn't make any sudden moves. Even the process of forming a contract went remarkably smoothly. The little guy accepted the contract without a second thought. Qin Xuan was speechless at how effortlessly it all happened. Eventually, the palm-sized Xian fire bird evolved into a towering fire phoenix, its body covered in fiery red feathers and its tail adorned with colorful trailing plumes. Name: Immortal God Phoenix. Attribute: Fire. Rank: Level 5. Quality: Godlike. True to its name, ordinary means were nearly useless against it. After its evolution, Qin Xuan instantly knew all of its abilities, one of which was Nirvana. Upon receiving a fatal injury, it would enter a state of Nirvana. During Nirvana, the immortal god Phoenix couldn't be interrupted, and each Nirvana made it stronger. It also possessed an extraordinary ability: self-destruction. A godlike beast's self-destruction could easily destroy a planet. If ever seriously threatened, it could explode in an instant, damaging enemies immensely while remaining unscathed itself. The self-destruction of the immortal god Phoenix could also trigger Nirvana, leading to a cycle of explosion followed by rebirth, becoming more formidable with each cycle. Qin Xuan coughed to stop his wild imaginings. While theoretically sound, there were some limitations. Firstly, the Nirvana could only happen once a day, and it could only self-destruct once a day as well. Moreover, there weren't many situations that would compel Qin Xuan to use this tactic. He wouldn't blow up Blue Star, at least not for now. Well, from now on it'll be known as Rainbow Flame. Seeing that all three of his Beastmasters needed leveling up, Qin Xuan sighed deeply. It was a painful yet joyful process. For days later, Qin Xuan emerged from the mangrove forest with Erdwit, Changxing and Rainbow Flame all at level 70. During those 4 days, Qin Xuan had repeatedly run a dungeon in the mangrove forest to level up his Beastmasters, going through the same dungeon 248 times. The rewards weren't worth mentioning, just tens of thousands of breach stones and several hundred tons of cheap materials. Qin Xuan took a deep breath. Having spent days in the gloomy forest, it had been a long time since he had seen the sunlight. His purpose in the mangrove forest was achieved. Next, he planned to explore the volcanic cluster, curious about the dragon lizards from his past life that could evolve into fire dragons. Meanwhile, in the city of J next to City H, in the official branch meeting room, Xiaochen sat upright. "You're saying that this Dark Knight is Qin Xuan from H City, and that he'll become a demon lord after the apocalypse?" "Yes, Elder Jiang. Qin Xuan is utterly wicked and despicable. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His existence will be a significant threat to our dragon kingdom. We must eliminate him now while he is still weak, before the apocalypse descends." Xiaochen spoke with a serious expression. "But can you really guarantee that he will become a demon in the future and not just seek revenge against you for personal grievances?" Jiang Weiping was skeptical. "Yes, Elder Jiang, for the sake of Longwood and Blue Star, I Xiaochen would never lie. After the apocalypse, when players bring their powers into reality, it will be troublesome to kill him then." Xiaochen said this without a change in expression while inwardly cursing Jiang Weiping. "Damn you, old fool, you talk too much. After I get rid of Qin Xuan, the unstable factor, you'll be next. Then I will be the king of Longhua. All the beauties will serve only me." Even though his inner thoughts were harsh, his outward appearance remained dignified, and having lived a second life, he had perfected control over his facial expressions. After hearing Xiaochen's persuasive words, Jiang Weiping ended the call, his face showing a hint of melancholy. This must have been Xiaochen's intention. He believed half of Xiao Chen's words. He believed that the apocalypse was coming, but he didn't believe that Xiao Chen would really be so selfless. If one knew the apocalypse was coming, even in a secure situation, a normal person would still stock up on some supplies, but Xiao Chen hadn't, so there could only be two reasons. Either there was no apocalypse and it was all a lie concocted by Xiao Chen, or Xiao Chen had another motive and was confident enough to achieve his goal, so he wasn't worried about these issues. Moreover, he claimed to have an SSS class talent and so-called precognitive abilities, supposedly owning the strongest beast-taming abilities from the game. And this Qin Xuan, even Xiao Chen seemed wary of him, clearly a good entry point. First, try to get on good terms with Mr. Qin Xuan and be wary of that Xiao Chen. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was not resting easy. After returning home, he lay on his bed with an unchanged expression. Jiang Weiping was still unreliable. He would have to find some people to go to H City eventually. In the game, Qin Xuan rode his glowing steed towards the lizard nest. In the sky, Qin Xuan looked down at a group of volcanic craters, most of which were inhabited by red fire giants. These giants crawled out of the tunnels in the volcanoes, unafraid of the magma's high temperatures. In fact, they found soaking in magma as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, possessing great heat resistance. As they emerged, magma almost always spilled out of the holes, clearly burrowed directly from the center of the volcano. Seeing this, a fiery red bead emerged in front of Qin Xuan, wrapped in a phoenix-shaped statue, a magical artifact capable of controlling flames, molding them according to the wielder's will into the desired shapes, a dual-purpose artifact of offense and support which could enhance its power by absorbing flames. One of its uses was to absorb or spew out magma, which came in handy. Qin Xuan held the fire phoenix bead and drew all the magma from a volcanic mouth from all directions, the extracted magma being compressed until it turned into a fine line entering the gem within the phoenix statue. After absorbing the magma of one volcano, the red fire giants inside all crawled out, looking up at the thief who had stolen their magma. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Numerous giant lizards watched the figure in the sky. But unable to reach their target, they angrily hissed. Upon seeing the entire nest of crimson fire lizards mobilized, Qin Xuan was slightly surprised. It seemed he had found a way to wreak havoc without even entering the fray himself. Soon after, the Ice Radiance Holy Dragon and the Sky-Opening Monkey King launched their attacks on the lizard horde. With one breath, Yaoshuang froze a large swath of the crimson fire lizards. Following that, sounds akin to shattering glass filled the air as the ice-encased lizards broke apart into icy fragments. Changxing swung his dark gold iron staff, smashing it forcefully in one direction. With a loud boom, the ground in front was cracked open, creating a huge fissure, and all the crimson fire lizards along its path were obliterated to dust. The two divine beasts exerted their power, and within seconds, a whole nest of crimson fire lizards was wiped out. Qin Xuan looked around at the volcanoes filled with magma, from which more crimson fire lizards emerged. For the time being, he decided not to intervene. He planned to first visit the highest volcano to see the dragon lizards that resided within. The volcano that reached the clouds occasionally oozed magma from its surface. With a flap of its wings, Yaoshuang carried Qin Xuan and Changxing up into the sky where they could still hear the sonic booms. After reaching the top of the highest volcano, Qin Xuan dismounted from Yaoshuang to check the situation. Just then a prompt appeared. You have discovered the dragon lizard nest dungeon. This dungeon has no tasks and can be exited at any time. Enter, enter. Without hesitation, Qin Xuan chose to enter. When his vision darkened then brightened, he found himself on a rock surrounded by scorching lava. Using the light from the lava to survey his surroundings, Qin Xuan deduced he was inside the towering volcano. The dragon lizard's nest was not densely populated like that of the crimson fire lizards. Indeed, having a trace of dragon blood, it was normal for them to have a sense of territory. Flying inside the volcano was not advisable, so Qin Xuan once again summoned the Phoenix Fire Pearl. He controlled the lava to form a bridge that wouldn't burn him, and he simply walked away from the rock he had initially landed on. The interior of the volcano was a complex network of tunnels, likely excavated by the claws of the dragon lizards. Lava occasionally splattered from the walls nearby, but it was all absorbed by the Phoenix Fire Pearl, becoming nourishment for its power. Qin Xuan could technically use the Phoenix Fire Pearl to absorb all the lava inside the volcano, but he chose not to. Although he had never visited a volcano in his past life, he had read about dragon lizards. The eggs of dragon lizards needed to be incubated in scorching lava. Without the high temperature, the eggs would quickly freeze and die. If he drained all the lava, what if his target happened to be among those eggs? Qin Xuan didn't want to gamble, nor did he need to. It wouldn't be Too late to drain the lava after finding a super divine potential dragon lizard would it, soon Qin Xuan found a resting dragon lizard. Name, Magma Dragon Lizard. Attribute, Fire level, 58 quality, excellent final form, Hellflame Dragon Lizard, legendary. Somewhat surprised, the first one he encountered was level 58 and its final form was a dragon lizard. The potential seems somewhat low. It's no wonder that in the previous life those noble families couldn't produce many dragons with high potential. The high-end combat power was all waiting to be distributed, putting all the pressure on the mid and low-end forces. In the entire nest there were only a few dragons with the potential to evolve into fire dragons. It was already tough to deal with the low-potential dragons, let alone if they were unlucky enough to encounter high-potential ones. For those people, besides the dragons, the scorching magma around them was also a huge threat. They didn't have the extraordinary abilities of Qin Xuan. One careless step into it meant certain death. With just a glance, Changsheng understood Qin Xuan's intentions and rushed at an almost invisible speed towards a dozing dragon swinging his club. With a loud bang, the dragon's head was smashed to pieces and the still dozing dragon was sent off to meet its maker. After a quick glance at the dragon's corpse, they moved on without further ado. Before the descent of the game, the corpses of wild beasts could not be collected. After wandering around for 2.5 hours, including the first one, Qin Xuan had only found 5 lava dragons. However, the deeper they went, the higher the quality of the lava dragons they encountered, with the highest indeed capable of evolving into the mythical red blazing flame dragon. But there were still areas inside that had not been explored, and Qin Xuan didn't plan to make a contract, so he simply let Changsheng kill them with one strike. As they went deeper, the magma inside became more abundant and it would have been difficult to proceed without the fire phoenix bead. At that moment Qin Xuan, who was scouting ahead, faintly heard a dragon's roar. The rock walls around him trembled slightly, dropping some small stones. Qin Xuan reacted, realizing that this was a fire dragon naturally born among the dragon lizards. He did not know whether the dragon was male or female or if it had laid eggs. After briefly discerning the direction from which the dragon's roar came, Qin Xuan quickly headed towards that position. Honestly, Qin Xuan was not sure if there were any dragons with divine potential inside. Roar, accompanied by a roar, a Stygian flame dragon lizard rushed out from around the corner ahead, opening its huge mouth to attack Qin Xuan. In a critical moment, Qin Xuan, holding the ice-glow longsword, effortlessly split the Stygian flame dragon lizard in half vertically. However, the roar of this just slain Stygian flame dragon lizard had already attracted other dragon lizards from all directions. Roar, roar, roar! From almost every hole, the roars of dragon lizards could be heard. Getting louder and closer, Qin Xuan knew he had to speed up, and together with Yao Shuang and Changsheng, he quickly headed towards the direction of the fire dragon. Qin Xuan took the lead, swinging his longsword up and down, continuously slicing through the dragon lizards that lunged at him from the front, while Yao Shuang and Changsheng cleared the ones chasing from behind. The gathered dragon lizards seemed to have a strong sense of territory. From the moment they saw Qin Xuan, they would attack. At this moment, the dragon lizards, just like the communal red fire giants outside, had surrounded Qin Xuan and his team. Yao Shuang Changsheng killed them all in one go. Along the way, Qin Xuan had been quietly hurrying, even controlling his beast's power to just enough to kill with one strike to prevent causing some tunnels to collapse if his beasts attacked too powerfully. But now, facing the endless stream of dragon lizards, Qin Xuan was also feeling a bit impatient, like a Zhang Yifei who lost his feathers, having strength but unable to exert it. Since that was the case, he decided not to hold back anymore and went all out. Yao Shuang and Changsheng also seemed to have sensed the impatience, and in an instant a fierce icy aura burst forth. The dragon lizards that made contact didn't even have time to freeze, they were directly shattered by the wave of cold air. The icy breath directly enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters of the cave's stone walls. Even though the high temperature of the magma was present, it was still instantly wrapped in thick solid ice. When the ice met the magma, it made a series of crisp cracking sounds. This strike directly killed all the surrounding dragon lizards, but before Qin Xuan could continue forward, the icy ground beneath his feet started to show cracks, making cracking noises. The cracks rapidly spread across the ground, and the next second, crack, the ground beneath his feet shattered like glass, starting from where they stood and then crazily spread around. Qin Xuan and his divine beasts immediately fell to the next level of the pit. As he rapidly fell, Qin Xuan was not flustered. He casually shattered a large rock hurtling towards him, performed several somersaults in the air to dodge the debris, all the while looking for suitable footholds. then he pushed off a nearby rock with his feet, quickly rushing towards Yaoshuang, who was also falling. Yaoshuang's form changed again, flapping its wings to catch the flying Qin Xuan and then dived downwards, landing steadily. Shangsheng, more straightforward and brutal, let himself fall, and at the moment just before landing flipped over his feet, heavily stomping on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Qin Xuan immediately saw several unicorns with wings on their backs, the fire dragons, staring hostilely at the three newcomers, growling with a warning tone. After landing, Qin Xuan was unconcerned, his sharp long sword resting on his shoulder, looking at the fire dragon in front with a disdainful gaze. Name: Crimson Flame Dragon. Attribute: Fire level, 80 quality, mythical. Are you the ruler here? You sure made me look hard for you. At this moment he was still very annoyed, as finding this creature had already wasted a lot of his energy. A mere level 80 mythical boss was no different from an ordinary divine beast to him. Had he known this guy was hiding right underneath him, he would have just made his way straight down. Qin Xuan's gaze then moved behind it. A fiery red dragon egg bathed in magma caught his eyes, and a piece of information flashed through his mind. Crimson Flame Dragon Egg, offspring of the mythical quality Crimson Flame Dragon, possessing potential far surpassing its parents. Seeing the human eyeing its egg, the Crimson Flame Dragon roared angrily, but due to the overwhelming pressure from Yaoshuang, which was much higher than itself, it did not make any rash moves, but still stood protectively in front of the egg. Something's not right. Why is this Crimson Flame Dragon so severely injured? Did it just have a fight? Qin Xuan was not the least bit afraid and stepped forward. Was it to protect its offspring? Qin Xuan walked up to the Crimson Flame Dragon and did not immediately make a move. The Crimson Flame Dragon struggled to rise, letting out a series of low growls, but the roar did not deter Qin Xuan. Before he could take a closer look, another red blazing flame dragon suddenly emerged from behind him. It charged towards Qin Xuan, only to have its head blown off by a light ball from Yaoshuang. Despite the level difference, defeating it was not an issue. Seeing another red blazing flame dragon, Qin Xuan surmised the reason. The two dragons were of comparable strength but did not get along. Taking advantage of the vulnerability of the female dragon after laying eggs, one sought to kill the other to become the sole ruler of this area. After the death of the other red blazing flame dragon, the severely injured one also quickly perished, leaving no one to stop Qin Xuan from taking the egg. Qin Xuan approached the egg and discovered that it would take a few more days to hatch. The egg could only be incubated in this magma. Taking it away would mean it wouldn't survive. There was just enough time for Qin Xuan to catch up with the polar icebird expedition. Fortunately, Qin Xuan simply sat down on the spot to wait for the egg to hatch. Initially, Qin Xuan needed some materials to later exchange with the officials for new currency to facilitate his travel, but now the fruits of the Holy Melody ancient tree were precious cultivation resources, so these materials were not as important to Qin Xuan anymore. However, Qin Xuan still wouldn't let them fall into Xiao Chen's hands. He had new plans, waiting only for the hatchling to emerge. Hours later, rustling sounds gradually began surrounding him. Qin Xuan, who had his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the noises. He thought the previous burst of energy had almost killed all the dragon lizards, but with the strongest in the race killed, there would always be someone from the second rank ready to step up and try to become the new leader. This was exactly the situation now. Since the bloodline of the strongest still lingered, they would prioritize killing the offspring of the strongest. Watching the approaching group of dragon lizards, Qin Xuan deployed all his beasts under his command. The egg absolutely could not be compromised. With 10 divine beasts guarding around him, Qin Xuan's defenses were as solid as a rock. Outside were Wei Dali, Afengyi, Yaoshuang, Changsheng and Hongyan, eliminating the incoming group of dragon lizards. Fire in the air created illusions that made them stand still. Nijuo continuously supplied energy, and within the innermost circle, Tuncheng used its body to firmly encircle them. After a few more hours, the dragon lizards daring to attack were completely annihilated, with the 10 divine beasts yawning out of boredom. Once it was confirmed that no more dragon lizards would come, all the divine beasts except Tuncheng, Yaoshuang and Changsheng returned to their beast space to rest. After 5 days, the dragon egg bathing in the magma finally showed signs of cracking. A large crack appeared in the middle of the huge egg, then extended outwards. Soon a bright red young dragon emerged from the shell, its first sight being Qin Xuan, who was approaching to observe it. The little one struggled out of the shell, revealing a pair of small wings on its back. It's known that they evolved from dragon lizards, which typically do not have wings. The previous dragon lizards had some obvious dragon characteristics, but those were all evolved step by step from the basic lava dragon lizards. The dragon lizards before him could no longer be called just that. Starting from this generation, they had truly become dragons. This alone showed that their potential was destined to be extraordinary. Soon Qin Xuan successfully contracted his 11th divine beast, which unsurprisingly evolved into another super divine beast. Name: Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor. Attribute: Fire. Ancient level 1. Quality: Super divine. The domineering aura of the evolved Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor was no less than that of Yaoshuan, with flames encircling its body, the high temperature enough to incinerate all enemies, akin to a hell. Filled with blazing flames, Qin Xuan named it Inferno. The equipment linked with Inferno was a crimson spear adorned with golden dragon patterns. Having achieved his goals, Qin Xuan was almost ready to leave. Before departing, he once again took out the Fire Phoenix Pearl, directly absorbing all the magma inside the volcano in one breath. As for whether the dragon lizards inside would go extinct, Qin Xuan didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he even hoped the dragon lizards would be completely wiped out rather than letting Xiao Chen get them, even if they were of mythical quality. What about their descendants? Qin Xuan said. What does that have to do with me? First come, first served. Why don't they reflect on why they were born so late? I have enough fire dragons for myself. After coming out, Qin Xuan looked down at the numerous volcano craters below, which had many more dungeon entrances. He couldn't be bothered to look for them, but he didn't want to leave them for Xiao Chen either. What to do? Simple, just destroy the entrances. This would also help level up. Inferno, killing two birds with one stone. It's your turn. Rainbow Flame, explode for me. A long cry from a fire phoenix enveloped the skies above the volcano, followed by a white glowing firebird swiftly diving towards the ground. The moment it landed, a blinding white light flickered a few times before a huge fireball instantly spread outwards, ruthlessly destroying everything in its path. At this moment, it seemed as if time and space were melted by the scorching flames, a massive shockwave nearly covering the entire range of volcanoes. The high volcano nest of the dragon lizards was also obliterated under this power. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan excitedly watched as Inferno's level surged 10, 25, 50, 65, 70. In one go, the new divine beast's level maxed out. At this moment, he laughed heartily and wildly, like a villain who had defeated the protagonist. Before Qin Xuan could enjoy his triumph for long, his vision suddenly darkened and his consciousness abruptly returned to reality. The laughing Qin Xuan in the game caused the real Qin Xuan to burst out laughing as well. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Xuan awkwardly sat up, glancing around to ensure no one had heard him. Why did he suddenly disconnect? Was it a bug? Never mind, continue. However, after putting on the gaming helmet again, due to a large area of the game map being destroyed, it was regenerating a new map, during which all players were unable to enter. Estimated generation time: 24 hours. Meanwhile, still at the volcano, the Hegemony Guild brothers. The boss is down to just 2% health. Push harder, victory is right in front of us, Xiong encouraged fervently, but suddenly the earth shook violently, accompanied by a loud bang. Xiong and all members of the Batted Guild were plunged into darkness, and then their connections were severed. On Xiochen's side, he sighed in relief. If I were a day later, I wouldn't have been able to get this Millennium Ice Marrow. Luckily, I made it on time, otherwise the efforts of these past 10 days would have been in vain. Just as Xiaochen reached out to take the Millennium Ice Marrow, everything went black before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was back in his own room. Trying to re-enter the game, he saw a message indicating a 24-hour wait. Xiaochen exclaimed, "No, my Millennium Ice Marrow, no. Not only that, there were also those in real life urgently needing money, about to close a deal in the game couples who were about to meet up." Qin Xuan was dumbfounded. A nuclear explosion had crashed the game. In no time, almost all players were sighing and rushed to the game forums to discuss the massive damage to the volcanic map. Do you think it could be a volcanic eruption in the volcanic map that burned everything down? Someone speculated. No way, I was at the volcano, there were definitely earthquakes and loud noises, but it was not an eruption. Another added, I was also at the volcano. I thought I saw something white falling down, almost like a meteor. You don't mean to say it was a Mohai bullet, do you? Where would a Mohai bullet come from in the game? Are you joking? It's true, after that thing hit the ground there was a burst of flame, and then a few seconds later we all got disconnected. Doesn't anyone care that the game crashed and all our previous efforts might have been wasted? The game crash, an incident unprecedented in previous lives, baffled Xiaochen. His Millennium Ice Marrow was gone and he wouldn't be able to make it for the Extreme Cold Ice Bird raid now. After a moment's thought, Xiaochen gritted his teeth. No one else can get to it for a while, so I might as well leave it be and focus on dealing with Qin Xuan first. He pulled out his phone, opened a chat interface, and decisively transferred $200,000, a loan from the government which would be useless in half a month anyway. This is for travel expenses, make it quick, I want to hear back by tomorrow. No problem. Seeing his message get a response, Xiaochen lay back on his bed. That was a highly priced assassin he had hired from abroad. The distinguished Xiaochen still needed to improve himself in the game with no time to deal with a minor character like Qin Xuan, but he wasn't taking any chances, specifically requesting 10 assassins each skilled in different areas to work together in the killing. Even if the price was multiplied by tens of times, Xiaochen paid the deposit without hesitation, leaving no chance for Qin Xuan to retaliate. At this moment the 10 assassins had already arrived in H City, likely to act tonight. Among the assassins, there were martial arts experts, firearms experts and snipers. Qin Xuan, even if he had 10 pairs of wings, couldn't escape their clutches. Meanwhile, on the official side, they still couldn't find Qin Xuan. He seems not to want to see us. Zhang Weiping's side, then let's not go for now, we don't want to make him think we're out to harm him. Yes, and in H City, Qin Xuan, even during the game maintenance, he didn't sit idle. Since he couldn't play the game, he decided to go shopping for supplies instead. Whether it was the small supermarkets in the alleys or the chain stores in the large malls, he bought everything they had to offer. Not only that, but he also visited every cold drink shop, fruit shop, hot pot restaurant, breakfast spot and dessert shop he could find. He scooped up clothes, toilet paper and bath products as well. The authorities didn't allow him to monopolize food supplies, but he wasn't monopolizing anything others could still restock, right? When the end times came, he would visit these stores again. That would be the real monopoly. After all, one can never have too many supplies. As for gold necklaces, gold rings and diamond decorations, he skipped those. They seemed utterly useless but were actually somewhat useful. And those upscale Western dessert shops, where the food was moreish yet pricey, buying such items was like putting good steel to the best use. Holding a skewer fully packed with meat, Qin Xuan savored the juicy oil dripping chunks. The meat was fresh, tender and juicy, with a perfect blend of meaty and oily flavors that exploded on his palate. After one bite he wanted another, but he restrained himself to avoid feeling too greasy. Walking into a dark alley, just as he finished his skewer, he found himself blocked by 3 or 4 people with their faces covered with black cloth. They had been following him for a while and finally decided to show themselves. Qin Xuan, your life really is valuable. The client paid 10 times the usual price to have 10 of us come to kill you, said the leader with a poor American accent. Another man with shifty eyes spoke up, his accent distinctly Japanese. Enough talk, let's get this done. The American-looking man didn't waste another moment, charging at Qin Xuan with a machete as another attacker shot at Qin Xuan's thigh from behind. The bullet hit its target and Qin Xuan staggered, barely dodging the machete. But more assassins rushed at him from behind, and after a few dodges and more gunshots, Qin Xuan was ultimately decapitated by the man with the machete. The assassins gathered together, easily receiving the final payment from Xiaochen, celebrating the easiest money they had ever made. Even the sniper hiding in the distance hadn't needed to act. However, as the scene shifted, Qin Xuan, who should have been decapitated, was now standing intact in the alley, holding a long sword. The bullet that should have hit his thigh was deflected. There was a bullet hole in the wall beside him, created as his serpent armor activated a shield in an instant, deflecting the incoming bullet. The camera panned around and all the assassins were standing with just their lower halves. Their upper bodies lay on the ground, neatly bisected at the waist. In their final moments, they were still immersed in the illusion created by Qin Xuan, experiencing no pain, smiles of victory still on their faces. Their vitality was slowly fading away, which was evident from their increasingly dim eyes. This could be considered a mercy killing, right? Qin Xuan thought. They were not strong enough to force Qin Xuan to use his full strength. Through their illusions, Qin Xuan had discerned the presence of a sniper. Leaving the small alley where the fight had taken place, Qin Xuan headed towards the location of the sniper. Not long after he left, a woman's terrified scream echoed from the alley. Likely the bodies had been discovered. At that moment, in a certain building, the sniper who had narrowly escaped death quickly stuffed his sniper rifle into his bag and hurriedly dashed downstairs. His mission had been to lie in ambush on the rooftop, ready to shoot Qin Xuan if he attempted to break out. That's exactly what he had done, observing through his scope from the rooftop as Qin Xuan was surrounded by his comrades, ready to prevent any escape. However, perhaps due to the excessive dust where he lay in ambush, which he inhaled, causing him to sneeze, when he looked again through his scope, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The target wielding a long sword had sliced his 9 comrades into halves in one swift motion, then headed directly towards him. Terrified out of his wits, he quickly packed up his sniper rifle, jumped to the rooftop of another building and ran downstairs. He had also seen the scene of shooting at Qin Chuan's thighs, yet Qin Chuan's legs were still intact, despite clearly having no bulletproof gear on him. From this, the sniper deduced that the target must be impervious to bullets. Looking at his own sniper rifle, he dared not gamble. What if his bullets couldn't harm him either? It was crucial to get away from that terrifying man as quickly as possible, to return to his own country. He was done with this mission. Dragon Country was too terrifying. Running with sweat pouring down, he dared not slow down. The brightly lit exit was right in front of his eyes, his face displaying the joy of a narrow escape. However, the next second, the joy was replaced by the terror of death. Standing at the doorway was a familiar figure, even smiling and waving at him. Qin Chuan directly dragged him into the elevator. Big brother, please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything," the sniper cried out, his pants soaked, emitting a foul smell. Qin Chuan didn't waste words and directly extracted from him that the person who hired him to kill was none other than Xiao Chun from the neighboring city. "Xiao Chen, it was indeed you." Qin Chuan thought to himself, relieved that he had taken most of the materials from the desert before. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would have profited from them. After dealing with the sniper, Qin Chuan left the building as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen, let him jump around for a few more days. Qin Chuan hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be in the city next to his, but since he had also come back to life, he would surely avoid Qin Chuan, perhaps even flee to another city. Rather than wasting time and effort, it was better to play more games. Once the game descended, no matter where he went, it would only take minutes, passing by the alley again. It was now cordoned off with yellow police tape, with personnel in white suits occasionally carrying bodies out while onlookers gathered around. But this did not affect Qin Chuan's mood for shopping. Since he couldn't play the game, he might as well take the time to relax. Reflecting back, since his rebirth, it seemed he hadn't really had time to enjoy himself. After all, it was preparation for the apocalypse and he was under a lot of pressure. Luckily, he had achieved his goal, and when he returned to the game, he could start heading to the snowy plains where the event would likely just be starting. Thinking of the apocalypse, Qin Chuan felt that the food he had hoarded was still not enough. He ran to a Kendeji and cleared out their inventory, having it delivered afterward. At night, in the warehouse where he had gathered everything, Qin Chuan leaned on the balcony railing, his eyes gazing at the moon hanging high in the night sky, enjoying the moonlight he hadn't appreciated in a long time. If the apocalypse had not been looming, he might have continued living an ordinary life, being exploited by unscrupulous leaders, finding a partner to grow old with, and then quietly leaving this world. After the apocalypse, everyone would be in danger, and even such a life would become a luxury. Looking at that bright moon, Qin Chuan felt even more convinced of his choices, living only for himself. Not knowing how long he had watched, Qin Chuan finally turned and went inside to sleep. The next afternoon, once the game maintenance was complete, Qin Chuan re-entered the game. As he opened his eyes, he saw devastation everywhere. The entire volcanic cluster had been bombed into a huge pit, with the intense heat indicating that much of the magma had not yet cooled. There was nothing left above the pit, suggesting that the hidden portals there had been destroyed. "Let's go Yaoshang, back to the snowy mountains." Qin Chuan recalled his victorious and fiery beasts like Hongyan. Back into the beast space, planning to ride the ice glint holy dragon to the snowy mountains. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck Qin Chuan, and in the next second 10 beasts in the space exploded like bursting equipment. Back in reality, Qin Chuan was once again enveloped in white light, then disappeared. The first to react was Aowei, followed by the other beasts. "Where is this? Shouldn't I be in the space?" Yaoshan looked confusedly at his brothers and sisters, then down at the spot where Qin Chuan had been standing, which was now just a scorched patch. "What's going on? Wasn't I in the beast space, and where is our master?" Dolly asked loudly. I don't know. I just turned around, and when I looked back, you all were here," Yashang said bewilderedly. "Oh no, the master must be in trouble," Yi spoke anxiously. "Don't panic, feel carefully, the master is still alive." Upon hearing Kai's reminder, all the beasts began to sense Qin Chuan, and the conclusion was that he was still alive. "Indeed, but where has the master gone?" Tunshin asked calmly. "He must have entered some kind of trial. It's just that this trial doesn't allow us to enter, so we were expelled from the space," Aowei reasoned. "But without us, could the master be?" Athing asked worriedly. "A contract beast doesn't die, and neither will a beast master, especially not the master with such a powerful talent." let's just wait here, it shouldn't be long before the master comes back." Hearing the big brother speak, the other beast tamers could only wait on the spot. Within a mysterious space, Qin Chuan looked around blankly. Thunder rumbled through the purple clouds above and the ground was covered with purple vegetation. Where is this? Wasn't I at a volcano? Oh wait, could it be that I'm dead? That's not right either. I can't even summon my beasts. Qin Chuan tried to summon his own beasts but found his beast space completely empty. Of course you can't summon them because you have entered my trial. A voice sounded from behind Qin Chuan. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Qin Chuan hurriedly turned around only to find that a small orb had appeared behind him at some unknown time. I am Slok, the god of destruction and war. Beast tamer, accept my trial. Pass my trial and you can become my battle companion. Name, Brilliant Thunderous Beast, Slok, Soul State Uncontractable, Attributes, Thunder Fire Level, 100 Quality, Mythical. Ignoring the orb's babbling, Qin Chuan directly activated his talent to view its information. This is actually a mythical beast, is it offering itself to me? Well, as Senior Slok, here's the thing, I have some urgent matters now. Can the trial be postponed? Qin Chuan asked respectfully. Since you are here you must accept the trial. The orb transformed into a humanoid form, stating discontentedly. The humanoid Brilliant Thunderous Beast had purple lightning arcs flashing on its body, looking quite handsome. Come on buddy, learn to be flexible, I really have an emergency right now. I have used the last chance to pull a trialist into this trial. Land on you, you cannot leave, so, if I don't complete the trial, can I leave then? Either complete the trial or die. Seeing how unreasonable this was, Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Alright, I'll accept the trial, make it quick, I'm short on time. Trialist, are you sure you want to accept my trial so quickly? Oh, just hurry up, I really need to. Before Qin Chuan could finish his sentence, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Boom. Qin Chuan barely blocked the lightning with his ice glow longsword. Trial content: endure 10 of my lightning strikes without dying. The first lightning, the second lightning, wait. Boom, another lightning struck down and Qin Chuan once again struggled to cleave through the lightning. After the attack, he immediately summoned his snake armor and life orb. Fortunately, his beast equipment was branded in his own sea of consciousness so he could use it. The third lightning, the fourth lightning, boom 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 boom, the ninth lightning. By now Qin Chuan was gasping for breath, his hand holding the long sword shaking non-stop, numbed by the fierce force. Each of these 10 lightning strikes was stronger than the last. At the moment the ninth lightning struck, Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and braced himself to block it. Crack, cracks began to appear in the elemental shield of the snake armor. After retreating several steps he managed to catch it, albeit with great difficulty. Qin Chuan collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even catch his breath. The 10th lightning. The authoritative voice fell and the thunderclouds in the sky began brewing. Then a lightning bolt stronger than all previous attacks struck towards Qin Chuan. Elemental shield activate, life orb activate, fire phoenix orb defense barrier activate. Thunder and lightning clashed fiercely with Qin Chuan's shield. Boom, the fire phoenix orb defense barrier shattered. Crack crack boom, the elemental shield broke apart. Swinging the ice-glint longsword heavily onto the lightning, the life orb behind him continuously supplied him with power. Qin Chuan was pushed out several hundred meters by the force of the lightning, his flesh occasionally torn open by the splinters of lightning that burst forth. Even so, Qin Chuan still clenched the long sword in his hand, slowly cutting through the thunder and lightning, desperately holding on. Hold on, I must hold on, Qin Chuan told himself in his heart. With a roar from Qin Chuan, finally the ultimate strike of lightning was split in two, diverting around Qin Chuan and causing a violent explosion on the ground behind him. When everything settled, Qin Chuan could no longer hold on and collapsed straight to the ground. Unaware of how long he had been unconscious, when Qin Chuan opened his eyes again, he saw Slok's old face. You're awake, Challenger? How long have I been out? Not long, just 3 hours. Qin Chuan sat up, looking at Slok, waiting for his next words. Congratulations, Challenger, you've passed the trial and you are qualified to become my battle partner. Enough, give me the egg, I'm in a hurry, Qin Chuan urged impatiently. Wait 10 days and you will naturally be able to leave. 10 days? Why? Hearing that he had to stay in this forsaken place for another 10 days, Qin Chuan immediately became restless. This because my power is almost depleted, only the power of myths remains, so the transformation of my young body is somewhat slow. Anyway, it only takes 10 days, you can stroll around here during these days. Isn't the scenery quite nice? Nice, my foot, my original plans were all disrupted by you. After saying this, Qin Chuan lay back on the ground powerless. Seeing this, Sloke didn't say anything, just went and sat down in front of a tree. Kid, if you're really bored, how about chatting with me? I will lose all my memories after the transformation, so if you have anything you want to ask, you can ask now. Shin Chuan rolled his eyes at first, then got up and sat opposite Sloke. Since I can't go back for the time being, I might as well ask some useful things now. Why did you choose me? And how many people have been here before me? That huge pit in the volcano, you did that right? Shin Chuan was stunned for a moment, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. Don't be nervous, I am the God of destruction and war. I appreciate your style, your destruction. You have a tenth of my style in my younger days. As for those who came here before you, there were many, so many that even I can't remember how many there were, but I still favor you more, and the facts have proved my judgment correct. What did they look like? Are they still alive? Some look much like you, but others had long noses, some had multiple eyes, some were red, some blue. Although the description is a bit abstract, Shin Chuan was still shocked. It really isn't just humans involved in this disaster. From what he says, those races started the beast taming frenzy thousands of years ago, so who was behind this game and what is their purpose? How did you die? Shin Chuan's question plunged Slock into silence, followed by a heavy sigh. The will of the universe. The will of the universe, Shin Chuan repeated, slightly puzzled. Slock explained, it is the fundamental rule that has existed since the birth of this universe. Everything in this universe must abide by these rules. Anything that deviates is considered a heresy, and the will of the universe will immediately eliminate it to maintain stability. In my attempt to break these limits, I was pursued by the will of the universe and ultimately defeated. Now I can only stay here waiting for a suitable partner. The will of the universe. Shin Chuan muttered to himself, recalling the memories he had infused into his mind before facing the Ice Glow Holy Dragon. Was this fear that the Ice Glow Holy Dragon faced the will of the universe? I don't know how long I've been here, but fortunately at the last moment I found a successor. If nothing goes wrong, you will encounter it in the future. Seeing the seriousness in Shin Chuan's eyes, Slock added another line, don't worry too much, you're still too weak to draw its attention. Hearing this, Shin Chuan felt somewhat relieved. Will the will of the universe give some people out the chance to become stronger through special opportunities? You mean destiny? Slock clarified. Indeed, it selects some individuals to purge heresies, granting them powerful destinies within their race so they aren't easily killed and can grow rapidly. What if I killed that person? Would it come then? Shin Chuan inquired, intrigued by the possibility. Slock raised an eyebrow and looked at Shin Chuan. Let's not talk about whether you can defeat him. The destiny surrounding him is what you need to deal with first. Either your destiny is stronger or your strength must absolutely crush him to the extent that even his destiny can't save him. Otherwise your actions will only make him stronger. Shin Chuan understood Xiao Chen must be in such a situation. Could he not kill him without clearing his destiny? He remembered the unknown beast egg in his bag. This was his only hope of removing Xiao Chen's destiny. Besides, a child of destiny is just that. If he dies, there are countless others chosen by it. If one dies, another will be chosen. It only needs them to grow up and serve it. Those who die young are no different from ordinary lives to it. Relieved by Slock's answer, Shin Chuan felt more at ease about killing Xiao Chen without drawing the attention of the will of the universe. It seemed Xiao Chen, the child of destiny, wasn't as invincible as he thought. In the novels, the universe itself would intervene if a child of destiny faced trouble, even resurrecting them through various means if they died. Earlier you mentioned you only have mythical level power left. Are there levels above mythical? Shin Chuan asked, curiosity piqued. Slock looked deeply at him. Above mythical is the level of God King. Above God King is supreme, and beyond supreme is eternal. However, I have only reached the supreme realm at my peak, so have other gods. Back then, it was my attempt to step into eternity that led to my being hunted, and to this day no other being has reached the realm of eternity. The only one who currently possesses the power of the eternal realm is probably that cosmic will. Then what is the method to break through the mythic level? Shin Chuan was puzzled, as there were levels above the myths, and since no one in his previous life had reached beyond the mythic level, it indicated that breaking through must involve extremely difficult conditions. Indeed, reaching the mythic level is the peak for most beast tamers, but to break through to the level of a god king, one must have more than 100% understanding and mastery of their abilities. However, you need not worry about these issues, as I feel that your companions are overly strong for their stages, and they probably all have potential not less than mine. Since that's the case, breaking through to the God King and Supreme Realm for them would be as easy as eating and drinking, just as it was for me back in the day. You won't be limited at all. Time passed day by day, and soon the 10th day arrived. During these 10 days, Qin Xuan asked Slok many things, and when he ran out of questions, he just lay on the ground quietly daydreaming, eventually starting to chat about everyday things. Challenger, my young form has now been fully condensed. Take it with you, and you'll be able to leave. Slok handed an egg to Qin Xuan. It is said to be my young form, but in reality, it contains a new soul, so you could say it is me yet not me. Soon, my consciousness will also dissipate. Before it disappears, may I know your name? Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment, but looking at Slok, who was gradually dispersing into twinkling specks, he blurted out, Qin Xuan, oh Qin Xuan. After repeating Qin Xuan's name, Slok turned into points of light, completely dissipating. In the next moment, Qin Xuan found himself back at the volcano, the place where he had disappeared. The beast tamers hurriedly gathered around him. Master, you're finally back. Master, you've been gone for 10 days. Qin Xuan warmly received the enthusiasm of his beasts. Yes, I'm back. Once again gathering his beasts into the beast taming space, Qin Xuan jumped onto the back of the radiant Yaoshang and without any mishaps landed steadily on the dragon's back. Let's go to the snow plains. With a roar from Yaoshang, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Inside the snow plains, Xiaoqian emerged from a dungeon followed by a small black hound. This was the mythic quality beast he received as a reward for first clearing the highest difficulty level, named Shadowhound. However, Xiaoqian's face did not show happiness. Instead, he felt extreme disgust towards the little black dog following him, all because this little black dog was a male beast. Xiaoqian only wanted female beasts. In his view, all mythic quality beasts in the world should be female and beautiful at that, because only then, when transformed into human form, could he play with them without any constraints. Whether they were mature beauties or petite lolitas, he could freely play with them even in more intimate ways. Loyal to their own beasts, what's wrong with letting the master have a little fun? As for contracting male beasts, what a joke! Did his noble contracted position even deserve to be associated with a male beast? Ridiculous. It was like asking for his life. Xiaoqian looked at the Shadowhound sitting obediently on the ground with its watery eyes looking up at him with anticipation, and Xiaoqian felt as if he had been greatly insulted. At this moment, Xiaoqian wished he could stomp this disappointing creature to death. It wasn't even female. How dare it call itself a divine beast? Only a divine beast that could transform into a beautiful woman was worthy of him. What was this thing? Males were all trash. They should all die. Xiaoqian cursed all male creatures in the world. Ironically, he himself was also male. Just as he was about to stomp it, he stopped himself. After all, it was a divine beast. Since he didn't want it, he might as well give it to his sister later. With this thought, Xiaoqian turned and walked away. The Shadowhound tried to follow Xiaoqian's steps, but as it got a bit closer, Xiaoqian kicked it away forcefully. Howl! Xiaoqian's kick was powerful, using his entire body's strength. The little black dog yelped in pain. Stay away, you lowly mongrel! Xiaoqian roared, frightening the little black dog to stay far away, its eyes filled with fear. It didn't understand what it did wrong, why its master would treat it this way. It wasn't even bound by a contract yet, but it still regarded Xiaoqian as its master. Watching Xiaoqian leave, the little black dog dared only to follow him from a distance, naively thinking that the master disliked it for not being strong enough, believing that it just needed to work harder to be accepted by him. At this moment, a notification popped up before all players in the snowy plains. Large event. The ice-cold icebird has laid its offspring, and all players in the snowy plains can participate in the event. Players can form teams to hunt. During the event, the ice-cold icebird will be strengthened and correspondingly, its offspring's talents will be higher. Each participant will receive rewards after a successful hunt. The offspring of the ice-cold icebird is unique and cannot be stolen or forcibly taken. The only way to obtain it is by killing the ice-cold icebird. Hunt success rewards. Participants: Ice-cold icebird feathers 5, team leader of the killing team. Ice-cold icebird egg 1, ice-cold icebird tail feathers 5, each team member. Ice-cold icebird feathers 50, solo kill rewards. Ice-cold icebird egg 1, ice-cold icebird essence blood 10, ice-cold icebird tail feathers 6, ice-cold icebird feathers 1000. The feathers of the ice-cold icebird are excellent materials for evolving ice-type bird beasts, each containing a trace of the ice-cold icebird's power with a chance to evolve the beast towards a stronger direction. The tail feathers are dozens of times more effective than ordinary feathers, and beasts evolved through the tail feathers will also be stronger than those evolved through ordinary feathers. As for the ice-cold icebird's essence blood, it's the most precious substance from the ice-cold icebird. A single drop can transform an ordinary bird beast into a legendary quality. if used on a beast with high potential. Cultivating a mythical quality beast is not impossible. Of course, this essence blood is not easy to obtain and must be acquired through a solo kill. Xiaochen looked at the prompt in front of him and smiled slightly. Indeed, the requirements to obtain the essence blood were high, but as a reborn individual, he knew that as long as he solo killed the ice-cold ice bird when it was critically wounded, it would count as his own solo kill, and naturally all the rewards would be his. With these thoughts, Xiaochen couldn't help but quicken his pace towards the snowy mountains where the nest of the Arctic icebird was located. A shrill cry echoed from the mountaintop, and soon after, a huge figure appeared above the players near the nest. Before the players could react, hundreds of massive ice spikes plummeted down, killing all the beast tamers and players in one fell swoop. Having cleared out a group of players, the Arctic icebird then landed on the ground quietly waiting for more players to come and challenge it. Strengthened by the battle, it knew that surviving this encounter would ensure the safety of its offspring, which is why it boldly left its nest. During this period, its young would not be harmed, and it could not hide anywhere. It had to appear before all players as per the rules. Soon an official team arrived at the scene with most of their comrades still on their way. They were responsible for testing the boss's abilities first. They summoned their own beasts and surrounded the Arctic icebird. However, the bird was not panicked at all. It shrieked loudly, and the beasts surrounding it had their throats, eyes, heads, and mouths all pierced by red ice spikes. The eerie red spikes shot out from within, precisely targeting their vital points. In the blink of an eye, the encircling beasts lay on the ground, incapacitated. But that was not all. Sharp ice spikes began to grow from the bodies of the fallen beasts, and then bang, 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 bang. The red ice spikes exploded from within the beasts' bodies, tearing out chunks of tissue, resulting in a gruesome spectacle with hundreds of beasts bursting open. The personnel were still in shock when all their beasts were wiped out. The team leader urgently exclaimed, "Damn, this ability is..." But before he could finish his sentence, the face of a soldier next to him suddenly bulged with moving protrusions. The next moment, just like before, red ice spikes burst out from the left side of the soldier's face, and then his entire body exploded in the same manner. This fate was not unique to him. Many soldiers had already died from the exploding ice spikes. Everyone retreat, move back. The team leader ordered a retreat and quickly moved back himself. But it was a moment too late. Ice spikes began to burst from the bodies of all the remaining soldiers, including the team leader himself. With a gruesome sound, he saw an ice spike emerging right above his own field of view, growing larger and thicker until his consciousness snapped back to reality. He was dead. Although death in the game didn't equate to actual death, the fear experienced just before dying was very real. Having undergone such a death, the team leader was still shaken in reality, but now was not the time to shrink back. He needed to immediately relay this information to others. Several more hours passed, and the nearby official personnel had almost completely assembled. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner led tens of thousands of soldiers stationed at a distance from the Arctic icebird, observing the boss from afar and waiting for the command to attack. During this time, many of the extreme cold icebird's abilities had been probed. For example, the skill that wiped out the first group of teams involved condensing the blood inside the enemies into ice spikes, which were then controlled to fly out of their bodies, causing damage. Moreover, when its wings flapped, it could blow out a tornado carrying sharp ice blades, shredding any enemies caught in it. It could also cover itself with ice armor, which could withstand most fire-based attacks. Additionally, its attacks were dense, often able to conjure hundreds or even thousands of ice cones to strike the surroundings with both horizontal and aerial attacks. Since it was a large event, the boss's health bar was displayed overhead, visible up close, and its health was multiplied several times, signifying a prolonged battle. The best outcome would be for the official team to secure the killing rewards, but the chaotic scene might also allow other gaming guilds to snatch them away. After probing a bit longer, it was found that although the modes of release were different, the skills fundamentally remained the same, only the applications varied. With this knowledge, they could begin to devise strategies. Just as the officials were heatedly discussing, two more groups arrived at the scene. "Greetings to all the officers. May I ask if our Long Moon Guild can join this hunt?" A tall, upright woman approached. She was the president of the Long Moon Guild, Lu Changyuet, a gold-level beast tamer with 4 high-quality beasts. "It seems we are not too late. How about including us too?" Before Lu Changyue could speak further, a male voice came. From another direction, Qingfeng Pavilion Ji Qingfeng, the speaker was the president of Qingfeng Pavilion who bowed fist in palm to Shangwan Wani upon meeting. These two guilds were also ranked among the top 5 in the gaming world. Crucially, they were not backed by major families and were known for their upright and transparent operations, maintaining good reputations among the player community. Upon receiving the news, they had immediately assembled most of their guild members to come ahead, coincidentally running into Shangwan Wanner and her group discussing. The full involvement of the officials in the game was well known to all guilds by this time, emphasizing the game's significance. Establishing good relations with the officials here, or even a cooperative relationship, could provide crucial support in future crises. As heads of major guilds, their instincts were sharp. We won't compete with the officials for the boss's killing rewards, we just want to come and help, aiming for some team rewards. However, besides us there will likely be many other guilds mingling and waiting to deal the killing blow when the boss is weak. We will do our best to prevent that. How does that sound? The graceful Ji Qingfeng proposed to Shangwan Wanner. That sounds good. An extra person means extra strength, and hearing your reputation, it's not a bad idea to fight together. Thus the two were also involved in the strategic discussion against the boss. An hour later, the strategy was set and they began the pre-battle preparations. That's the plan. Please leave it to us. With a hearty laugh, Lu Chinua finished speaking and departed with Ji Qingfeng to make preparations. Half an hour later, a team began to approach the Arctic iceberg, leading with fire attribute beast tamers. They would self-ignite to increase the temperature of their blood, preventing it from being frozen into ice spikes. Then they hurled fireballs at the Arctic iceberg, which responded by flapping its wings, sending a mix of ice and snow from the ground towards the fireballs. The sound of ice and snow melting could be heard, producing a thick fog that momentarily obscured the bird's vision. With a gentle flap of its wings, the bird cleared the surrounding fog, but during that brief moment of obscured vision, all the beast tamers launched their attack and rushed towards the boss. As soon as the visibility was restored, the bird faced a barrage of elemental attacks, now at close range. Boom, bang. At the moment of contact, the Arctic iceberg formed an armor of ice on its body, successfully blocking this wave of attacks. Seeing countless beast tamers charging at it, it spread its wings, ready to form ice spears to annihilate them all. But just then a pillar of fire shot out from behind, aiming straight at its head. A critical hit would result in a severe loss of health. With no other choice, it had to stop the formation of ice spears and swiftly dodge the incoming fire pillar. From a distance, Lu Chinua, who had successfully executed the sneak attack, did not linger and immediately moved on with the Azure Flame Tiger to prepare for the next ambush. Meanwhile, melee-type beast tamers had already reached under the bird, with some powerful jawed beasts leading the charge, leaping onto the bird's thigh and biting into the feathers. Rip, some of the toughest feathers were pulled out as the beasts landed, exposing the soft down and flesh underneath. A claw tiger with sharp talons followed, clearing away the soft down and viciously clawing at the exposed flesh, creating a wound from which blood began to seep. But that wasn't all. A lightning bat flew to the wound and discharged a bolt of lightning directly into the bleeding injury before quickly fleeing to a safe distance. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. The scene wasn't isolated to one area. Numerous wounds were quickly opened on the Arctic icebird's thighs, causing it considerable pain. What was more infuriating for the bird was that the beast tamers immediately retreated after their attacks, not lingering for further strikes. As it attempted to kill the beasts underneath, it was continuously distracted by various attacks from a distance and by flying beast tamers attacking close by. Unable to tolerate the interference any longer, the Arctic iceberg spread its wings powerfully and lifted itself off the ground, retreating backwards. During its descent, it didn't forget to flap out 2 strong gusts of wind to keep the beast tamers at bay. At this moment, everyone could see the bird's health bar visibly drop a little, at least proving that their attacks were effective. After landing, the wounds of the extreme cold iceberg had mostly healed, but its health bar had not recovered. Numerous beast tamers charged at it again, and facing such a persistent group, the extreme cold iceberg grew annoyed. Just as it was about to launch an attack, a pillar of fire came flying from the distance, once again disrupting its skill. The iceberg looked directly towards the source of the fire pillar, spread its wings, and decided to first eliminate the sneak attacker. Suddenly, a fireball struck its eye. With a painful screech, the iceberg cried out, and the ranged beast tamers, who were always on its heels, launched another round of attacks. By the time it had defended against these attacks, the melee beast tamers who clung to its legs had reached it. Unable to gather ice cones in time, the iceberg simply created a tornado mixed with ice blades around itself. As the tornado whipped up, the nearby beast tamers were sucked in and shredded into pieces. This move nearly eliminated all the melee fighters, leaving only a few who were slow to escape untouched. The few beast tamers now in front of it posed no threat, so it spread its wings again, intending to kill the person who was constantly sneaking attacks from a distance. Ignoring the attacks from the ranged beast tamers, Ji Qingfeng, hidden in the bushes nearby, observed every move of the extreme cold ice bird. Now, at his signal, a chubby man beside him immediately started communicating with his beast. Just as the ice bird was about to take off, the mud beneath its feet suddenly softened, and its claws quickly sank into the ground, burying nearly 2 meters deep. At that moment, the mud hardened again, trapping its feet underground and preventing it from taking flight. At this critical moment, from Lu Chuanyue's hiding spot, another fireball, this time with blue flames, was launched directly at it. Unable to dodge, the extreme cold ice bird could only conjure an ice armor and ice shield to withstand the attack. The fireball made contact with the ice shield, and the high temperature instantly melted the shield. Boom! The fireball hit the ice bird squarely, immediately reducing its health bar by about 2%. Almost simultaneously, the original melee team retreated, and a new wave of melee fighters entered the battlefield, launching a fresh round of attacks. Although most of their damage was low, their sheer numbers eventually wore down the ice bird's health to 70%. Now, with its legs stuck deep in the earth, vines wrapped around its legs, and its body covered in burns and electric shock marks, the prolonged battle had given everyone experience. The current team could tell from its preparatory movements what it was about to do and knew how to command their beasts to minimize losses, leaving the ice bird completely outmaneuvered, unable to endure. Further ignoring the hits it was taking, the ice bird exerted all its strength, stomped on the ground, and then forcefully leapt into the air. In the air, a thin layer of ice formed on the feathers of the extreme cold ice bird, but it didn't last long. With a powerful flap of its wings, it shattered the thin ice on its body. After shedding the thin layer of ice, all the dark marks on its feathers disappeared, looking as good as new, and its health had also recovered to 80%. Now dealing with it became even more strenuous. It took to the skies, rendering the ground tactics useless, and they could only rely on aerial firepower to wear it down. The battle lasted for 5 days, during which everyone took turns to rest in command, but the situation was far from ideal. After entering aerial combat, the Arctic ice bird not only became more agile, but its defense also greatly increased, making the already low damage even worse. 5 days was their limit. The balance of power they had maintained was no longer sustainable, and even though additional forces joined later, it was like trying to stop a flood with a cup of water. They were running out of manpower, and now almost none was left. The complete loss of this batch meant the failure of their campaign. Lu Chuanyue and Ji Qingfeng had already been targeted and killed twice by the Arctic ice bird, yet its health was still as high as 43%. Shangguan Wanner was not willing to give up. Despite having spent 5 days, they were still driven to a dead end. Bang! The cries of the Earth Warriors rose as the last of their forces were completely worn down. Now there were truly no more troops to replenish them, and members from both Lu Chuanyue's guild and Ji Qingfeng's guild had been depleted. Leaving only the 2 guild leaders barely hanging on, the Arctic icebird slowly landed in front of Lu Chuanyue, whose azure flame tiger and the rest of her tamed beasts had just died in battle. It raised its claw, intending to crush this person who had continually interfered and ambushed it, but at that moment, the Arctic icebird felt a strong force hit it from the right, sending it flying away. Only when it stabilized did it see the newcomer, which was a massive bull. But that wasn't all. It sharply sensed something attacking from behind. Instinctively dodging to the side just as it moved, the ground where it had been standing cracked open slightly, then dodging continuously, strange fissures formed where it had been. It flapped its wings to create a gale blowing towards its back, only then revealing a transparent jellyfish. 2 shapes, one wide and one long, flew from the sky, the longer one carrying a man on its head. It was Xiao Chen's green wood snake had evolved into a sky azure python Jiao, gaining the ability to fly. All along he had been leisurely walking, stretching every step into 3 to catch up. He had arrived just in time when the official forces were nearly exhausted. The recent hit by the Green Mountain Bull had directly taken 4% of the bird's health, but now facing for such powerful opponents simultaneously, the Arctic icebird felt immense pressure. The twin dragons landed slowly, and only then Shangguan Wanner could clearly see Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen, you are Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked towards the exhausted Shangguan Wanner, his lips curling slightly into a confident smile, as if he were a reclusive master making an appearance. You've worked hard. From here on, leave it to me. After saying this, he even smoothed back his hair, feeling quite handsome at the moment. Shangwan Wanner kept staring at him, surely dazzled by his charm. Thinking about Shangwan Wanner's physique, Xiao Chen couldn't help but lick his lips, commanding the four tamed beasts to begin their attack. Little did he know Shangwan Wanner's impression of him had already hit rock bottom at this moment. When she looked at him with those fiery eyes, it was clear she was there to fight for the boss, yet she acted as if she was bestowing a favor, which really annoyed Shangwan Wanner. However, after giving it some thought, she sighed and kept her thoughts to herself. Xiao Chen was so strong he could probably defeat the boss alone, right? It wasn't as if they couldn't do it without him. By intervening, they were merely helping him speed up the solo fight. Besides, he held an official position, so he was technically one of their own. On the battlefield, the hooves of the Azure Mountain wild ox dug into the ground, and many thick, long spikes suddenly sprouted under the feet of the extreme cold ice bird. If it hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been impaled by these spikes. However, in the sky there were still the frost dragon, the azure python, and the ethereal jellyfish. The troublesome attacks of the frost dragon and the azure python were one thing, but the bizarre attacks of the ethereal jellyfish were truly hard for the extreme cold ice bird to defend against, and its health bar was plummeting fast: 39%, 34%, down to 10%, 6%, 1%. Just as the extreme cold ice bird was left with less than 1% of its health, Xiao Chen felt a surge of elation. "I've won. The frost divine bird is mine." Die. Yet facing that final strike aimed at its vital spot, the dying extreme cold ice bird did not dodge. It stood its ground, which in Xiao Chen's eyes meant it had given up resistance and was waiting for the death reward. 0%. The health bar emptied, and the body of the extreme cold ice bird was encased in a massive block of ice. After delivering this final blow, Xiao Chen didn't forget to turn back and flash a cool pose at Shangwan Wanner. Shangwan Wanner looked at Xiao Chen with mixed feelings. Was this the power of an SSS tier talent? But soon Xiao Chen sensed something was wrong. "Where's my kill reward?" Suddenly, the block of ice encapsulating the extreme cold ice bird started cracking, and a message appeared before everyone: detection. Facing overwhelming adversity, survival instincts triggered a transformation in the boss, significantly enhancing its strength. The quality of boss extreme cold ice bird has evolved from legendary to mythical. Kill rewards have been upgraded. After 4 days of travel, Qin Xuan finally reached the snowy frontier on the 5th day, just minutes after entering the frontier, he received the news of the boss's transformation into a mythical quality. What the heck? In his previous life, he had never heard of a boss transforming. What on earth was happening on the battlefield? Back at the site, Xiao Chen watched the scene in disbelief. Impossible, this never happened in the past. What's going on? The cracks in the huge block of ice grew denser until it finally exploded with a loud boom, unleashing a fierce wave of air that swept across the area. Even Xiao Chen's 4 divine beasts struggled to withstand the blast. The ethereal jellyfish, being closest and naturally frail, was instantly killed by the explosion. The frost dragon and the azure python also suffered injuries, though not too severe. Only the Azure Mountain wild ox, with its high defensive power, was relatively unscathed despite some damage. As the dust settled, the extreme cold ice bird stood in the center of the arena, its body larger than before, with ice elements around it even more solidified, and its eyes fixed on Xiao Chen, emitting a chilling gleam. At this moment it was calm yet filled with a murderous intent. It stood silently in place, ready to counter Xiao Chen's attacks at any moment. Unyielding, Xiao Chen commanded the Green Mountain Bull to charge at the Arctic Icebird, but just as its sharp horns were about to strike, whoosh, the Arctic Icebird vanished, reappearing behind the Green Mountain Bull. Before Xiao Chen could react, the bull's horns snapped off and its body was sliced into several pieces, scattering on the ground as a pile of flesh. Instant kill. The Green Mountain Bull, known in a previous life for its defense and strength, was instantly reduced to mincemeat by the Arctic Icebird. Xiao Chen started to retreat, fear apparent in his eyes. The Arctic Icebird, having transformed into a mythical quality, was clearly more powerful than him. Previously, Xiao Chen relied on the quality difference between them, and even if his level wasn't as high, he still had the upper hand. But now, the boss was of the same quality as his own beasts and at a higher level. There was no way to fight this. Run, that was the first thought that flashed through Xiao Chen's mind after seeing the Arctic Icebird instantly kill his beast. He immediately planned to have the Sky Azure Python Jiao and the Frost Giant Dragon carry him away. However, the Arctic Icebird didn't give them a chance, disappearing again and reappearing next to the Sky Azure Python Jiao. Before the python could react, its body was sliced into dozens of pieces, its head falling to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Unable to comprehend the method used by the Arctic icebird, the frost giant dragon managed to reach Xiao Chen and tried to fly him away. Just as they ascended, a huge bird claw appeared in their view, pressing down on its head. Then a tremendous force slammed it back to the ground, dragging it across for some distance. Xiao Chen was also flung away by this force, and upon getting up, he saw the Arctic icebird standing on the frost giant dragon's head, unmoved by the dragon's struggles. With a mere flick of its wings, the frost giant dragon's head was severed from its body, dying with its eyes wide open. Next, the Arctic icebird turned its gaze towards Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, and began to walk towards him step by step. "No, don't come any closer." Xiao Chen, supporting himself on the ground, retreated in terror, but it was futile. He could only watch as the monstrous Arctic icebird approached him. Just then, woof woof woof, a black figure rushed over and positioned itself in front of Xiao Chen. It was the shadowhound that Xiao Chen had disdained. Although it had managed to level up to 15 from hunting on its own these past few days, it was still like an ant compared to its four sisters. Due to Xiao Chen's disdain, the four other beasts also showed undisguised contempt and would often attack it, sending it flying far away. If it weren't for their master's intention to give it to his younger sister, it would have been crushed like an ant long ago. But each attack left it wounded. Yet at this moment, with all four of its sisters slain and knowing that unlike them it couldn't resurrect if killed, it stood ready to protect Xiao Chen. It still chose to step forward, buying some time for its master to escape. Just as the extreme cold icebird was about to crush the tiny creature before it, a beam of light shot from a distance. The extreme cold icebird hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the light beam. The beam scorched a black line on the ground lying between the shadow hound and the extreme cold icebird. Annoyed by the constant interruptions, the extreme cold icebird looked to the side, only to see another ice dragon appear, carrying a figure on its back. Qin Xuan had arrived. Upon landing, Qin Xuan immediately started to check the boss's details. Name: Extreme Cold Icebird. Cannot be contracted as a raid boss. Attribute: Ice level, 65 quality. Mythical. Ignoring the murderous aura of the extreme cold icebird, Qin Xuan then looked towards another direction, catching Xiao Chen staring at him with an incredulous expression. "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have interrupted just now. Damn it, I've been used by his rotten luck. I'll definitely give him a good thrashing later." He glanced at the little black dog in front of him. Name: Shadowhound. Attribute: Dark level, 15 quality. Mythical final form: Shadow Magic Wolf, Ultra God. Huh, he's even willing to forego contracting a mythical quality. Alright, now I know it's male. The extreme cold icebird, attempting to use the same tactic, tried to slice through Yaoshang as well, but at a speed invisible to Xiao Chen's beast-mastering eyes. Yaoshang deflected it with a palm to the side. However, there were still some scratches on its body. Qin Xuan didn't understand how the extreme cold icebird was attacking at the moment, but that didn't matter, it couldn't harm him at all. Watching the extreme cold icebird charge again, Yaoshang met it head-on. However, instead of clashing directly, the extreme cold icebird continuously circled around Yaoshang, dodging. With each dodge, many more scratches appeared on Yaoshang's scales, but this time, using the Eye of Insight, Qin Xuan figured it out. On the wings, claws and tail feathers of the extreme cold icebird, there were long ice-thin blades formed from ice. If they were ordinary ice blades, so thin they would shatter with a little force. However, the ice blades of the extreme cold icebird were different, extremely flexible, not breaking even when bent 360 degrees. At the same time, these ice blades were exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud, cutting off chunks of flesh with a light touch. Due to their extreme thinness, they were almost completely transparent from the outside, rendering them nearly invisible to many people and beastmasters. This move was indeed very insidious. One could be sliced into pieces flying over your head. Now, looking at the superficial scratches on Yaoshang, Qin Xuan decided to hasten the battle, waving his hand in summoning for more divine beasts: Aoi Tunshin, Changsheng and Hongyan. The 5 divine beasts quickly joined forces to battle the extreme cold icebird. Normally Yaoshang alone would have been enough to finish it, but raid bosses, if nothing else, have thick health. Just as Qin Xuan turned around planning to first give Xiao Chen a good thrashing, he realized Xiao Chen and the little black dog had already disappeared. Damn it, they ran off pretty fast. Swearing under his breath, he turned his head and decided to focus on defeating the boss first. As for that little black dog, it wouldn't be too late to snatch it later. Xiao Chen really was out of his mind, not even wanting the mythic beast. Facing the assault of 5 super mythical beasts, the situation was completely one-sided. the blood bar above the Arctic icebird's head was rapidly decreasing. In just the time it took Qin Xuan to glance back, it had already dropped by 50%. At this moment, the Arctic icebird was in a pitiable state, with a large portion of its feathers burned away and the ice blades that had easily sliced through Xiao Chen's beasts were now completely destroyed. Using regular skills, whether it was the windstorm or the ice spikes, they could hardly cause any significant damage to the enemy, and it couldn't even gather the opponent's blood into ice spikes. With only 30% of its health left, the Arctic icebird's health dropped another 5% after a round of fire attack from Aowei dodged the strangulation from Tunchen, spread its wings and tried to take off from the ground, but then a pair of hands grabbed at its claws and turning its head, it was that monkey wielding a stick beating on itself. That small stature had such terrifying strength that no matter how hard the Arctic icebird flapped its wings, it was in vain. Changsheng forcefully smashed the Arctic icebird onto the ground, and without stopping he exerted his arms again, swinging the fallen Arctic icebird several rounds before throwing it back to the center of the arena. With 21% health left, Yao Shan precisely hit the thrown-back Arctic icebird with a breath of icy brilliance. And Aowei and Tunchen also launched their attacks. Now only left with 2% of its health, the Arctic icebird was solidly hit by the three super mythical beasts. At this time, the Arctic icebird's body was once again encased in solid ice, trying to recover some health, but how could Qin Xuan give it that chance? A phoenix cry sounded, and a phoenix made entirely of flames dove towards the huge block of ice, and at the moment of contact a violent explosion occurred. Boom! The one who made the strike, Han Yan, quickly returned to Qin Xuan's side to shield him from the fierce blast. Far away, the fleeing Xiao Chen was also affected, blown down by the blast, biting into a mouthful of mud. This also completely depleted the Arctic icebird's health. You have single-handedly killed the Arctic icebird, mythic, and received rewards. A potential enhanced Arctic iceberg egg 1, Arctic iceberg essence blood 25, Arctic iceberg tail feathers 15, Arctic iceberg feathers 10,000. The Arctic iceberg essence blood, a great supplement for ice type beasts of mythic quality. The Arctic iceberg tail feathers, containing a part of the Arctic icebird's power, have a chance to grant ice attributes when fused with avian beasts. The Arctic iceberg feathers, containing a trace of the Arctic icebird's power, have a chance to transform into ice attributes when fused with avian beasts. The potential enhanced Arctic iceberg egg, originally a legendary quality offspring of the Arctic icebird, has its potential increased to surpass mythic quality after breaking through to mythic quality. Wait, this egg? Qin Xuan looked at the description of the egg and fell into deep thought. That is to say, the egg obtained after killing the Arctic icebird had only mythical potential and could only evolve up to mythic quality, but now, having fought with Xiao Chen and being pressured into evolving, even this egg has the potential to reach a super divine quality. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan couldn't help but smirk, starting to mock Xiao Chen unilaterally. Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, thanks to you I've obtained another super divine beast. How should I thank you? Perhaps starting with your sister might be a good idea. There's still an unhatched egg of a Huangting Thunder beast in the bag, and now I have at least 2 super divine beasts in hand. It's a pity that Xiao Chen ran away otherwise. Qin Xuan glanced at the unknown beast egg in the corner, thinking it was a pity. He could chase after them, of course, but what if he couldn't catch up in the game? Better be safe and take action in reality instead. At that moment, Aowei, Tunchen, Yaoshang and Changsheng returned. After a brief exchange, he put them all into the beast space, this time including Yao Shang without exception. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanner struggled out of a snow pile. She had witnessed the entire battle between Xiao Chen and Qin Xuan, and fortunately neither of the explosions had killed her. She knew now was a good time to establish a connection with the Knight faction. She hurriedly got up and ran towards Qin Xuan, fearing he might leave, and at least wanted to ascertain his stance towards the officials. However, Qin Xuan merely glanced at her briefly, causing Shangwan Wanner to dare not approach further. As long as you guys keep out of my business honestly, we might even have a few opportunities to cooperate, he said. After finishing, Qin Xuan ignored Shangwan Wanner's fearful expression and logged out. Back in reality, he checked the date. It was August 13th, with 2 days until the game descended. He decided to stock up during these 2 days. The supermarket had just restocked. He bought out everything. At the restaurant he ordered 1,000 servings. At the dessert shop he bought everything. Clothes buy, fruits buy, barbecued meat buy, toilet paper. Not having it would be a disaster, so he bought it all ruthlessly. After the shopping spree, Qin Xuan still had 2 or 3 billion left. He sat on a park bench wearing sunglasses, enjoying the last moments of peace before the apocalypse. as the sun set the park was bustling with families who had come for a picnic. Then a group of people approached and surrounded Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan flipped up his sunglasses. "You looking for me?" An old woman stepped forward holding a portrait in her hands. "Do you remember her?" Qin Xuan took a close look at the woman in the portrait, recalled for a moment, and recognized her. Lu Qianxian, his former colleague, the most vociferous one when Li Fugui's restaurant was provoking trouble. "Oh, that bitch? She couldn't even take a single punch from me, really pathetic." Qin Xuan mocked openly in front of her family. In the company, she was known as a green tea bitch, always seducing the new male colleagues, scamming their money. She climbed into Li Fugui's bed several times, handing off her work to others while reaping the benefits herself. "Unfortunately, that someone else was me, so I really disliked her," Qin Xuan exclaimed. "You have committed murder, a capital offense, and I demand that you accompany my sister in death." A young man stepped forward, loudly accusing Qin Xuan. He was Lu Qianxian's brother, Lu Yulong. At this moment, Lu Yulong despised Qin Xuan to his core. He had been relying on his sister's salary to support his girlfriend, and with a worthless degree from a no-name university, he had no real skills and spent his days leeching off his parents. Now, this man had killed his sister, his source of income was gone, and his girlfriend had run off with another man. How could he not hate him? As for why he didn't go out to work, he considered himself a man destined for greater things, not someone who should toil on a construction site. Once he had moved bricks for an hour and his hands had blistered, which had his parents fussing over him and demanding compensation from the foreman. Before Qin Xuan could respond, Lu Qianxian's mother sat down on the ground with a thump, screaming loudly, "Oh look everyone, my daughter was killed by her ex-boyfriend and he won't pay compensation." Qin Xuan was baffled. Since when was he Lu Qianxian's ex-boyfriend? The surrounding crowd, hearing the commotion, gathered around, whispering and pointing at Qin Xuan. The scenario was predictable. It was all about demanding money, a plot too common in novels, yet here it was playing out in reality. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Xuan thought to himself that with the apocalypse nearing, these people should be stockpiling supplies, not fussing over such matters. They seemed unaware of the impending doom. Zhou Shuren once said, "The fastest way to solve a problem is to eliminate the source of the problem." Suddenly, white boxing gloves appeared on Qin Xuan's hands, shocking the onlookers with their sudden appearance. Considering the apocalypse was upon them, he wasn't too concerned about the consequences. "Old folks, it's getting cold, take care to keep warm," Qin Xuan said. With that, his fists charged up and flew out, striking Lu Qianxian's family. The explosive burst of ice directly shattered the three into a mess of flesh and blood. Screams erupted. "Murder! Murder! Call the police!" In the presence of the spectators, Qin Xuan cleanly and eerily eliminated Lu Qianxian's family, plunging them into panic as they scattered in screams. Many children, witnessing the gruesome scene, burst into tears, quickly scooped up by their rushing parents. This incident would undoubtedly haunt their childhoods if they were to grow up at all. Qin Xuan, however, was indifferent. The post-apocalyptic world would witness far bloodier scenes, and in his view this was relatively mild. Ignoring the fearful glances from others, Qin Xuan walked away alone. The next day he logged in to check his backpack, noticed no change with the 2 eggs, browsed around a bit and then logged off. At this point he really didn't know what else he could do. He wasn't lacking materials, food or power. Women, he scoffed, women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. As for mythical beasts, while Qin Xuan admitted he had more than a few, finding one with potential just by chance was rare. Mythical potential was more common, but still Qin Xuan was not impressed. If these words were to reach someone else's ears, they would surely think him insane. Divine beasts were something they could only dream of in their lifetimes, and yet he was picky about them. The apocalypse wouldn't descend until noon tomorrow, so he decided to stock up on necessities and reality for this last day and a half. However, the supermarket had been cleared out and restocking wasn't happening fast enough. Thus, Qin Xuan shifted his focus to entertainment. He visited several mobile phone stores, buying dozens of phones and computers, along with hundreds of power banks. The shopkeepers threw in hundreds of phone stands for free. Once home, Qin Xuan immediately began downloading all sorts of videos, novels and TV series. Although he had already stockpiled plenty of electronic devices with pre-downloaded content last time, he figured more was always better. Downloading the resources and charging the power banks took some time. However, the internet would still be marginally usable for the first 3 days after the apocalypse, even though he would have to manage his electricity supply. But Qin Xuan wasn't worried about power at all. His Thunder Beast was a natural generator. Whenever the batteries ran low, a couple of shocks from the Thunder Beast would charge them right up. in his previous life there was a type of beast called Thunder Spirit. Its attack, speed and defense were all mediocre, but because it was an elemental lifeform that constantly emitted electricity, it was often used as a generator. Many large bases derived their power from them, besides Thunder Spirits. There were wind spirits, water spirits, fire spirits, all of them were elemental lifeforms. Qin Chuan had seen many in the game, but sadly none of them had the potential to become divine. Because he had killed someone in front of everyone, the officials quickly came looking to take him to the police station. However, with the stargazing pan in his possession, the officials couldn't find him and he had no intention of dealing with them. The leader of the official department in H City, knowing they couldn't find Qin Chuan, simply gave up. He was busy, tired, or rather every city's official department leader across the entire Dragon Nation was overwhelmed. The apocalypse was imminent. Although they were still reluctant to believe it, they followed the orders from above, deploying clay soldiers everywhere, hoping to save more people the moment the apocalypse struck. Of course, it would be best if the apocalypse never came. That night, Qin Chuan logged back into the game and noticed some activity in the egg of the Huangting Thunder Beast. He took it out of his bag and the shell quickly cracked open. A small beast that resembled a tiger but was as swift as a leopard appeared before him. It possessed 2 pairs of sharp claws, a sharp horn on the center of its forehead, and 2 fawn-like tusks protruding from its mouth. Its tail was covered with barbs resembling a meteor hammer. Its body was hairless, with purple skin that was exceptionally tough. Almost every part of its body could be used as a weapon, as if it was born for battle. This was Qin Chuan's first encounter with the true form of the Huangting Thunder Beast. Previously, when he had conversed with Sloke, it had either transformed into a human or a sphere. Now, seeing its appearance, it truly lived up to its reputation as a god of destruction and war. The little creature gently hopped onto Qin Chuan's shoulder, its sharp gaze dissipating and turning into one of warmth. Fire and thunder elements crackled around it. Qin Chuan named it Laming, after forming a contract. Laming jumped off his shoulder. Like Yaoshuan, who was also reincarnated from an ancient relic, Laming possessed the ability to transform into human form from the start. In his human form, Laming was about the same height as Yaoshuan, with the main differences being the color of their hair and their personalities. Laming had black hair and was a boy, but his expression carried a stern air. However, this would all change to a warm smile when facing Qin Chuan, and Qin Chuan, who could sense the emotions of his contracted beasts, felt that this smile was genuine, not a facade. With less than a day left, there was no chance to level Laming up to 70. The monsters in the snowfields were too scattered. Unlike the densely populated fire volcano with its red fire giants, the method of using rainbow flame self-detonation was also proving to be more loss than gain. In one night, they only managed to reach level 32. At 9 a.m. on August 15, there were only 3 hours left until the apocalypse. Qin Chuan checked the polar ice bird egg in his backpack, saw no signs of it hatching, and then logged off the game and stepped outside. With 2 hours remaining before the apocalypse, players still in the game were suddenly kicked out as the game updated, bringing their consciousness back to reality. 1 hour before the apocalypse, the military deployed in various locations was ready and waiting, prepared to eliminate any threats. Qin Chuan noticed a military unit eyeing the street he was on. Were they trying to take preventative measures? Naive? The final half hour, the last 10 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. As the second hand once again hit the 12-inch, the previously clear sky suddenly transformed into dark clouds that enveloped the entire planet. Blue star portals began appearing in the sky and on the ground. From these portals, wild beasts continuously emerged. The carnivorous ones, upon seeing humans on the streets, immediately began drooling and pounced on the helpless pedestrians. Screams filled the air along with splattering blood. Not only that, blue star itself was trembling, its surface area continuously expanding, and many buildings started to crack and were torn apart by the shifting land. The severe undulations created numerous deep fissures in the ground, swallowing people who soon disappeared from sight, with only faint screams echoing from below. It wasn't just Long Country facing this catastrophe, other nations were too. In the Cherry Blossom Country, residents near the coast could vaguely see a gigantic serpent with 8 heads in the sea. In the beautiful country, countless black liquid creatures went from house to house searching for humans to devour. These were swarms of oil monsters, some even covered in mold. The military units deployed in various places also quickly reacted. They immediately rushed out, took out heavy machine guns, and opened fire on the beasts. Similar scenes unfolded everywhere, but they soon shockingly discovered that conventional weapons were almost ineffective against these creatures. As monsters charged towards him, a terracotta soldier had a sudden stroke of inspiration, connecting to his sea of consciousness to summon his beast guardian. In the next moment, a giant tortoise appeared in front of him. The surrounding terracotta soldiers, after a brief moment of surprise, followed suit and successfully summoned their own beast. "Guardians, don't panic, get behind us." The military tried to clear the wild beasts while calming the panicked crowd. However, due to the sudden increase in the surface area, the distance between people also grew, making it hard for many to hear their shouts. The screams of the crowd completely drowned out the military's cries, leaving a large swath of people still in chaos. In a nearby forest, a disheveled man emerged from the trees, only to see monsters from the game now chasing people in reality. After rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't dreaming, he threw his arms open and laughed, a mad, wild laugh. This man was Morong Junzi. After killing his own father and being forced to destroy his family's plans, he had fled to this forest and lived a wild life. He had found a cave to hide in, surviving on insects and berries he collected at night, and had remained undetected by the authorities. Seeing this mad scene unfold, he knew his chance to rise had come. The moment for Morong Junzi to rise has arrived. Ha! Suddenly he felt something hot behind him. Turning stiffly, he saw a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, drooling and looking down on him from above. Roar, no! In his pupils, the creature's gaping maw grew larger and larger until, Morong Junzi was no more. Qin Xuan walked emotionlessly among the panicked crowd. This road was the same street he had been on when the game Apocalypse descended in his previous life. Back then he had fled just like the people around him now. Help! Help! Big brother, save me! At that moment a little girl shouted at Qin Xuan, with a terrifying tiger following close behind her. The girl had caught the attention of a level 15 steel claw tiger, but she couldn't run as fast as the adults. If things continued this way, she would soon be devoured. Seeing Qin Xuan walking in the opposite direction of the crowd, the girl grasped at him like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline, desperately running towards him to plead for his help. However, Qin Xuan just coldly watched the little girl, and as she was about to throw herself onto him, he swiftly dodged to the side. The girl, unable to stop in time, fell hard to the ground, skinning her hands and knees, her tearful appearance heart-wrenching to witness. But having been betrayed in his past life, Qin Xuan no longer trusted anyone, and he remembered this little girl all too well. In his previous life, at this same moment, she had also been chased by a tiger. Back then, Qin Xuan couldn't bear to watch such a young child be eaten and had stepped forward to kill the tiger and save her. It was only then that he realized that the game's beast guardians had also descended into reality. This girl, it must be said, was very lucky in his past life. After being saved by Qin Xuan, she followed him and even became a founding member of the Midnight Base. Throughout their time together, Qin Xuan had never wronged her. Instead, he treated her as if she were his own younger sister. 5 years later, though only in her teens, she was well educated and had a comprehensive understanding of the habits and abilities of various beasts. She was also a renowned scholar at Qin Xuan's base. However, fate took a turn when she met Xiao Chen years later. She fell for Xiao Chen's handsome face at first sight, and upon learning that Xiao Chen was against her own, volunteered to be a spy within. Her true nature was only revealed when the Dark Knight base fell, as she brutally stabbed Qin Xuan in the back. Qin Xuan thought that saving her life would at least earn her gratitude, if not loyalty. Yet she enjoyed his kindness while secretly betraying him. When confronted, she didn't hesitate to say, "Brother Xiao Chen is my everything. He encourages me when I face hardships. Besides material things, what else have you done for me?" Qin Xuan had always ensured she wore the cleanest clothes, ate the best food at the base, received treatment from the best doctors when injured, and read books he risked his life to retrieve from wild beast nests. Many at the base were jealous of her treatment, which Qin Xuan always defended. In the end, all he got in return was, "What have you done for me besides material things?" Recalling this, Qin Xuan's knuckles cracked noisily, enraged by her ingratitude. The little girl, enduring pain, got up and saw Qin Xuan's cold gaze. Fearing to approach, she limped away. The steel-toothed tiger behind her still eyed Qin Xuan for an attack, but was intimidated by his fierce look. Reluctantly, the tiger continued to chase the little girl, who, already unable to outrun it, was quickly caught due to her injured leg. "Please don't eat me, I don't taste good," she screamed in terror. Just as the tiger pounced and bit her neck, a young man intervened, killing the tiger and saving the girl. He gently lifted her, comforting her like a big brother from next door. "Little sister, don't be scared. Big brother scared the monster away. No tears now, let's go find your mom and dad, okay?" His tone was incredibly gentle, his smile warm. Qin Xuan glanced at the young man, a stranger, likely another player typical of The young and just heroes emerging after the apocalypse had just begun. However, Qin Xuan was still irked that the little traitor hadn't been torn apart, irked that a thankless traitor kept being saved, irked that everything he worked hard for was ultimately taken by that damn Shao Chun. Why, it was truly vexing. Seeing the grim expression on Qin Xuan's face, the young man mistook it for panic after being caught in a compromising position and began to berate him. How can you be so heartless? This little sister was begging you for help. If she had died just now, you would be the murderer. While saying this, he continuously comforted the trembling little girl. Upon seeing this, Qin Xuan's eyes gleamed fiercely, yet a small smile hung on his lips. Unbeknownst to anyone, a long sword had appeared in his hand, which made the young man and the little girl shiver with fear. Brother, I'm scared. The little girl's tearful cries only added to Qin Xuan's irritation. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, murder is a crime. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Qin Xuan swiftly slashed with his sword, cutting off half of the little girl's head. Her body twitched once before falling still. The young man's neck slowly began to show a line of blood, which oozed out brightly before his world spun wildly and he saw his own headless body. You dare to accuse me? Calming down, Qin Xuan waved his hand, and all the beast guardians were summoned. They had just arrived at the Blue Star and looked around curiously. Is this the world our master originally belonged to? Now that the level restrictions had been lifted, it was necessary for them to become stronger quickly. He sent the beast guardians off in different directions to level up. The Blue Star had many empty spaces perfect for their training. Only Kair Yao Sheng Erdwa and Laming stayed by Qin Xuan's side. With these four and his beast guardian equipment, he was completely safe. Next, Qin Xuan mounted Yao Sheng and flew directly to Jade City in the neighboring area. Riding the Ice Glare Holy Dragon was fast, and it only took a few minutes to reach his destination. However, after circling Jade City several times, Qin Xuan could not spot Shao Chun. He couldn't really be hiding, could he? Relying on Shao Chen's abilities, if he really was hiding, it would indeed be difficult to find him. After another fruitless search, Qin Xuan leaned despondently against the balcony of a building. He had thought that following the disturbances caused by Shao Chen's fights, he could at least track him down, but it seemed Shao Chen had deliberately avoided him during the crucial time period after the game's advent. Thinking this, Qin Xuan resolved to quickly find a tracking-type beast guardian. Another method to find Shao Chen was to destroy the surrounding cities. With his current strength, Qin Xuan was fully capable of such an act. However, this would involve too many innocents and definitely attract official attention. Moreover, Shao Chen was protected by luck. Qin Xuan's explosions likely wouldn't kill him if he didn't succeed in killing Shao Chen, and also drew the hostility of the officials. Although Qin Xuan wasn't afraid of the officials, he couldn't possibly annihilate the officials of an entire country, could he? Since he couldn't find Shao Chen now, he decided to level up first. He would find him eventually. Besides, Shao Chen was with his sister. They couldn't have gone far. Qin Xuan sent the descriptions of Shao Chen and his sister through his sea of consciousness to the beast guardians dispatched in all directions. If they spotted Shao Chen, they were to report back immediately. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, Lu Hao's team was struggling amidst a group of beast guardians, nearly facing their demise. Just then, a white fox capable of controlling flames appeared. Its blazing fire swept through the group of beasts, turning them all into ashes. Lu Hao watched in amazement as the fox before him vanished. He didn't believe it was a wild beast. Surely some master had lent their aid. Soon after, the white fox disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving Lu Hao and his team sighing softly, recognizing that this was the mysterious master's way of departing. This master seemed reluctant to meet them face to face, but Lu Hao thought, if such a powerful figure were to join the Long Nation's military, what worries would the nation have? This scenario was not unique to them. In various cities, some witnessed wolves, others saw snakes, some encountered a dragon, and yet another group a monkey. However, they all shared one thing in common: they only killed wild beasts and paid little heed to the armies of the Long Nation. Attempts to approach or even form contracts were met with fright and retreat. These were Qin Xuan's orders to not provoke his officials and spare their lives. As for those civilians who approached for help or tried to claim these beasts as their own, they were mercilessly killed. This news quickly reached the military headquarters. In the conference room, Jiang Weiping watched the video footage returned by the scouts, his heart filled with immense joy. With these beasts helped, the pressure on each squad was greatly reduced. The officers around him were ecstatic. Such powerful forces must be firmly controlled by the officials. If they could be persuaded to join, it would be a blessing for the entire nation. Elder Jiang, considering the talent emerging from this region, shouldn't we try to recruit them? One officer quietly inquired. The other senior officials, having had the question they themselves wanted to ask voiced, all turned to look at Jiang Weiping, anticipating his affirmative response. However, Jiang Weiping's response was unexpectedly sobering. "What if I told you that all these beasts belong to one person?" he posed, cooling the enthusiasm in the room. "Impossible, absolutely not," a strategist immediately objected. "We all know that in the game every 10 levels or one realm only grants an additional contract slot, and now there are 8 beasts before us. Aside from each beast being incredibly formidable, are you suggesting someone could reach level 80 in just 2.5 months? The officer who raised the question analyzed further, and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. "The game becomes progressively harder to level up in later stages, and Elder Jiang, you know this too. Even with such powerful beasts assisting, 2.5 months is too short. Could it be a matter of talent?" Another queried. "If it is, where did he get such powerful beasts? What immense resources must have been required? If that's the case, we must recruit him even more." Another chimed in. "We must acquire his method of raising such powerful beasts. I have a premonition that if we can uncover all his secrets, the stability of Long Nation is surely assured, and we might even be able to rebuild a lawful society." "I disagree," another cautioned. "Firstly, Qin Xuan is also a citizen of Long Nation. We should not harm our own. Secondly, he has indeed helped us. Without him, many of our troops would have suffered. We should seek friendship, not hostility, and making some concessions when necessary is not unacceptable, as long as we are in the same boat with him." "That's enough." Silence. Everyone was discussing back and forth until Jiang Weiping stopped the chatter. "I agree with Staff Officer Jin's words. No matter what his motivations are, he indeed helped us solve many troubles. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know how many soldiers would have died. Are we supposed to repay kindness with ingratitude? Shouldn't we at least ask him to share his beast training program? Wouldn't that also help reduce casualties?" a staff officer said, not quite convinced. "But that's his own training program. We can't just take it for nothing, nor can we expect to get it from him for free. Besides, Qin Xuan's attitude towards the officials is neither warm nor cold. If we push him too hard, do you think Qin Xuan is someone who will just swallow his pride, or do you think we have the strength to overcome him? If something goes wrong, we can't bear the consequences. Since Qin Xuan has no intention of becoming our enemy, we as officials should not provoke him and make him resent us." Upon hearing this, an impulsive officer angrily slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud bang. "What a Qin Xuan! We fight and die out there, and he just sits back and enjoys the peace bought with our lives. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he has the strength but refuses to stand up and defend his own country during its time of need. Heaven must be blind. Such a heartless and ungrateful person, why should he possess such great power? What's the use of being invincible in a game? This is reality. Can he still block bullets and missiles? But that Xiao Chen, although his motives aren't pure, he indeed alerted us to the apocalypse, allowing us to be prepared. Qin Xuan is just a selfish villain, not even as good as Xiao Chen." Enough, Jiang Weiping was annoyed by the tirade. "You want to use missiles to kill Qin Xuan? Have you thought about what if it doesn't kill him? Have you thought about how Qin Xuan might retaliate? Have you thought about what will happen to the people of the Dragon Nation, attacking someone who has helped us? How are we any different from those noble families? At this stage, we should stabilize the domestic situation, not create a powerful enemy for ourselves. We cannot move against Qin Xuan, at least not now." After speaking, Jiang Weiping left the conference room, leaving behind a group of silent officers and council members. Soon, those opposed to taking action against Qin Xuan also left the room, leaving only those who supported the action. The impulsive officer could no longer contain his emotions and stood up in anger, grabbing anything he could from the table and smashing it to the ground. The others did not look pleased either. Those who had never witnessed Qin Xuan's power naturally did not know how terrifying he truly was. "Commander Wang, please sit down, let's continue discussing," said a man wearing glasses with a cold and scholarly look, trying to calm him down. "It doesn't matter if Qin Xuan won't join, as long as his beasts do. That's good enough, isn't it?" Meanwhile, in J City, Qin Xuan was planning to raid various stores and shops while waiting for news. Currently inside a large shopping mall, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and the ground was soaked in fresh red blood. Casually slaughtering the beasts that lunged at him, he scavenged upwards from the first floor, layer by layer. In a sealed space on the third floor, a group of people were hidden undiscovered by the beasts. Initially shrinking in this cramped room, they suddenly heard noises outside, including voices of people talking. Peeking out cautiously, they saw a man accompanied by a child hunting these monsters. Lei Ming and Air Duo had gone to higher floors, so to those hiding, Qin Xuan seemed like a lucky man who had found an exceptional weapon and brought his younger brother to scavenge for supplies in the mall. Witnessing this scene, a greasy middle-aged man spoke up. "Great, his sword looks powerful. We can ask him to lead us out, but what if he refuses?" a woman in the crowd asked timidly, plunging everyone into a brief silence. After a moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Let's just ask him. Xiao Zhang, hide this knife well." Saying this, he handed a knife to a man beside him. "Stay close to that kid. If he refuses when his companion is in our hands, let's see if he doesn't lead us out." He chuckled sinisterly. As Qin Xuan approached closer, the middle-aged man turned and reminded. "Get ready, here he comes, just follow the plan." With that, he rushed out first. "Hero, brave man, please save us." Following the middle-aged man's lead, the other 3 men and 2 women also ran out. Qin Xuan looked at them expressionlessly, although Yao Sheng had already informed him that there were 6 people hiding in the small room. However, he still feigned confusion and asked, "Who are you?" "This hero, please save us," they pleaded, even pretending to kneel, and the others followed suit. However, Xiao Zhang notably shifted closer to Yao Sheng as he knelt. "I don't think I have any connection with you," Qin Xuan said, sizing up the crowd with a smirk. "We can give you money. I am the manager of this mall, just lead me out and I can give you all my savings." "Do you think money is still useful now? If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Qin Xuan scoffed, ready to leave with Yao Sheng. Just as Yao Sheng passed by, Xiao Zhang suddenly burst forward, grabbing Yao Sheng's neck and placing a fruit knife under his chin. Although it was strange how cold the child's body was, there was no time to ponder. He directly called out to Qin Xuan, "Stop right there." Qin Xuan turned back to see Yao Sheng being threatened with a knife, and he slightly opened his mouth. "It's over." Hearing this, the crowd realized that they had successfully captured his younger brother, and the middle-aged man's face broke into a triumphant grin. "Kid, really ungrateful. If you want this little brat to be safe, just obediently lead us out." He even yanked on a bewildered Yao Sheng. "And hand over your weapon too," Xiao Zhang also demanded, now not only asking Qin Xuan to lead them out but also to relinquish his weapon. Before Xiao Zhang could further threaten, Yao Sheng grabbed Xiao Zhang's knife-wielding hand and gently but firmly squeezed. Crack, 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 a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds followed, and only then did Xiao Zhang howl in pain. The others around were equally shocked, but what terrified them more was what happened next. Yao Sheng, holding onto Xiao Zhang's hand, flung him over the railing. Thud, Xiao Zhang fell heavily from the 3rd floor, barely alive, when several wild beasts entered through the door. Ignoring Xiao Zhang's screams, they tore him into pieces. The 5 people upstairs were so frightened that they collapsed on the floor, listening to the sounds of flesh being ripped apart below, while 2 of the women couldn't help but start retching. "It's your turn now." Yao Sheng turned his head, smiling at the adults. 5 more figures plummeted from the air, accompanied by their curses and screams of terror, and eventually all 6 became a feast for the beasts below. After it was done, Yao Sheng even clapped his hands and walked over to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan patted Yao Sheng on the head, praising him for a job well done. The 2 continued to the upper floors, soon meeting up with Air Duo and Lei Ming. The 4th and 5th floors were mostly staff, but since they tried to steal the fruit on Air Duo's head, they were all killed. After quickly collecting resources from the upper floors, Qin Xuan left the shopping mall. However, no sooner had Qin Xuan left than the military arrived, also interested in the mall's resources. It wasn't long before they were shocked to discover that all the resources and survivors in the mall were gone. Qin Xuan had stayed in Jace City for about a week, and on the 6th day he summoned all his beasts back to him. After level 70, the experience needed to level up was more than the total of the first 10 levels combined, and when they returned, their levels were almost all between 73 and 75. There was no need to mention Qin Xuan's own side. The 4 beasts needed to share experience, and so far all 4, including Yao Sheng, were only at level 71. After all, they were still in a human city, which was too restrictive, and their strength was increasing too slowly. However, Qin Xuan never intended to let them level up here. Qin Xuan knew of a place where his beasts could fully unleash their power. Besides Xiao Chen, Qin Xuan had another reason for staying in Jace City. A week after the apocalypse in his past life, a portal appeared in Times Square of Jace City. This portal connected to another space and was likely to last about 2 months, after which the game map could be accessed again. In his past life, Xiao Chen had entered this dungeon and contracted a mythical-grade spatial tiger, a mythical-grade space beast. In his previous life, Qin Xuan was too busy saving people and missed this incredible opportunity. It was said that there was also a boss called the Star-Eating Demon Dragon inside. This time, Qin Xuan also wanted to encounter it. At this moment Qin Xuan was at Times Square waiting for the portal to open. Around 2 in the afternoon a crimson light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This was followed by a distortion of space and finally a pathway was completely opened. Here it comes. As the space stabilized, Qin Xuan slowly entered with his beasts. As his vision blurred, a strong scent of rust hit him and the blood-red sky continuously cracked and sealed itself. The red light cast over the land bore no warmth and the intense spatial distortion that permeated the air was palpable, explaining the vast number of spatial beasts that inhabited this area. Qin Xuan and his group found themselves in a blood-red forest so vast that its end was not in sight. Qin Xuan instructed Air Duo to plant a tree seed by the portal, a seed used for the rebirth of the sacred melody tree after its destruction. Due to its ability to sense across distances, Qin Xuan often used it as a marker. However, Air Duo then revealed that he could sense the tree seed they had planted in H City, which led to a shocking realization for Qin Xuan. Their own blue star and this realm were in the same space. This was no mere copy of their world but another corner of the universe. Realizing this, Qin Xuan's expression grew solemn as he pondered the rapid connection of Blue Star with an alien planet. Fortunately, this planet seemed devoid of advanced technology which might have spelled doom for humanity otherwise. After marking their location to avoid damaging the portal, Qin Xuan and his beasts traveled far from the gateway. The Ice Radiant's holy dragon flew at full speed for 2 days, yet the forest seemed endless. However, the distance they covered should suffice. For their next task, frenzied leveling, the wild beasts here offered an abundance of experience, allowing for rapid level gains with just a few wide-range attacks, efficiency that was leagues ahead compared to Blue Star. After tirelessly grinding for 3 days, Qin Xuan's beasts casually reached level 80. During this period, the egg of the extreme cold ice bird also hatched, revealing its potential for divine abilities. Upon activating its talent, it evolved into the extreme cold ice phoenix, whom Qin Xuan named Lingyu. While the other beasts took a day and a half to reach level 80, it took another day and a half to quickly level up Lingyu as well. If one were to look down from above, they would see a landscape scarred with countless craters stretching for miles, all the handiwork of Qin Xuan. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star in J City's Times Square, a figure sneakily peeked out and, ensuring no one was around, darted towards the crimson portal. This person was Xiao Chen, who had hidden with his sister in a deep underground bunker to avoid Qin Xuan right after the game's onset. Where did this bunker come from? Naturally, it was dug by his beasts. He and his sister had been hiding in this lightless bunker until the 3rd day after the portal opened, when he left after ensuring his sister had enough supplies. Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed her not to leave the bunker until his return. Xiao Chen was aware of the portal in J City. In his previous life, he had been the first to discover it. He was gambling that Qin Xuan would temporarily cease his pursuit in favor of capturing the spatial beasts inside the portal. When he arrived at Times Square and saw that it was deserted, he knew he had made the right bet. Without hesitation, he walked into the portal, greeted by the familiar sky and forest. He vividly remembered the process of obtaining the spatial rift tiger in his previous life. It had been his first beast under his command. This time, with the aid of 4 mythical grade beasts, he was confident that he could quickly secure the spatial rift tiger and then directly join the official ranks. Recalling Qin Xuan's terrifying strength, Xiao Chen shivered, his fear quickly turning into deep jealousy and hatred. Why were his beasts so powerful? Why weren't they his? No, wait, they could be his. All he needed was a contract breakstone, just like how he had been defeated in his past life. Xiao Chen licked his lips cruelly, eager to find the spatial rift tiger and already planning to set traps to snatch Qin Xuan's beasts. What good was strength without beasts? Without his beasts, Qin Xuan was nothing. Thousands of kilometers away, Qin Xuan held a purple great cleaver, clearing a space. This cleaver, linked to Lei Ming, was half the length of Qin Xuan himself. Normally, such a weapon required 2 hands to wield, but Qin Xuan held it effortlessly in one hand, feeling only a slight resistance when swinging it, likely a benefit of his innate talent. Ling's linked weapon was a blue longbow. Although the bow had no arrows, pulling the bowstring would spontaneously condense an arrow made of solid ice, which could travel miles without losing any of its formidable force. At this moment, aside from Yao Shang and Lei Ming, almost all of Qin Xuan's beasts were standing in the cleared space, beginning to transform into their human forms. Beasts could adopt human forms starting at level 80, allowing them to walk among humans, albeit still retaining some features of their original forms. There was no need to compare the beast and human forms. The beast form could shrink to the size of a cat or dog, or grow as large as a building, causing significant destruction with just a few steps, commanding all without anger. The human form was more suitable for fighting in confined spaces, being more agile and convenient for action. Beasts could freely switch between these forms, supporting each other, and no matter the form, their strength remained unchanged. If a beast reached level 90, it could even condense its own lifebound beast weapon, which was easier to wield in human form. Although Qin Xuan had not had the chance to reach level 90 in his past life, soon they were enveloped in orbs of light beginning their transformation into human forms. First was Air Duo, who transformed from a white nine-tailed fox into a little boy with 9 tails and white animal ears. His body then grew rapidly, eventually turning into a young man with a scholarly demeanor, waist-length white hair, dressed in white robes, and a constant smile on his face. Next was Tun Tian, who similarly started as a child and gradually grew into a powerful, muscular man wearing sturdy armor. His body lacked any peculiar features, but his eyes were distinctly serpent-like. Kyre transformed into a quiet girl who seemed unaffected by the world around her, her waist-length black hair twinkling with specks of starlight, 2 antennae mingling with her hair on her forehead. Dali became a burly man with a full beard, his muscular physique even more imposing in armor. Yi was much more lively, turning into a sprightly young girl with light blue hair, shorter than everyone else except Yao Shuang. Offing turned into a young man with a white fur cloak, wolf ears, and a wolf tail. Air Duo transformed into a tall monk dressed in a kasaya, neck adorned with prayer beads and a tender sprout growing atop his head, speaking in a calm tone immediately after transforming. "Greetings, my lord Namo Aminos." Changsheng became a rebellious young man, extremely agile, wielding a soulful heavy iron staff behind his neck. Hong Yan and Lingyue both transformed into breathtaking beauties, each possessing a slender and graceful figure with large alluring peaks, their fair thighs elastic to the touch, tempting some to pinch them. Hong Yan wore a fiery red robe, her demeanor serious like a holy maiden from a cultivation tale, while Lingyue dressed in light blue silk, her garment fluttering without wind like a celestial maiden, her every smile and frown utterly enchanting. Liu transformed into a young man in red armor with a red crown, his posture as straight as a young general. With this, all of Qin Xuan's beasts had transformed into human forms. They surrounded Qin Xuan, chatting and laughing truly like a family. However, Qin Xuan still had one question: why Yao Shuang was still so short, wondering if something was wrong, as even Lei Ming, who was initially a child like Yao Shuang, had grown into a young adult. Lei Ming explained that initially he could only transform into a child, but as his level increased he could choose the age of his human form. In other words, the beasts could freely shrink or enlarge their human forms just like their beast forms, choosing their preferred appearance. Lei Ming even demonstrated this on the spot, shifting from a young adult back to a child, then back again. Thus Yao Shuang's short stature was his own choice with no issues, and even Yao Shuang himself confirmed this, reassuring Qin Xuan. However, facing the looks from the other beasts, Yao Shuang snorted and turned his head away, indicating, "I like it this way, what's it to you?" In the vast, boundless universe within the void floated a blood-red continent surrounded by chaotic space, occasionally cracking but healing in the next second. Above this land hovered a massive castle within which sat an extremely large black figure on the central throne. Unexpectedly, they still have descendants remaining, and their bloodlines seem even stronger than theirs. This is truly wonderful. With just a little scheme I can make it step by step into a desperate situation. Food is most delicious only when eaten in the utmost despair. Saying this, the dark figure seemed to think of something delicious and couldn't help but lick his lips. This place is really the right choice. Once I devour your offspring, my bloodline will surely advance further. Meeting you really is my luck. The shadow laughed sinisterly. Behind the throne were countless remains of giant creatures eaten down to their skeletons, among which the skeletons of 2 giant tigers were particularly conspicuous. Next to the shadow, in a tightly closed chamber, a black dragon lay resting in the center, a thick chain tethering its neck, its eyes filled with weariness. If Shao Chen were here he would recognize it at a glance. It was the fearsome star-devouring demon dragon. Below the fortress on the blood-red land, Awei casually blasted a large pit in the ground, then returned to Qin Xuan's side. The other beast masters did likewise, although each beast master now had a human form except for Kyre, Yao Sheng, Chang Sheng and Air Duo, who were indifferent. The others still preferred to appear in their beast forms. After familiarizing themselves with the human form of combat, they swiftly reverted to their beast forms. They had been here for 15 days now. These 15 days they had been leveling up non-stop, fighting monsters, creating millions of large pits in the ground, and were quite fed up with it. However, after unlocking their human forms, fighting monsters no longer felt like an advancement. Qin Xuan was puzzled too. Although reaching level 81 required a lot of experience after more than 10 days of grinding, he should have leveled up by now. It was only when he saw a notification from more than 10 days ago that he immediately grabbed his old cell phone. This area could accommodate creatures beyond level 80, but here one could only level up to 80. To go beyond, one would have to leave. To leave, Qin Xuan only knew of the portal he used to arrive. The internal space of this continent was very stable, but the outer edge was wrapped in a highly unstable spatial turbulence. If one tried to break through with just their body, they'd be ground to nothing. But it was curious, this place could accommodate creatures above level 80, yet the creatures here could not exceed level 80. Could this place be a part of the universe designed for banishing and monitoring? At this moment, Qin Xuan lay limply against Awei's furry body with other beast masters either lying or resting on the ground, the atmosphere somewhat despondent. After grinding relentlessly day and night for more than 10 days, to be told that it was all for nothing. He didn't want to say anything now. All he wanted was to have a good rest and not to strive anymore. Qin Xuan tilted his head. Although he couldn't level up, he could still go after the spatial rift tiger, but half a month of grinding had really exhausted him. Since most of the creatures around had been wiped out and his beast masters would quickly sense anyone approaching, perhaps it was best to take a good rest for now. With that thought, Qin Xuan's eyelids grew heavier and he fell asleep. Outside, official personnel were stationed around the Crimson Portal at Times Square, with Earth soldiers pioneering the path and discovering that there was oxygen inside. A group of scientific researchers had come to study the area. Due to advanced preparations, the military managed to quell the disaster in Dragon Country in just half a month, saving countless survivors, including groups led by players. Upon the arrival of the authorities, these groups either had to submit to the government and work for them or establish cooperative relationships. However, all non-government players were required to register their talent levels and abilities. Those unwilling to comply were arrested and sent to prison for ideological re-education. Resistance was met with immediate and forceful suppression. With such iron-fisted measures, Dragon Country did not experience significant unrest. Although many civilians still perished at the claws of wild beasts, those with higher talents were unable to establish significant settlements in such a short time and naturally had to seek refuge with the government. During registration, each new talent discovered was officially recorded, and ordinary people, non-players, had to risk their lives attempting to contract with the first beast to awaken their talents, with a low probability of success without official assistance, and failure meant death. The government did not force civilians to become beast masters, but if someone attempted it and succeeded, they were also required to register with the authorities. Any false reporting or deliberate misinformation was treated as treason. Back at Times Square, initially squad leaders led teams daily to collect samples, but as they realized the area posed no real danger, some bold scientists, including Shangwan Wan'er, ventured directly through the portal. After getting accustomed to the somewhat nauseating rust smell, Shangwan Wan'er and her team excitedly studied this unfamiliar land. The team members were all trying hard to contain their excitement to avoid affecting the experiment results. They sampled, researched, and experimented with everything in this area, discovering that humans could also live here. Soil soldiers patrolled the vicinity and wild beasts that appeared were quickly eliminated, making it much safer than Blue Star. Exploring further, they speculated about establishing human cities here too. They excitedly reported this news to headquarters, which quickly replied, asking them to try contracting the local beasts to understand their attributes and whether they could be used in the military. Meanwhile, Shao Chun with his 4 divine beasts stormed directly into the territory of the Rift Sky Tiger, snatching the only female Rift Sky Tiger cub from its lair and killing 2 others before fleeing the scene. Shortly after, a man with a sharp monkey-like face and the same fur color as the Rift Sky Tigers, along with a pair of tiger ears, arrived next to the slain Rift Sky Tigers. His presence made the remaining 2 Rift Sky Tigers shrink their necks in fear, clearly indicating that he was the Tiger King of this tribe. It seemed that an outsider had invaded their territory and taken a cub. The Tiger King sniffed the air, detecting several unusual scents he had never encountered before. "Boss, was it those guys? Nope, this aura isn't theirs. Go look for me, and if you encounter a creature we've never seen before, notify me immediately." "Yes, sir." The 2 underlings left, leaving only the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked, sky-cracking Tiger King stroking his chin, extremely curious about the newcomer. "I've sniffed around the entire land and can't recognize this scent at all. Could it be like Lord Black Demon, someone from outside?" "Yes, that must be it. If we capture him and find out where the exit is, my sky-cracking tiger clan can make a comeback." if it wasn't for those damned guys locking us up here for hundreds of years. He then ordered more sky-cracking tigers to make sure they find the foreigner. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, after a long, comfortable sleep, felt much refreshed and ready to set off in search of the sky-cracking tigers. Having been here so long without seeing even one, he decided to retract all his beast masters back into the beast space, leaving only Yao Shang, Air Duo and Chang Sheng to accompany him. Not far away, a child dressed like a primitive, about the same height as Yao Shang, was frantically running through the jungle. He had a white tiger tail and round tiger ears, just like the shark-nosed, monkey-cheeked, sky-cracking Tiger King. Now wounded all over, he didn't know how long he had been running and finally collapsed to the ground unconscious. Just as Qin Xuan and his group passed by where he had collapsed, Air Duo heard a rustling in the bushes nearby and turned to check. He immediately saw a child covered in wounds, some already festering, lying on the road. He's so badly injured he won't last long, such a poor kid. Let us end your suffering in this world, may Buddha bless you. Namo Aminos, as Qin Xuan's beast master. Although reviving the boy would be effortless for him, without Qin Xuan's command he would not treat anyone else. Chang Sheng also cleared the bushes blocking the path, and seeing the unconscious child, raised his dark golden iron stick to smash the boy's head. Just then Qin Xuan, clearing the bushes blocking his view, saw an unconscious child. He just glanced at him and his eyes widened quickly, yelling to stop. Chang Sheng, stop, huh? The long stick made a sharp whooshing sound in the air, stopping just inches above the boy's head. A moment later and his head would have been smashed by Chang Sheng. Qin Xuan stepped forward to check again, and an information panel appeared in his eyes. Name: Sky-cracking Tiger. Attribute: Metal Space Level 80. Quality: Mythical Ultimate Form. Sky-cracking Tiger King. Transcendent. It seemed like providence that when he was tired, a pillow was delivered to him and he found what he was looking for without even trying. Luckily, he stopped in time, otherwise the loss would have been great. Qin Xuan gently turned the boy over and saw wounds so horrific that some had even started to rot and fester. What kind of creature could have beaten an 80-level mythical quality beast master to such a state? Some wounds on his arms and legs were bone deep, and there were iron hoops made of unknown metal hanging from his feet, which had already cut into his flesh. Looking at the trailing ends of the hoops, it appeared he had broken the chains to escape. Had he been imprisoned before? Qin Xuan wondered, but decided to heal him first. Following Qin Xuan's orders, Erdwa didn't hesitate, placing his hand on the boy's chest. A green light emanated from his palm, spreading to the boy's limbs and bones, healing the wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the dirty boy's wounds were healed, and Qin Xuan also helped him remove the iron hoops. Yao Xuan came over too, looking down at the boy, who was about the same height as himself. Filled with curiosity, the boy's eyelids twitched and he slowly opened his eyes, only to see 4 strangers surrounding him, which frightened him enough to quickly roll away to another spot. After escaping the encirclement of Qin Xuan and the others, he got up, baring his teeth at them. After sizing them up briefly, his gaze locked onto Qin Xuan. He jumped onto a nearby tree, showing his sharp claws, and lunged at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan wasn't so easily attacked, but someone else was quicker. Just as the boy nearly reached Qin Xuan, a metal rod struck him directly on the waist, knocking him to the ground. Chang Sheng then stepped on him, pinning him down so he couldn't get up. The boy howled like a wild beast, and Qin Xuan massaged his forehead, realizing that it was impossible to form a contract with him in this state. Take him along, let him calm down for a while. Erdwa summoned several vines to securely tie him up. Although the effect was somewhat weak, it was more than enough to restrain him. His hands were tied behind his back to prevent him from scratching anyone, and in this way Erdwa carried him away. On the way he shouted for a while, and later, realizing that shouting was useless, he fell silent. During this time Yao Xuan was quite active, constantly asking him questions like "What's your name? Where are you from? How did you come running here?" etc. Later, realizing that the boy didn't understand what he was saying, he began patiently teaching him the language of the Dragon Nation. Yao Xuan seemed particularly attentive to the boy, as if he had found a friend. And all this was observed by Qin Xuan, who let him be, as long as it kept him quiet. Overnight Yao Xuan had completely befriended him, but he was still somewhat resistant to forming a contract with Qin Xuan. After they released him, he stubbornly tried to attack Qin Xuan again, but this time it was clearly not aimed at any vital points. Before he could reach Qin Xuan, Shangsheng beat him up again, and he finally calmed down. After asking all night, Yao Xuan learned that he had run away from a tribe. When he was just a cub, he was abandoned by his parents and found in the roadside bushes by a girl from the tribe who took him home and raised him. The tribe had always worshipped the gods, hoping for the forgiveness of their sins, but he didn't care about these things. He had lived with the girl for a long time. During this period he had hunted and gradually leveled up to level 80, gaining the ability to transform into human form. The first time he transformed in front of the girl he gave her quite a fright. But then the joy was unstoppable. The tribe's attitude towards him began to change, saying he was the incarnation of a deity here to redeem them, until one day a dark figure appeared on the tribe's altar dedicated to the gods. It proclaimed itself as Black Demon, a deity come to grant them absolution. The tribe was ecstatic. When the priest asked how they could be forgiven, the Black Demon pointed at him, saying they should take him back to assess the situation before deciding whether to let them leave. Hearing this, everyone in the tribe worshipped the Black Demon, but he didn't immediately take him away, saying he would wait 3 more days. Overjoyed by the news, the tribe's adoration for Black Demon grew more fervent, but the girl felt something was amiss. She thought handing him over might be dangerous. Yet with everyone now brainwashed, their eyes red and glaring menacingly at both him and the girl, how could they consider these concerns when they finally saw hope of leaving? Seeing the mood turning against them, the girl decided to flee with him, but they were quickly surrounded by the frenzied crowd. They threw the girl into a fire, accusing her of desecrating the deity. As she screamed in agony, the crowd cheered. The people, having lived here for years, possessed terrifying physical strength, and he could not compete. He was locked in a cage guarded by 4 people at all times. Before her death, the girl told him to run as far as he could, seizing a moment. When the guards were distracted, he broke the chains, swiftly killed the nearest one, and barely managed to escape the tribe. Qin Chuan and his companions listened, looking grim. The boy expressed his regret, hating himself for not protecting the person most important to him. If I had been stronger, maybe I could have escaped with the girl, he lamented. Watching him, Qin Chuan spoke indifferently. Do you want power? This question echoed in the boy's mind, causing a brief pause in his thoughts. To him, the girl had always been like an elder sister. What use was power now when what had happened couldn't be changed? The image of his sister engulfed in flames, the tribe's ignorant jeers, her screams in the fire, all these fueled his desire for revenge. Make a pact with me and I will give you the power you need for your revenge. But after that you must leave with me, Qin Chuan continued, decisively shaping the boy's decision. I want it. The boy exclaimed firmly, his eyes seemingly flickering with flames. A contract appeared in his mind, and without hesitation he accepted it. The contract was established, then transformed into specks of starlight, linking their souls. After the contract was completed, the boy, now calm, regretted his impulsiveness, still unsure how Qin Chuan would enhance his power. Then he saw Qin Chuan extending his hand, and in an instant he was enveloped by a sphere of light, unknowingly reverting to his original beast form. He could feel his body being transformed, strength continuously flowing into him, warm and comforting. The light sphere dispersed, revealing a white tiger with teeth like blades and claws like knives. Its eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, so intense it seemed almost tangible. Each step it took caused the very space around it to twist. Name: Sky-splitting Divine Tiger King. Attributes: Metal, Space, Level 80, Quality: Divine. Feeling a profound difference in its body, it now possessed the strength to defeat 100 of its former selves. Transforming back into a small boy, he walked forward and knelt on the ground, knocking his forehead hard against the floor in a gesture of deep respect. When he attempted to continue, Qin Chuan stopped him. Did you have a name before? No, then from now on you shall be called Tianyu. The boy's eyes flickered, then he firmly responded, yes, master, let's go to your tribe. Within the territory of the sky-splitting Divine Tiger clan, the Tiger King sat on his exclusive throne, idly awaiting messages from his subordinates. Ader, it's been a while. You seem quite at leisure. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. The Tiger King jolted, just about to rise, but was pressed back down by a hand. Black Demon Lord, what are your orders? Ader was sweating coldly. The oppressive aura from the shadow rendered him immobile until the hand was withdrawn, allowing him to barely control his body. I need you to find someone I know, a tiger. You should be eager to do this because he is the descendant of your bloodline. Upon hearing this, Ader stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? I thought I had eradicated all of my brother's descendants. How could this be? But it had happened. Don't be too anxious though, he should be gravely injured by now. Find him and bring him to me, perhaps this time I have a way to lead you out. The shadow vanished as if it had never been there, leaving Ader in disarray on his throne. Meanwhile he cursed the old fox in his mind. He had his own way out and didn't need the shadow telling him. However, the descendant of his brother truly couldn't be left alive, and he sent his subordinates to capture him. Ader sat in his chair, memories of the past flooding back. He once had a brother, both of them the most talented existences within the sky-splitting Divine Tiger clan, but unfortunately his brother was even more gifted. From a young age, his brother displayed astonishing talents, enemies he struggled to defeat. His brother could easily overcome. His brother's brilliance overshadowed all their peers, which filled him with jealousy. He trained harder than anyone else, pushing his body to its limits when his level was maxed out, doing everything possible to become stronger. However, during the election for the Tiger King, he was defeated by his own brother, forced to live in his shadow. Despite all his efforts, despite trying every possible method, he couldn't surpass his infuriatingly talented brother. One day, as a tiger, he came to a deserted area, unable to suppress the humiliation burning inside him any longer. Tears streamed down his face as he rampaged around. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with talent. How sad. Who are you? He suddenly turned around, intending to attack the dark shadow that had appeared behind him, but was sent flying with just one strike. He thought he would just die unnoticed when the shadow spoke again. I will help you achieve your wish, how about it? After that, the Black Demon attacked the sky-splitting Tiger clan, his own brother and sister-in-law trying to fight off the enemy together but ultimately failing. He took the opportunity to seize power, killing off his brother's offspring and those in the clan who supported his brother, and led the remaining clan members to join the Black Demon. He finally achieved the position he had long dreamed of. However, after rising to power, he did not feel the joy he had imagined, instead often feeling uneasy and irritable. On Xiao Chen's side, after contracting a young sky-splitting tiger, he hurried towards the exit. Reaching the teleportation gate, he encountered the official researchers and immediately stepped out. Xiao Chen, so you've been here all along, no wonder we couldn't find you outside, Shangwan Wan'er said in surprise upon seeing him. Yes, I've contracted a beast from inside. If you want one too, you should hurry. What do you mean? This teleportation gate won't last much longer, probably only another month before it closes. There are many spatial beasts in here. If you want one, you'd better hurry, Xiao Chen said without hesitation, spreading the word about this place. Now that he had obtained the sky-splitting tiger, he wasn't concerned about what happened next, preferring to take this opportunity to strengthen relations with the officials in preparation for dealing with Qin Xuan. Hearing there were many spatial beasts inside, Shangwan Wan'er could no longer contain her excitement. After reporting the news provided by Xiao Chen to headquarters, she hurriedly took her troops to capture the beasts. However, in a corner they couldn't see, two pairs of eyes were staring intently at the teleportation gate, looking at the world on the other side, filled with excitement and desire. But after calming down slightly, they decided to turn back first. Two figures emerged not far away, clearly two sky-splitting tigers. They ran back frantically, so excited they wanted to roar. Initially, they had received orders to capture this human, but then thought, why not just follow him to find the teleportation gate? This would even save the time for interrogation. No sooner said than done. The two tigers quietly followed him for several days, without him realizing it all. Finally, the persistent tigers found the teleportation gate, which was not too far from their territory. They had been trapped here for too long, and if it weren't for needing to send the message back, they would have rushed out already. The news quickly reached Ader's ears, who laughed madly and immediately moved all the sky-splitting tigers to the location of the teleportation gate. He even ignored the task Black Demon had assigned to him. Compared to being able to leave this place, what did a mere ant who could no longer improve matter? In the Blood Tribe, a group of humanoid creatures moved back and forth with strong muscles and red skin, standing half a head taller than the average adult. In the tribe, an old woman dressed as a priestess sat on the divine platform, waiting for the tribespeople who had returned from outside. Her face, full of wrinkles, trembled as she squinted her eyes, which were squeezed smaller by the folds, and spoke rapidly. Have you found the boy? Not yet. Go and search again. Yes. Before her words had fully faded, a giant dragon descended from the sky, landing in the center of the tribe, leaving the people around in astonishment. From the dragon, two figures leaped down, Qin Xuan and Tianyu. After landing, Qin Xuan summoned Erdwa and Changsheng. Unable to hold back any longer, Tianyu, with eyes red, charged forward, followed closely by Yao Shang. The tribespeople, now understanding the situation, also rushed forward, trying to capture Tianyu. However, at this moment, Tianyu had become a super divine beast, his strength significantly enhanced from before. His claws, elongated at his fingertips, swiped at an approaching enemy. Normally, attacking without striking vital points would not be fatal, but now his sharp claws effortlessly tore through the enemy's body. Qin Xuan, using his insightful eye, began to gather information about these tribal people, learning that they were called Shui blood people who had always lived on this continent and were its natives. They could not contract with divine beasts, but they possessed extremely powerful physical bodies. the physical strength of many Shui blood people could even compare to mythic quality divine beasts, as demonstrated by one who charged at him. The charging tribesman threw a punch straight out that, despite Qin Chuan blocking with his ice glare sword, still pushed him back several steps. It was no wonder the previous Tianyu couldn't defeat these people. Their monstrous strength was far beyond human norms, making being surrounded by them a truly perilous situation. Seeing another punch coming, Qin Chuan didn't clash directly this time but dodged using a technique to divert the force, then spun around and delivered a slashing blow to the neck, beheading the attacker. Erdwa, having borrowed the Thunder Ming Link weapon from Qin Chuan, wielded the Thunder Chop Saber. The already unstable lightning, further agitated by the heat of flames, caused small explosions with every swing. With each slash, several Shui blood people were chopped into pieces, while Erdwa murmured, "May Buddha have mercy." Was this what legends referred to as a damage-dealing healer? Changsheng was surrounded by 5 Shui blood people, yet he did not panic. He nimbly dodged their attacks and counterattacked with his staff, knocking them far away. Those with good luck were simply thrown far, but the unlucky ones had their heads exploded on impact. The flying bodies knocked down torches used for lighting, and strange black flames spread along the wooden structures of the houses, quickly engulfing the entire tribe. In a fierce black fire, the most ferocious killer was Tianyu, driven by a vengeance so deep that he shared no common sky with his enemies. With each slash of his claws, he shredded a Shui blood person, his body stained red with blood, leaving a trail of guts and shredded flesh. His face showed no emotion. True intent to kill never surfaces on the Fa. Once he entered the battlefield, he hadn't spoken a word. His only thoughts of the Shui blood people were of slaughter, a mad, relentless slaughter. Facing a blood tribe member whose body was sliced into two yet still clinging to life, he didn't bother to intervene. Perhaps this was precisely what he wanted, for these dying individuals to watch more of their own kind being killed, unable to do anything about it, and then to die alone. Yao Shang deliberately moved closer to Tianyu. Every time Tianyu was about to be ambushed, before he could react, it was Yao Shang who stepped in to neutralize the attacker. Later, they even collaborated directly. Yao Shang used his ice powers to control the enemies around them, while Tianyu caused a massive spatial collapse, grinding the enemies within into a pulp. As the beast tamers rampaged through the tribe, the shadow of the black demon quietly appeared behind Qin Chuan. Sensing something, Qin Chuan turned around only to see a tall, dark figure whose pitch-black face lacked any features, but Qin Chuan could feel it staring at him. "Strange, you shouldn't be this strong. Did you do something?" The dark figure slowly spoke. "Want to know? Kneel down and beg me," Qin Chuan said, unafraid, even beginning to inspect the dark figure's panel. Under the gaze of the inside-eyed, no tamer could hide. Name: Black Demon. Avatar: attribute: darkness level 100, quality: evil. Spirit. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, wondering if a fierce beast was causing trouble behind the scenes. "Human, I know there's a teleportation gate nearby. Anger me and I might just take a stroll on your planet. You'd better think carefully before you speak to me again." The voice of the black demon grew much darker. Qin Chuan laughed, using humans to threaten him. Did he think he was one to put racial interests first? "Friend, you're barking up the wrong tree. If you wanna go, just go ahead. I won't stop you." The black demon was taken aback by his response, puzzled by Qin Chuan's unconventional play. How could anyone wish for their own race's extinction? His pitch-black brain worked overtime, convinced this must be a tactic to confuse him, making him believe Qin Chuan didn't care about his race, thus leading him to abandon using his race as leverage. Yes, that must be it. "Ha, you think such a low trick could fool me?" The black demon. "You must think I'm a fool. I know this is just your ploy. You're trying to trap me, but you can't fool me." Qin Chuan's eyelid twitched. What was he talking about? When had he ever played such a game? What exactly was he imagining? However, to the black demon, Qin Chuan's reaction seemed like a giveaway that his ploy was seen through, making him feel even more proud of his own cleverness. He slowly spoke again. "But I see you also have some capability. Why not submit to me, offer up these blood meals you control, and in return I can ensure your race remains unharmed? How about it?" Qin Chuan laughed in exasperation. Want him to submit and eat his tamed beasts? Did he think he was strong? With just a few words, Qin Chuan revealed his intense killing intent. In this life, his tamed beasts were his family. Other humans, the black demon, whatever happened to them didn't matter, but anyone who dared target his family was unquestionably provoking Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's face was devoid of emotion, replaced by a cold, harsh expression as he stared intently at Hayamo. Today he was determined to see him die. No one could stop him. Feeling Qin Chuan's gaze, Hayamo inexplicably felt a chill down his spine, which was unusual, but he didn't want to delay any longer. he swiftly moved behind Tianya, reaching out to grasp his neck. However, Tianya reacted faster. Hayamo only caught an afterimage as Yao Shan, using icy powers, froze Hayamo in place. It was too late for him to struggle. Qin Xuan leaped high, holding the ice glare sword in both hands, its blade shimmering with blue and golden light, clearly charging up for a powerful strike. The cold light in his eyes did not diminish as he swung down at himself. "You're quite bold, but if you seek death, I shall grant it." With those words, Qin Xuan's sword fiercely cleaved the clone in two, yet the force of the sword did not stop there, cutting a deep gash into the earth as well. The bisected clone of Hayamo dissipated into wisps of black smoke that flew back to its original form in the castle above in the sky. Qin Xuan looked up towards the direction of the black smoke, his deep gaze as if trying to see through the heavens themselves. The tribe was quickly slaughtered to the last, leaving only the old priestess. The people surrounded her and Tianya stepped forward, ignoring the priestess's pleas for mercy, grabbed her dreadlocks and dragged her to the bonfire. This was where the girl had been burned to death, and it had been the priestess's idea to burn her. The eerie black flames danced, and as the priestess watched herself being slowly pushed into the fire, black serpentine flames tried to crawl up her body, consuming her completely. Qin Xuan mounted the ice-glow holy dragon and directed it towards the direction of the sky castle. Originally, Qin Xuan planned to have the rainbow flames simply blasted to death, but upon further thought, there was still something he hadn't encountered along the way: the star-devouring demon dragon. Since it hadn't been found on this piece of land, it was likely in the Black Demon's castle. He wanted to see for himself this star-devouring demon dragon, rumored in past lives to be terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't there, then blowing it up wouldn't be too late. At this time, the expression of the black demon inside the castle wasn't very pleasant. Creating avatars also required the consumption of his own energy, and Qin Xuan had directly shattered it. Although it was timely recovered, still most of the energy had been wasted. Seeing Qin Xuan still flying towards his castle infuriated him, and he yelled out. Needing time to recover his energy, he could only send out the enslaved star-devouring demon dragon to buy some time. Ados, what is this? The female godly tiger asked. By merging our essences, the child born will at least retain some of our potential. Perhaps these merged essences can create a being with potential surpassing our own, the male tiger slowly said. This is our last resort, it is our clan's last hope. I hope that one day it can lead our clan away from this place. As the essence of the female tiger was lastly infused and merged into the orb, miraculously a shape of a small tiger was born within. The female tiger then hid it and secretly sent it outside the tribe. These memories were not my own but were sealed deep within my mind after my birth. It took quite a while to fully digest this memory. Seeing that Tianya was also stabilizing, Qin Xuan, who had been waiting, spoke up. There was another one waiting to be killed, it was time to send it off. With that, Qin Xuan looked up at the sky again, his eyes slightly squinting, and a killing intent surfaced once more. Qin Xuan mounted the ice-glow holy dragon and directed it towards the direction of the sky castle. Originally, Qin Xuan planned to have the rainbow flames simply blasted to death, but upon further thought, there was still something he hadn't encountered along the way: the star-devouring demon dragon. Since it hadn't been found on this piece of land, it was likely in the Black Demon's castle. He wanted to see for himself this star-devouring demon dragon, rumored in past lives to be terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't there, then blowing it up wouldn't be too late. At this time, the expression of the black demon inside the castle wasn't very pleasant. Creating avatars also required the consumption of his own energy, and Qin Xuan had directly shattered it. Although it was timely recovered, still most of the energy had been wasted. Seeing Qin Xuan still flying towards his castle infuriated him, and he yelled out. Needing time to recover his energy, he could only send out the enslaved star-devouring demon dragon to buy some time. Then the door of the cell opened, and the star-devouring demon dragon, shackled and numb, walked out. It didn't know how many times it had been pulled out to be a shield. Each time it somewhat sought death, but the opponents were simply too weak. Often it would stand still, letting them attack, and they could not break its defenses, only managing to drive the enemies away. Each time it returned, the black demon, dissatisfied with its performance, would torture it endlessly until he grew tired, and then lock it back up in the cell. It had thought about resisting, but each attempt ended in failure, and the consequence of failure was being tortured to near death. However, its wounds healed quickly, and it couldn't be killed by non-lethal attacks. It guessed this time would end the same. Thinking this, the star-devouring demon dragon flew out of the castle, blocking Qin Xuan's path. Seeing a dragon blocking the way, Qin Xuan muttered to himself that it was indeed here, and then began to inspect its panel. Name, Star-Devouring Demon Dragon Attribute, Space Level, 80 Quality, Legendary Final Form, Star-Devouring Dragon Emperor, Transcendent, this one also has the potential for transcendence. Qin Xuan was slightly surprised, but before he could ponder further, the Star-Devouring Demon Dragon launched an attack. The space around began to crack like shattered glass falling off, followed by a chunk of space rapidly breaking apart, forming a special domain. The domain was chaotic, absorbing everything around while repairing itself. Once the space stabilized, it seemed as if nothing had happened. If not for the swift run of his mount, he might have really been caught, and only the star-devouring demon dragon itself would know the consequences. But this did not deter Qin Xuan. Instead, it made his gaze towards it even more fervent. This Hamo was a ferocious beast. It shouldn't be possible to contract it as a beast master, right? Then I shall gladly accept this divine beast. A mere level 80 legendary boss, how could it possibly be a match for Qin Xuan? With just one encounter, Yao Shang slapped it to the ground. Boom! The Star Eater demon dragon was smashed onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood fiercely, yet there was a glimmer of hope in its eyes. Perhaps this time, the opponent could really kill it. Yao Shang, carrying Qin Xuan, stopped in front of the Star Eater demon dragon. Qin Xuan, standing on Yao Shang's head, looked down from a height at the Star Eater demon dragon that couldn't get up from the ground. Submit or die. Death. I choose death. You know your place. What did you just say? Kill me, please kill me. The tone of the Star Eater demon dragon was even somewhat anxious. Qin Xuan and Yao Shang were a bit dumbfounded by this act, as it was not following the usual script. Could this be a strategy of pretending to be weak? Why do you seek death so earnestly? Qin Xuan asked. It seemed as though the Star Eater demon dragon had already prepared its words. I made a wrong move, can't I just accept my fate? No, the outside world is vast. Don't you want to go out and see? Hey, speak up. Saying this, Qin Xuan noticed the iron ring hanging around its neck, which seemed to be used for controlling it. Seeing the iron ring behind you, it must be that you are often confined. Don't you want to seek revenge against Hamo? Hearing this, the Star Eater demon dragon seemed deflated. Revenge? I wish I could, but my clan has been annihilated by him and now I am the only one left. But I can't do it in this place. My strength cannot advance. His strength is at least of the mythical realm. I can't beat him. Saying this, the Star Eater demon dragon even showed a bitter smile, its words filled with exhaustion. Since I was very young, I have been enslaved by him, and during this time under his control, I can't count how many times he has tortured me. During that time, I thought about seeking death or rebellion, but the outcome was always being tortured by this guy to a point worse than death. After saying this, it looked towards Qin Xuan again. Now you are the only one besides Hamo who can kill me. Perhaps meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. So please let me be free. The Star Eater demon dragon said, and then closed its eyes, showing a look of relief, waiting for Qin Xuan's death blow to arrive. After hearing the Star Eater demon dragon's words, Qin Xuan somehow recalled his own past of being imprisoned and tortured after his defeat in a previous life, and a trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Kair spoke up inside the space, telling Qin Xuan that the Star Eater demon dragon was not lying. It indeed wasn't a creature that committed many evils, and its previous actions were not its own will. Since that was the case, Qin Xuan had no more hesitations and directly extended an olive branch. You are half right. Meeting me is indeed the luckiest thing for you, but I won't kill you. I am offering you a chance. Become my beast master and I will help you kill Hamo. How about that? Even if I don't agree, you would probably go and kill him anyway, right? The words of the Star Eater demon dragon left Qin Xuan stunned. It had indeed guessed right. Ahem, perhaps you could try forming a contract with me first. If you're not satisfied and wish to leave later, I won't stop you. How about that? Just give it a try. You've got nothing to lose. Qin Xuan cajoled persuasively. The star-devouring demon dragon looked at Qin Xuan with a mix of doubt and curiosity, prompting him to speak again. I wouldn't lie to you about this. I'm not exactly a good person, but I always keep my promises. Well, okay then. With that, the star-devouring demon dragon felt a contract materialize in its mind and, upon accepting it, established a connection with the human before it. It was a warm sensation that enveloped its entire body, a feeling it had not experienced in many years, and it was indeed quite wondrous. After some persuasion, Qin Xuan successfully got the star-devouring demon dragon to sign a contract with him. Seeing Qin Xuan approach, the dragon lowered its head in submission. Qin Xuan stepped forward and patted its enormous snout. No need to be so tense. From now on, I'll call you Heiming. After calming Heiming, Qin Xuan looked up at the sky again. Now that he had secured the allegiance of the star-devouring demon dragon, the next step was to eliminate the black demon. By this time, the black demon inside the castle had also regained much of his strength, preparing to give his all in the upcoming battle. However, Qin Xuan looked at the still castle in the sky and let out a cold laugh, thinking it overly arrogant to believe he would actually engage in direct combat. Lifting his hand, he summoned the rainbow flame, pointing towards the floating castle in the sky. Rainbow flame, explode. A phoenix cry echoed through the heavens, and upon command, the rainbow flame burst into flames, the high temperature turning the emitted light gradually white as it shot straight towards the castle where the black demon resided. The black demon, seeing something like a sun flying towards him, did not run but paused to watch curiously, thinking it was just a minor trick by Qin Xuan intended to intimidate him. Could he really be obliterated instantly? By the time he felt the overwhelming energy and thought of escaping, it was already too late. The giant fiery phoenix slammed directly into the castle, and after a few flashes of white light, the castle was instantly reduced to rubble, sending out a terrifying shockwave. The booming explosion roared like an angry beast, shaking the entire land. Flames soared into the sky, the intense fire rolling in the air as if it intended to devour the entire continent. To deal with a fierce beast, one must either behead it or stab its heart. If neither method works, then either the vital parts are not within the body hidden nearby, or it is just a clone, not the real body. After confirming that the entity in the castle was the real body, everything was straightforward. Whether the vitals were inside or outside, they could not withstand such a fierce explosion. As Qin Xuan had predicted, the black demon was indeed as he described. The moment the fire burst forth, the skin it touched began to burn to ashes. It had two vital points, one hidden at the top of the castle and the other at the bottom, both specifically placed to counter Qin Xuan. However, faced with such a terrifying explosion, these hidden vitals only hastened its demise. It was burned to ashes on the spot, and it too was swiftly engulfed by the flames, a beast with potential almost comparable to a demigod of its level, instantly killed without a chance to utter any last words. The blaze from the explosion was so bright that even Shangwan Wan, thousands of kilometers away, could see it. On the ground, Heimo stared blankly at the scene above. Not long after, the reborn Hongyan flew back to Qin Xuan's side. "You've worked hard, go back and rest." After speaking, Hongyan returned to the beast control space. Heimo gave Qin Xuan a complicated look, his power seemed almost monstrous. "Next it's your turn." Qin Xuan turned to look at Heimo. "Me?" Heimo was puzzled just to see Qin Xuan aiming his palm at himself, and then he was enveloped by a light sphere. When he reappeared, his body had grown larger, his internal strength was several times stronger than before, his dragon scales were even more robust, and his control over space had improved significantly. Feeling the flow of power within, he felt an unprecedented comfort. "How about it, considering leaving with me?" Qin Xuan looked at Heimo with a smile. After a brief contemplation, Heimo transformed into his human form. A middle-aged gentleman in a suit appeared before Qin Xuan, kneeling on one knee, his face showing reverence. "I am willing to follow you forever, my master." Seeing that Heimo was willing to submit, Qin Xuan also felt relieved. This time, obtaining two super divine beasts with spatial abilities was like Qin Shi Huang pulling wires, utterly successful. After being busy for a while, he remembered that there was still a soul link between Tianyu and Heimo. He summoned Tianyu and began linking with him. "Space system beast control, what kind of equipment will I get?" Qin Xuan began to look forward to it. The linking soon ended, and a black and white pattern wrist guard appeared on Qin Xuan's right hand. Its main function was for storage and teleportation. Like the snake armor of Tunchen, the wrist guard contained an infinitely large storage space. Qin Xuan planned to transfer all the materials he had previously obtained into the storage space of the wrist guard. As for the teleportation, it was quite impressive. As long as he knew the location, he could instantly teleport himself there with a mere thought, and it wouldn't teleport him to a wrong location due to having the same name, but exactly where he wanted to go. With a precise location, Qin Xuan could even flash right to someone's doorstep. Since it was a linkage equipment from a super divine beast, most interception methods couldn't block Qin Xuan's teleportation, and Qin Xuan estimated that there was almost nothing in this world that could stop him. The first item was a teleportation artifact, which made Qin Xuan even more excited about the linkage weapon of Heimo. After linking with Heimo, Qin Xuan now held a katana in his hand. The guard of the katana was a dark dragon head. The entire blade was black yet glossy. A casual swing could distort the surrounding space, and its slashing range was definitely longer than the blade itself. Qin Xuan tested it on a nearby tree. The blade hadn't touched the trunk, but as the tip of the blade Swung, it could slice open the space in front of it. The space that was sliced touched the tree trunk, and as the space instantly repaired and stabilized itself, it likewise cut through the trunk. Qin Xuan thought for a moment and understood the principle. When space shatters, the repair needs the intact spaces on either side to pull towards each other, overlapping until the opening is completely closed. Just like scissors, the slashing of the katana opens up like two blades, so when the two blades close next, whatever is caught in between gets snipped. In close combat, even if the blade doesn't hit the enemy directly, the space that is cut and its instantaneous repair can also cause fatal damage to the enemy. With a bit more strength, one can even slash out a blade of space out of thin air. In terms of danger, this katana is indeed a bit stronger than Yao Shang's long sword, but I want them all. Qin Xuan was in a great mood after acquiring 2 new divine artifacts, and he now wanted to test the effect of this space bracelet, withdrawing all his beasts back into the space, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Since this place and Blue Star are within the same universe, could it be possible? With a thought, the blood-red sky immediately disappeared, replaced by the familiar azure sky of Qin Xuan. The surroundings were no longer plants stained with blood, but towering skyscrapers, and even the smell of rust was gone, replaced by fresh air. This place turned out to be H-City, where Qin Xuan was more than familiar. Just as he thought about going back to rest, Tianyu said he wanted to go back. He mentioned there was still an enemy left. No choice, since Tianyu was his beast, he had to spoil it. At the portal, a group of officials were surrounded by a pack of sky-splitting divine tigers on the brink of a desperate situation. Suddenly, with a wuxia man and a child appeared between them, none other than Qin Xuan, and Tianyu finally found it. Unconcerned about the astonished gazes from both sides, Qin Xuan pointed at Ader, the leader of the sky-splitting divine tigers, and turned to ask, "Is it him?" "Yes." With that, Tianyu stepped forward and tore Ader into pieces. The bewildered Ader didn't even have time to react before he was dead beyond doubt. Having completely avenged himself, Tianyu returned to Qin Xuan's side and then whooshed away, leaving only the sky-splitting divine tigers in disarray in the wind. The many tigers looked at each other. Their leader just got killed like that? Was the opponent's strength so terrifying? "So do we enter this portal or not?" At this moment, Shangguan Wanner, who was beside them, was initially shocked but quickly came up with a good idea and confidently began to speak as if strategizing a great plan. "If you want to go, there's a condition." Soon every soldier at the scene joyously walked out of the portal with a sky-splitting divine tiger in tow. Contracting high-level sky-splitting divine tigers allowed them to leap to the status of Diamond Lord-level beast masters. These tigers brought out did not have potential as high as Tianyu or Ader, mostly just between epic and legendary. Even so, this batch of soldiers received attention from headquarters and were soon transferred out of Jay's city to be stationed in various cities after a period of nurturing. Because they came out too early, the game map's reopening time hadn't arrived yet, and the level of monsters currently appearing was not high. Killing them didn't yield much experience, truly a waste of time, so they simply decided not to kill anymore. Inside a villa area in Jay's city, all the survivors had gone to the official refuge, leaving every villa empty. Qin Xuan casually picked the largest villa to use as a temporary base. Qin Xuan got up and took out a breakfast from his space storage. Mo had kept the entire villa in perfect order, while Yao Shang and Tianyu also ran out of their rooms. Qin Xuan handed each of them a breakfast as well. Ever since they left the Blood Continent, Yao Shang and Tianyu had been getting along well, spending their days playing together. Neither of them liked to be in the beast control space. Given the ample room in the house, Qin Xuan let them be. Biting into his bun, Qin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He had searched several rounds in City J, even sneaking into shelters, yet still hadn't found any trace of Xiao Chen and his sister. "Is this guy a mouse, hiding so well?" he muttered under his breath, taking another fierce bite of his bun. He hadn't given up on searching for tracking beasts, but the ones with low potential didn't catch his eye and the ones with high potential were nowhere to be found, so he had to put it on hold. After breakfast, Qin Xuan went out for another fruitless search. At night, in an unknown basement of the official shelter in City Jade, Xiao Chen was sitting around a round table with several people, discussing strategies to deal with Qin Xuan. "If we can restrain his beasts, as long as we have enough breach stones, we can kill him without his beasts to absorb the damage for him," Xiao Chen proposed, immediately recalling how Qin Xuan had been defeated in a past life. The official faction was now divided into 2 camps. One believed they shouldn't provoke Qin Xuan, while the other insisted on using iron-fisted measures to suppress him and extract all his secrets for the state's use. The latter were the ones gathered here. "Indeed, but his beasts are very strong. Can we really hold them off?" someone questioned. Aren't they cultivating the Divine Tiger team in Modu? When the time comes, couldn't we just transfer them here? The military was planning to establish a new squad all composed of Earth soldiers who had contracted with sky-cleaving Divine Tigers in City J led by Shangguan Wanner and named the Divine Tiger team. At this, Xiao Chen's face turned sour. After all his efforts to find one, because of Qin Xuan the military had swooped in and secured all the other sky-cleaving Divine Tigers, even allocating them directly to the descendants of the military and government elites as if they were buying wholesale. This made him feel like his own sky-cleaving Divine Tiger was somewhat devalued, hardly something to boast about. It was only because the others were of epic or legendary quality while his was of mythic quality that he didn't completely lose it. No, this operation is being conducted behind Elder John's back, moving too much will definitely alert him, another advised. This Qin Xuan is a real menace. Without eliminating him, Long Country will never find peace, a politician remarked. Based on the intelligence we have, Qin Xuan possesses at least 10 powerful beasts. My own can at most block 5 of them, the rest is up to you guys, Xiao Chen said gravely. Then why not use the breach stone simultaneously? When the moment is right, just have a sniper take him out, suggested a hot-headed military officer who was smashing things during the meeting. Wang Jun, don't bring your emotions into this, someone cautioned. The official spoke in a serious tone. Director Wang acted out of urgency. You all know his temperament. We are all working for the Dragon Nation, so why create such unpleasantness? The man who spoke was named Shuehua, one of the initiators of the campaign against Qin Xuan and also the cultivated young man who had asked Wang Jun to sit down during the initial meeting. In my opinion, there's no need to kill him on the spot. Why would you say that, Professor Shui? Someone questioned. Shuehua pushed up his glasses, his expression cold. Beastmasters have their beasts to bear injuries, but this doesn't mean a beastmaster can't be captured. Although the beasts take the damage, the pain still exists. Our experiments have shown that anesthetics do work on beastmasters and don't get transferred because of the beast contract. We just need to fire a large number of anesthesia darts and then delay his recontracting with the beasts as long as possible. Once the drug takes effect, capturing Qin Xuan will be a piece of cake, and after we snatch all his beasts. Shuehua even made a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke. Shuehua's words immediately enlightened Xiao Chen. Right, how could I forget such an important point? This indeed seems like a great breakthrough. Leave the matter of the contract-breaking stone to me, Xiao Chen volunteered eagerly. Due to its overpowering nature and rarity, the contract-breaking stone was defined as a highly important strategic material, strictly controlled, and its use on non-enemy subjects was prohibited. Otherwise, if today I steal your beast and tomorrow you steal someone else's, wouldn't the world become chaotic? Currently, only Xiao Chen had the capability to quickly obtain a large quantity of contract-breaking stones. We don't need to delay all the beasts, we just need to fire anesthetics in every direction. Some will hit their target, then we just delay as much as possible, then it will be our game, he continued. In the cell without his beasts, Qin Xuan, a beastmaster, would be nothing. And the beasts bearing the injuries would instead become a source of pain. Professor Shue's strategy is indeed brilliant. So when do we act? Not yet. For safety's sake, we need to prepare a large amount of highly concentrated anesthetics. Moreover, I think we should try to talk to him again. If he has the sense to hand over the beasts willingly, it would save us a lot of trouble. If you ask me, there's no need to talk to such a selfish wretch. Do you really think Dragon Nation would be afraid of one man? Wang Jun said angrily. Director Wang, those words are not quite right. Dragon Nation is a land of etiquette. Using such heavy military force against a Dragon Nation citizen who hasn't yet posed a threat might make us vulnerable to criticism. How would we face the public then? Moreover, if the negotiations succeed, wouldn't it save us trouble? This is called courtesy before force. Shuehua again revealed an innocuous smile as if he wasn't the one who had devised such a sinister plan. All right, let's proceed this way. Remember, everything for Dragon Nation, everything for Dragon Nation. After the meeting, Xiao Chen returned to his residence at the refuge. His beloved sister was sitting in the living room waiting for him. As soon as she saw him enter, Xiao Chen leapt up and threw herself into his arms. Brother, you're finally back. Xiao Chen affectionately patted Xiao Qian's head and asked, how was your day? Did you get hurt? No, brother, but that black dog you gave me, really, it was so hesitant to save someone. Because of it, all those people ended up dying, none were saved. It's useless, Xiao Qian complained. Those people were torn apart by beasts before they died. How painful it must have been. It's all the damn dog's fault. Brother, you must seek justice for them. As she spoke, Xiao Qian's eyes began to redden and tears swirled within them. Her delicate face was about to be wet with tears. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly wiped the tears from Xiao Qian's eyes. Alright, I'll teach that useless thing a lesson later and get justice for those victims. How dare it upset my sister, it's really going against the heavens, Xiao Chen reassured her. It's getting late, go to sleep now. Good night brother, you should rest early too. I will. With that, Xiao Qian walked into her bedroom, comforted by her brother. Watching his sister enter the room, Xiao Qian's expression immediately turned cold as he glanced towards the small black dog cowering in the corner. A look of anger emerged on Xiao Qian's face. Already displeased with the dog, hearing that it had upset his sister made him even more furious. He immediately walked over and began to kick and punch it. The shadow hunter dog, having seen Xiao Qian the moment it was born, recognized him as its master. Although the master's gaze was fierce, it just thought that he was in a bad mood. After being kicked out by its master, it didn't make a sound, only silently keeping its distance. Whenever there was danger, it would appear immediately. Since the master never taught it to fight, whenever a battle occurred, it could only hide and observe from a distance, learning how its sisters fought. By watching from afar, it struggled to hunt on its own because without a contract, if it died, it really would be dead. Therefore, every step it took was very cautious. Even so, it had several brushes with death, returning each time with numerous scars, leaving it with an unsightly appearance. By its own efforts, it barely managed to reach level 15, but it was still too weak compared to its sisters and could not protect its master. It was happy to have sisters. In its view, their attacks were to spur it on to have stronger resistance, even though it tried to ignore the unfriendly looks from them. Later, when the sisters were defeated and killed and the master was in danger, it stood out to protect its master, thinking its life would end there. But suddenly the appearance of a person drove away the giant icebird, and it seemed that person glanced at it. It was the first time it saw that the master and his beasts could be so harmonious and the coordination between them was so tacit. For a moment it felt envious, wishing it could fight alongside its sisters like that. But before it could watch more, its master got up and ran away. No choice but to protect its master, it had to give up on its own matters and follow his steps, occasionally looking back, wishing to watch a bit more. Just a few days later, the master suddenly formed a contract with it, and it was overjoyed, thinking that its efforts had finally been recognized by its master. That night it was so happy that it couldn't sleep at all. It was the happiest day of its life. However, what happened afterwards shattered its beautiful aspirations. The next day, it was taken by its master to a strange place, where a girl who looked somewhat like its master stood before it. While it was still puzzled, it suddenly felt the connection with its master disappear. It quickly realized that its master had terminated their contract. It was confused, not knowing what it had done wrong, but more than that, it felt panic. It lay beside its master, pleading desperately, only to be swatted away by its own sister. After being beaten by its sisters, it, covered in wounds, was forced to sign a contract with the girl under her disdainful gaze. Only after signing the contract with the girl did it learn that she was the master's sister. Suddenly, a spark of hope lit up in its eyes, thinking that the master had entrusted it with the important task of protecting his sister, and it felt very regretful for its past stubbornness. Xiao Chen did not like it with its scars and demanded that the shadow hound not come near her. It simply followed her silently from a distance, protecting her just as it had protected its master before. However, Xiao Qian was not an easy person to deal with. First, during their time staying in the cave, she disobeyed the master's words before leaving several times, running to the surface to save people, attracting beasts several times. Luckily, these beasts were not of high level and it could handle them. After settling into the refuge, every time she went out with the army, she would rush to the front without wearing any proper gear. Each time, Xiao Qian was the first to be surrounded by beasts, and it was the shadow hound that risked its life to rescue her. Logically, escaping from these beasts with only minor scratches was already very fortunate, but when the master learned that his sister had been scratched, he and their sisters beat it severely while it was still licking its wounds. While beating it, the master kept blaming it for not protecting his sister well enough. The shadow hound was beaten for a full half hour and its legs were lame the next day. Over the next few days, Xiao Qian ran out every day, specifically heading for the most dangerous places, and it saved her every time, but each day what awaited it was a brutal beating from its master. It kept recalling that man surrounded by so many beastmasters who looked kindly no matter which beast he faced. Scene after scene echoed in its mind, and at this moment it began to doubt itself, doubt the people around it. Was he really its master? Did the master really consider it a companion? Was all it did really worth it? Tears welled up in its eyes for the first time. Before this, even when it was beaten by enemies or despised by many people, including its own sisters, it had never shed tears. Yesterday the female master had sent it to rescue a group of people trapped by a pack of beasts. Carefully, it sneaked in and successfully led the trapped people out. However, a woman in the crowd suddenly dropped her phone, which in the quiet environment sounded particularly grating. Soon, the surrounding wild beasts encircled them. With so many beasts, they were simply unable to fight them off and could only quickly retreat while pulling the female master along. Ultimately, that group of people couldn't be saved. That night, just a few words from the female master led the master to beat and kick it again. Although the blows weren't physically painful, there was a dull ache in its heart. It remembered from its birth to now the master never really treated it as a companion. Its sisters could approach and be close to the master, but it couldn't. They could receive the master's touches, but it didn't even get a glance. The next day, the female master ran out to rescue again, and it followed behind, but this time not to protect her. Having understood everything the night before, the shadow hunter dog no longer saw Xiao Chen as its master, and the respect in its heart gradually turned into hatred. It wanted to get back at Xiao Chen, but the protected beasts around him were strong and it was no match. It could only start from the female master. It hoped that the female master would once again provoke a group of wild beasts, seeing it as the only way to get back at Xiao Chen. It wanted to drag Xiao Chen down to hell with it. Qin Xuan was moving through the corridors again, trying to find traces of Xiao Chen. Yashang, Yutianyu and Haiming, the three of them, were left in the villa by Qin Xuan to watch the house. They had wanted to follow, but Qin Xuan said it was more convenient to be alone, plus there were others like Wei, so they stayed in the villa obediently. After searching another building to no avail, he looked out the window and directly spotted Xiao Qian, who was wandering around. After searching for so many days, he finally found her. In his previous life, the Xiao Qian was quite a character. Although she looked decent, her brain was not developed at all. She would rush forward without any protection during a fight. In his past life, Xiao Chen fell into Qin Xuan's trap several times because of her. But in Xiao Chen's team, she was the darling, the object of affection of all the harem, and more bloody, she was actually a sanctimonious hypocrite. Seeing people surrounded by wild beasts, she would shout loudly and then attract all the beasts to her team's side. If people weren't saved, she would blame those around her for not rescuing them. A real hypocrite. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen's identity as a bearer of luck, her thousands of lives wouldn't be enough for her to die. But now it wasn't too late to die. With that, Qin Xuan smashed the window and jumped down towards Xiao Chen. Below, Xiao Qian was leading a group of refugees quietly between the buildings, fearing the noise she caused would attract the terrifying beasts. Seeing these refugees bowing in gratitude for being rescued made Xiao Qian feel very satisfied, feeling like she was a hero guarding the world. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass rang out and Qin Xuan landed behind the crowd. This noise startled everyone. The crowd looked towards the newcomer with annoyance and fear, but Qin Xuan didn't want to say much. With a fierce grin, he swung his knife, instantly slicing the majority of the obstructing crowd in two. Everyone was shocked and ran towards the surrounding buildings, but Qin Xuan paid no mind to those fleeing. His attention was focused entirely on Xiao Chen, who was equally terrified. This was a perfect opportunity to lure out Xiao Chen for revenge, and Qin Xuan was not about to miss it. The shadow hound at the side immediately recognized Qin Xuan as the man it had met in the snowy plains. The kind face of the beast master who had commanded it remained vividly in its mind. Due to the shadow hound's frequent hunting, it was highly sensitive to murderous intents, and it could feel that Qin Xuan harbored a strong intent to kill towards its female master, more terrifying than all the enemies it had encountered in the wild combined. Knowing Qin Xuan's capabilities, it was a good opportunity as long as it prevented Xiao Chen from escaping. Even if it had to bear the initial injuries, Qin Xuan could still deliver a fatal blow. Seeing Xiao Chen signaling it to hold off Qin Xuan while she turned to flee, the shadow hound eyes reddened, bit her calf and pulled in the opposite direction. This move caught Xiao Chen off guard, causing her to fall face first onto the ground. "Ah! My head, you idiot, what are you doing? Hold him off, you useless creature, I should have let my brother kill you, let go of me." No matter how much Xiao Chen kicked at the shadow hound's head, it only bit down harder, even as its own hindquarters were marked by bites. Qin Xuan was also surprised for a moment. Wasn't that Xiao Chen's beast? Was this a betrayal of the master? Cases of beasts turning against their masters were rare, typically occurring only at life and death moments when the beast would suddenly attack the beast master, leading to mutual destruction. What on earth had Xiao Chen and Xiao Qian done to provoke such a reaction from the shadow hound even before the fight had begun? Well, this makes things easier, Qin Xuan thought as he walked step by step towards the fallen Xiao Qian with his black dragon saber in hand. You don't come any closer. My brother is a government lieutenant, if you dare touch a hair on me, my brother will. Xin Xuan's elbow struck Xiao Qian's temple, knocking her out cold. At the same moment, a piece of contract breakstone in his hand slowly turned to dust and dispersed into the air. The shadow hound opened its eyes in confusion, no longer feeling its connection with Xiao Qian. It wasn't dead. It turned its head to see Qin Xuan smiling at it. I see you have a remarkable talent, a rare gem among warriors. Why don't you become my beast as well? By taking in the shadow hound, Qin Xuan not only recognized its exceptional potential but also saw a chance to deeply irritate Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was unhappy, Qin Xuan was pleased. Qin Xuan reached out to pat the shadow hound's head, and it did not resist, for resistance was futile. Knowing that Qin Xuan also wanted to kill Xiao Chen, the shadow hound readily accepted the new contract without hesitation, driven by deep-seated hatred. Soon, the shadow hunter dog completed its transformation and evolved into a divine beast. Qin Xuan named it Joyo. Name: Shadow Demon Wolf. Joyo. Attribute: Dark Level, 33 Quality. Divine Joyo's linked equipment was a pair of leg guards that did not include boots. Wearing them, Qin Xuan could hide in the shadows. He immediately found a shadow to test this ability. Standing in the shadow, he activated the power and saw his own figure start to blur and eventually completely disappear, merging into the shadow. Within the shadow, Qin Xuan could even freely control his viewpoint, from as low as the ground to as high as his own height, moving freely within the shadow, and his moving speed also increased significantly. During this time, Qin Xuan was invisible and untouchable. However, once he stepped out of the shadow, the part that left would immediately become visible again, but this was normal and overall it was quite impressive. Qin Xuan went in and out of the shadows, disappearing and reappearing, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, Qin Xuan received a message from Tianyu in his mind saying that official people wanted to talk to him. Officials coming, let's see what they want to do. Saying this, Qin Xuan retracted Joyo, picked up the collapsed Xiao Chen and swiftly returned to the villa area. Inside the villa, Zhao Yi visited Qin Xuan's villa. The refuge's officials had always known that Qin Xuan was here. Of course, they just watched from a distance and had no intention of approaching. Qin Xuan had noticed them too, but since they seemed sensible enough, he didn't bother interacting with them. Zhao Yi was one of the officials who supported the idea of dealing with Qin Xuan, and this time he came to negotiate with Qin Xuan. After knocking a few times, the door was opened by Tianyu. Seeing that it was a child opening the door, Zhao Yi was a bit surprised, but he didn't show it on his face and started to size up Tianyu. This child actually had a pair of white, which must be tiger ears, right? And there was also a white tiger tail behind him. Could it be a prop? Because people like Shangwan Wanner were almost entirely focused on Qin Xuan at the time, they didn't even clearly see what Tianyu looked like. Next to Qin Xuan and Xiao Chen didn't reveal it either, so the officials in J City didn't know that a beast master could transform into a human form at level 80. In Zhao Yi's eyes, Tianyu's appearance made him think Qin Xuan had peculiar tastes, and he couldn't help but despise Qin Xuan even more. After explaining his purpose for the visit, Tianyu asked him to wait a moment, and Zhao Yi's look towards Tianyu carried a hint of sympathy. Damn Qin Xuan, not even sparing children, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Thinking this, Zhao Yi tried to pat Tianyu on the head, but Tianyu very disdainfully dodged away, causing Zhao Yi's smile to stiffen slightly. Nearby, Qin Xuan casually found a villa, threw Xiao Chen into an empty room, and seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, he left and appeared behind Zhao Yi. Is it you looking for me? Zhao Yi was startled by the sudden voice behind him, turned around, and there was Qin Xuan. Cough cough. Yes, hello Mr. Qin, my name is Zhao Yi, may we have a talk? Qin Xuan gestured invitingly, and Zhao Yi repeatedly waved his hands. Let's just talk outside, I'm not going inside. Are you kidding? That would be like walking into a lion's den. Qin Xuan responded indifferently. Well, Mr. Qin, our nation currently needs talents like you, and I am here officially to extend an invitation, hoping for your collaboration. Zhao Yi began coughing slightly to clear his throat. Oh, what kind of collaboration are you proposing? Qin Xuan inquired, his interest piqued. We need you to sign and adhere to the following terms of the treaty. Here, take a look at this, said Zhao Yi, pulling a document from his briefcase and handing it over to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan took the document and skimmed through its contents, almost thinking his eyes were deceiving him. The first clause stated, "You must abide by the laws and regulations set by the government, no killing, no attacking others, and no disobeying higher orders. Violations exceeding the specified number will result in 1 month of imprisonment." The second, voluntarily dissolve contracts with 70% of your controlled beasts and hand them over to the state for redistribution. The third, every powerful beast you encounter must first be offered to the state. Only if no one needs it can you contract it yourself. The terms were essentially restraining his progress, and not a word about benefits or compensation. Was he looking at a treaty or a servitude contract? The first clause was somewhat understandable, but the rest were increasingly absurd. It seemed they were eyeing his beasts, even preemptively claiming any future ones he might acquire. This level of greed, this audacity, it was no less than that of the great clans. "Are you serious? Are you sure you didn't bring the wrong document?" Qin Xuan asked, his expression darkening. "Yes, Mr. Qin, every clause has been thoroughly discussed and considered. If you have no objections, please sign here," Zhao Yi said, smiling innocently but with a mocking tone inside. Anticipating Qin Xuan might say he didn't have a pen, Zhao Yi promptly produced one from his pocket. "If you don't want to discuss this, we don't have to." Qin Xuan's face turned utterly dark as he tore the treaty in half. "Mr. Qin, are you intending to defy an official command?" Zhao Yi's face also turned sour upon seeing Qin Xuan's refusal. "Being greedy will choke you, Qin Xuan. You have so many powerful beasts, isn't it right to offer them to the nation? Amassing such power, what are your intentions? Can you even manage so many beasts? Can't you make a sacrifice for the good of the nation? As a man of honor, how can you be so petty? I am truly ashamed for you. The country is in trouble. Everyone should unite to defend against the enemy. Our soldiers risk their lives with low-grade beasts, yet you hoard all the high-end power for yourself. How selfish can you be?" Zhao Yi berated angrily, echoing Professor Shue's words that Qin Xuan was a selfish man who didn't deserve such power. "All your beasts must be handed over. Is this your idea or the official stance? Does it matter whose idea it is? Well, it doesn't, so go to hell." Zhao Yi's words were meant to disgust Qin Xuan, and they truly did. Qin Xuan was greatly annoyed. "Official or not, you would fight. I am an official, you can't kill me. Do you really want to go against the authorities?" However, just as he pulled out his katana, a rocket was suddenly fired from behind him. Qin Xuan didn't expect them to be so decisive and was hit unexpectedly, causing a thick cloud of smoke. Although the smoke didn't harm Qin Xuan, it obscured his vision. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Yi sprinted forward, running towards a vehicle that was ready to pick him up. Unable to see ahead, Qin Xuan swung his sword forcefully in the direction where Zhao Yi had been, unleashing a blade of spatial energy. Running frantically, Zhao Yi felt a chilling sensation from behind and immediately threw himself to the ground, but still one of his arms was severed by the strike. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Zhao Yi got up and continued his mad dash to the vehicle, jumping in without even closing the door properly. The driver floored the accelerator and the police car roared away. As the smoke cleared, Qin Xuan ran onto the road, watching the police car fade into the distance, replaying the recent events in his mind. Zhao Yi's control of distance was just right, close enough to not be affected by the blast, and yet not so close as to seem deliberate, while also using the shock from the explosion to increase his speed. The timing was impeccably calculated. Glancing at the direction from which the rocket had come, the timing of the ambush was equally precise. From such a distance, it couldn't have been a response to seeing Qin Xuan draw his weapon, but had to have been based on instinctual anticipation and accuracy that couldn't be achieved without years of experience. Even Qin Xuan had to admire their coordination. Had anyone hesitated even for a moment, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. But then Qin Xuan's grin turned ferocious again. "Provoking me and thinking of running away? Not so easy." In the vehicle, Zhao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief as they distanced themselves from Qin Xuan. He felt a tearing pain at his wound, causing his brain to throb agonizingly, and he couldn't help but scream out loud, Qin Xuan, you will not die a good death." Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw Qin Xuan far away, now holding a blue longbow. Qin Xuan pulled the bowstring back, aiming directly at them. Each linked equipment and talent automatically transferred its usage techniques and even proficiency directly into Qin Xuan's mind. Picking up these weapons, Qin Xuan felt as if he had been using them for decades, hence there was no question of not knowing how to use them. "Master of all arms, young man." As his aim settled on the fleeing vehicle, and after charging his shot, Qin Xuan's eyes narrowed fiercely and he released the bowstring. The arrow shot out swiftly, quickly catching up to and piercing through the vehicle. Upon piercing, it rapidly froze, and in the blink of an eye, the body of the car was covered in thick ice, instantly turning everyone inside into ice sculptures. Then, turning to look towards the location from where the rocket had come, Qin Xuan's figure vanished only to reappear at the distant ambush point. He quickly spotted the fleeing soldier and, in a blink, teleported next to him, his hands wielding purple lightning boxing gloves. With a punch, he smashed the head of the soldier who had ambushed him. Sighing deeply after the killing, Qin Xuan felt a sense of relief. Observing the gruesome mix of red and white scattered around him, he shook off his hands and turned back towards the villa. The main gate had already been blown off its hinges and the walls were charred black. Disgusted, Qin Xuan decided he no longer wanted to stay there. He quickly rounded up Yaoshang Tianyu and Haiming, packed up some essentials and moved into another villa. Next on his agenda was dealing with Xiao Qian. He brought her to a random warehouse he found. Upon entering, he discovered that several people were hiding inside. Startled by Qin Xuan's sudden appearance, the people were visibly frightened. The warehouse door was firmly barricaded with steel and a foul stench filled the air. Ignoring the protests of those inside, Qin Xuan forcefully opened the door, drove everyone out, and threw out those who were unwilling to leave. Those who tried to come back were promptly killed. After making a round outside the warehouse to clear any wild beasts, the stench had mostly dissipated by the time he returned. Qin Xuan then shackled Xiao Qian's limbs and secured her onto a frame that he hung up. He pulled up a stool and sat in front of her, waiting for her to regain consciousness. The gift he had prepared for her required her to be awake. It was to be the most excruciating torture imaginable. Scientists have ranked the most painful ways to die, and the top 5 included being cooked in an oven, self-immolation, being boiled alive, exposure to nuclear radiation, and flaying. Meanwhile, in the shelter's conference room, Wang Jun slammed his fist on the table, furious. Damn Qin Xuan, how dare he kill our officials? Damn it! Someone asked about the surveillance footage. No, everything internally has been destroyed, we can't extract any useful information, they replied. They knew Qin Xuan was powerful and might retaliate, so they had prepared accordingly, hoping to at least get some intelligence. But now they feared him even more, as none of their people had returned with any information. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere as they contemplated their shredded relationship with Qin Xuan. If their plan failed, they would all be in grave danger. This thought caused everyone around the table to sigh deeply. Can our plan really defeat Qin Xuan? Someone murmured. Shut up. We will win, Shuihua interjected sharply, teeth clenched. After the meeting, Xiao Qian returned to his residence. As he opened the door, a petite Lolita rushed out, followed by 3 scantily clad voluptuous women with some traits of mythical beasts. Master, you're finally back, the Lolita said in a childishly sweet voice. Xiao Qian had been waiting for this day for a long time. This morning, aside from the sky-cracking divine tiger, his other 4 beast pets had reached level 80 and gained the ability to transform into human forms. Holding the little Lolita, who had transformed from an ice frost giant dragon, in his arms, Xiao Qian's eyes gleamed with endless desire and greed, like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. Today he planned to spend an unforgettable afternoon with his beast pets who could transform into beautiful women. However, it seemed he had forgotten something. Never mind, my own affairs are most important. With that thought, Xiao Qian led the 4 women into the room. In the warehouse, Xiao Qian slowly woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw the man who had knocked her unconscious sitting in front of her with his eyes closed. Feeling some pain in her arm, she tried to move, only to find her hands were firmly hung above her, the chains clinking noisily as she struggled. At this moment, the man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the struggling Xiao Qian. You're awake. A bit later than I expected. Quite useless. What are you going to do? Let me go, I warn you. Qin Xuan flicked his fingers and a pill flew into Xiao Qian's mouth, which she swallowed as she was speaking. Coughing, she demanded, what did you give me? A drug that increases nerve sensitivity, specially sourced for you. It should make the skinning more painful. Saying this, Qin Xuan picked up a rusty scalpel that had been prepared earlier. Skinning, wait, don't. Deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is normal. Xiao Qian's screams lasted an entire afternoon, during which an Iduo was by her side, infusing her with life energy, making it impossible for her to pass out. However, Qin Xuan was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, it was his first time and it was normal not to do well, but no matter, it could be done again until he was satisfied. Saying so, Qin Xuan dropped a drop of life spring water on Xiao Qian and her skin quickly grew back, soon covering the exposed muscle tissue again. Seeing her skin regrow and the pain disappear, Xiao Qian felt as if she had walked through the gates of hell and was relieved, but soon fell into fear again as Qin Xuan approached with the scalpel. In Xiao Qian's room, after a strenuous afternoon, he had finally vented all the pent-up frustrations since his rebirth. There was no helping it, main characters in Xianxia novels are like that. Xiao Qian was now very tired and sore, only wanting to sleep well. But suddenly, the little girl spoke. Strange, why hasn't Sister Xiao Qian come back yet? She should usually be back by now. Lying in bed and just about to drift into sleep, Xiao Qian suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up, remembering that his sister hadn't come back. He had a bad premonition. He ran out of the shelter like a madman, shouting Xiao Qian's name as he ran. Not knowing how long he had run, he came to a completely dark place, suddenly felt weightless and uncontrollably fell into the endless darkness. Xiao Qian, suddenly Xiao Qian jolted awake in bed, still muttering Xiao Qian's name. It was just a dream. Today was the day to deal with Qin Xuan. He had to get going. Glancing at Xiao Qian's room, it was still untouched from yesterday. Xiao Qian frowned, wondering why his sister still hadn't come back. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Arriving in the conference room, the groggy Xiao Qian sat down in his designated spot. Qin Xuan's location has been found and we have almost everything prepared on our end. Each soldier is equipped with 15 doses of high-concentration anesthetics. Lieutenant Xiao Qian, have you resolved the matter with the breach stone? Shuehua spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian took out a bag and threw it onto the table. 126 pieces, that should be enough. Good, we'll distribute these breach stones and then we can go after Qin Xuan. Captain Xiao, please get ready as soon as possible. Once everything was in place, everyone left to make their final preparations and headed towards Qin Xuan's location in a mighty procession. Before setting off, Xiao Qian, still concerned, sent a group of Earth soldiers from the base to search for his sister. He had important matters to attend to and feared he could only join the search later. The army approached the warehouse majestically, eerily calm as they walked deep into it. Qin Xuan had set up a plastic chair and was sitting quietly inside the warehouse, with a disheveled, bloodied person standing beside him, causing everyone who saw it to get goosebumps and their hair to stand on end. Qin Xuan, you are surrounded, surrender immediately, do not attempt to resist. Ignoring the shouts, Qin Xuan slowly rose from the plastic chair, his gaze locking onto Xiao Qian in the crowd, his hand gripping a katana ready to slash. Beside him, Xiao Qian screamed desperately, brother, save me, come save me. Her screams caught the attention of everyone present. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Qian's mind went blank as he slowly turned his head towards the disheveled, bloodied person. Upon recognizing her true face, any last hope in his heart vanished, his pupils dilating in shock. It was his sister. Qin Xuan too looked at the woman, baffled. Shouldn't she be telling Xiao Qian to run away? How could she possibly survive without Qin Xuan's powerful healing methods? Still barely clinging to life with the excess life force she had been given. Enough noise. With that, Qin Xuan cleaved Xiao Qian in two. Across from him, Xiao Qian was furious. Ah, Qin Xuan, I will kill you. Fire, open fire, Xiao Qian roared. At his command, the beast tamers behind him immediately attacked the warehouse, blowing it up and creating a huge cloud of dust, leaving Qin Xuan without any cover. Now, tranquilizer guns fire. The preloaded tranquilizers aimed at Qin Xuan's thighs to avoid friendly fire. However, as the dust settled, what appeared before everyone were dozens of massive tamed beasts: foxes, snakes, tigers, wolves, birds, dragons, monkeys, and several other unrecognizable beasts. They surrounded Qin Xuan, and any tranquilizer needles that touched their skin were immediately deflected, their eyes glaring fiercely. Use the breach stones, quick. Soon Earth soldiers scattered in various directions pulled out a breach stone each from their pockets and used them on Qin Xuan's beasts. The breach stones were simple to use. Aim at the beast to sever its bond with the beast master, or aim at the master to randomly sever the bond with one of his beasts. Watching the stones turn to powder in their hands, the crowd cheered. The breach stones had worked, all contracts with his beasts had been severed. Charge, attack. The Earth soldiers were greatly energized by their plan's success. Now all they had to do was hold him back, wait for the drug to take effect, and victory was within sight. Xiao Qian summoned all his beasts, intending to hold back Qin Xuan's creatures. However, unknown to them, the breach stone did indeed have an effect. Qin Xuan felt something in his mind trying to sever his connection with his beasts, but it was only effective for a moment. The force soon dissipated without a trace, and his bond with his beasts remained intact. As for the anesthetics, they might work on ordinary beast masters, but Qin Xuan had the sacred melody ancient tree, which could easily neutralize the effects of an anesthetic. His creatures, sensing an attempt to sever their connection with their master, grew increasingly agitated. As they watched the humans on the ground fight more fiercely, their patience wore thin. Elements gathered on their surfaces, and then, with a sudden burst, terrifying gusts mixed with flames, ice shards, wind blades, and lightning swept around them. Ordinary people and beasts couldn't withstand such powerful attacks. The Earth soldiers charging at them and commanders like Xuehua on the periphery were instantly crushed into dust, their bodies shattered, leaving not even scraps behind. The area within a radius of several kilometers was instantly destroyed, turning into ruins. Looking at the ruins before him, Qin Xuan, who thought all his enemies were dead, suddenly raised an eyebrow. A cockroach still alive? Underground Xiao Chen was enduring excruciating pain in his mind. When Qin Xuan's beasts had erupted, the ethereal jellyfish had acted just in time, allowing him to only manage to recall the frost dragon and the azure python before being teleported 50 meters underground. To him, the pressure and suffocation at 50 meters deep were negligible, but his Green Mountain wild bull and the newly contracted Sky Rift tiger had died. Unlike in games, death of beasts in reality meant true death, causing severe pain in his brain, feeling almost as if it would burst. He was also grateful that he was hidden 50 meters deep, and by his senses the beast's explosive force had only disturbed the ground up to about 49 meters, leaving him perfectly concealed underground. Sometimes he felt his luck was incredibly good, always narrowly escaping deadly dangers, and this time was no exception. Losing a few beasts was just a minor setback, there would be other opportunities to recover them. He figured Qin Xuan would likely leave soon, and then he could escape this place. After leaving here, he couldn't stay in the Dragon Nation anymore. He had to flee abroad to develop. Having been reborn, why was he so defiant against destiny? Now, as the pain in his brain eased significantly, he could finally calm down and think about his next steps. After leaving the Dragon Nation, where should he go? Let me think. Alright, I could go find Smith in the beautiful country. In his previous life, he had deep connections with the 5 great families, and naturally he had heard from them that their plan to replace the official administration was actually led by the beautiful country, in collaboration with other nations hostile to the Dragon Nation, such as the Cherry Blossom country. Originally, it was a plan orchestrated by the beautiful country to bring down and annex the Dragon Nation, and Smith was the person in charge of this plan. As the game unfolded, their ambitions grew, and they brazenly broke with countries like the beautiful nation, taking control of the entire Dragon Nation themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He could totally go and join Smith. Once he demonstrated his value, all of beautiful nation's resources would surely prioritize him. Once he enhanced his strength, he would flee to the cosmos. He did not want to casually fight with Qin Xuan again. In his past life, the maximum number of beasts one could control was 10, but Qin Xuan controlled more than 10, and their combat power was terrifying. Only at close range could one feel the oppressive power of their formidable strength. Xiao Chen felt that even if he summoned all 5 of his beasts, they would not match one of Qin Xuan's, and with a wave of his hand, Qin Xuan could summon more than 10. How could he possibly fight against that? Naturally, Qin Xuan had to be killed, but not now. Once in the cosmos, perhaps after collecting the other fragments of the reincarnation jade, he might stand a chance in battle. However, before he could think further, a hand reached deep into the ground, pulling Xiao Chen out and slamming him heavily to the side. Before Xiao Chen could recover, a large foot pressed down, firmly pinning him, making it impossible for him to get up. Qin Xuan walked over to Xiao Chen, looking down at him from above. To think you could still be alive, you are indeed fortunate. But that's as far as it goes. Fang, upon seeing Xiao Chen, immediately became enraged, recognizing him as the murderer who had slaughtered his tribe. But Qin Xuan did not act immediately. Instead, he pulled out an unknown egg and squatted down, placing it in front of Xiao Chen. Soon Xiao Chen felt something being slowly drawn out of him. His heart raced faster, and he had a premonition that if the egg completely drained that thing from him, he would definitely not escape today. With this thought, Xiao Chen no longer held back his strength and summoned his remaining 3 beasts, directing them to attack the egg. At all costs, destroy that egg. Xiao Chen knew that to survive, he must not leave that mysterious egg intact. However, before the attack could even get close, it was completely blocked by Changsheng with a single strike. Following that, Yaoshang, Tianyu and Haiming joined in the attack, killing Xiao Chen's last 3 beasts, causing him immense pain once again. Now Xiao Chen had no ability to resist, only able to let the egg absorb this thing belonging to him. With all his beasts killed, he clutched his head in agony on the ground, screaming in pain, unable to even roll over. Finally, the egg stopped absorbing Xiao Chen's luck. Xiao Chen felt that his thing had been completely drained. He no longer had any hope of escape. He glared fiercely at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, you've won this time, but don't be too proud. Someone will kill you someday, and then in hell. Before Xiao Chen could finish his last words, Qin Xuan decapitated him with a single swing of his sword. A Fong and Jiuyo also stepped forward, each biting into Xiao Chen's body, tearing it in two. After Xiao Chen's death, a gray sphere flew out from his corpse. Qin Xuan looked at it somewhat familiarly. Wasn't this the missing part from his own reincarnation jade? Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, I really have to thank you for this tremendous gift you've given me, even in death. By this time Xiao Chen's body had been torn into pieces by two wolves, but Qin Xuan felt it was not enough. He commanded a White Hong Yan and Liu to burn the remains with fire for a full 2 hours. After ensuring that not a trace of DNA was left, Qin Xuan flicked his knife, looked up at the sky, and showed a relieved expression. After nearly 3 months, Qin Xuan had finally killed Xiao Chen. Qin Xuan had considered the possibility of being reborn and killing Xiao Chen before the game began, but at that time he couldn't take the unknown egg back into reality. Just like the villains in novels, without eliminating Xiao Chen's luck he himself couldn't kill him. Did Qin Xuan not want to? He simply couldn't kill him. What could Qin Xuan do? He was helpless too. Don't the villains in the stories also gradually eliminate the protagonist's luck? How many can kill the child of fortune in one go? Qin Xuan was speechless about such people. If one observed more carefully, one wouldn't jump to such conclusions. After the reincarnation jade orb merged into his body, it nestled into the gap that was there previously, but to fully integrate it still needed some time. Qin Xuan picked up the egg on the ground. Unknown beast egg, incubating. This egg of the unknown beast, having absorbed the luck of the luck bearer, might hatch something extraordinary. The egg had already begun to incubate, and in a few days it should hatch a new beast, though it was unknown what attributes the beast would have after absorbing the luck. As for the officials, they were not to be feared, they could never surpass him. There was no hurry to deal with them later. Right now he just wanted to rest well and wait for the map to reopen. Official headquarters. What? Xue Hua and the others are dead. They went to fight Qin Xuan. Upon receiving the communication, Zhang Weiping was furious. He had always said not to touch Qin Xuan at this stage. He had previously noticed their misconduct when reallocating the Divine Tiger team members. He found many had been sent to J City, and he knew what Xue Hua and his group were planning. Thus he ordered these Divine Tiger team members to be reassigned elsewhere and commanded that without special circumstances they should not head to J City in large numbers. Knowing that they were secretly collecting large amounts of anesthetic, he directly sent people to confiscate it and scolded them in person. Unexpectedly, this group still went and were completely annihilated. Now of the known SSS tier talents, one was now dead. Zhang Weiping, holding his forehead, felt a deep sense of helplessness. Thousands of words finally turned into one sigh. Who knows what the future will bring? A week later, Qin Xuan moved into a fairly large house. The explosion had also affected the villa area. Not a single villa there was intact. Qin Xuan, watching the drama series he had downloaded in advance, eating chips and drinking soda, was living a carefree life. Ever since he gathered the reincarnation jade, although that part had not yet fully integrated, it still had some influence. His own beast space, where previously the beasts could only watch silently and communicate through contracts. Each beast was isolated by different spaces, and only Qin Xuan's actions could summon or retrieve the beasts. Now things are different. Each beast can either appear together in one space or stay individually in their own space. It's as if each beast has its own room, and stepping out of the room puts them into a living room. Moreover, the beasts can freely move in and out of their space without always needing Qin Xuan to summon or retract them. However, everything still follows Qin Xuan's will. If he wants them to come out or go back, they will still be forcibly summoned or retracted. Even so, Yao Shang and Tianyu, these two, still dislike staying in the space, claiming the air outside is better. Qin Xuan is somewhat speechless, finding their excuses rather lame. How come the officials haven't shown up after all this wait? During this period, while Qin Xuan rests, he's also been waiting for officials to come to him, wanting to know just how many among them despise him and to clarify the official stance towards him. Since they are not coming, I might as well take action myself. If no one comes, then Qin Xuan can only resolve it in his own way. With the map reopening in about a week, Qin Xuan needs to find something to do. He thinks for a moment. The heads of the Wu and Li families are still abroad. Why not kill these two first and then visit the officials afterwards? Off to Sakura country just because he simply dislikes them. No sooner said than done. He forcibly retracts Yao Shang and Tianyu into the beast space, and with a thought he instantly arrives at the Jingwa Divine Restroom in Sakura country. The once famous site Jingwa Divine Restroom is now in ruins, half of the building collapsed. Qin Xuan finds the place of worship, pulls out Changxing's dark gold club and starts smashing everything until all the spirit tablets are shattered. After Urinating over them, he leaves. Half a month earlier in Tokyo, a group of Sakura country's officials neatly line up on both sides of a red carpet, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. As the view gets closer, a giant griffin slowly lands at the front of the red carpet and a man from a western country descends. He is tall with golden pupils and hair, dressed in a black tailcoat, black leather shoes, and a red bow tie, exuding an air of nobility. Following him are two Asian men, the heads of the Li and Wu families, Li Xiaodong and Wu Dalong, each carrying a briefcase containing some data and documents. The emperor approaches with his people and gives a military salute to the visitor. On behalf of the great Sakura country, I warmly welcome the arrival of Mr. Smith. After finishing his speech, he bows deeply at 90 degrees, unconcerned about demeaning his status as emperor. Smith just glances indifferently and continues walking forward, with the local soldiers watching their emperor act like an obedient dog, wagging their tails as they follow him. How are the results of the experiment, Fuji? Smith asks indifferently. The experiments have made breakthrough progress, the subjects have survived, and now we are trying to get them to harness their power. Hiroki Fuji smiled as he spoke. Just able to survive? What are you doing? Smith, upon hearing this, was not only joyless but also extremely dissatisfied. In his view, with so many test subjects available, the experiment should have been completed long ago. Seeing Smith's displeased expression, Hiroki Fuji immediately lowered his head and slapped himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I have been negligent in my duties. I will go and urge them right away. Wait a moment, Smith interjected, taking a document from the briefcases of Li Xiaodong and Wu Dalong. This is the data and information summarized by our beautiful country. Let them follow these instructions. Hai Qin Chuan was walking down a street where only groups of wild beasts and skeletons gnawed to bits remained. It seemed there were no survivors left. Then, with a thought, he arrived at the infamous Sakura country's Roti Island nuclear power plant. Because the people of Sakura country had discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean in his previous life, a large number of sea beasts mutated and gained terrifying strength. Normally, these mutated sea creatures stayed out of sight under the sea, but once they landed, their terrifying strength coupled with their vast numbers, it took less than 3 days for the coastal bases of Dragon Country to fall completely, if not for the fact that most sea beasts could not stay out of water for long. Even the inland areas might have been endangered. There were also those who followed the rivers inland trying to attack humans, but the strong ones of Dragon Country were all gathered inland, and the narrow rivers somewhat held the creatures at bay. Qin Chuan glanced at the deserted nuclear power plant and the empty water storage tanks, spat disdainfully, and turned to leave. He then headed to Tokyo, where he encountered living people for the first time, 2 Sakura country soldiers wielding guns. Seeing Qin Chuan suddenly appear, the 2 soldiers immediately raised their guns. Damn it, who are you? Because only Dragon Country knew of the apocalypse, other countries still had extremely few beast tamers, lacking the numbers of troops like those of Dragon Country. Most of the military personnel here, fearful of making death-defying contracts with beasts, still patrolled with guns. Seeing the 2 little soldiers daring to point their guns at him, Qin Chuan promptly rewarded each with a knife, sending them off to meet the former emperor. From their memories, Kair learned the location of the Tokyo shelter in Sakura Country. Qin Chuan wickedly licked his lips, and with a thought he vanished from the spot. Cough cough, I dragged the time a bit long this morning, so I'm adding an extra update as compensation and also to answer some questions from the audience. First is about the beast taming army. Some readers think that with unlimited contracts you could contract more epic or legendary beasts, but writing it that way would not fit the title of the book. Moreover, with super god tier beasts, these epic and legendary beasts seem quite redundant and can't even qualify as cannon fodder. Since they can't even be cannon fodder, there's no point in contracting them, and it would also be a waste of time. So personally, I think it's better not to contract them. In the future, there will be beast taming styles that involve enhancing soldiers, so please, dear readers, don't be impatient. Lastly, about naming the beasts, I admit I'm terrible at naming, but this book is my solo creation and there's no issue of someone ghostwriting for me. As a novice writer, I am aware that there might be many aspects of my writing that may not sit well with the readers. If you find any issues or think something is unreasonable, feel free to point it out openly. If it's something I can change, I will definitely make adjustments. Some names for the beasts were chosen based on their meanings after researching online. Admittedly, some names were decided somewhat hastily and carry a bit of an entertainment factor, but since this is a light-hearted narrative, the names aren't critically important, or so I assume. Please go easy on me if you disagree. the names that have been set are not intended to be changed, as there are many other aspects that need attention. There are many more beast names to come, and while I can't guarantee that everyone will be satisfied, I am open to changing them if better suggestions come up. After saying all this, what I really want to express is, I truly didn't hire a ghostwriter. If some still don't believe, well, it's not like you can hit me through the screen. Half a month earlier at the Dragon Map Tokyo shelter, Kanai Keita was walking with 5 women around him and another 5 following, a total of 11 people strolling on the shelter's path, his face brimming with satisfaction. Originally just an ordinary office worker in Sakura country with modest savings, scraping by on a barely sufficient salary, his fate changed the day he recognized the commercial potential of the game Beast Conqueror. Investing all his savings into a gaming helmet, his life took a dramatic turn, awakening an A-level talent in the game and profiting from trading beasts. He no longer lived from hand to mouth, immersed in dreams of future wealth. The apocalypse arrived and the game merged with reality. Thinking he was close to death, he was surprised to find his in-game talents and beasts had come into the real world with him, thus he fought his way up, thriving in this new apocalyptic world, enjoying the delicious seafood of Roddy Island and surrounded by beautiful women, living a carefree life. Soon, the Sakura army established the Tokyo shelter and Kanai Keita was invited to become the shelter's beast master, which only made his life more lavish. Here all the common soldiers treated him with the utmost respect, and every time he stepped out he was accompanied by 10 beautiful women. The envious looks from the refugees as he passed by greatly satisfied his vanity. On the rooftop of the shelter, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of a soldier on guard. The two stared at each other, stunned for a moment. The soldier, recovering first, was about to call for backup, but Qin Chuan was quicker, sending him to his demise with a single strike. Qin Chuan then walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the streets filled with homeless refugees sleeping on the streets. Seeing Kanai Keita swaggering through with his women, in this place almost everyone with a home was a high-ranking official or a wealthy dignitary, with soldiers specifically assigned to guard them. Firearms might be useless against beasts and beast masters, but they still held significant deterrent power against ordinary people. There are still people hiding. Through Kair's perception, Qin Chuan learned that there was a building hidden underground in this shelter with entrances concealed within several core structures. Some entrances were behind bookcases, others led directly from basements. There people moved about and many wild beasts were imprisoned. It seemed to be a laboratory. This immediately piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity. What exactly were these little sakura blossoms concocting? Who's there? Kanai Hideta felt someone watching him as he passed by, and looking up, he saw a strange man on the rooftop of a nearby building, an intruder in the shelter. Excitement surged within Kanai Hideta. Catching an intruder came with a hefty reward, rumored to include enhancement transformation of one's physique, knowing that beast tamers' major weakness was their own physical strength. If he underwent that project's transformation, he would definitely advance further. Since he had discovered the intruder himself, naturally he wanted to secure that reward for himself. He immediately summoned his beast and leaped onto the rooftop, only to find Qin Chuan staring back at him, fearless. Really, you had the heavens, but you chose the roof. A week ago, Emperor Fuji Hiroki observed from behind glass a man who had been transplanted with a beast's leg and arm. Initially, the man lost consciousness and furiously smashed the surrounding equipment, emitting inhuman roars. Then, foaming at the mouth, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing until he lay lifeless. After ensuring he wasn't feigning death, several scientists opened the bulletproof glass door and carried the corpse out. Watching the body being carried away, Fuji Hiroki shook his head. This wasn't the first time. So far, they had conducted 100 experiments, but only 3 subjects had survived. However, these 3 had lost their minds, acting solely on instinct without any order, utterly uncontrollable for their purposes. As the body was carelessly thrown onto a pile already heaped with corpses, some of which were grafted with beast tissues and various mutilated beast bodies, the staff pressed a button. Immediately flames erupted in the room, flesh turned to ashes and bones cracked under high heat, making a popping sound. At that moment, another batch of wild beasts was brought into the laboratory. This time, the beast in the cage was unlike the others. It was entirely black, its body structure highly irregular, secreting a foul-smelling mucus with several writhing tentacles occasionally protruding from its body. The surrounding beasts showed fear or hostility at its sight. Fuji Hiroki sensed its uniqueness and immediately had the scientists remove some of its body tissue for experimentation. 3 days later, the experiment was successful. The subject that had received a transplant of parts of this beast's body tissue survived, not only gaining strength beyond that of humans but also retaining its sanity. When the experiment concluded, the subject could kneel and beg for mercy, shed tears, and speak, marking a breakthrough in their experiments. The man knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy in the language of Long Country, clearly a citizen of Long Country. To gather more data, a beast master was summoned immediately. Ignoring the subject's pleas, they sent him to the operating table for dissection. Even during the dissection, the subject's vital signs remained active. Because no anesthesia was administered, the subject screamed in agony on the table. Due to the transplantation of unknown beast tissues, his regenerative abilities were exceptionally strong. A cut made by the scalpel would heal within minutes. To prevent this from interfering with their data analysis, the researchers violently kept the wound open with tools to prevent it from healing. He was restrained not by ordinary chains but by control-type artifacts brought from the game, making escape impossible for him, leaving him to emit sharp, inhuman screams. However, the researchers were completely indifferent to the deafening screams, fully engrossed in the dissection process. They analyzed the cells of the Long Country man and discovered that his cells had been transformed after integrating the tissue of the unknown beast. Furthermore, the cells of this unknown beast seemed to have strong compatibility, potentially serving as a breakthrough for further transplantation of other beast organs. Without delay, they commanded that experimental materials be brought in: a rhino beast's horn, a pair of bird beast wings, and the hind legs of a tiger beast. Soon after the researchers commenced their mad experiment, the Long Country man's legs were amputated at the roots and replaced with the hind legs of the tiger beast. 2 massive incisions were made on his back to attach the bird beast's wings, and finally, a hole was drilled into his head to fit the rhino's horn. Once the flesh fused, again a monstrous creature with a human torso, tiger legs, bird wings, and a rhino horn emerged before everyone. Success, we've succeeded. Tanaka-kun, we made it. The researchers cheered, their eyes reflecting madness. Since the apocalypse, their relentless research had finally borne successful fruit today. This meant that their soldiers no longer needed to risk their lives becoming beast masters. Instead, they could simply capture wild beasts and, using the tissue cells of the black beast as a medium, transplant other beast organs into their soldiers' bodies. This way, they could continuously produce a bioengineered army, strong, fearless of firearms, and with formidable self-healing capabilities. Upon hearing the news, Fuji Hiroki was overjoyed and immediately approached the research team, uttering a statement that shocked everyone present. I want to undergo the transformation. The researchers hesitated. Your Majesty, the technology still needs refinement. Perhaps you shouldn't. No, bring me that creature's tissue. I want to merge with it. That thing? But Your Majesty, this is too. Go now. Hi. Seeing the researchers leave to fetch the materials, Fuji Hiroki also displayed a crazed expression. I wonder if after I merge with your cells I can become like you. Yamata no Orochi. Kanai Keita, who thought he might achieve great things, instead sent himself to hell, directly chopped into pieces by Qin Xuan, unable to even scream. Suddenly Qin Xuan vanished without a trace, only to reappear abruptly in the laboratory right in front of 2 researchers. Without uttering a word, Qin Xuan drew his knife and swiftly dealt with everyone he encountered along the way. An ear-piercing alarm filled the laboratory, and the corridors, bathed in flashing red light, took on a sinister air as researchers fled in panic. Armed soldiers stood guard at the exits, controlling everyone who fled until their identities could be verified. Inside, more soldiers rushed to search for researchers and to protect the valuable data and research outcomes that had been painstakingly gathered. These could not be lost. At the Emperor's laboratory, Fuji Hiroki was nearing the final stages of his transformation, benefiting from previous experiences, which meant the transplantation surgeries concluded swiftly. After implanting tissues from an unidentified divine beast, the researchers introduced a scale from the mythical Orochi, still containing traces of the Orochi's DNA. Following the transplantation, Hiroki was placed in a cultivation tank where the Orochi cells were successfully proliferated. Now Hiroki's entire body was covered in blood-red scales and a tail had grown behind him. He no longer resembled a human. Suddenly alarms blared overhead and danger-lit red lights flashed. An intruder was detected. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. Hurry, move that over here, quick. Instead of fleeing, a group of people moved everything they could to the doorway, trying to barricade the entrance to delay the intruders. The shrill alarm echoed in everyone's ears, but at that moment Hiroki in the cultivation tank suddenly opened his eyes, which had transformed into serpent-like pupils. Bang! The glass of the cultivation tank shattered, spilling pale yellow cultivating fluid everywhere. Hiroki removed the tubes from his body and stepped out of the tank. Your Majesty, you'd crack, swish. Hiroki swung his hand, grabbing a researcher's head and twisting it 270 degrees before forcefully ripping it off, a sight that stunned the other nearby researchers. The severed head continued to drip bright red blood, which Hiroki did not hesitate to catch with his mouth. The warm, fresh blood filled his mouth with a rich and savory taste, sliding down his throat as if he was savoring some exquisite delicacy. Seeing no more blood dripping from the severed head, he then turned to the headless corpse, casually tossing the head aside. He then broke off an arm from the corpse and, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth, bit down. The flesh was tender yet resilient, and what was originally a foul smell turned delicious in his mouth, making him feel as if he had never tasted anything so delightful in his life. For some reason he felt incredibly hungry the moment he emerged from the cultivation tank, so very, very hungry. He didn't want to wait for others to prepare his meal, he wanted to eat meat now. Suddenly, Qin Xuan vanished without a trace, only to reappear abruptly in the laboratory right in front of two researchers. Without uttering a word, Qin Xuan drew his knife and swiftly dealt with everyone he encountered along the way. An ear-piercing alarm filled the laboratory, and the corridors, bathed in flashing red light, took on a sinister air as researchers fled in panic. Armed soldiers stood guard at the exits, controlling everyone who fled until their identities could be verified. Inside, more soldiers rushed to search for researchers and to protect the valuable data and research outcomes that had been painstakingly gathered. These could not be lost. At the Emperor's laboratory, Fuji Hiroki was nearing the final stages of his transformation, benefiting from previous experiences, which meant the transplantation surgeries concluded swiftly. After implanting tissues from an unidentified divine beast, the researchers introduced a scale from the mythical Orochi, still containing traces of the Orochi's DNA. Following the transplantation, Hiroki was placed in a cultivation tank where the Orochi cells were successfully proliferated. Now Hiroki's entire body was covered in blood-red scales and a tail had grown behind him. He no longer resembled a human. Suddenly alarms blared overhead and danger-lit red lights flashed. An intruder was detected. Protect His Majesty, the Emperor. Hurry, move that over here, quick. Instead of fleeing, a group of people moved everything they could to the doorway, trying to barricade the entrance to delay the intruders. The shrill alarm echoed in everyone's ears, but at that moment Hiroki in the cultivation tank suddenly opened his eyes, which had transformed into serpent-like pupils. Bang! The glass of the cultivation tank shattered, spilling pale yellow cultivating fluid everywhere. Hiroki removed the tubes from his body and stepped out of the tank. Your Majesty, you'd crack, swish. Hiroki swung his hand, grabbing a researcher's head and twisting it 270 degrees before forcefully ripping it off, a sight that stunned the other nearby researchers. The severed head continued to drip bright red blood, which Hiroki did not hesitate to catch with his mouth. The warm, fresh blood filled his mouth with a rich and savory taste, sliding down his throat as if he was savoring some exquisite delicacy. Seeing no more blood dripping from the severed head, he then turned to the headless corpse, casually tossing the head aside. He then broke off an arm from the corpse and, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth, bit down. The flesh was tender yet resilient, and what was originally a foul smell turned delicious in his mouth, making him feel as if he had never tasted anything so delightful in his life. For some reason he felt incredibly hungry the moment he emerged from the cultivation tank, so very, very hungry. He didn't want to wait for others to prepare his meal, he wanted to eat meat now. Unfortunately, the flesh in his hand was already dead, not fresh enough. But weren't there still 3 others nearby? The taste of living humans should be even more delicious, right? Thinking this, his fierce snake-like eyes turned towards the door where the remaining 3 researchers were frantically trying to move a cabinet to escape. Seeing Fuji Hiroki looking at them, their actions became more desperate. However, fate played a cruel joke. The largest cabinet blocking the door got stuck due to a small internal component immovable in any direction. The cabinet, originally intended to save their lives, had now become their biggest obstacle to survival. Fuji Hiroki extended his sharp claws and slowly walked towards them. 3 floors above Fuji Hiroki, Qin Xuan noticed the name tags on their chests and realized that this was a secret experimental base of the Sakura country's Biochemical Experiment Force. Biochemical Experiment Force. Qin Xuan remembered that Sakura country had also conducted inhumane human experiments in Long country, known as Unit 731. The force in front of him seemed very similar to Unit 731. Qin Xuan frowned, killing as he searched for the place where the experimental subjects were imprisoned. Soon he found the cells, and most of them were filled with people from Long Country regardless of gender or age. There were families who were captured while touring Sakura Country, those who were deceitfully lured here before the apocalypse through secret collaborations with small businesses in Long Country, and even some who were secretly kidnapped from Long Country. Each of these people was exceptionally gaunt, with countless wounds on their bodies, the women's eyes empty and numb as if they had undergone numerous sufferings. Qin Xuan didn't hesitate and killed both the guards and the prisoners. Perhaps for most of these people from Long Country, death was a release. Maybe some still held hope of surviving, but Qin Xuan didn't care. He wasn't saintly enough to save these people. Granting them release was already an act of great mercy on his part. He continued his way until the last cell, which had a door made of refined steel and was secured with a combination of a password lock, a fingerprint lock, and an iris scanner that required simultaneous verification to open. Thus Qin Xuan chose to believe in the miracle of brute force, switching to Lei Ming's broadsword to smash the door. Anything from Sakura Country, Qin Xuan couldn't help but want to destroy. Inside, he saw three figures firmly chained. No, to be precise, they could no longer be considered human. Their original arms and legs had been removed and replaced with those of other wild beasts, and they were bloodshot-eyed, having completely lost their sanity. Finally, Qin Xuan looked towards the corner where a cage held a black, irregularly shaped wild beast. He recognized it instantly as a ferocious beast. Without hesitation, he swung his broadsword, cleaving it in two. This single strike split both the skull and the heart, destroying the vital parts, and the beast died instantly. However, seeing these three transformed into neither human nor ghost, Qin Xuan's brows furrowed even more deeply. After all, he was still a man from Long Country, and his disdain for Sakura Country was etched deep in his bones. Already displeased with the Sakura nation, Qin Xuan now felt even more aggrieved. After emerging, his method of killing changed from delivering fatal blows to either severing victims at the waist or turning them into human sticks. Feeling that a single person's efforts were insufficient, he even summoned his own divine beast and issued a strict command: do not kill with one strike, instead let them die slowly in pain and despair. Qin Xuan then encountered a researcher who was clearly dressed differently from the others, standing on the limbs and severed arms of numerous researchers. Qin Xuan, drenched in their blood like a Shura emerging from a bloody hell, slowly approached him with his long sword. After checking his name tag, Qin Xuan discovered that this man was the current leader of the experimental team. Grabbing the leader's head with his hand, veins bulging on his face and a ferocious look in his eyes, Qin Xuan presented him with a choice. Do you want to be killed by me or by your own creation? Sir, we can talk this over, the leader tried to negotiate. Qin Xuan responded by thrusting his sword into the man's mouth, then twisting the blade, gruesomely plucking out his filthy tongue and teleporting him to the innermost cell. Thrown into the cell, the leader was immediately set upon by three monstrous creatures who devoured his flesh bite by bite. Only after the leader was nearly consumed did Qin Xuan step in to eliminate these three grotesque beings. In the lowest level of the laboratory, Fuji Hiroki wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, surrounded by fierce skulls and mutilated corpses. Just as he had thought, the flesh of the living tasted far more delicious than that of the dead. Hearing the piercing alarm, Hiroki looked around. Anyone capable of invading the lab and slaughtering so wantonly must possess notable strength. He wondered how their flesh would taste. With a savage smile, Hiroki took a deep breath, sensing the scent of more blood and flesh. Then, with a powerful leap, he burst through the ceiling, heading straight for where Qin Xuan was. On the upper level in a laboratory, just after Qin Xuan had bisected the last researcher and was about to leave, he felt a tremor from below. Immediately the floor shattered and a bald figure emerged, his body covered in blood-red scales and sporting a long tail, hissing with a snake-like sound. Found you delicious blood meal. Seeing the newcomer, Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised. When he had seen the three monstrous creatures in the cell earlier, he knew what the Sakura people were up to. But now, seeing the creature before him, it seemed their experiment had indeed succeeded. However, it didn't matter to him, since it had come directly to him. He would simply have to kill it. You don't run, but come closer to me instead. Fuji Hiroki, looking at the limbs and severed arms around him, scoffed. What use is there in killing these people? It's like a thief breaking into someone's house only to snap all their chopsticks. It achieves nothing. Now let me show you the power of the Orochi. Before Hiroki could finish his sentence, a line of blood appeared on his neck, followed by the sliding of flesh and the sound of a head hitting the floor. Hiroki's head rolled over 10 times as it fell to the ground. You talk too much, just go die already. With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin Xuan decapitated him. Fuji Hiroki's head, still wearing that smug smile as it hit the ground and quickly dissolved into a pool of blood. However, Fuji Hiroki's body remained standing, and Qin Xuan felt that this creature was different from the other experimental subjects. It must be the result of implanted beast cells. This just got interesting. The flesh at the neck of Fuji Hiroki wriggled, and unbelievably a head identical to the original grew back. Interesting, now I'm even more curious about how you taste. Qin Xuan swung his sword again, this time not only decapitating him but also crushing his heart, slicing him in two. Yet just like before, Fuji Hiroki regenerated perfectly. Yes, just like that, cut a little harder. This body is truly marvelous. He jabbed his fingers into his own temples, exhilarated. As he spoke, Fuji Hiroki vanished from the spot and lunged at Qin Xuan, his sharp claws clashing with Qin Xuan's blade and snapping off. Qin Xuan used the momentum to further shred Fuji Hiroki's body. Qin Xuan realized that this creature seemed capable of endless regeneration, so he decided to cut faster than the regeneration rate. 5 minutes later, Fuji Hiroki knelt on the ground, a look of terror in his eyes as he faced Qin Xuan, utterly exhausted, his wounds healing slower and slower. For those 5 minutes, Fuji Hiroki was either being cut or on his way to being cut. He realized something was wrong and tried to run. But Qin Xuan clung to him like a plaster, impossible to shake off. Every time, in the blink of an eye, he would vanish, then reappear behind him, rapidly slicing him into several pieces without even summoning his beasts. Is this still a human? Once again, Qin Xuan chopped off Fuji Hiroki's legs, and this time they did not regenerate. It seems you've reached your limit. Aside from those beasts, you're the first to have lasted so long before me. You should be proud. Wait, I am the emperor of Sakura country. I know many secrets. This experiment isn't just us, I can tell you. Hearing this, Qin Xuan set his sword down into the ground next to him. Oh, do tell. Then first promise me, after I tell you, you and your beasts won't kill me. Qin Xuan smiled agreeably. All right, I promise you. Now speak. Fuji Hiroki felt his claims were dubious, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides our Sakura country, Pretty Country is also involved. Their person in charge is Smith, who is also a spokesperson for the Long country's noble families, replacing official actions. Hearing the connection with the noble families, Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows. Seeing Qin Xuan's reaction, Fuji Hiroki felt there might be a chance. This Smith is currently in a shelter, and the heads of the Li and Wu families who escaped from Long country are also there. They are in my office. We've also transmitted the data to Pretty Country. I think what interests Your Excellency might only be these things. If Your Excellency is also interested in our experiments, we can also share the data with you. Fuji Hiroki lay prostrate on the ground, willing to betray Smith to save his own life. Well done, your information is very useful to me and my divine beast, and I will spare your life now. Really, thank you for your mercy. As he spoke, Fuji Hiroki tried to crawl away, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Did I say you could leave? Qin Xuan spoke indifferently at this moment. The space around Fuji Hiroki began to warp, and turning his head, he saw a black dragon shrunk in size, destroying the space around him. Panic set in immediately. You broke your promise. You said you and your divine beast would not kill me. Yes, I said I wouldn't kill you. I'm just banishing you to a spatial rift, that's all. Did I not do exactly as I said? As he spoke, the distortion of the surrounding space intensified. At that moment, the space around Fuji Hiroki shattered into a rift, and a tremendous suction force made it impossible for him to struggle. How could this be? As the rift closed, Fuji Hiroki's presence was completely erased from where he had been, and nearly everyone in the laboratory had been killed by then. Let's go meet that Smith. Qin Xuan called back his scattered divine beasts and teleported to the shelter into Fuji Hiroki's office, but upon arriving he found the office empty. Outside the shelter, Smith, along with the heads of the Li and Wu families, fled towards their original destination in Sakura country, hoping to escape on a griffin. They had already learned of the underground base being invaded and fortunately had transmitted all data back to the beautiful country, so there was no need to risk staying. Just as they settled on the griffin, relieved to see Sakura country's land receding from view, a bird's cry suddenly came from behind. Turning around, they saw a person riding a blue bird chasing after them. Qin Xuan, riding on the back of the extremely cold ice phoenix Lingyu, spotted the heads of the Li and Wu families and a Western man, presumably Smith. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately ordered Lingyu to kill them. With a piercing cry, Lingyu's tail shone brightly, a trait inherited from the ancient ice birds, forming highly resilient ice blades behind it. Suddenly Lingyu sprinted forward, swooping over the heads of Smith and the others, and in the next moment the griffin and the 3 men on it were sliced into chunks of flesh that scattered from the sky. Now Smith, Li Xiaoting, and Wu Daolong were everywhere but nowhere to be found. After killing Smith, Qin Xuan arrived over Tokyo's shelter. According to Qin Xuan's view, from today onwards it would be better if Sakura country ceased to exist. What say my loyal subjects? At once Ling Yu hurled a massive ice ball downward, which upon hitting the ground emitted a chilling cold that spread in all directions, coating everything it touched with bone-piercing frost. Those Sakura country people touched by this chilling air had their blood frozen instantly, their bodies stiffening where they stood. The frost gradually climbed the rooftops, trapping those inside buildings who could only be swallowed by the cold creeping up from below. The ground frost spread rapidly soon, enveloping the entire shelter, leaving no survivors inside, although some soldiers on the perimeter, sensing something amiss, hastily drove away. But, as the saying goes, you can run from the monks but not from the temple. Those who survived now will still face death soon. Just as he was about to blow up the entire city of Tokyo, the ground suddenly bulged and cracked as if something huge was about to emerge from beneath. Then a snake head burrowed out of the soil, followed by a second, then a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. A total of 8 snake heads emerged from the ground, their robust bodies following closely behind it, stretching the ground until it split in all directions. Only when its full body was exposed did it become clear that it also had 8 tails. The 8 snake heads hissed, their tongues flicking menacingly as they glared up at Qin Xuan in the air. Huh, there's such a big creature hidden under Tokyo. Name: Yamada no Orochi. Attributes: Poison, Darkness level 100. Quality: Mythical. Oh, a mythical quality? Qin Xuan might have ignored it if he had fled earlier, but now that it had shown itself, there was no reason to let it go. Ah Feng, have some fun with it. Qin Xuan summoned the eternal winter snow wolf to, not meet, but to torment this long serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi then turned to gaze at the landed Ah Feng, sensing its extraordinariness. However, because Ah Feng had concealed his aura, Yamada no Orochi mistook him for just a slightly stronger common beast not to be feared. Dealing with it, it estimated that not even its own lifebound beast weapon would be necessary. If this human wanted to seek death, it would grant his wish. However, in just a breath's time, before it could even react, one of its heads was crushed by Ah Feng, setting off alarm bells in Yamada no Orochi's mind. This isn't right, it seems quite different from what I had envisioned. In a momentary daze, 2 more heads were smashed by Ah Feng, and Yamada no Orochi instantly retreated, its once proud demeanor turning into one of fear. The creature before it was far stronger than itself. At this moment, if it didn't use all its strength, it would truly die. Thus, it decisively summoned its lifebound beast weapon, a pale green long sword filled with deadly poison and corrosive fumes. Seeing the crazed wolf about to crush its head like a watermelon again, Yamada no Orochi controlled the long sword and swiftly stabbed towards the thigh of the eternal winter snow wolf. Ah Feng, seeing the spreading toxic fumes on the blade, timely abandoned the attack and dodged. If this thing stabbed him, even a scratch might cause some damage. Seeing Ah Feng evade its long sword, the remaining 5 snakeheads, with one assigned to flee, the other 4 continuously spat out dense toxic phlegm at Ah Feng in the air. Ah Feng also immediately activated the wind attribute within him, swirling a wind vortex in front of him, pulling the incoming phlegm towards the walls around. The phlegm sizzled corrosively as it splattered on the buildings, quickly melting through the walls and continuing to corrode the ground below. Ah Feng, watching this scene from the ground, was secretly glad he hadn't been touched by the disgusting phlegm, but then he thought, wait a minute, don't we have a presence here that could pierce through the nursing home's ceiling all the way to outer space? What am I afraid of? The more Ah Feng thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. If he had known earlier, he would have just braved the sword and smashed 2 more heads of that long serpent. Immediately he charged again at the Yamada no Orochi, whose 3 heads that had been smashed were now regrown. Seeing Ah Feng charging again, the serpent felt like crying without tears. Had it known the outside world was this dangerous, it would have never left its lair. But it knew well that sooner or later its strength would be exhausted, and it might even be killed before that happened. Gritting its teeth internally, the Yamada no Orochi had no choice but to resort to its unique ability. In an instant, its body split into 8 parts, turning into 8 individual snakes, each darting off in different directions. This was its last resort, something it did not wish to use, for each snake would carry only a fraction of its strength, and for every snake that failed to return, its power would decrease by 1/8. At this critical moment, it couldn't care less. As long as it could survive and escape, even if only 1/8 of its strength remained, it could eventually recover. Just then a violent wind suddenly swept around, eventually turning into a massive tornado with offing at its center. The powerful suction of the tornado began tearing buildings apart and lifting them into the air. The fleeing Yamada no Orochi felt its speed slowing down. The massive tornado behind it continuously tried to pull it into its midst, and seeing that it could no longer resist this immense force, the Yamada no Orochi pleaded for mercy. "Stop, if you continue I'll die, I submit, I submit." As the tornado grew larger, some of its clones were sucked into the massive twister, instantly being sliced into pieces by the icy blades within the wind. "I am willing to sign a perpetual contract with you, please, no more," the Yamada no Orochi cried out heartbreakingly. "You are too worthless, I have no need for trash like you." With a single indifferent sentence, Qin Xuan sentenced the Yamada no Orochi to death. It was merely a mythical creature, its death was of no loss to Qin Xuan, no longer able to hold on. The Yamada no Orochi was sucked into the raging tornado, issuing a resentful scream as all 8 of its bodies were shredded by the ice blades hidden within the tornado. After killing the Yamada no Orochi, Offeng's tornado did not stop but continued to spread, eventually engulfing the entire city of Tokyo, turning it into complete ruins. Only then did the terrifying tornado slowly dissipate. Looking at his handiwork, Offeng felt much relieved. Ever since arriving on Blue Star, Qin Xuan had always insisted that they must not use their full strength in fights, only a tiny bit of their power to cause some minor damage, nearly driving him mad. Although he still couldn't use his full strength to date, Qin Xuan had allowed him to unleash a bit more power, which, although not much, still felt somewhat satisfying. The destructive power of his kind was simply too great. Even a little force could cause widespread destruction, and it would only get stronger in the future. Soon mere movements might create craters thousands of kilometers wide, and even with the increased land area of Blue Star it would not be enough for Qin Xuan's creations. If an alien civilization didn't come to intervene, Qin Xuan might end up blowing up Blue Star himself. How could this be allowed to happen? He had plans to retire on Blue Star in the future. Now, situated in the land of cherry blossoms, Qin Xuan allowed his beast pets to let loose just a tad. Standing amidst the ruins of Tokyo, he ignored the victorious howls of Offeng and extended his hand to retrieve a pale green long sword with a corrosive aura from his spatial storage. This was none other than the life-bound beast weapon of Yamada no Orochi. Just moments ago he had mocked Yamada no Orochi and conveniently pocketed its life-bound beast weapon, otherwise the recent turmoil would have been enough to destroy the sword. A life-bound beast weapon can be used by other creatures including humans, and normally there are no restrictions on its use. However, there is still a threshold. If the level is too low, extensive use might lead to backlash, but these weapons are still excellent as life-saving secrets for the younger generations of certain families. The life-bound beast weapon does not get damaged by the death of its owner beast, instead it becomes an ownerless object. Whoever obtains it next makes it their own. Usually the beast pet would choose to destroy its life-bound weapon before dying, as no one wishes for their belongings to become a major advantage for their enemy after death. But there are exceptions, like some beast pets being killed too swiftly to have the chance to destroy their weapons, or friendly beast pets that die in battle and choose to pass down their life-bound weapons. Yamada no Orochi was an example of the former, pressed by Offeng to the extent that it had no time to destroy its sword. Achieving this is quite challenging for most people, as only those beasts capable of forming life-bound weapons are at least level 90. Level 90, mind you, we're even facing peers or mythical level opponents. It's not usual to be instantly killed, except for monsters like Qin Xuan. If not instantly killed, there's a chance to destroy the weapon, and knowing there's no chance of survival, one would not let the enemy benefit. The explosion from a self-destructing life-bound weapon is also substantially powerful. The idea of leveling up low-quality beast pets to mass-produce life-bound weapons is unrealistic. Firstly, the progression speed of low-quality beast pets would slow down significantly in the later stages, and reaching level 90 could be uncertain. Secondly, the cultivation costs are enormous. Wouldn't that money be better spent on cultivating high-quality beast pets? And why would you kill them for their weapons after all that effort? That would be a sheer waste. Qin Xuan looked at the corrosive long sword in his hand, played with it a bit, and then casually stored it in his space. His own beast pet equipment was far more useful than this thing. Perhaps for others this would be a mighty divine weapon, but in Qin Xuan's eyes its aesthetic value surpassed its practical use. Since it was free, why not keep it? Next, Qin Xuan summoned all his attack-type beast pets and allowed them to head towards various parts of the Cherry Blossom country, giving them a bit more freedom to kill this time, which delighted them immensely. after arriving on Blue Star, they always had to restrain themselves because their destructive power was indeed quite massive. Rarely getting a chance to vent, they certainly wouldn't miss it. Once the game map reopened, he could let loose again inside, but for now he would continue to hold back a bit. Quickly, Qin Xuan's beasts spread across the lands of Sakura country. Every city they arrived in was left with no living creature spared. Their master had told them that everyone here was a sinner deserving of death. Qin Xuan had no interest in the meager resources of Sakura country. His orders were to kill, burn, and kill again. In just a few seconds, the cities of Sakura country were largely destroyed, with only a few yet untouched cities where the people and wild animals of Sakura country trembled in fear. However, in the next moment a gigantic fire dragon appeared overhead. Its massive shadow cast a pall over everyone's heart, and the air temperature soared as if the city had turned into a furnace due to the heat radiating from the dragon's body. Then, the fire dragon spewed forth flames that exploded outward from the point of contact with the ground, turning the entire city into a scorched wasteland in an instant. Without a backward glance, the red flame emperor dragon turned and flew towards the other intact cities. In less than a minute, the entire Sakura country was annihilated, leaving no survivors. From above, Sakura country now seemed like a mix of elemental chaos, with expanses of ice stretching for miles, scorched earth streaked with molten magma, billowing black smoke, storm clouds still crackling with thunder, tornadoes that had turned entire cities to rubble, entire cities sliced away leaving no trace, the air still slightly distorted, and a toxic fog that covered everything. To ensure no stone was left unturned, they even upturned the ground to check for any hidden laboratories. After confirming that not a single soul was left alive in the entire island nation, Qin Xuan and his beasts returned to Dragon Country, leaving behind a masterpiece in Sakura Country that would take a long time to recover. Qin Xuan returned to City J. Since the officials wouldn't clarify the situation for him, he had to take matters into his own hands. With a snap of his fingers, flames rapidly spread from the center of City J, engulfing the entire city in moments. Every life within this apocalyptic blaze was extinguished, including those in the shelters. As a reminder, violence is not a solution in real life. What occurs in fiction should stay in fiction. We must always abide by the law and be good citizens. No one could say that these were just people from Dragon Country. Did these officials care about that anymore? Qin Xuan didn't think they did. Set aside the matters of noble families, at the dawn of the apocalypse he had already helped them eradicate many wild beasts. They had shown no mercy first, so why should Qin Xuan act with righteousness, social niceties, before absolute power? All are nonsense. Who dares to oppose him? In a post-apocalyptic world, might is right. Want to kill him? There will be a price to pay. Qin Xuan could have destroyed even more, but limiting himself to City J was already showing restraint. Don't talk about innocence. What had become of those innocents he saved in his past life? To live this life over and still keep a low profile out of fear, that would be a waste of 2 lifetimes. Meanwhile, in the official base of Dragon Country, Jiang Weiping sat at his desk handling affairs when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine and his body shudder involuntarily. Why do I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen? Jiang Weiping sat in his seat feeling inexplicably uneasy. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock at the door and Shang Wanwani rushed in. Elder Jiang, there's been a serious accident. Just now an explosion occurred in J City Shu Province. No one survived. Shang Wanwani said, her mood very heavy. Those were the people of Dragon Country. J City had been quite noisy recently, and the first thing Jiang Weiping thought of was Qin Xuan. Jiang Weiping clasped his fingers together on the desk, resting his forehead against them. It must have been Qin Xuan's doing. He must be warning me that I am not his opponent yet, he said, trying to suppress his grief. Compile a list of the deceased for a unified mourning. Shang Wanwani seemed to want to ask something more, sensing that Elder Jiang might know something, but seeing his distressed expression, she said nothing more and silently left the room. After she left, Jiang Weiping could no longer hold back his tears, burying his face in his arms, trying not to cry too loudly. On Qin Xuan's side, he had controlled his power so precisely that only J City was affected, no other cities were harmed. Qin Xuan then returned to H City and moved into a cozy little house. It had been less than a day since he wiped out a country. Although it was just a small place, Qin Xuan still felt it was a tough job. Time to relax today, he thought, suddenly, as if sensing something, he took out the unknown egg. It was about to hatch. Qin Xuan placed the egg on the soft couch cushion, anticipating what kind of beast pet it would hatch into. Crack, crack. As the eggshell broke, a pink little head peeked out, similar in stature to a rather small beast pet. It had a pink body with a pair of transparent wings on its back, looking like a little sprite. Name, Fate Weaver. Attribute, Fate Level, 1 Quality, Ultra Divine. Holy smokes, holy smokes, holy smokes, it seems I've really gotten something incredibly incredible this time, Qin Xuan exclaimed. Fate, an attribute he had never heard of in his previous life. The Fate Weaver looked at Qin Xuan, speaking in a playful voice. It seems you are my master. Nice to meet you. I'm Ling. Ling? This is the first beast Qin Xuan has named himself, and it's probably for the best, sparing him the trouble of coming up with a name. Yes, you've just reviewed my profile, so I won't belabor the point. I believe you are already aware of my capabilities, Master. As a Fate-type beast, Ling has the ability to manipulate causality and meddle with destiny. It can transform a person plagued by bad luck into one blessed with continuous good fortune, or conversely, turn someone's happy and prosperous life into ruin and despair overnight, leaving them with nothing. It could even alter the fate of all the inhabitants of Planet Blue, making it a world where everyone acknowledges Qin Xuan as their king. However, Ling quickly dismissed this idea. It told Qin Xuan that while it could indeed change the fate of everyone on the planet at once, altering so many fates simultaneously could attract the attention of the cosmic will. If Qin Xuan doesn't wish to die, it would be best not to engage in such dangerous antics. If upgraded to the current average level of Qin Xuan's beasts, modifying the fate of a few tens of millions of people at most would be feasible. These changes could be minor, affecting just small aspects of life, or major, involving life and death, all according to Qin Xuan's wishes. Ling's abilities are not limited to just manipulating others' destinies. Its control over cause and effect is incredibly dominant. Essentially, anyone who knows of Qin Xuan's existence, no matter how many there are, has formed a causal link with him. This includes those who have met him, talked about him, or even insulted him online. Ling can sense all these links, and following these causal threads can discern everything about these people, their life stories, secrets, and current whereabouts, and can directly alter their fates, playing them like pawns in a game. Combined with Tianyu's teleportation wristband, Ling can directly locate and confront these individuals. With Ling, anyone who slanders Qin Xuan online can be brought to justice. Isn't this the tracking beast Qin Xuan has always desired? Just follow the causal thread right to you. How frightening is that? The linked accessory for Ling is a jade pendant with pink patterns, small enough to be worn for extended periods. Its purpose is to enhance one's luck, detect malice in the surroundings, and understand the thoughts of others. Possessing such a powerful beast, Qin Xuan feels even more comfortable than wearing a new pair of underwear during the winter holidays. It's almost time for the game map to reopen, and during this period Qin Xuan can focus on leveling up Jojo and Ling. After 5 days, Jojo reaches level 67 and Ling reaches level 60. Indeed, leveling up is faster when actively engaging with the map. Qin Xuan smiles ruefully. Today is the day the game map reopens, and Qin Xuan quietly waits until noon. A mark of a floating island appears on the back of his hand, and simultaneously all the surviving beastmasters around the world also receive this mark on their hands. After the apocalypse, entering the map no longer relies on a gaming helmet but on this mark on the back of the hand, which remains hidden unless one wishes to enter. The method is quite simple. If you want to enter the map, all you need to do is move your hand. This move your hand is quite literal, just swing your hand marked with the symbol a couple of times. Even if the hand with the mark is cut off, it will appear on the other hand, and if both hands are cut off, it will appear on the forehead. As long as you are a beast master and still alive, you can enter the map, so rest assured. Soon Qin Xuan entered the map, and what he saw was the long-missed snow plains. However, this time Qin Xuan could feel the bone-chilling cold. Luckily, he had prepared enough down jackets, and after changing into one, he immediately felt much warmer. Now entering the map came with sensations. It wasn't like in the games where there was no sense of pain or temperature. Moreover, the map's area had expanded hundreds of times, making crossing it much more difficult. Qin Xuan didn't plan to follow the original path towards the desert. Instead, he flew towards the forest on his radiant steed. According to his own route, his next stop was Wind Ridge, which would take about a week at his current speed. Meanwhile, beast masters around the world had also figured out what the floating island mark on their hands was for, and they had started entering the map. Qin Xuan wasn't in a hurry. He decided to first level up his companions Jojo and Ling. Now that the map had expanded, the level and number of wild monsters had changed too, but for Qin Xuan, who had already reached level 80, it was still faster to go into instances. A day later, both Jojo and Ling had reached level 80. Jojo could transform into a young boy dressed in a black robe, slightly shorter in stature, while Ling became a little girl. Now that everyone had reached level 80, Qin Xuan could speed towards Wind Ridge. 6 days later, an ice blue giant dragon flew over his head, and sitting atop it, Qin Xuan looked into the distance. He saw fewer and shorter trees along the way until there were only a few lonely trees standing on the grassland. With occasional breezes brushing past, further in the distance were towering cliffs with a perennial hurricane blowing at the center, which had smoothed the surrounding rocks almost to a vertical slope resembling huge stone pillars. He was about to reach Wind Ridge. The grassland was yellow-green, not as verdant as the forest, resembling more of a tropical savanna. However, these tropical savannas only existed on the periphery. The interior was carved by wind into a forest of stones and steep cliffs. There weren't many wild monsters on the periphery. Qin Xuan's goal was the interior. After another day's travel, he finally entered the inner area of Wind Ridge, riding the ice radiant holy dragon through the stone forest. Qin Xuan startled flocks of birds that not only were unafraid of the frequent gusts of wind but also freely traversed through this turbulent air. Name: Red-crowned crane. Attribute: Wind level 35. Quality: Excellent. Final form: Wind-watching crane. Epic. Name: Breeze bird. Attribute: Wind level 10. Quality: Good. Final form: Hurricane bird. Fine. Suddenly several figures flew quickly towards the startled breeze birds from a distance, and with a flash of gray a breeze bird disappeared without a trace. Name: Gale wing pterosaur. Attribute: Wind. Ancient. Level 40. Quality: Fine. Final form: Kamikaze pterosaur. Legendary. These groups of gale-winged pterosaurs swiftly attack the qingfeng birds, perfectly capturing the delicious birds and devouring them whole. However, they still maintain a distance from Qin Xuan. In one of the Million Great Mountains, a relatively flat area on the mountainside below the summit, is where a few men with hooked noses are lying. They are a team who during the game chased a strangely colored crane to this mountain. As a result, when the apocalypse occurred, all the monsters from the game entered reality. Fortunately, having played the game, they possess the ability to protect themselves in this post-apocalyptic world. A few days ago, a mark of a floating island suddenly appeared on each of their hands. After feeling it carefully, they discovered they could once again enter the game map. Before they could rejoice, they tragically found that the mountain they were on had become higher. Previously, looking down, they could still see the ground and its features. Now, shooting into the sky, looking down, all they saw were clouds and mist with no ground in sight. None of them possessed flying beasts and had originally climbed up here little by little before the apocalypse. Now, they can't get down. The only solution is to contract the oddly colored crane to take them down. However, the crane's speed was so fast that they couldn't even touch it, let alone tame and contract it. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan spotted an oddly colored crane standing by a pond drinking water. Here, Qin Xuan had seen cranes that were either pure white or black and white, but never with greenish-blue patterns. What a unique crane! Let me take a look. Name: Azure Cloud Crane. Attribute: Wind level 50. Quality: Epic. Final form: Wind chanting fairy crane. Ultra god. The Azure Cloud Crane also noticed Qin Xuan, picked up some herbs nearby, and in a panic took off, creating a wave of green wind on the spot and flying far away immediately. It's quite fast. Qin Xuan also immediately mounted his ice glare holy dragon and chased after it tightly. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason to let it escape. Just like that, a green figure swept across the sky, followed by a blue dragon sticking to it like a plaster. On the mountain summit, Will and the others lay helplessly on the grass. They had been trapped here for several days now. They had tried asking a companion in Wind Ridge to rescue them, but with hundreds of stone peaks shooting into the sky and the frequent strong winds, they simply couldn't wait for the rescue. They had to figure out a way themselves. Jenny, has the crane come back yet? I haven't seen it for several days now, Will said. What about Eric and the others? They went to the crane's nest. Suddenly, the grass on the ground swayed with the wind, and a green crane flew past them, leaving behind a greenish-blue long rainbow. They abruptly sat up, just about to chase after it, when a blue dragon flew from behind towards the direction of the crane. Seeing the crane and dragon fly to the summit and disappear, Will realized that they might be saved. People, good opportunity, follow them. However, what they didn't know was that the nest on the mountaintop they saw was merely an ordinary passage which led to an entrance on the mountainside. Qin Xuan had already followed the cyan cloud crane flying out from inside. Its real nest was actually below the passage, inside a strangely shaped boulder. Part of this boulder was exposed and bent, a common occurrence among the mountains. If it weren't for seeing the cyan cloud crane disappear here, Qin Xuan wouldn't have noticed there was a cave. The cave entrance faced inward, completely inconspicuous from the outside. Without entering the crevice between this rock and the mountain, one would never notice that a hole had been made here. Hidden so deeply, could there be treasures inside? Thinking this, Qin Xuan walked in, above the cave. Entrance Eric hurried over with his team, rushing to the cliff edge to look down. Where are they? Didn't they just fly down here? Eric, catching his breath, asked his equally winded teammates. Didn't they fly down? There's nothing below. Did we lose them? The group sat down exhausted. They had just seen a crane and a dragon chasing each other and had run over, hoping the beast master could help them get down, but they were too late. The person had disappeared again. Sigh, we have to wait for others now. In battles, the Gale Feather Hawk was responsible for frontal attacks to draw the enemy's attention, while the Azure Cloud Crane used its speed advantage to circle to the enemy's rear and launch surprise attacks. This tactic was tried and tested, even enabling them to defeat opponents several levels higher than themselves. Some days ago, they had made an enemy of the Wind Wing Heavenly Lord, who felt threatened by their strength and thus led a large army of winged dragons to attack them in overwhelming numbers. Although they ultimately escaped, the Gale Feather Hawk, having taken most of the firepower up front, was severely injured and at risk of losing its strength if not treated promptly. Upon learning this, Qin Chuan quickly analyzed the situation and directly proposed that signing a contract with him would instantly heal all injuries and give them a new lease on life. The Azure Cloud Crane immediately objected, saying that if the Gale Feather Hawk left, what would it do? Qin Chuan was straightforward. Next to it were piles of herbs, which were easy to find on the cliffside, and the Cyan Cloud Crane was beside it, taking care of that eagle. Seeing a crane actually caring for an old eagle, Qin Chuan was stunned. No, you two, it shouldn't come to this, right? Seeing Qin Chuan actually followed them, and the Cyan Cloud Crane stood alertly in front of the eagle, knowing it couldn't defeat this man, but if forced, it would fight to the death. Qin Chuan shifted his body, looking at the eagle in the nest, which seemed to be injured and needed herbs to recover. Name: Gale Feather Hawk. Attribute: Metal Level 55. Quality: Epic Final Form 9. Heavens Gold Feather Hawk, Ultra God. Are you wholesaling Ultra Gods now? Qin Chuan was somewhat stunned. Had he only been here for 2 days, and already encountered 2? But then again, just because they can potentially evolve into Ultra Gods doesn't mean they actually will, with so many beasts having the potential to reach Ultra God status. How many can truly break through on their own? It's probably 1 in a trillion. If it were that easy, Ultra Gods would be as common as dirt in this world and myths would be worth less than dogs. But as things stand, even acquiring a mythical quality beast is as hard as reaching the heavens, and other than Qin Chuan, no other humans know about the Ultra Beast. But Qin Chuan didn't care. These two, they were his now. It seemed that the Azure Cloud Crane cared a lot about this Gale Feather Hawk, so he decided to start there. He called out Kyre to handle the communication. As the wariness in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Crane began to fade, Qin Chuan knew that Kyre's smooth talking was working its magic. From the Azure Cloud Crane, Qin Chuan learned that the two had met while wandering alone. When they first met, they even fought a battle, but since neither could overpower the other, they fortunately shook hands and made peace, turning foes into friends. As they grew and sparred with each other, they became close friends. In battles, the Gale Feather Hawk was responsible for frontal attacks to draw the enemy's attention, while the Azure Cloud Crane used its speed advantage to circle to the enemy's rear and launch surprise attacks. This tactic was tried and tested, even enabling them to defeat opponents several levels higher than themselves. Some days ago, they had made an enemy of the Wind Wing Heavenly Lord, who felt threatened by their strength and thus led a large army of winged dragons to attack them in overwhelming numbers. Although they ultimately escaped, the Gale Feather Hawk, having taken most of the firepower up front, was severely injured and at risk of losing its strength if not treated promptly. Upon learning this, Qin Chuan quickly analyzed the situation and directly proposed that signing a contract with him would instantly heal all injuries and give them a new lease on life. The Azure Cloud Crane immediately objected, saying that if the Gale Feather Hawk left, what would it do? Qin Chuan was straightforward. Why don't you sign a contract with me as well? Oh, so that was his plan. The Azure Cloud Crane gave Qin Chuan a look. What's so good about contracting with him? All day long he'd command them to fight here and there to the death, while he himself would just hang back and watch, only needing to occasionally speak a few words, and they would have to obey him. It had seen the beasts of those people at the mountaintop. In its view, these beasts had the capability to survive here, yet they still had to protect such weak creatures, which made the Azure Cloud Crane feel sad for them. Qin Chuan suggested, isn't it possible that these beasts were painstakingly raised by those weak creatures bit by bit? The Azure Cloud Crane scoffed at that, jokingly. How could these weak creatures possibly raise such powerful beings? However, the next moment, Qin Chuan summoned all his beasts, and as they had all been listening to the conversation between Qin Chuan and the Azure Cloud Crane, they were now all staring at the Azure Cloud Crane. Qin Chuan, you think I'm weak? Although they didn't show any killing intent, the overwhelming pressure of a quality beyond myth still made him stop thinking. Under this pressure, fresh blood burst forth again from the wound of the ridge feather eagle. The weak ridge feather eagle struggled to make a sound, telling the cyan cloud crane that it agreed to the pact, asking it to stay put and not cause trouble. However, at this moment, the cyan cloud crane was so frightened that its mind went blank. Not noticing its faint movements, Qin Xuan stepped forward, spreading his hands, no more pretending, laying his cards on the table. Follow me, and you will have the same power as them. Then dealing with someone like Windwing Sky Lord would be as easy as kicking a basketball. If you don't want to follow, that's fine too. He then pointed towards a group of beast masters behind him. Come on, choose your opponent, defeat any one of them and I'll leave immediately. The cyan cloud crane asked what a basketball was. Qin Xuan said it wasn't important. Then Qin Xuan said fighting him was also an option, and as he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand, slashing a trench in the ground. The cyan cloud crane immediately panicked, insisting it would never fight Qin Xuan. However, upon hearing this, Qin Xuan pointed at the cyan cloud crane and innocently said to the beast masters behind him, "It looks down on me." Hearing this, most of the beast masters behind Qin Xuan began to look hostile, thinking if it disrespected their master, it must also disrespect them. The cyan cloud crane panicked even more, flapping its wings and shaking its head, indicating that wasn't what it meant. But Qin Xuan's beast masters still approached step by step. The eagle in the nest coughed up blood again and fainted, its breath growing even fainter. With no other option, the cyan cloud crane immediately knelt down and said, "I'll sign, I'll follow you, all right?" "Ah, that's more like it. Being my beast won't be a loss for you," Qin Xuan said, a smile harder to suppress than an AK. The cyan cloud crane had one last condition. It wanted Qin Xuan to make a pact with the ridge feather eagle first, because if they were to consider seniority, it wanted to be ranked behind it. Qin Xuan patted his chest generously and said no problem, then turned to look at the ridge feather eagle, which was now more out of breath than in. "Damn, quick, reduce the pressure." Qin Xuan hurried forward, dropping a drop of life spring water into its mouth. The wounds on the ridge feather eagle gradually healed, and its consciousness also slowly returned, slowly opening its eyes. Phew, that was close, almost lost a super divine beast. After signing the pact with these two, Qin Xuan retracted his other beasts. Just as he was about to evolve, the cyan cloud crane footsteps suddenly came from behind. Wait. Excuse me. Qin Xuan, slightly annoyed at being interrupted during a good moment, turned around to see a group of Westerners, Eric and others. Seeing Qin Xuan's appearance, they spoke in not very standard Longwa accent. "And I, how? This Longwa friend, we are trapped here. Can you send us down?" "Wanna go down? That's easy." Soon a group of people was thrown out of the cave entrance by Qin Xuan. Oh, finally some peace. Soon after, the two new beasts completed their transformation. The 9 Heaven's gold feather hawk emerged with sharp eyes and a majestic body covered in golden feathers, each capable of shooting out like flying knives. The singing wind crane appeared with a celestial aura, walking out with elegant steps surrounded by wind elemental neon rings. It felt incredibly strong, thinking if it ever encountered the Wind Wing Heavenly Lord again, defeating him would be like a father beating his son. With such power, it doubted it could reach such heights in its entire lifetime. Maybe following this human wasn't such a bad idea? Instant defeats wherever it went. Who needs a bicycle then? Mudhowls, have you seen my companions? At this moment, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared behind Qin Xuan. They were Will and Jenny, who had followed the markings down. Soon the freefall squad gained 2 more members. Name: 9 Heavens Gold Feather Hawk. Attribute: Metal Level 55. Quality: Ultra God. Name: Singing Wind Crane. Attribute: Wind Level 50. Quality: Ultra God. Soul Link activate. The equipment linked with the 9 Heavens Gold Feather Hawk was a helmet, brown and gold in color, which could be worn visibly or hidden. Once worn, it felt weightless and did not obstruct hearing. Thoughtfully equipped with goggles. The Singing Wind Crane's linked equipment was a pair of light green boots worn on either side of the ankles, making Qin Xuan feel as light as a feather, able to leap dozens of meters as if gravity no longer applied. When jumping, wind neon rings similar to those of the Singing Wind Crane would appear, which were not only beautiful but also immune to the impact of high falls. Qin Xuan named them Skybreaker and Azure Ascend. After all was done, Qin Xuan mounted his new steed Skybreaker and left the cliff. Yaoshang reclined with his hands behind his head and legs crossed, lying comfortably on Skybreaker's back. Previously always ridden by others, he finally got to ride someone else. Not satisfied with just lying there, he even pulled out Tianyu from the space to accompany him. Next, Qin Xuan planned to meet the Wind Wing Heavenly Lord to gauge his strength. Speaking of the Wind Wing Heavenly Lord, Skybreaker's eyes filled with hostility. It had only killed one of his unseeing wives. After all, he had over 100. Was it really necessary? The more Skybreaker thought about it, the angrier it became, accelerating towards the Windwing Heavenly Lord's lair. In a nest of winged dragons, one significantly larger than the others, with a long horn on its head, lay in the nest that symbolized the highest status. Suddenly, it felt a chill down its spine, sensing that its tribe was about to face a great calamity. In less than a day, Skybreaker, flying at full speed, arrived at the lair of the Windwing Heavenly Lord. Not rushing straight into the cave for revenge, it first slaughtered all his wives, its talons sharp enough to easily tear apart these weaker winged dragons. In just moments, the nest of female winged dragons was wiped out. The commotion scared the rest of the winged dragons into a frenzied escape, waking the sleeping Windwing Heavenly Lord, who came outside to investigate and spotted a somewhat familiar figure. This eagle looks familiar, doesn't it? Have I seen it somewhere before? He turned his head to look behind the eagle at the harem nest, and this glance made him extremely furious. Lying haphazardly in the nest were countless severed limbs, which had piled up into a small mountain. His wives had all been killed by this creature. Angered, Windwing Sky Lord kept making harsh cawing sounds. Although Qin Xuan couldn't understand, he was sure the words were quite unpleasant. Name: Windwing Sky Lord. Attribute: Wind level, 67. Quality: Legendary. Final form: Windwing Deity, Legendary. Plain and unremarkable. It will never reach the mythical level in its lifetime. It only managed to hurt Pashao before due to a level advantage. Just finish it off quickly, there's still a dungeon to go to. At Pajao's command, it immediately rushed forward, extending its sharp eagle claws, and smashed the head of Windwing Sky Lord. In the eyes of Windwing Sky Lord, Pashao had suddenly vanished from sight, and then it felt nothing. There were still many wind dragons trying to flee from the nest, but Pashao did not intend to let them go. It took off and swept through these shadows in the sky, the wind dragons that were hit by the wings of the 9 sky golden eagle were split in two and fell from the sky. Some that had run too far were shot with a feather and nailed firmly to the wall. After slaughtering the entire dragon group, Pashao reached level 61. At that moment, it hooked a dragon egg with one claw, pried open the shell, and savored the egg fluid inside. If Qin Xuan didn't know what beast flesh tasted like, he would have been tempted to try it too. The taste of beast flesh always carried a strange fishy smell, and people tried all sorts of ways but couldn't remove it. He casually picked up an egg, dabbed some egg white on his finger, and tasted it. Not only was there a fishy smell, but there was also a pungent odor, probably inherent to the dragon species. He had thought about making that black dragon into a hairy egg, but now he decided against it and just fed it to his own beasts. He pulled out all the scales, ground them into powder, and sold them to those feudal superstition followers who ran cults as calcium tablets, then incited believers to steal offerings from the gods. Qin Xuan also summoned his carnivorous beasts and let them eat some dragon eggs too. It was embarrassing to say, but since they had followed Qin Xuan, they had never really had a decent meal. Although super divine beasts didn't really need to eat, Qin Xuan couldn't really let them starve, so he took this opportunity to let them eat well. Once there were no more eggs to be found in the entire nest, they returned to the space and rode on Pashao to head to the dungeon for leveling up. 3 days later, the group that Qin Xuan had thrown down earlier, including Will and others, arrived at the now empty dragon nest. When they had been thrown down before, they all thought they were doomed, but along the way someone named Kun shouted, wanting to get out. At his shout, Eric had a sudden idea: if they logged out just before hitting the ground and then came back in, could they be saved? With a mindset of a drowning man clutching at straws, the group actually logged out just before landing and returned to Blue Star, still maintaining the posture they had when they entered the map. Once again, they fell from a few meters above the ground, a height that posed no threat to Beastmasters. To their surprise, they found themselves unscathed and promptly informed Will and Jenny. They cautiously explored the nest until they came across the Windwing Heavenly Lord's treasure room filled with herbs and materials that Qin Xuan found unimpressive. However, for Will and other average Beastmasters, this was an incredible opportunity. Perhaps this was what the old saying in the Dragon Nation meant: those who survive great disasters are destined for fortune. Within the same 3 days, Qin Xuan arrived at the entrance of a dungeon where fierce winds constantly blew in. Detected. Tornado Mountain Ridge instance. Enter. Yes. Soon Qin Xuan entered a continuous mountain range instance ravaged by countless tornadoes, the winds so strong they made it hard to see. This was a leveling dungeon where monsters continuously spawned according to the player's level before entering, each providing substantial experience. Unfortunately, each player could only enter for 30 minutes per day. The area was filled with wind spirits and other elemental beings. Upon seeing Qin Xuan step into the center of the field, they roared and charged at him. Name: Guardian of the Wind attribute, Wind level, 82 quality, excellent final form, Hurricane Spirit Master, excellent. Away and the others also emerged from the beast space, each filled with fighting spirit, determined to reach level 100 today. The scene quickly became chaotic. A fireball exploded, followed by an ice spike thrusting down and a tornado sweeping through, only for thunder to crash down from above. The continuous stream of monsters allowed for non-stop action, filling up the Beastmaster's experience bars rapidly. 83, 86, 90. Should I also mark the physical sizes of the Beastmaster forms for you? That's up to you. I'll ask for your opinions in a later chapter. Immersed in the joy of clearing the dungeon, the half hour passed quickly and Qin Xuan was teleported out of the instance, sighing. Half an hour was not enough to reach level 100. He would have to wait until tomorrow. If others were here, they would surely exclaim, "Here, do you believe this?" Fortunately, everyone had reached level 90 and could now condense their life-bound beast weapons. Away's was a folding fan adorned with red patterns and white fox fur around the edges. Tintian's was a meteor hammer embedded with multicolored snake scales. Kai's was a staff as deep as the starry sky. Dolly carried a double-bladed axe. He held a jade bottle capable of absorbing and nurturing various poisons. Offing's hands now bore wolf claws. Yao Shang wielded a shining golden ice sword. Nidwa had a string of green jade beads. Changsheng now wielded a new purple gold staff, and Hongyan's was a long sword with flames. Liaoyu held a fire dragon spear, sparks flying as he waved it, and Laming gripped a great sword, his armor making him resemble characters from those online games where a single strike deals 999 damage. Lingyu's ice longbow, much like Qin Xuan's, was also crafted from ice, but it appeared more refined and was stronger than Qin Xuan's. Tianyu and He Ming wielded blades. Tianyu's was a slender katana, while He Ming's was a tang sword, giving him a bit of a gangster flair in his suit. Zhou Yu had a pair of twin blades and Ling wielded a transparent orb capable of observing fate. After transforming into human form, Prashao appeared as a robust man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his beast weapon being a trident dagger. Xingyan's human form was that of an adult woman with a long braid trailing behind her, exuding an ethereal fairy-like aura. Her beast weapon was a green fan. Suddenly Ling spoke up. When did this causal thread become so thick? Over at Blue Star. A woman with a cold, aloof expression and a curvaceous figure walked through the hallway of the official base, her high heels clacking on the ground. Everyone who passed by was captivated by her aura. Her name was Li Hongyue. Although she shared the same surname as the prestigious Li family, she was not one of its members. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary university beauty in City J. After the apocalypse, she managed to survive for a while with her roommate on campus. Days later, she led her classmates in an attempt to escape the school but ended up abandoned during a beast tide. Just when she thought she was going to die, Xiao Chen saved her. She vividly remembered how bravely Xiao Chen fought while holding her, his handsome face and his gentle smile. At that moment her heart experienced an indescribable surge of emotions. Afterward she resolutely chose to join the officials and learned how ordinary people could become beastmasters. However, she feared death. Dying meant she would never see him again. Thus, she was transferred out of City J and underwent training as a regular soldier, thinking she could return to serve the man she cherished. Unexpectedly, less than a month after her departure, news came from City J of a failed attempt to subdue Qin Xuan led by Xiao Chen and Xue Hua. Initially she held on to hope, but then City J was bombed, shattering all her illusions. Since then she had been disheartened, confining herself within her room until 3 days ago when she determinedly opened her door. She wanted to become a beast master, to seek revenge for the man who saved her life. She ventured into the wilderness and, after a fierce battle, successfully contracted a legendary quality snow fox. Her innate talent, Ice Moon Blessing, awakened, enhancing her ice attribute beast strength by 150%. Upon returning to the official base, she quickly garnered attention and the base provided her with most of the resources she requested. While many in the base heard of her plight and showed kindness, she deemed their intentions insincere, nothing like the upright Xiao Chen she admired. Consequently, she maintained a proud and cold demeanor towards these overtures, often responding with icy remarks, leading many to sever their ties with her. Today she arrived at Jiang Weiping's office door, knocked a few times, and upon receiving permission entered the office and knelt down before him. Elder Jiang, I am willing to fight for Dragon Nation forever, to always stand on the front line of the battlefield, never harboring a second heart. Just grant me one thing, just one thing. Li Hongyue, you get up quickly. Jiang Weiping stood up, attempting to help Li Hongyue rise. My condition is, after I have grown stronger, I hope the authorities can lend me a hand to kill that cursed Qin Xuan. Li Hongwei, with a determined look in her eyes, raised her head, waiting for Jiang Weiping's reply. However, before Jiang Weiping could react, a voice came from behind Li Hongwei. "Who is summoning me?" Startled, Li Hongwei turned around only to see Qin Xuan looking at her with a mocking expression. Li Hongwei's pupils shrank. This man before her, the very man she dreamed of dismembering every night. Qin Xuan first greeted Jiang Weiping with a smile. "It's our first meeting, Elder Jiang. You truly are vigorous in your old age. It's indeed a blessing for Dragon Nation to have such an upright gentleman like you." Then he turned his attention to Li Hongwei, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I didn't expect that even after Xiuqin's death, he could still cause me trouble." Just now Ling told Qin Xuan that another fated individual had been born. This woman saved by Xiuqin. Qin Xuan asked Ling if she could handle it, and Ling said she could kill her anytime her fate was not as strong as Xiuqin's. Qin Xuan didn't even need Ling to absorb her fate, he could kill her himself. With nothing else to do, Qin Xuan immediately returned to Blue Star following this causal thread and happened to hear her conversation with Jiang Weiping. "I'll take this woman away, wishing you a long life," Qin Xuan said as he pressed down on Li Hongwei's head, making her unable to struggle. After bidding farewell, Qin Xuan took Li Hongwei to the city of Jie, which had been bombed into a large pit, and released her. "Qin Xuan, you demon, I will kill you." For Xiuqin's revenge, Qin Xuan ignored Li Hongwei's screams. This foolish woman, unaware of her current situation. A starry sky pan appeared in Qin Xuan's hand. Xiuqin had killed too quickly last time, forgetting to test if the restriction worked on the Son of Fate. Now was a good time to experiment. Qin Xuan directly placed a binding Beastmaster contract on her, a death restriction if violated. The next moment the restriction mysteriously disappeared. Qin Xuan, not believing it, tried again with the same result. "Can't I be too absolute?" This time Qin Xuan changed the restriction. Since her talent was ice-based, Qin Xuan set it so she couldn't contract ice-type Beastmasters. This time it successfully took effect. However, her talent mutated at that moment, turning into a dual enhancement of fire and ice. "Damn it!" Qin Xuan punched Li Hongwei, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. "This is absolutely ridiculous. If it weren't for me, but someone else of the same level, how could they fight this?" Qin Xuan tried again to set an instant death restriction, but it was erased by an unknown force. Qin Xuan realized that setting an instant death restriction on her was erased by her fate. Setting obstructive restrictions only helped her grow stronger. Having obtained the answers he wanted, Qin Xuan did not hold back any longer. "Damn it, it's disgusting to be like this." With one slice, he severed Li Hongwei's head and then chopped her body into 9,483 pieces before allowing a fire element Beastmaster to burn it for 2.5 hours before he left. "Really, even in death, she has to be troublesome," Qin Xuan complained. "Master, do you need me to sever all their causal threads?" Ling suggested. What will happen after that?" "After severing them, aside from us, everyone in the world will forget that Xiao Chen and Li Hongwei ever existed. The death of ordinary people doesn't mean they are completely forgotten, because the causal links they leave behind, no matter how small, still exist. But if their causal links are erased, it's as though they never existed at all. No one will remember their names, nor will anyone know what they did. However, this method is best used after a person's death, because living people are constantly generating new causal links. Ling explained further, as long as he is still alive, the newly generated causal links will prevent him from being completely forgotten. Qin Xuan sighed. "Okay, then sever them quickly." "It's already done, Master." "That fast?" Inside the base, Jiang Weiping was anxiously pacing back and forth in his office. A rare SSS-grade genius had just emerged, one who was loyal to the officials. He couldn't bear to have her killed by Qin Xuan. Yes, he could negotiate with Qin Xuan. He must try to save Li Hongwei at all costs. He had just anxiously opened his door only to freeze on the spot, his eyes as clear as a newborn baby's. The passing staff were also drawn by this commotion, all stopping in their tracks, looking bewildered at Jiang Weiping standing by the door. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, and the atmosphere turned silent. "Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" asked Jiang Weiping, snapping back to reality. "Li Hongwei. Who is she?" "Oh no, it's nothing." Saying this, Jiang Weiping closed the door and continued to work at his desk, feeling that he had just experienced something utterly absurd. Did he actually know someone named Li Hongwei? Not just Jiang Weiping, but everyone in the base had a moment of confusion, as if they couldn't recall someone, probably because they never knew her in the first place. "Never mind, back to work." returning to the game. Qin Xuan re-entered the instance after waiting a day, and now all the monsters inside were level 90. After half an hour, Qin Xuan emerged from the instance with his beasts, facing a sight of level 100 beasts, feeling exhilarated. Qin Xuan recalled what Skrok had said: his beasts could break through to the next quality on their own. Just as he said, the level suppression of this world didn't affect Away and the others, they could break through at any time. However, breaking through had a fatal problem. The current world level couldn't accommodate existences beyond the mythic. Forcibly breaking through would cause this world to collapse. Current world level 1 upgrade condition. The number of mythic level Beastmasters in the current world must reach 10-inch. Current progress January 10th. Note: after reaching world level 2-inch it will merge with other civilizations of the same level. Looking at the prompt before him, Qin Xuan had words that he hesitated to say, but no big deal, he had plenty of resources at hand. If needed, he could just use those resources to create 9 mythological beasts. As for the same level civilizations he referred to, they must be other planets, right? Would upgrading lead to integration? He wondered how many Beastmasters he could block in those worlds. It certainly broadened Qin Xuan's horizons. His current level was sufficient, as he was invincible on Blue Star, so there was no rush to level up. Lower level worlds were protected, so there was no need to worry about invasions from higher level world civilizations. With this in mind, he decided to finish exploring the map first, then level up and let all his Beastmasters break through at once. When his level increased, he would face those older Tier 2 world civilizations with more confidence. Thus Qin Xuan didn't plan to stay in Fengling any longer and immediately set off for the next area. Beyond Fengling was the Darklands, filled with the aura of death, inhabited by many dark and undead Beastmasters. Although the Undead series, like the Life series, was also a rare attribute, Beastmasters of the Undead series were not as rare as those of the Life series, because Life series Beastmasters did not have fixed locations and could appear randomly across the map, while Undead series Beastmasters were all concentrated in the Darklands, making them easy to encounter. The Undead series predominantly consisted of skeletons, zombies, and ghosts. The development direction for skeletons was the most diverse. They could be trained for single-target bursts or as tanks. Alternatively, they could be developed into skeleton sorcerers who with a wave of their hand could summon tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. This training direction was the most powerful. Although the summoned skeleton soldiers were far from as strong as himself, their sheer numbers were overwhelming and quite a nuisance when gathered together. Qin Xuan planned to contract a skeleton. Along the way, seeing so many epic and legendary potential Beastmasters, he initially thought about contracting them all for a troop burst style of play, since his contract slots were unlimited. But then he reconsidered. If he contracted these epic and legendary Beastmasters, wouldn't the later ultra-mythical Beastmasters be of a lower rank? How awkward would that be? Moreover, leveling up so many Beastmasters would require much effort. It wasn't about bringing them all to perfection, but at least they shouldn't be instantly killable, right? Such a hassle, then why not just contract a troop burst Beastmaster directly? Qin Xuan not bursting troops didn't mean his Beastmasters couldn't. If Qin Xuan's Beastmasters burst troops, it was as good as him doing so. Therefore, Qin Xuan dismissed the idea of contracting all of them in favor of just one for troop bursting. The former required leveling each one individually, while the latter just needed training one, which was much more cost-effective. Meanwhile, that black dragon egg was obtained in a Darklands dungeon. I'm finally going to see it again, hehehe. Let's see if I can stab you into oblivion. The Darklands were constantly shrouded in black clouds, the land pitch black, trees withered and bones strewn all over the ground. In the sky a portal opened and 3 men and 2 women jumped out. Their skin was blue and they each had a horn on their forehead, clearly not human at first glance. They emerged clumsily from the portal, each of the 5 bearing wounds. Curse those treacherous 3-eyed gods for ambushing us. If it weren't for the ancestral spirit providing me with a dimensional stone, we would have truly perished. They really think our rhinoceros horn god tribe is easy to bully. We must inform the ancestor when we return and have them avenge us. The group spoke indignantly. But we only have 1-dimensional stone, how will we return? A woman in the group asked. That's simple. The 4 others turned their heads towards the man in the middle of the group named Uzi. He was the one who had used the dimensional stone to bring them here and was their leader. The condition to elevate the world level is to have 10 mythic level native Beastmasters. We just need to help 10 locals here to reach the mythic level. But even we are only at the king level, we're not sure. Don't forget, we are gods from a tribe with supreme realm powerhouses. We have many ways to nurture mythic level Beastmasters. Then let's give it a try. For now let's heal our wounds, and once we're sufficiently recovered we will find some locals. 5 days later, Qin Xuan was riding his ice glint holy dragon flying towards the Darklands, casually dispatching some troublemakers who dared to provoke him along the way. Ahead he could see the dark clouds enveloping the sky and the land gradually darkening, but there was still a small patch of black forest at the border. True to its name, the trees here were indeed black. This area was teeming with dark-type plant-beast masters, but Qin Xuan wasn't interested in engaging with them. He just needed a place to rest and resupply, so he found a spot to land. It was no longer just a game. After traveling non-stop day and night for 5 days, he felt somewhat tired. Before entering, he decided to let himself and his beast rest for a bit. He cleared his space effortlessly, and as the ice glint holy dragon landed, it kicked up a cloud of dust and then lay down on the ground. Qin Xuan took out a bucket of chicken wings to feast on, and the ice glint holy dragon, smelling the aroma, nudged its head over as if to say, "I like eating roasted chicken wings." Seeing this, Qin Xuan generously handed over a bucket to the ice glint holy dragon, who immediately transformed into a human form and started eating vigorously. However, a nearby sting poison bee, disoriented by the airflow, thought it was under attack and released a pheromone. A beehive hundreds of meters away received this pheromone and sent its members flying towards the source. Soon Qin Xuan and the ice glint holy dragon heard the buzzing of wings nearby. A swarm of bees, their stingers flashing coldly, was headed their way. What? Why are they coming at me? What did my eating chicken wings do to you? Annoyed by the interruption, the ice glint holy dragon licked the sauce off its hands, then drew out its ice sword and swung a gust of wind. The sting poison bees caught in the gust were instantly frozen into ice chunks and fell to the ground. Seeing that the attacking bees were all dead, Qin Xuan and the ice glint holy dragon decided to continue their feast unabashedly. Qin Xuan at least spit out the bones, while the ice glint holy dragon went even further, crunching the bones as well. After finishing a bucket, Qin Xuan got up and decided to check out the direction from which the poison bees had come to see what was really going on. Walking about a few hundred meters, Qin Xuan saw a huge beehive which must have been the nest of those poison bees. At this moment, there were no poison bees on the beehive, as they had just been split apart by a sword strike from Yao Shang, making it safe to directly handle the hive. Digging into the interior, white plump larvae started to appear, some not yet hatched and others already pupating. If it weren't for the fact that these were beast-controlled and their meat not tasty, Qin Xuan would definitely consider them a great nourishment. In the center, Qin Xuan caught a poison bee larger than the others, likely the queen of this nest. Holding the queen in his hand, the description read, Name, Poison Bee Queen. Attribute, Poison Level, 63. Quality, Fine. Ultimate Form, Fierce Poison Bee Queen. Fine, pretty ordinary, only good as a honey-making tool. Casually throwing it to the ground and stepping on it, Qin Xuan was about to ride Yao Shang away when he suddenly noticed another beehive not far away. Qin Xuan ran over and a swarm of stinger poison bees attacked, which Yao Shang froze with a single breath. Before Qin Xuan could check it out, he saw 2 more stinger poison beehives not far away, making him a bit puzzled. Following these beehives further, Qin Xuan found more and more poison beehives, larger and many even connected together. After dealing with these attacking poison bees, Qin Xuan unobstructedly reached the deepest part surrounded by these beehives, where a yellow portal was located. Discovery of the bee queen's nest instance. Enter an undiscovered instance. Qin Xuan immediately became interested and signaled Yao Shang to dive in. Upon entering the instance, Qin Xuan stood on the soft beehive, smelling a rich, sweet fragrance likely from the honey here. Tasting a scoop, it was sweet and sour, instantly refreshing him and without the strange taste of beast control. What a treasure! At that moment, a buzzing sound came from inside the beehive, signaling incoming enemies. Soon many stinger poison bees rushed from various passages. Qin Xuan checked with his talent, and each of these poison bees was over level 60, the same level as the queen outside. But Qin Xuan didn't take these guys seriously. A gust of cold wind blew by, and these incoming poison bees were frozen into figurines just like the ones outside, making Yao Shang more than sufficient for this instance. As they approached the core of the beehive, more and more stinger poison bees emerged, their levels getting higher, already breaking level 70, with some being elite monsters larger than the regular poison bees, but they were only recognized by Qin Xuan after being instantly defeated. Continuing to the core of the beehive, Yao Shang didn't forget to casually scoop up some beehive honey into his mouth. After reaching the core, Qin Xuan immediately noticed the bee queen among a pile of plump larvae. Its body had more dazzling golden stripes, and its 2 forelimbs had turned into sharp spikes. Name, Golden Stripe Bee Queen. Attribute, Gold Poison Level, 90 quality, legendary ultimate form, golden body bee queen, mythical, intruder, the bee suddenly spoke, invaders, you deserve to die. With those words, the gold-striped queen bee lunged at Qin Xuan, its sharp stingers thrusting straight towards him. Clang! Qin Xuan donned in snake armor and activating his elemental shield effortlessly blocked the queen bee's stingers from penetrating even slightly. Qin Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, remarking, weak force, isn't it? With a slap, the queen bee was smacked against the hive's wall, and with one swift sword strike, it was pinned firmly to the ground. As the ice sword pierced its body, the initially struggling gold-striped queen bee gradually began to freeze from the inside until its entire body was enveloped in ice. You have perfectly cleared the queen bee's nest instance, receiving as rewards 1 queen bee beast egg, 100 gold. Striped royal jelly and 1000 gold striped honey, announced the system as Qin Xuan checked his rewards. Bears love honey, right? I'll have Dolly try some of this royal jelly and honey. As for the beast egg in his hand, it was the size of a chicken egg adorned with gold and black patterns. The queen bee beast egg could hatch a bee of unparalleled strength, its honey tasting 10,000 times better than that of the gold-striped queen bee. Hatching this would definitely be worthwhile. Qin Xuan pondered, curious about the ultimate potential of this egg. Knowing that the gold-striped queen bee possessed mythical potential, he wondered if this egg could surpass it. If it's even higher potential, then it's worth keeping. Qin Xuan decided to keep the bee for now, enticed by the claim that its honey was far superior. It wasn't just about being godlike, it could also serve as a dessert shop for Dolly and the others. Dolly had already devoured quite a bit of honey in the hive and even moved several chunks into the beast's space, clearly enjoying it, definitely not just because Qin Xuan found it tasty as well. After a brief rest and feeling the still unmerged fragment of the cycle jade within him, a smaller piece compared to the large one that took him 5 years to fully integrate, Qin Xuan estimated it would take a month or two to merge this one. He landed in the Darklands, the soil black as coal. Everywhere he looked were dense piles of creature skeletons, and a chill wind sent shivers down his spine. Walking forward, he noticed 6 men riding beasts racing past him, followed by a wolf. These men paused to rest their mounts, breathing heavily. The leader looked back at the figure on a wolf pursuing them. He's still after us, damn it, huh? Are they from Sakura country? Qin Xuan noted their accent and deduced they were from Sakura country, likely having escaped some disaster abroad. Since he had encountered them, Qin Xuan thought it might be convenient to eliminate them. However, before he could act, another angry voice shouted from behind, stop, don't run. Qin Xuan turned to see the newcomer, ragged in torn clothes, wielding a large machete with a large gash across his belly that nearly exposed his intestines. It seemed that he had not formed a contract with the wolf beneath him, otherwise he wouldn't have been injured like this. Nonetheless, he still had no intention of sparing these Sakura people. The enmity between them was surely to be a fight to the death, likely initiated by these Sakura people first. Kill them, he thought. Qin Xuan leaped in front of the Sakura people and swung his sword horizontally, instantly killing their beasts and severing their legs. Ah, my legs, my legs, we have no grudge against you, why do you seek our lives upon meeting? Before the leader of the Sakura people could finish his plea, the young man with the sword jumped down from above and split the leader's head in two with a single stroke. That was quick. Qin Xuan had thought they might have other beasts, but it turned out they only had one each. The severely injured young man did not stop, ignoring the pleas of the other Sakura people. He killed them all, each strike fatal. Seeing all his enemies dead, the young man searched the leader's body and found a broken contract stone, which explained why he hadn't formed a contract with any beasts. Being forcibly severed also felt painful, and in his current state he was unlikely to hold on much longer. After finishing everything, the young man re-signed a contract with the wolf and then, unable to stand any longer, leaned on his sword and sat down on the ground. Looking at the horrific wound on his abdomen, he didn't hesitate to take out a needle and thread and began stitching it up bit by bit. Qin Xuan couldn't help but admire, this guy is tough. Thanks for holding them off just now. My name is Zhang Zinan. After stitching up his wound, the young man spoke with exhaustion. Be more careful. Young man, your intestines could have spilled out just now. Qin Xuan looked at Zhang Zinan on the ground, responding coolly, humph, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm still alive, it means it's not my time to die yet. By the way, I don't even know your name. Qin Xuan paused for a moment. Do you really want to know? Since you put it that way, I don't want to know anymore, Zhang Zinan decisively said. Hearing this young man's response, Qin Xuan couldn't help but think he had the makings of someone who could handle big things. Since there was nothing else, Qin Xuan didn't linger any longer and turned to leave, but Zhang Zinan called out to him, where are you going? to the instance, the Black Dragon instance to the west, right? Do you want me to escort you there? Don't get me wrong, I owe you a favor for just now. I know you're strong and this might be nothing for you, but I'd still like to repay it if I can. Will you give me this chance? Aren't you afraid I might kill you on the way? Qin Xuan stopped his face expressionless. Humph, in these times isn't dying normal? I don't have much to lose anyway. Death might be a release while living is the real torture. I see you're not entirely without possessions, you're sick, eh? After saying this, Qin Xuan didn't wait for Zhang Zinan any longer and turned to leave. If you don't say no, I'll take it as a yes. Seeing this, Zhang Zinan followed from a distance, maintaining a certain gap between them. Whenever wild beasts attacked, he rushed forward without a second word and fought them off. Qin Xuan didn't mind since he was willing, let him do it. He was content to have a peaceful journey as long as he didn't follow him into the instance. Qin Xuan also glanced at the wolf beside Zhang Zinan. It was a beast with legendary potential and seemed decent enough. Observing Zhang Zinan's decisive and ruthless approach, Qin Xuan thought he might have the potential to achieve mythic status, making him a worthwhile investment. Qin Xuan hadn't forgotten that to advance himself he needed to groom 9 mythic-level talents. With this in mind, he found Zhang Zinan much more appealing. Along the way, Qin Xuan asked Zhang Zinan about his background. Zhang Zinan wasn't officially registered, he had only recently become a beastmaster and had not yet reported to the authorities, so his details were not publicly known. He lived in a mountain village where the official rescue services had failed to arrive in time, and by the time they did, the village had been nearly wiped out. As a child, Zhang Zinan had been frail and often bullied, which drove him to fight back against his tormentors daily, growing fiercer with each fight until he could easily take down a group on his own. Recently, a wolf had invaded his home, and in a bid to protect himself, Zhang Zinan had fought desperately. Fortunately, the wolf was not high level and was small, plus the fierce determination he summoned in a life-or-death moment allowed him to subdue the wolf, though not without sustaining serious injuries himself. This wolf later submitted to him and they formed a contract, resulting in the white wolf he had now. After entering the map, he found a medicinal herb that could heal his injuries, which saved his life. If Qin Xuan hadn't discreetly asked Ling and received a negative reply, he might have thought Zhang Zinan was the next chosen one of fate. Zhang Zinan also had a childhood friend named Jin Xiaoyan. During the apocalypse, she was hiding with him in the village chief's cellar. With Qin Xuan's help, she too contracted a wood element beast and became a beast master. The two of them entered the map together for adventures. Thanks to the white wolf's growing strength, they managed to live relatively well. The day before, Zhang Zinan had gone out to find food, leaving Jin Xiaoyan at the camp when suddenly a group of people from Sakura country appeared. Attracted by Jin Xiaoyan's appearance, they harbored malicious intentions. When Zhang Zinan returned, he found Jin Xiaoyan's lifeless, unclothed body in the group laughing around a campfire. Enraged, Zhang Zinan, along with his white wolf, fought these 5 men from Sakura country all night. As the saying goes, a barefoot man is not afraid of a man with shoes. Zhang Zinan's desperate, life-risking fighting style truly frightened these 5, who then hesitated to engage further and attempted to escape. The leader pulled out 2 contract-breaking stones. One was crushed into powder, causing intense pain in his head and severing his connection with the white wolf. Fortunately, having spent a long time with the white wolf, it chose not to betray him. While he was recovering, the men from Sakura country rushed him with a flurry of slashes. He barely managed to defend himself, and that's how he got the gash in his abdomen. Seeing Zhang Zinan recovering, the leader of the Sakura country men ordered a retreat. Unable to kill Zhang Zinan, that was the scene Qin Xuan witnessed. After hearing Zhang Zinan's story, Qin Xuan glanced a few more times at the white wolf beside Zhang Zinan. Wasn't it stronger than that black dragon? Qin Xuan increasingly wanted to dig out the black dragon's eyeballs to see if they were white. After escorting Qin Xuan for an afternoon, they finally arrived at the black dragon instance that Qin Xuan had been dreaming about. Qin Xuan looked at Zhang Zinan, who was kneeling on the ground exhausted. Your debt is paid, you can leave now. Alright, I'm leaving. Watching Zhang Zinan walk away, Qin Xuan turned and entered the instance, thinking that there was no rush about the investment. He would observe more by himself later. Detected Black Dragon Canyon instance. Would you like to enter? Enter. Following that, Qin Xuan was transported to a dark canyon, ready to start. Outside, suddenly a large group of skeletons appeared in front of the instance, seemingly chasing a group of people. Zhang Zinan frowned, wondering how these people had attracted so many monsters. As he drew his knife, ready to face the incoming enemies, the white wolf beside him couldn't stand watching anymore. It grabbed his collar with its mouth and tossed him onto its back, then turned and ran towards the entrance of the instance. "What are you doing? You can't go in there." Since the entrance to the instance was a canyon surrounded by cliffs and the exit was blocked by a massive army of skeletons, the only chance to survive was to hide inside the instance until the monsters left. Obviously, the group being chased by the skeleton army thought the same. Not caring much, the white wolf could only carry Zhang Zinan, taking advantage of the instance entrance not being completely closed yet, and jumped in with him. No, wait, as the entrance to the instance grew smaller and finally closed completely, only the people at the front managed to reopen the instance and squeeze in. The people at the back could only watch desperately as the entrance closed, eventually being overwhelmed by the massive skeleton army. Inside the instance, just as Qin Xuan was about to start, he suddenly heard a noise from behind and turned to see Zhang Zinan and his white wolf, his expression immediately turning cold. "Weren't you supposed to leave?" Seeing Qin Xuan's stern look, Zhang Zinan waved his hands to explain. Outside, suddenly a large group of skeletons appeared. "I had no choice but to." After hearing Zhang Zinan's story, Qin Xuan's frown slightly relaxed, but he wondered why so many skeletons had suddenly appeared outside. Now that the instance was about to start, Qin Xuan had to focus on clearing the instance first. Soon a swarm of black-scaled dragons emerged from the canyon. These black dragons were quite small, only about the size of the white wolf beside Zhang Zinan. Playing with dragons, huh? From the beast space, 3 giant dragons appeared. The Ice-Glow Holy Dragon Yoshang, the Crimson Flame Dragon Emperor Liu, and the Devouring Star Demon Dragon Emperor Haiming. They looked disdainfully at these incoming small fry. "You are not even dragons. These flying dragons were just some level 70 weaklings, and Qin Xuan's 3 dragons could wipe them out with a flick of their hands." Thus he advanced unobstructed all the way, while Zhang Zinan and his white wolf followed behind with a solemn expression, sweat beading on their foreheads. He knew Qin Xuan was strong, but he didn't realize Qin Xuan would be this powerful. These were level 70 monsters, and a mere touch could kill him. When he had entered to grind, the monsters were only around level 10 plus. Done. And now that he had seen the strength of the other party, was he about to be silenced? They dared not act at this moment, truly they dared not. With Sanlong pushing along the way, Qin Xuan quickly reached the end of the canyon, a giant cave. Inside, the boss was a legendary dragon, not easy to deal with. In his past life he had bypassed the boss by maneuvering around to the treasure room behind it, but now, the boss was quickly defeated and Qin Xuan made his way to the treasure room at the back. It contained many materials collected by the dragon boss, but Qin Xuan didn't spare these items a second glance. He went to the innermost corner where numerous treasures piled up, obstructing the view. Pushing aside these materials, he saw an egg quietly resting there, though the reincarnation jade next to it was gone. It seems this object was unaffected by time, but no matter, it had ended up in his possession anyway. Qin Xuan directly stepped forward and picked up the egg that had caused him much trouble in his past life. His only purpose for this trip was this, he didn't need anything else. After collecting the dragon egg, he was ready to leave the dungeon. Zhang Zinan, watching Qin Xuan prepare to leave, couldn't help but start to doubt. Was he really leaving, or was it a feint? Perhaps he was pretending to leave to see my reaction. If I showed even a hint of greed, wanting to claim these treasures for myself, would he suddenly reappear and kill me? The more he thought about it, the more he felt his suspicions were correct. Although he did indeed desire the treasures, Qin Xuan had been the one fighting monsters all along, and he hadn't helped at all, so he felt he didn't deserve any of these items. They should all belong to Qin Xuan. After all, back in the village chief often taught them not to take what wasn't theirs. "Wait, you're not taking all these?" Zhang Zinan called out to Qin Xuan. "These items are of no use to me, they're yours now." After saying this, Qin Xuan waved his hand and exited the dungeon, leaving Zhang Zinan standing alone in place. Initially, he still thought Qin Xuan was testing him, so he didn't move, waiting in place for 2 hours without seeing Qin Xuan reappear. Zhang Zinan then felt something was amiss. He stood up and tentatively reached for the pile of materials, but nothing happened. Had he really left? He picked up a colorful herb, clutching it in his hand while also surveying his surroundings, realizing that Qin Xuan might have truly left. With this, Zhang Zinan looked at the materials in his hand and exchanged a glance with the white wolf beside him, then his expression turned resolute. After exiting the dungeon, Qin Xuan saw groups of skeletons guarding the entrance of the dungeon. Seeing Qin Xuan, they became frenzied once again. Qin Xuan effortlessly killed off these skeletons and then left the canyon. Observing the dense footprints on the ground, Qin Xuan couldn't help but be curious about what exactly had caused these people to be chased for so long. Immediately, Qin Xuan swapped to the breezy boots obtained from the wind crane link, stepping into the air and swiftly moving forward.